Chapter 2854, Upgrading the Abyssal Blade Inside the Ancient Dragon Temple. How surprising, the dragon phantom exclaimed in astonishment when Shifeng suddenly appeared before it. Despite having the body of a human, you actually managed to clear a trial made for the dragon race. Moreover, you managed to reach the halfway point. This is a rare achievement, even among the dragon race. A rare achievement. Shifeng was surprised by the dragon's words. The dragon race was an apex race. The perception of dragons was definitely far superior to his own. Not to mention, there were even divine dragons among the dragon race. For divine dragons, let alone reaching the halfway point, even completing the entire bridge and reaching the distant land shouldn't be strange. After all, the life rating they possessed far exceeded that of humans. That's right. This is a rare achievement, the dragon phantom said, nodding. In the dragon race's long history, only 5 have managed to reach the halfway point while still at Tier 4. Every one of them is a genius of the dragon race with an excellent bloodline. Hence, I find it truly incredible that you accomplished the same feat with just the body of a human. Shifeng was surprised once more. He never thought that even among the dragon race, only 5 dragons had reached the halfway point while still at Tier 4. Reaching the halfway point was indeed a challenging task. Not only would one need to have a sufficiently powerful soul, but one would also need to utilize the various elements of mana to their very limits. However, having a powerful soul was a given for dragons. As for utilizing the various elements' basic properties, this was also as easy as drinking water for dragons. Otherwise, there was no way dragons could be so powerful. Normally, dragons that can reach the halfway point are already adults. I can now see why Auerbach decided to let you undertake the trial, the dragon phantom said, its eyes filled with praise as it looked at Shifeng. Now, according to the ancient contract, you may take one of the 3 treasure chests stored within the treasury. As soon as the dragon phantom finished speaking, 3 massive treasure chests appeared before Shifeng. The instant these treasure chests appeared, the mana within the dragon temple immediately thickened. In fact, a faint hint of divine might now wafted into the temple. As expected of the dragon race's reward. I doubt I can get such loot even from killing a Tier 6 god. Shifeng was filled with an indescribable sense of shock as he inspected the 3 treasure chests before him. The trial rewards this time were simply mind-blowing. If taken to the outside world, any one of these 3 treasure chests could drive the entire god's domain wild. The first chest, named the Blackstone Treasure Chest, gave players 1 fragmented legendary weapon and 2 pieces of fragmented legendary equipment that suited them. The second chest, named the Red Crystal Treasure Chest, contained 4 items, either Tier 5 skill books or Tier 5 legacy guidances suitable for the player. The third chest, named the Purple Jade Treasure Chest, rewarded players with 10 to 12 god crystals. The Blackstone Treasure Chest aside, both the Red Crystal Treasure Chest and Purple Jade Treasure Chest provided things Shifeng greatly desired. At this time, he only needed to create a personalized mana body to get promoted to Tier 5. Hence, Tier 5 skill books were of great importance to him. If he relied only on legacy skill points, he would be able to acquire only 2 Tier 5 skills at best. God crystals were equally important to him. This was because god crystals were needed to upgrade many of the weapons and equipment he possessed, and upgrading these items would provide a tremendous boost to his combat power. Pick 1. The dragon phantom smiled faintly when it saw the gleam in Shifeng's eyes. I will teleport you back in 3 minutes, so you'd best not take too long in choosing. After giving the matter some thought, Shifeng said earnestly, I've decided. I will go with the Purple Jade Treasure Chest. While the Red Crystal Treasure Chest was indeed important to him, he was, after all, still at Tier 4 right now. Moreover, the items appearing inside the Red Crystal Treasure Chest were completely random. If he were unfortunate, he might end up getting 4 Tier 5 legacy guidances. Moreover, god crystals weren't easy to come by. If he missed this opportunity, who knew how long he would have to wait before he received another opportunity to improve his weapons and equipment further. "Alright, this purple jade treasure chest is yours," the dragon phantom said, lifting a claw. Immediately, the barrier sealing the purple jade treasure chest disappeared. Shi Feng chose to open the treasure chest without hesitation. After all, there was no way he could bring such a massive treasure chest away. The instant the treasure chest opened, divine might gushed out of it. Bathed in this divine might, even ordinary Tier 4 players would grow fearful and dare not approach the treasure chest. However, now that Shi Feng's concentration had reached the Tier 5 standard, resisting this divine might wasn't much of a problem. In fact, he was confident he could stand tall in the presence of even a bona fide Tier 6 god in his present state. 11. Shi Feng couldn't help feeling a little disappointed when he saw the number of god crystals in the treasure chest. If not for the luck attribute having no effect on high-caliber treasure chests, he definitely would have activated Divine Providence to boost his luck. After all, the value of one god crystal nearly rivaled that of fragmented legendary items. Moreover, god crystals were just as rare as fragmented legendary items. Although that's one less god crystal than I hoped for, I have more than enough to upgrade my weapon now. The next moment, Shi Feng had the abyssal blade absorb 4 god crystals without hesitation. Now that he was at the half-step Tier 5 standard, only the light of 2 worlds was an adequate weapon for him. The abyssal blade couldn't keep up with him any longer. Hence, he had to upgrade it. After the abyssal blade absorbed the 4 god crystals, its skills got upgraded to Tier 4, and its basic attributes underwent some changes. Abyssal blade, one-handed sword, magic weapon, fragmented legendary rank, equipment requirement, strength 3000, agility 2000, attack power, 235% of strength attribute, attack speed, 3% of agility attribute. All attributes, increases according to user's level, ignore levels plus 35 attacks have 70% chance to cause 250% damage, 40% chance to cause 300% damage, every attack increases attack speed by 2% to a maximum of 30%. When equipped, strength increased by 50%, agility increased by 50%, intelligence increased by 35%, endurance increased by 50%, attack speed increased by 40%, all effects of weapon-related skills increased by 20%, all item level requirements reduced by 10 levels. If wielder belongs to a swordsman-related class, all skill levels plus 6. Increase free ability points received for every increase in level by 2 points. Equipment Tier 4. Can be evolved, devour 9 god crystals to evolve to Tier 5. Additional active skill 1, Darkness Bind, Tier 4. Binds all enemies within a 500-yard radius for 4 seconds and reduces their defense and magic resistance by 100% for 20 seconds. Cooldown, 40 seconds. Additional active skill 2, Darkness Domain, Tier 4. Converts an area of 800 yards around the user into a darkness domain. Weakens the senses of all enemies within the darkness domain and reduces enemies' basic attributes by 20%. While inside the darkness domain, the user may control up to 36 strands of power of darkness. Each strand carries a force equivalent to 150% of the user's strength and causes 200% darkness damage. Duration, 60 seconds. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Additional passive Profound Inheritance, Mana Abyss, Tier 4. The higher the density of the mana surrounding the abyssal blade, the more power the weapon will exhibit. The power of the weapon can be increased up to 150%. Additional active Profound Inheritance, Black Dragon's Soul, Tier 4. Grants the user the Black Dragon King's soul and transforms the user into the Black Dragon King. The higher the density of the surrounding mana, the higher the Black Dragon King's life rating will be. Can use the skill, Dragon Breath. Duration, 10 minutes. Cooldown, 15 hours. A sword recast from the fragments of an ancient, unknown weapon. The Black Dragon King's power has been sealed within the sword, although the Black Dragon King has cursed the weapon. Beyond the immense strength the blade offers, the wielder must face a backlash after a certain amount of time. If the wielder cannot suppress the backlash, the wielder will receive the Black Dragon King's curse, permanently reducing all attributes by 70%. Unable to be dropped. Unable to be traded. Unable to be destroyed. After the Abyssal Blade absorbed the 4 God Crystals, its attributes and skills received significant improvements. Although the magic weapon was still no match for the Light of Two Worlds in terms of attack power and attack speed, it was still top tier among fragmented legendary weapons. Shi Feng felt very satisfied after upgrading his weapon. Now that he had the Tier 4 Abyssal Blade, combined with his half-step Tier 5 standard, he was confident he could hold his own even against a real Tier 4 dragon. After all, once he transformed himself into a Tier 4 dragon, his combat standards and mastery over the elements would become much superior to the average Tier 4 dragons. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Although Shi Feng also had the option of repairing the disintegration armor instead of upgrading the Abyssal Blade, he had decided against it. The disintegration armor was legendary set equipment. If he couldn't gather the complete set, the equipment requirement of an individual piece would be higher than normal. This would make it impossible for him to equip the disintegration armor. After all, legendary weapons and equipment were crafted for Tier 6 gods. Aside from a few unique legendary weapons and equipment, most would need players to reach Tier 5 at minimum to equip them. If he repaired the disintegration armor and ended up unable to equip it, he would definitely die of regret. Hence, he decided to upgrade the Abyssal Blade instead, to play safe. As for the disintegration armor, it wouldn't be too late to find more God Crystals to repair it once he had reached Tier 5. It's time to leave, the Dragon Phantom said, snapping Shi Feng out of his reverie. It then raised a claw at Shi Feng. Immediately, divine runes appeared around Shi Feng one after another, enveloping him completely. His body then transformed into a streak of light and disappeared from the Dragon Temple. When the divine runes surrounding Shi Feng disappeared, he found that he was back in the Summoning Tower's summoning altar. Chapter 2855, Global Transformation inside the Summoning Altar. As the divine runes enveloping Shi Feng disappeared, Auerbach snapped his eyes open and stared at him in surprise. You succeeded. Actually, Auerbach could tell that Shi Feng had completed the trial the moment he laid eyes on the human. This was because Shi Feng looked completely different in his eyes right now. Although there was no change to Shi Feng's level, the mana he radiated was completely different from before he challenged the trial. Not only did Shi Feng's mana blend much better with the ambient mana, but the quality of his mana had also undergone a qualitative transformation. The fact that Shi Feng had such exquisite control over his own mana proved that he had conquered the trial. However, Auerbach still found this situation unbelievable. Shi Feng would already be plenty amazing if he managed to complete the trial on his 3rd attempt. Yet, now, Shi Feng had actually completed the trial on his 1st attempt. I got lucky. Shi Feng nodded. If his concentration hadn't broken through to the Tier 5 standard at the very last minute, which allowed him to receive the world blessing to reconstruct his sea of consciousness, completing the trial would have been a pipe dream. No. It is impossible for someone to pass the trial by relying on luck. It is all because of your own strength, Auerbach said, shaking his head. Since you've passed the trial, according to our contract, I, Auerbach, acknowledge you as my contractor from now on. As soon as Auerbach finished speaking, Shi Feng felt a scorching sensation on his left arm. Before Shi Feng realized it, the symbol of a silver dragon had been branded on his left arm. Simultaneously, the system's emotionless voice rang out in his mind. System, congratulations. You have completed the 2nd phase of the epic quest, Void Cage, and received the Silver Divine Dragon Auerbach's acknowledgement. You have become a true dragon's contractor. You now have the ability to call upon the Silver Divine Dragon to fight for you at any time. Rewarding 30 legacy skill points and 1 level. Shifeng's level immediately rose from level 150 to level 151. His legacy skill points also increased by 30. If you encounter any troubles in the future, call upon me, Auerbach said. With the contractor's mark, I can teleport to your location at any time. However, you should still be cautious. The contractor's mark has limited power. I cannot sense its location in certain areas. Moreover, the current god's domain is no longer the same. Although you have made significant growth, if you behave too aggressively outside, you might still fall into a desperate situation. You might even have your soul annihilated. Different. Has the world passage opened already? Auerbach's words startled Shifeng. Auerbach could defeat even ordinary Tier 5 individuals. Since he was issuing such a dire warning, the current god's domain must have undergone drastic changes. That's right. The world passage is completely open now. Existences of another world have invaded this world. In fact, some of God's domain's rules have already changed. You will understand what I mean if you go out and take a look, Auerbach said, nodding. He then pointed at the door that was sealed by a magic array and continued, if you encounter trouble, it is best if you summon me immediately. Thank you for your warning, Your Excellency. I will be careful. Shifeng nodded and mentally noted to himself to be more careful. Afterward, he departed from the summoning altar. As for Auerbach, the silver divine dragon resumed its slumber in the summoning altar. The moment Shifeng exited the summoning tower, he was stunned. What dense mana! The density of the Starlight Fortress's ambient mana had more than doubled compared to before he went to the Dragon Temple. Apart from Zero Wing City, probably no other guild city in God's domain possessed such dense mana. Even Stone Forest City couldn't compare. Moreover, Shifeng could feel his affinity with mana increasing while bathed in this dense mana. He could also perceive the operating principles of mana with much greater clarity. This place was practically a weakened version of the ancient god's domain. However, compared to the mana environment, the changes to the Starlight Fortress's player population were even more shocking. Before Shifeng left to challenge the Divine Dragon's trial, the Starlight Fortress's player traffic had already reached a very frightening level. However, the present fortress's player population had more than tripled since then. Shifeng even spotted quite a few Tier 4 experts just on the street he was walking on. Moreover, he sensed the presence of at least 70 Tier 4 experts inside the Starlight Fortress. This number was simply mind-blowing. However, this still wasn't the most shocking part about the fortress. Compared to the Starlight Fortress's interior, the fortress's surroundings were much more crowded. From what Shifeng could tell, well over 1 million players were lining up to enter the fortress. These players weren't ordinary players. Even the weakest one among them was a Tier 3 player, and every one of them was at least at level 135. There were also Tier 4 experts standing in the queue. If not for these players standing in line obediently, Shifeng would have suspected that these people were aiming to capture the Starlight Fortress. However, before Shifeng could recover from his surprise, he saw a group of people charging through the main street toward the fortress's entrance. This group's leader was none other than Magic Eye Goddess Phythalia, the commander of Divine Tribe's Divine Hymn Legion. At this time, Phythalia had reached not only Tier 4 but also level 145. Given the intensity of the mana she radiated, she had broken through her mana body's 100% threshold as well. From what Shifeng could tell, Phythalia should also have at least 2 fragmented legendary items on her. In her current state, she could probably hold her ground against a superior mythic monster of the same level. Moreover, aside from Phythalia, there were 3 other Tier 4s in the team she led. These 3 players were at the Void Realm standard and boasted 8 or more pieces of epic equipment. The only unfortunate part was that none of them had transcended the limits of their mana bodies. Even so, the strength of Phythalia's team was more than enough to raid superior mythic monsters of the same level. However, Phythalia and the others looked anxious as they rushed toward the entrance. Did something happen? Curious, Shifeng stealthily followed Phythalia's team. Divine Tribe could be considered Zero Wing's strategic ally on the Western continent. Moreover, it was tasked with maintaining the Starlight Fortress's security on Zero Wing's behalf. Unless something major occurred, someone of Phythalia's status wouldn't take action. If need be, Shifeng naturally had to lend her a helping hand. Shortly afterward, Phythalia's team arrived at the Starlight Fortress's entrance. At this time, the players outside the entrance were staring curiously at a group of people standing before the fortress's checkpoint. To be precise, it was a mixed group of NPCs and players. Among these players were 5 Tier 4s. As for the NPCs, there were actually over a dozen Tier 4s among them. Why are people of the Blood Alliance here? Don't the superpowers in the Alliance mainly operate out at sea? It is indeed strange. From what I remember, they've never been active on land. Instead, they've been dominating the seas since the start of the game. Even the 5 great super guilds don't dare offend them out at sea. I heard that many naval forces have clashed with the Outer World's forces at sea. Although neither side managed to secure an advantage, the Blood Alliance suffered heavy losses in these clashes. Rumor has it that the Alliance has over 5 million Tier 3 casualties thus far. 3 of the Alliance's islands were razed to the ground. The players in the queue couldn't help starting heated discussions among themselves as they looked at the Tier 4 players and NPCs. While the Blood Alliance's sphere of operations was mostly limited to the sea, the Starlight Fortress was nowhere near the sea. Just teleporting from a coastal city to the Starlight Fortress cost nearly 6 gold coins. Are they greedy for the Starlight Fortress's benefits? That's probably the case. After all, the current Starlight Fortress is simply amazing. Its mana density and the benefits the mana provides are much greater than what you can find elsewhere on the continent. Not to mention, it is also near a God Mode regional dungeon. That can't be, right? Don't they know that a Tier 4 Divine Dragon is guarding this place? That's not something Tier 4 existences can go up against. While everyone wondered why members of the Blood Alliance had come to the Starlight Fortress, Phythalia's team arrived before the Blood Alliance group. Guild leader Brute, to what do we owe this sudden visit? Phythalia asked a thin man wearing a grey robe and carrying a dark wooden staff. The Blood Alliance had arrived with more than a dozen Tier 4 NPCs and 3 of the Blood Alliance's top 10 Tier 4 experts. It definitely wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the Blood Alliance came with bad intentions. Commander Phythalia, you don't need to be so nervous. We are not here to ask for trouble. Moreover, we aren't here to meet you, Brute said, smiling faintly. In fact, this matter doesn't have anything to do with Divine Tribe. We are simply here to find Zero Wing and negotiate a partnership. Negotiate a partnership with Zero Wing? Phythalia laughed at Brute's statement. I naturally don't have a say in such a matter. However, seeing as you brought so many Tier 4 NPCs with you, no matter how I look at it, it doesn't seem like you've come for a friendly negotiation. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. I didn't call them here, Brute countered, shaking his head. These people are the representatives of various NPC naval forces. Representatives of NPC naval forces. Phythalia was surprised by Brute's answer. If only one NPC force had sent these Tier 4 NPCs, she wouldn't have found the situation strange. However, it was a different story if these NPCs represented multiple NPC forces. This was something she had to take seriously. In God's domain, the reason many kingdoms and empires had chosen not to spread their influence to the sea wasn't just the presence of powerful sea monsters. Another reason was the extraordinary strength of many NPC naval forces, with some even having Tier 5 NPCs leading them. Nodding, Brute said in an indisputable tone, "That's right. It's fine if you do not let us enter, Commander Phythalia. However, I don't mind letting you know that the Blood Alliance plans to requisition a portion of the Starlight Fortress's temporary residences to resist the Outer World invaders." Chapter 2856, Half-Step Tier 5, Requisition. Phythalia was momentarily stunned by Brute's words. Have you lost your mind, Brute? Phythalia wasn't the only person to have such thoughts. The spectating crowd thought so as well. The Blood Alliance, with its many superpowers and NPC forces, was indeed powerful. However, the Alliance's strength was only in the sea. On the Western continent, the Blood Alliance held no advantages. Since the Starlight Fortress was far from the sea, the Blood Alliance had no way to dispatch a large army to the Starlight Fortress. Moreover, the Starlight Fortress's defenses were something that even the 5 great super guilds were helpless against. After all, the fortress had a Tier 4 divine dragon guarding it. Even Tier 5 NPCs wouldn't dare go against such an existence. This was why Zero Wing could retain control over the Starlight Fortress despite having barely any of its own forces stationed on the Western continent. Otherwise, the surrounding NPC forces with Tier 5 NPCs leading them would have long since targeted the fortress. The only measure one could employ to suppress the Starlight Fortress was to place a thorough lockdown on the Star Valley. However, the Blood Alliance clearly didn't have the capability to pull off such a feat. Lost my mind? Laughing, Brute retorted, I don't think so at all. The Starlight Fortress indeed possesses powerful defensive capabilities, and there are very few forces in God's domain capable of threatening it. However, if over 100 Tier 4 NPCs lock down the Star Valley, I wonder how long the Starlight Fortress will last. Over 100 Tier 4 NPCs. When Brute finished speaking, the spectating crowd gasped. Currently, not only were NPCs much higher leveled than players on average, but NPCs were also stronger than players of the same level and tier on average. This was because NPCs' weapons, equipment, skills, and spells were superior to those of the average player. Meanwhile, a force of more than 100 Tier 4 NPCs was something not even a kingdom possessed. In other words, the Blood Alliance could actually dispatch an entire kingdom's top combatants to seal a map. Moreover, I heard that the situation over on the eastern continent is quite adverse, and many superpowers have already gotten annihilated. Even Zero Wing can barely keep itself afloat and can't roam about freely. In such a situation, obtaining resources will naturally be impossible, Brute said. Without the Starlight Fortress's resources, I believe Zero Wing will have even more difficulty surviving, right? Hence, we're inviting Zero Wing to become a member of the Blood Alliance right now. Not only will we help the Starlight Fortress develop, but we will also help Zero Wing defend against the outer world invaders. Wouldn't this situation be the best of both worlds? Upon hearing Brute's proposal, nobody present could offer any rebuttals, not even Phythalia. The chaos on the eastern continent was no longer a secret. The entire God's domain had been greatly shaken on the day the World Passage had opened, the sudden event catching countless powers off guard. After all, a group of unknown player forces had suddenly appeared and taken over many guild cities of first-rate guilds. In fact, these unknown player forces had even laid their hands on the guild cities of superpowers. Originally, these superpowers had planned to retaliate against these unknown invaders. However, when they marched their armies to reclaim their cities, they found a large number of experts already gathered in their captured cities. Moreover, there were even many Tier 45 among these players. Needless to say, none of the superpowers managed to recapture their cities. Initially, the various powers of God's domain thought that this was merely a hidden superpower making its public debut. After all, this wasn't the first time such a situation had taken place. Many player forces would continuously accumulate their strength in secret and make a powerful debut all of a sudden. Hence, the various powers of God's domain had not placed too much attention on this matter. However, the next day, over a dozen superpowers had suddenly made their presence known to the world, and the number of Tier 4 players these superpowers commanded far exceeded that of the local superpowers. On that very day, these new superpowers annihilated a local superpower and split up its territory among themselves. This war had thoroughly stupefied the various powers of God's domain. It was one thing to see a new superpower emerge, but it was another thing altogether to see so many superpowers appear out of the blue. Moreover, all of these superpowers boasted an incredible number of Tier 4 players. No matter how one looked at this situation, it was simply unbelievable. After a series of frantic investigations, the various powers of God's domain eventually discovered that these new superpowers didn't originate from their version of God's domain but from another God's domain. Moreover, the players belonging to these superpowers didn't live on Earth but on an interstellar continent. The human population of this interstellar continent rivaled that of Earth. Most importantly, the average combat standard of these interstellar continent residents was much higher than that of Earthlings. This was because the world of God's domain was everything for these people. In addition, these outer-world superpowers were much stronger than the native superpowers. In fact, the two couldn't even be compared on the same level. In less than 5 days, these outer-world superpowers had not only destroyed several native superpowers but even taken over 7 kingdoms. These kingdoms were now paradises for outer-world NPCs, who rapidly harvested the various resources available in these kingdoms to keep growing stronger. Meanwhile, in response to these invaders, the various native kingdoms and empires had gathered players to fight off these outer-world players and NPCs. The subsequent war was most likely one of the biggest in God's domain's history, as several dozen kingdoms and empires had joined hands to counter the invasion. And after fighting dozens of battles, both large and small, the Eastern Continent's native forces eventually managed to isolate the outer world's NPC forces to one corner of the continent. However, in exchange for this outcome, the Eastern Continent's native forces had lost nearly 1/3 of their land. Moreover, this isolation affected only the outer world's NPC forces. The outer world's individual NPCs and player forces could still roam freely. In a situation where native players were inferior in terms of both levels and combat standards, the Eastern Continent's players were at an absolute disadvantage. Only by cooperating with native NPCs could they resist the outer world players. It was obvious that the Eastern Continent's native forces would crumble in the near future as more and more outer world players and NPCs invaded the Eastern Continent. In fact, it wouldn't be long before the Western Continent would get dragged into the war since the various sea zones were already engulfed in the flames of war. If the Starlight Fortress were to get isolated now, Zero Wing would definitely suffer immeasurable consequences. After all, due to the outer world forces occupying many of the Eastern Continent's resource spots, prices of various resources had more than doubled. If Zero Wing were to lose the resources from the Starlight Fortress, the guild would most likely struggle to defend its guild cities. In this situation, Phythalia herself was powerless to do anything. Even if Divine Tribe were willing to help Zero Wing with all of its strength, there was no way Divine Tribe could win against a force of over 100 Tier 4 NPCs. Eventually, Phythalia sighed and said, "I understand. I'll convey your words to Zero Wing." "Good, then." Nodding, Brute said indifferently, "However, our patience is limited. Tell Zero Wing that they only have 1 day to reply. If they don't give us an answer by then, we will begin sealing the map immediately." 1 day. Phythalia frowned. This was too short. It was barely enough time for her to convey the message and for Zero Wing to hold a short discussion among its executives. Zero Wing wouldn't have any time to make the necessary preparations at all. That's right. Only 1 day. Zero Wing had best not waste any time. That wouldn't be beneficial to the Blood Alliance or Zero Wing. Brute said in a determined tone. I can even tell Zero Wing now that if they refuse our offer, while it might give the Blood Alliance some trouble, I can guarantee that they will suffer 100 times more than us. After Brute finished speaking, the Tier 4 NPCs standing behind him promptly unleashed their auras. The combined aura of over a dozen Tier 4 NPCs pressured even Phythalia. If not for the buff from standing inside the Starlight Fortress, she might have even succumbed to this mighty aura and stumbled back. As for the other divine tribe members, their complexions had paled. It was evident that they felt very uncomfortable beneath this frightening aura. However, just as Phythalia was about to speak up, a calm and deep voice suddenly entered everyone's ears. A partnership won't be necessary. Zero Wing doesn't need allies like you bunch. At this voice of rejection, everyone present turned reflexively toward its origin, curious to see who would be so bold as to decide for Zero Wing. Who said that? Come out. Brute, in particular, reacted with anger and displeasure. He never thought that someone would dare openly challenge the Blood Alliance. Black Flame. Zero Wing's guild leader has arrived already. When everyone present saw the cloaked man approaching Phythalia and Brute, they quickly recognized him, based on the two longswords hanging by his waist, as well as his dark and determined eyes. Guild leader Black Flame. Phythalia was stunned when she saw Shifeng. This was because Shifeng's present self was completely different from when she last met him. Not only did his body radiate frighteningly dense mana right now, but she could also sense a difference in life rating between them. Half-step Tier 5. When the elderly level 167, Tier 4 NPC at the head of the Blood Alliance's group saw Shifeng, he gasped in shock. Half-step Tier 5. How is this possible? When the surrounding players overheard the elderly NPC's words, they similarly gaped at Shifeng with astonished gazes. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU nowadays, Tier 4 players were no longer as rare as before. Hence, most Tier 3 players in God's domain no longer found Tier 4 players foreign. At the same time, they also knew just how difficult it was to get promoted from Tier 4 to Tier 5, as well as how wide the gulf between Tier 4 and Tier 5 existences was. Meanwhile, a half-step Tier 5 existence referred to Tier 4 individuals who had achieved an incredibly high standard in their control over mana and their mana body. After reaching this stage, so long as a Tier 4 individual successfully constructed a sufficiently strong mana body for themselves, they would become a Tier 5 existence, an existence even NPC empires feared greatly. Yet, in an era where mainstream players had just reached Tier 3 and only an extremely small number of experts had reached Tier 4, they were now being told that Shifeng had already reached the half-step Tier 5 standard. No matter how they thought about it, this didn't seem plausible. However, as a Tier 4 NPC had said these words, they were unlikely to be false. I said that. What kind of guidance do you have for me, I wonder, Guild Leader Brute? Shifeng asked calmly as he stared at Brute. Chapter 2857, Black Flame. Your Black Flame. Brute was stunned when he saw Shifeng. Half-step Tier 5. In the current era, where the various superpowers barely had any Tier 4 players under their command, a half-step Tier 5 existence was practically invincible. In fact, one would have difficulty finding a half-step Tier 5 existence even among the Outer Worlds players and NPCs, that's right. I am, Shifeng said, nodding. So, it's Guild Leader Black Flame. Everything before was only a misunderstanding. We don't have any intentions of isolating the Starlight Fortress, Brute said, smiling fawningly. Since you aren't interested in partnering with us, the Blood Alliance won't force the issue, Guild Leader Black Flame. If there is nothing else, we will take our leave now. As soon as Brute finished speaking, he turned around, planning to leave the Starlight Fortress together with the Blood Alliance's members. He had no intention of staying even a second longer. A misunderstanding. Shifeng laughed at Brute's words. Guild Leader Brute, you brought over a dozen Tier 4 NPCs and came all the way here to declare that you plan to isolate the Starlight Fortress, yet you're telling me this is a misunderstanding? Since you've already come here, then stay here. After saying so, Shifeng manifested his mana domain, enveloping a 4,000-yard radius in liquid mana. As soon as Shifeng unleashed his mana domain, Brute and the others stiffened. Their bodies felt indescribably heavy as if they had sunk into a swamp. The level 160+, Tier 4 NPCs were just barely able to counter this suppression by releasing their own mana domains. However, none of them could manipulate the mana around them. Phythalia was astonished when Shifeng took action. She never thought that he would do so without a second word. After all, the Blood Alliance's side had more than a dozen Tier 4 NPCs. While these NPCs might not be a match for Shifeng in a one-on-one fight, if they worked together, they could potentially take on even a Tier 5 existence. Not good. This is world creation, the elderly Tier 4 NPC leading the other NPCs exclaimed, an indescribably grim expression appearing on his face as he stared at Shifeng. The fact that Shifeng was at the half-step Tier 5 standard was already plenty frightening. That, combined with his control over mana being at the world creation standard, meant he could fight Tier 5 existences already. In front of such an expert, even a group of Tier 4 individuals would be insignificant. What made Tier 4 individuals much more powerful than Tier 3 individuals was their ability to strengthen their abilities using the ambient mana. However, individuals who had reached the world creation standard could create a miniature world with their mana domain. All the mana within the domain would operate by rules favorable to the user and disadvantageous to hostile forces. Unless one had similarly reached the world creation standard, manipulating the ambient mana while standing in a world creation level mana domain would be impossible. One could only rely on the mana in one's body to do battle, essentially losing all the advantages of Tier 4. World creation was something Shifeng achieved after his concentration had reached the Tier 5 standard. To be precise, he had first reached the Grandmaster Magician standard after his concentration had reached the Tier 5 standard, then, his mana domain had automatically transformed into a miniature world. He didn't even have to transform it consciously. Run! Brute shouted in a panic. Run! With your abilities. Shifeng unsheathed the Abyssal Blade and activated Darkness Bind. After getting upgraded to Tier 4, Darkness Bind's range had improved tremendously. The next moment, pitch-black chains emerged from the void within a 500-yard radius and instantly constrained the Blood Alliance members' movements. The chains not only prevented the use of skills and spells but also drastically reduced their target's mobility. Shifeng appeared before the Blood Alliance members and brandished the Light of Two Worlds. Tier 4 Legacy Skill, Formless Blade. Swords Transmigration. 13 sword lights shot at the chests of Brute and the others, so fast that barely any of them managed to react to the attacks in time. Of the Blood Alliance players, only Brute, who had broken through the 100% threshold of his mana body, managed to activate a Tier 4 defensive spell in time. Even so, the Tier 4 barrier he summoned shattered after receiving Shifeng's attack. As for the other Tier 4 players, none of them survived the attack. Even a Tier 4 shield warrior died on the spot. The Tier 4 NPCs fared a little better than the players. Because of their significant advantage in levels and equipment, they all managed to activate a Tier 4 defensive skill or spell in time and block the attacks directed at them. Even so, having used up one of their life-saving measures, these NPCs wouldn't be able to reuse these skills and spells within a short time. However, Shifeng had no intention of giving the Blood Alliance's members any room to catch a breather. After completing his first attack, he promptly activated Blade Domain and executed Swords Transmigration once more. Under Shifeng's control, the 7 magic swords exhibited power at the Tier 5 standard. Brute and the Tier 4 NPCs were cornered and had no choice but to work together to cope with Shifeng's attacks. Despite not holding anything back, they were still forced to use their life-saving measures one after another. For a time, explosions and spatial tears roiled the entrance of the Starlight Fortress. After these noises continued for around 30 seconds, Brute and the Blood Alliance's Tier 4 NPCs all turned into ashes, becoming deader than dead. They died, just like that. So, this is Black Flame's strength. Amazing! Isn't he basically a Tier 5 now? The spectators gaped in shock when they saw the Blood Alliance's people annihilated, unable to get their minds around this situation for a long time. After all, Brute was a domain realm expert. If he worked together with more than a dozen Tier 4 NPCs, they could probably raid even Tier 5 legendary monsters. However, in front of Shifeng, these powerful individuals were like children. Throughout the fight, they could only defend themselves, they didn't have any leeway to retaliate or even heal themselves. Anyone who slipped up on their defense for even a moment got killed instantly. At this time, let alone the spectating crowd, even Phythalia was flabbergasted by this situation. She never thought that a person's combat power could achieve such frightening heights after reaching the half-step Tier 5 and world creation standards. With such combat power, Shifeng could probably go up against a true Tier 5 existence. Meanwhile, after killing the Blood Alliance's members, Shifeng didn't hesitate to pocket the items they dropped. Simultaneously, he marveled at the excellence of the items they dropped. Just the epic weapons and equipment he obtained numbered more than 10. Moreover, every one of them could be used up to level 150. After collecting his loot, Shifeng went to Phythalia's group and said gratefully, "Thank you for helping out with the Starlight Fortress's troubles throughout this period. If not for you all maintaining the fortress, it would have most likely become a mess long ago." From the Blood Alliance's movements, he could tell that many powers on the Western continent already had their sights set on the Starlight Fortress. The threat of the Divine Dragon was no longer sufficient to ensure the Starlight Fortress's development. After all, so long as these powers isolated the Starlight Fortress and prevented other players from visiting it, they could easily stifle the fortress's development. "You exaggerate, Guild Leader Black Flame. However, you dealt a heavy blow to the Blood Alliance. The Alliance is unlikely to take this lying down," Phythalia said. She then added, "We have already conducted a thorough investigation into the Blood Alliance. It consists of more than 10 superpowers and quite a number of powerful NPC forces. Some of these NPC forces even have Tier 5 NPCs leading them. This is why even the Outer World invaders are just barely able to suppress the Blood Alliance and not defeat it outright. With Shifeng's strength, offending superpowers wouldn't be a problem." However, it was a different story for NPC forces. Now that NPCs were no longer restricted by the system, so long as there were sufficient benefits to be had, they would be more than willing to take action against players. If a Tier 5 NPC were to attack the Starlight Fortress, even if the fortress could remain standing, it would still be a nightmare for the fortress. "Relax. Even if a Tier 5 does come, they can do nothing," Shifeng said, chuckling nonchalantly. If it were before he had challenged the trial, he would indeed hesitate to clash with the Blood Alliance. However, he now had the ability to contend against Tier 5 existences. Not to mention, the Starlight Fortress even had Auerbach guarding it. The Silver Divine Dragon could suppress even ordinary Tier 5 existences of the same level. "Do nothing." Phythalia's eyes widened in shock. She couldn't help growing curious about the basis of Shifeng's confidence. In the current era where gods had secluded themselves, Tier 5 existences were considered the strongest combatants in God's domain. This was the same for the outer world. Every Tier 5 individual was a strategic existence that could single-handedly ensure the safety of a region. Hence, she found it inconceivable that Shifeng already had the ability to go up against Tier 5 existences. Not to mention, these were Tier 5 NPCs they were talking about, not Tier 5 players. "Commander Phythalia, may I trouble you to get me these materials?" Instead of explaining his confidence, Shifeng took out a list and handed it to Phythalia. "I am willing to purchase them using magic crystals at double the market value." After taking a look at the materials on the list, Phythalia found that although these materials were rare and valuable, gathering them shouldn't be a problem with Divine Tribe's abilities. "This shouldn't be a problem, but why would you want to purchase these materials at such a high price? With Zero Wings abilities, you should be able to gather these materials yourself. There's no need to pay double for them, much less pay in magic crystals," Phythalia asked as she looked at Shifeng strangely. Aside from the magic elven stone, the other materials on the list were relatively easy to obtain for a superpower. So long as Shifeng returned to the eastern continent, he could gather these materials at any time through Zero Wing. There was no need to pay such an exorbitant price. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU not bothering to hide his motives, Shifeng explained calmly, I don't have a choice. I urgently need these materials to connect the two continents. I won't have enough if I rely on only the Starlight Fortress's material stockpile, so I have to ask your guild to acquire them for me. Now that he could summon the divine dragon to his aid at any time, he could do many things that he dared not do before. Connect the two continents. Phythalia momentarily doubted her ears when she heard Shifeng's words. How is this possible? The two main continents of God's domain were incredibly far apart from each other. This was why the various superpowers had desperately contended over intercontinental teleportation arrays. Even so, these teleportation arrays came with a lot of limitations. If Shifeng really had a way to allow people to travel between the two continents freely, then that would be simply amazing. However, Shifeng just smiled in response to Phythalia's doubt and did not explain himself further. His past self would indeed be incapable of accomplishing such a feat. However, now that he was a Grandmaster Magician, combined with the Starlight Fortress's summoning tower, such a feat wasn't particularly difficult. Chapter 2858, Intercontinental Teleportation Magic Array Starlight Fortress, Summoning Tower. After spending over 80,000 magic crystals to purchase all of the materials he needed from Divine Tribe, Shifeng immediately began working on the Summoning Tower's teleportation array. The Summoning Tower's main purpose was to summon monsters. It was a construction unique to the Starlight Fortress. However, the Starlight Fortress itself could be considered a teleportation tower, as it possessed a teleportation array and a spatial node passed down since ancient times. These inheritances were what allowed the Summoning Tower to summon monsters from other worlds to fight for the Starlight Fortress. Under normal circumstances, it shouldn't be possible for the Summoning Tower to facilitate intercontinental teleportation. However, Shifeng was now a grandmaster in manipulating magic arrays. He even possessed a teleportation magic array design. Hence, he could make the impossible possible. Not to mention, he had also seen quite a few guild cities that possessed player-made intercontinental teleportation arrays in his previous life. To achieve intercontinental teleportation, one needed to fulfill 3 conditions. The first condition was to have a Grandmaster Magician. The second condition was to have a teleportation magic array design. The third and most important condition was to have a spatial node on one of the two continents. Only after fulfilling these 3 conditions could one construct an intercontinental teleportation magic array. Meanwhile, there weren't many spatial nodes on the two continents. In total, they numbered less than 20. Moreover, many of them were in dangerous forbidden lands. However, so long as one managed to secure a spatial node, they could freely travel between the two main continents, no longer subject to the various limitations of ancient intercontinental magic arrays. This was why Shifeng was adamant about acquiring the Starlight Fortress previously. The only flaw intercontinental teleportation arrays had was their colossal energy consumption. Instead of using magic crystals like ordinary teleportation arrays did, an intercontinental teleportation array required mana stones as fuel. Moreover, each teleportation cost 10 mana stones. If the job of synthesizing mana stones using magic crystals were left to a master alchemist, it would cost nearly 1,000 magic crystals per teleportation. With such a high cost, even superpowers wouldn't be able to afford to teleport people between continents in large numbers. However, even with such a limitation, the intercontinental teleportation array was still plenty amazing. After all, the two main continents had different resources. Trading in these resources could net massive profits. Moreover, transportation by teleportation was much more convenient than by air or by sea. Most importantly, an intercontinental magic array could allow a guild to synergize its forces on the two continents. This guild could operate on the two continents as if operating on a single continent, free of the problems arising from operating on two different continents. This was also one reason Shifeng had been desperately working to become a Grandmaster Magician all this time. As Shifeng was quietly constructing the intercontinental magic array in the summoning tower, Divine Tribe's executives suddenly held a meeting in the guild's temporary residence in the Starlight Fortress. Phythalia, is what you say true? Can Black Flame really connect the two continents? Great Elder Adolf asked in disbelief as he looked at Phythalia. When Adolf heard that Shifeng had reached the half-step Tier 5 in world creation standards and single-handedly killed over a dozen Tier 4 NPCs, he had already been incredulous. Yet, Phythalia was now telling him that Shifeng could also create an intercontinental teleportation array. How could he possibly believe her? However, Adolf also understood one thing very clearly: Phythalia was never one to exaggerate things. Since she had said so, then this matter was most likely true. Only, he still couldn't help seeking further confirmation from her. With Black Flame's personality, it's unlikely he would lie. Not to mention, he doesn't have any reason to lie to us, Phythalia replied after giving the matter some thought. After all, even if he can't connect the two continents, with the strength and potential he has displayed and the Starlight Fortress's support, should Zero Wing fall on the eastern continent, it can easily rise again on the western continent. Zero Wing won't need our support at all. That makes sense. Adolf nodded. The Starlight Fortress had a Tier 4 Divine Dragon guarding it. Unless a Tier 6 god or a group of Tier 5 existences attacked the fortress, nothing could threaten the fortress. Not to mention, Shifeng was already highly likely to get promoted to Tier 5. Whether it was now or in the future, he definitely couldn't be underestimated. The reason I called everyone here is to recommend that we deepen our partnership with Zero Wing, Phythalia said as she took out a set of documents detailing the Eastern Continent situation. After sending a copy to everyone present, she continued, "This is the latest report on the Eastern Continent's state of affairs. Several more superpowers have come from the outer world recently. Although there shouldn't be any large-scale battles occurring between the outer world invaders and the Eastern Continent's natives, friction between the two sides will definitely occur one way or another. Meanwhile, Zero Wing's resources are extraordinary. A battle between Zero Wing and the outer world invaders is inevitable. Hence, I propose that we have some of the guild's Tier 4s head to the Eastern Continent to support Zero Wing. This way, Divine Tribe will have some initiative in future partnerships with Zero Wing." When Phythalia finished speaking, everyone present promptly nodded in agreement. Before today, they had merely treated Zero Wing as an ordinary superpower and did not put much thought into their partnership with the guild. However, after today's incident, they could no longer afford to do so. This was because Zero Wing possessed not only a half-step Tier 5 expert but also an intercontinental teleportation array linking the two continents. Once word of this teleportation array got out, the Starlight Fortress would undoubtedly become the Western Continent's focal point. At that time, the Starlight Fortress's income would definitely multiply by tenfold or more. If Divine Tribe could get a cut of this pie, it would be of significant help to the guild. With Divine Tribe's foundations, the resources from the Starlight Fortress might even allow it to rival the 5 great super guilds. I don't see any problem with this. Looking at Phythalia, Adolf pondered for a moment before saying, "Since we are going to help Zero Wing on the Eastern Continent, Phythalia, take McCaffrey and Crimson with you. The two of them should be able to help Zero Wing solve many problems." "Thank you, Great Elder." Phythalia was overjoyed when she heard Adolf's words. McCaffrey and Crimson, which were top combatants of Divine Tribe. The two of them possessed fragmented legendary items and were fully geared in epic weapons and equipment. Most importantly, both had broken through the 100% threshold of their mana bodies. Crimson Witch, in particular, had even reached the 105% completion rate. Adolf aside, the completion rate of Crimson Witch's mana body was the highest in Divine Tribe. If not for Phythalia owning a fragmented legendary weapon, she wouldn't be a match for Crimson Witch. I'll contact the two of them in a moment. As for everything else, I'll leave it up to you, Adolf said, nodding. Originally, Adolf had other plans for McCaffrey and Crimson Witch. However, taking into account Zero Wing's potential, he deemed deepening Divine Tribe's relationship with Zero Wing much more valuable. Shortly after Divine Tribe's executives concluded their meeting, Shifeng completed the intercontinental teleportation array at the top of the summoning tower. Good. The spatial coordinates are stable. Now, I just need to set up a corresponding teleportation array on the eastern continent, and the two continents will be connected. Shifeng nodded in satisfaction as he looked at the intercontinental teleportation array before him. This intercontinental magic array was definitely his best creation since he began playing God's Domain. Not only did constructing this magic array require a lot of knowledge and understanding of the various elements of mana, but he also had to convert a master teleportation magic array into a grandmaster teleportation magic array. The difficulty of such a feat was simply extraordinary. Shifeng suddenly received a call soon after completing the intercontinental teleportation array. Guild leader Black Flame, I have already arranged the matter you asked before, Phythalia said as she looked at Shifeng through the video chat. Smiling, she continued, you can head over to the eastern continent together with us at any time. If it's the intercontinental teleportation array in the Hell Forest City's secret land, we should be able to reach the eastern continent in less than 2 days. Together. Surprised by Phythalia's words, Shifeng asked, you plan on heading to the eastern continent as well, Commander Phythalia? From what he understood, Divine Tribe had never shown any interest in the eastern continent. The guild had always focused on the western continent. Not to mention, the current eastern continent was an incredibly dangerous place. Most importantly, Divine Tribe had to pay a huge price to send people to the eastern continent. The superpowers controlling ancient intercontinental teleportation arrays normally charged around 8,000 magic crystals and various precious materials per person when facilitating travel between the two continents. Moreover, this was still considered a friendship price. Even for a superpower, having many people travel between the two continents would still be a considerable expenditure. In response to Shifeng's question, Phythalia nodded and smiled. Emichim. Our guild has some matters to deal with on the eastern continent. I'm afraid we will have to trouble you at that time, guild leader Black Flame. You're being too polite, Commander Phythalia. Your guild has helped me plenty on the western continent, Shifeng said, chuckling. If you encounter any trouble on the eastern continent, feel free to look for me. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, since you've said so, I definitely won't hold back when that time comes, guild leader Black Flame, Phythalia said, her smile turning even brighter. Naturally. Shifeng nodded. Besides Divine Tribe's status on the western continent, just being able to form friendly relations with Phythalia herself was already well worth his time. After all, there weren't many players capable of reaching Tier 6 in God's Domain. Shifeng ended his call with Phythalia, then sorted out the Starlight Fortress's income. He collected the 14 million gold and 930,000 magic crystals the fortress earned during this period and made his way to the fortress's entrance. And after he met up with Phythalia's group of 3, they promptly made their way to the Hell Forest City's secret land's intercontinental teleportation array. After waiting for more than a day for the teleportation array to activate, Shifeng transformed into a streak of light and disappeared from the secret land. Chapter 2859, Returning to the Eastern Continent, Demon Mist Valley, what rotten luck. We actually got teleported to a forbidden land. Crimson Witch frowned as she observed the faint red mist surrounding her. Divine Tribe had conducted a thorough investigation into the Forbidden Lands on both continents. This was because these locations were incredibly dangerous, current players couldn't visit them. Moreover, players would first have to exit the Forbidden Land before they could teleport out of the map. After players entered level 100 plus maps, it was found that these maps possessed plenty of spatial tears and random teleportation points. Any one of these traps had a high chance of teleporting players to dangerous locations like Forbidden Lands. Hence, to reduce the chances of their important combatants dying after getting teleported forcibly to a Forbidden Land, the superpowers investigated the various Forbidden Lands and provided this information to their members. The Demon Mist Valley was one of the better-known Forbidden Lands on the eastern continent. The reason for its fame was the red mist shrouding the map all year round. Anyone who entered this place, even Tier 48, would have their physique and senses heavily suppressed, unable to exert even half of their normal combat power. In addition, the monsters in the Demon Mist Valley possessed incredibly powerful defense and magic resistance. The weakest monster here was a level 130 Great Lord. There were also plenty of mythic monsters and even superior mythic monsters. Even Tier 4 experts would have a very low chance of survival if they got sent to this Forbidden Land unprepared. Hence, the various superpowers had placed particularly great importance on the Demon Mist Valley. Our luck isn't all that bad. At least we didn't get sent to the central region. We're only at the boundary between the inner and outer regions, McCaffrey, the Silver Lion Legion's vice commander, said after checking his map. Pointing at the valley in the forest in front, he continued, "We should reach the outer region in 3 hours if we head in that direction." The Demon Mist Valley did not just prevent teleportation, but its red mist also prevented Tier 4 players from flying. In fact, even flying mounts could only walk here. Guild leader Black Flame, let us hurry out of here. We'll get surrounded by monsters if we stay for too long. At that time, leaving the Demon Mist Valley will become even more troublesome, Vithalia suggested as she looked at Shirfong. Although the red mist heavily suppressed players' perception, the monsters inside the Demon Mist Valley were unaffected. Hence, monsters would almost always notice players before players detected them. In addition, now that monsters in God's domain had gained self-awareness and greater intelligence, they would almost always ambush players in packs. Not to mention, their group was currently in the Demon Mist Valley's inner region. According to Divine Tribe's research, the chances of a superior mythic monster appearing here was quite high. Quite a number of mythic monsters also roamed the area. If their group caused a huge commotion, it could easily attract a pack of mythic monsters. Even for Tier 4 players like themselves, fighting multiple mythic monsters was very dangerous. Sure. Shirfong nodded. After arriving in the Demon Mist Valley, he had already spread his senses. Despite his perception getting suppressed to just a 2,000-yard radius, he still managed to discover 2 mythic monsters and more than 30 level 140-plus Grand Lords. It would indeed be very troublesome if their small group had to fight against all these monsters. Following this, the group of 4 made their way into the valley under Shirfeng's lead. Now that Shirfeng's concentration had reached the Tier 5 standard and his control over mana had achieved world creation, even after walking through the valley for over an hour, the 4 did not come across a single battle. This situation confused Vithalia and the others, and they could only assume that an army of players had cleared this valley recently. However, as the group approached the outer region, the density of the monsters in the area also increased. Although Shirfong had a perception range of 2,000 yards, he still had greater difficulty finding a safe route to travel. Players. Suddenly, Shirfong detected strong mana fluctuations coming from a forest some distance ahead, indicating a battle taking place there. After advancing a little more, the group even began hearing sounds of battle. Shortly after hearing the noise, the group saw a level 145 superior mythic ranked 4-winged feather dragon rising from the forest 1,000 yards away. The feather dragon then used a breath attack, turning the forest within a 500-yard radius into ash. Along with the destruction of a portion of the forest, 3 figures, 1 female and 2 males entered the sight of Shirfeng's group. These 3 players were all Tier 4 players. Shirfong even recognized 2 of them. One was 16th Cloud, the second vice guild leader of Shining Tiger, the other was the assassin Sorrowful Silence. The only reason the trio managed to survive the Feathered Dragon's breath attack was the Tier 4 Guardian Knight of the group. However, after taking on that breath attack, the Guardian Knight did not have much HP remaining. None of the three was a healer either, so the Guardian Knight could only rely on potions to heal himself. Evidently, it wouldn't be long before they fell to the superior mythic monster. Damn it! To think we'll actually die here. 16th Cloud, who wielded a crimson staff, glared at the four-winged feathered dragon's 60-meter-long frame with inevitable frustration. That's right. We should have fought those people outside instead. It would be much better than getting killed by this monster, Sorrowful Silence said, nodding in agreement. There's no helping it. Who would have thought we would encounter such a monster as soon as we ducked into the inner region? 16th Cloud said with a bitter smile. I guess fate really wants us dead. They had gone to great lengths to escape the Outer World experts' pursuit, running all the way from the Demon Mist Valley's outer region to the inner region. Originally, they thought they could lose those Outer World experts after hiding in the inner region. They never imagined that a superior mythic monster might be guarding the border. The four-winged feather dragon wasn't just a superior mythic monster. It was also the realm lord of this area. Even a 20-man Tier 4 team would have difficulty fighting it under normal circumstances, what more under the Demon Mist Valley suppression. And worse, the feathered dragon could fly. There was no way to escape it. Players that encountered the feathered dragon had only two options, kill it or be killed by it. There was no third option. However, before 16th Cloud and Sorrowful Silence could continue their conversation, the feathered dragon flapped its two sets of wings, sending countless wind blades at the three players. The boss did not give the trio a chance to catch a breather. Upon seeing the approaching wind blades, 16th Cloud swung her crimson staff, instantly raising a wall of flames in front of the three. The wall of flames rose over 100 meters, blocking all the oncoming wind blades. And once the flames stopped the attacks, they transformed into a phoenix that flew toward the feathered dragon. Tier 4 Curse, Phoenix Flame. Phoenix Flame was actually a Tier 4 offensive curse. However, 16th Cloud not only utilized it as if it were a defensive curse but even switched it to offense afterward. Her mastery of this Tier 4 curse was simply superb. However, just as the phoenix was about to devour the feathered dragon, the latter suddenly let loose a deafening roar. Immediately afterward, the flames making up the phoenix got extinguished one after another. The phoenix eventually disappeared before it could reach the feathered dragon's body. Mana Annihilation. 16th Cloud was thunderstruck when she saw the flames disappearing, her mind unable to accept this situation. If the flames had merely failed to damage the feathered dragon because they lacked power, she would still be able to understand it. However, as she held full control over the flames, she could tell that the flames hadn't died naturally. Instead, they got extinguished because the mana used to create and fuel them had been annihilated. How can a boss hold such a skill? This is cheating. Sorrowful Silence fell into despair as he looked at the feathered dragon. Although he didn't know the exact details of the situation because he wasn't the creator of those flames, he could tell that those flames had died due to mana annihilation. In other words, all spells would be a joke in front of the feathered dragon. Moreover, as an inferior dragon, the four-winged feathered dragon possessed incredible defense. If magical attacks were ineffective against it, it would be a nigh-invincible existence. After destroying 16th Cloud's curse, the feathered dragon flapped its wings and sent wind blades at the three players once more. It seems this is the end for us. Looking at the innumerable oncoming wind blades, 16th Cloud could only shrug helplessly and wait for death to claim her. Originally, she had hoped her Tier 4 curse would heavily injure the feathered dragon, creating an opportunity for their party to escape. However, let alone heavily injuring the feathered dragon, she couldn't even damage it. In front of an inferior dragon capable of using mana annihilation, an elementalist like herself was nothing but a joke. She was of no threat to it at all. Yet, just as the countless wind blades were about to strike 16th Cloud and the others, a magic barrier suddenly emerged from the ground before them. The barrier stopped the wind blades, releasing the trio from death's grip. Crystalline barrier. When 16th Cloud saw the shattered magic barrier in front of her, she immediately recognized the Tier 4 spell used to create it. With his keen eyes, Sorrowful Silence quickly noticed some figures emerging from the distant forest. Vice Guild Leader, there are people coming from over there. At Sorrowful Silence's words, 16th Cloud promptly turned toward the direction he indicated. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. What entered her vision were 4 people, 2 male and 2 females, emerging from the forest roughly 500 yards away. It was evident that these 4 people were responsible for the Tier 4 defensive spell that had saved their party. Black Flame. When 16th Cloud saw one of the cloaked men of the group, she couldn't help her surprise. She had met with the man known as Black Flame once before, when negotiating with Zero Wing for partnership on behalf of Shining Tiger. However, after that event, she had paid very little attention to Zero Wing, focusing it all on developing Shining Tiger's forces in the Glory Empire. If not for Shifeng having accomplished astonishing feats that shook the entirety of God's domain, she would have long since forgotten his appearance. Chapter 2860, Eastern Continent Situation. 16th Cloud and the others noticed the 3 people moving behind Shifeng and were stunned when they saw the faces of these 3 people. No way! Commander Phythalia of Divine Tribe's Divine Hymn Legion is here. Isn't Divine Tribe active only on the Western Continent? She's not here alone. Even the Silver Lion Legion's Vice Commander McCaffrey and Divine Tribe's Crimson Witch are here. Both of them are Divine Tribe's top combatants. Crimson Witch is probably the one who helped us just now. Why did they come here all of a sudden? Although Divine Tribe wasn't famous on the Eastern Continent, it was very well known on the Western Continent. The guild's development had even skyrocketed recently, and it was now in existence close to rivaling the 5 great super guilds. Naturally, Divine Tribe was many times stronger than a recently established superpower like Shining Tiger. Yet, 3 of Divine Tribe's top combatants were now here. With the ability of these 3 people, they could normally preside over the guild affairs on their own. Having the 3 of them together was akin to Divine Tribe having its trump card Legion stroll down the street of a city. Unless Divine Tribe was planning an important operation, such an action would be a complete waste of manpower. However, before 16th Cloud and the others could recover from their surprise, Phythalia and McCaffrey suddenly appeared beside the 4-winged feathered dragon. Phythalia promptly brandished her longsword and bombarded the Realm Lord with a rain of sword lights. As for McCaffrey, he raised his great sword and stabbed it into the ground. Subsequently, massive greatswords emerged from the ground and stabbed at the airborne feathered dragon. Compared to the Shining Tiger trio, Phythalia and McCaffrey evidently had far superior control over mana. Their ordinary Tier 4 skills nearly rivaled Tier 5 skills in power. They also perfectly coordinated their attacks, such that the feathered dragon could only defend against the attack of one and had no choice but to take the attack of the other. Minus 31,654,215. Damage exceeding 30 million appeared above the feathered dragon's head, the attack provoking a pained cry from the superior mythic. Although this amount of damage was nothing compared to the feathered dragon's nearly 20 billion HP, 16th Cloud and the others couldn't even damage the Realm Lord. And how strong! So, these are Divine Tribe's top combatants? 16th Cloud was astonished when she saw the combat prowess Phythalia and McCaffrey displayed. Although 16th Cloud recognized that she still couldn't rank at the very top of God's domain in terms of combat power, she was still a Domain Realm Tier 4 expert. She was also fully equipped with epic equipment. Yet, compared to Phythalia and McCaffrey, she still had a long way to go before reaching the top of God's domain. However, before Shining Tiger's trio could overcome their shock from Phythalia and McCaffrey's display of power, an overbearing sword light suddenly cut through space and sliced off one of the feathered dragon's claws. The attack wrenched an agonized shriek from the feathered dragon, and its HP instantly plunged by more than 100 million. The horrified feathered dragon immediately flapped its wings and fled the scene like a powerful storm, not daring to remain for even a moment longer. The feathered dragon was much faster than the average Tier 4 flying mount. Upon seeing this scene, 16th Cloud and the others reflexively turned toward the origin of the sword light with stunned looks on their faces. This was because the origin of this sword light was none other than Shifeng. Currently, he radiated a mana so dense that it was liquid. How is this possible? 16th Cloud gaped in shock at Shifeng. Not only did Shifeng scare a superior mythic-ranked realm lord away with one attack, but the strength of his mana was simply unbelievable. The density of his mana was something she had seen radiating from only Tier 5 NPCs. However, while the information Shining Tiger obtained said that Shifeng was indeed powerful to the point where he could slay Tier 4 NPCs, it did not say that he was this powerful. The attack Shifeng had used to scare the feathered dragon away wasn't a skill because the attack did not create any mana fluctuations whatsoever. It was an ordinary attack executed with a combat technique. Meanwhile, seeing the feathered dragon fly away left Shifeng feeling a little frustrated. How unfortunate. The demon Mist Valley's restraint prevented even him from flying. Hence, if a flying monster fled from him, he had no way of catching up. Not to mention, the four-winged feathered dragon was even a realm lord. This was why players had an incredibly difficult time killing mythic monsters or above in forbidden lands that prevented flight. After all, the majority of the mythic monsters in forbidden lands could fly. Unless players prepared an ambush beforehand, they could, at most, repel mythic monsters but not kill them. Are you three alright? After seeing the feathered dragon flying into the distance, Shifeng approached 16th Cloud's group and asked curiously, "This isn't a place ordinary Tier 4s can visit. Why did you come here?" Unlike the ruined mountain range, which was a forbidden land only for humans, the Demon Mist Valley was a forbidden land for all life, much more dangerous than the ruined mountain range. Tier 4 players traveling alone or in a small group could only explore the valley's outer region, at most. Normally, if players wished to enter the Demon Mist Valley's inner region, they needed a team of 20 Tier 4 players at the very least. Meanwhile, 16th Cloud's group only had 3 people. Entering the valley's inner region was a death sentence for them. "You misunderstand us, Guild Leader Black Flame. If possible, we wouldn't have chosen to enter this place either," 16th Cloud replied with a bitter smile. "The 3 of us entered this place because we had no other choice. Otherwise, the Outer World Tier 4 experts chasing us would have long since killed us." She was both Shining Tiger's second vice guild leader and a Tier 4 domain realm expert. If it were a month ago, nobody would believe her if she told them that other players were hunting her and had even driven her into a desperate situation. In fact, if 16th Cloud had come across such a situation, she definitely wouldn't tell anyone about it. Now, however, 16th Cloud did not mind revealing this matter to an outsider at all. She also didn't find it damaging to her self-esteem. On the contrary, she even felt proud about the situation. "The 3 of you were actually cornered. Is the Eastern Continent situation that bad?" Shifeng was surprised by 16th Cloud's words. In his previous life, Tier 4 experts remained existences that could not be underestimated, even 10 years after God's Domain's launch. Even superpowers with Tier 5 and Tier 6 experts wouldn't have an easy time targeting and hunting down Tier 4 experts keen on escaping. After all, there were simply far too few experts in God's Domain capable of getting promoted to Tier 4, and the bare minimum requirement for players to participate in a hunt for Tier 4 players was to be Tier 4 themselves. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to catch up with and surround the targeted Tier 4 player at all. And while Tier 5 and Tier 6 experts were indeed capable of overpowering Tier 4 experts in a head-on fight, they had to track down their target first before they could do anything. Hence, even for the various superpowers, hunting down Tier 4 experts was a headache. Yet, 16th Cloud's group of 3 Tier 4 experts was actually getting hunted. This told Shifeng that the eastern continent was in far direr straits than what Divine Tribe's report described. Guild leader Black Flame, you must have been away from the eastern continent during this period, right? 16th Cloud wasn't particularly surprised by Shifeng's question. Without withholding any information, she replied, a few days ago, another 10 or so outer-world superpowers arrived on the eastern continent. One of these superpowers is incredibly strong, probably on the level of the 5 great super guilds. This superpower has many Tier 4s, as well as Tier 3 experts that exhibit combat power at the Tier 4 standard. Because of this superpower's appearance, the originally stable situation on the eastern continent changed instantly. Previously, the Tier 4 experts of the eastern continent superpowers could still roam the Demon Mist Valley's outer region. Now, however, let alone grinding peacefully in the outer region, we'd be fortunate not to get hunted by those outer world experts. Previously, there had indeed been a huge difference between the eastern continent superpowers and the outer world superpowers. However, it wasn't as if the eastern continent superpowers were utterly helpless to fight back. After all, even in the outer world, reaching Tier 4 wasn't easy. As a result, the outer world superpowers did not have many Tier 4 players under their command either. However, after that superpower showed up, the outer world's forces suddenly gained a slew of Tier 4 combatants. This instantly shattered the balance between the two sides and placed native Tier 4 experts like herself at an absolute disadvantage. Almost all of the eastern continent's resource-rich maps had already become the backyard of those outer world players, and trying to level up in these maps was now a monumental challenge for native players. I see. No wonder you ran all the way here. Shifeng finally understood the situation. There were many ways in God's domain to allow Tier 3 experts to possess Tier 4 combat power. Besides Tier 3 mana set equipment, combat arrays were more than capable of doing the job. However, combat arrays were incredibly rare, and producing them was also extremely troublesome. This was especially true when it came to the materials required. Nevertheless, so long as one managed to manufacture combat arrays capable of granting Tier 3 players Tier 4 combat power, one would be more than capable of dealing with Tier 4 players. After all, the precondition for Tier 4 players' invulnerability to Zerg tactics was that their opponents were Tier 3 combatants or weaker. If a Tier 4 player had to go up against a group of Tier 4 players, even a Tier 4 Apex expert would be pushed to the brink of death very quickly. Guild leader Black Flame, if you plan on leaving the Demon Mist Valley, I'd advise you to wait here for the time being. We entered this place just recently, so those outer world experts are probably still hanging around the outer region, 16th Cloud said. Although those Tier 3 experts with Tier 4 combat power are strong, their resistance to the foreign energy in the environment is still at the Tier 3 standard, so they can't stay in a forbidden land for too long. Judging by Shifeng's reactions, 16th Cloud guessed that the man had not been updated about the eastern continent situation for quite some time now. Although Shifeng was indeed extraordinarily strong and even had 3 powerful experts following him, his group would most likely still face a bitter battle if it had to go up against a large number of Tier 4 combatants. If the 4 weren't careful, they might even end up losing their lives. At present, the wisest option would be to wait until those Tier 4 combatants had left the Forbidden Land. Thank you for the warning, but that won't be necessary. Shifeng shook his head in response to 16th Cloud's advice. After voicing his gratitude, he promptly led Phythalia and the others out of the inner region. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. When Shifeng's party of 4 had gotten several hundred yards away, Sorrowful Silence and the Tier 4 Guardian Knight turned to 16th Cloud. What should we do now? Sorrowful Silence asked. Do we wait here? Now that the 4-winged feather dragon had fled this place, they should be safe for some time. We don't have a choice. Let's follow Guild leader Black Flame, 16th Cloud replied, gritting her teeth. It might be impossible to break out of the encirclement with just the three of us, but with the strength of guild leader Black Flame's group, we should have a chance. 16th Cloud and the others ran after Shifang's group. Chapter 2861, Natives. Demon Mist Valley, Outer Region. Due to the red mist shrouding the Demon Mist Valley all year round, the Forbidden Land was very humid, abounding with lush vegetation. Unlike the plants found in the outside world, the plants here seemed self-aware as they constantly moved about slowly. This made one feel they were traversing a maze when they traveled through the valley. Damn it. Those people sure know how to run. If they'd just tamely let us kill them, we wouldn't have to suffer so much. A level 143, Tier 4 female swordsman grumbled in dissatisfaction. That might be the case, but we also have to thank these people. A level 143, Tier 4 male berserker standing beside the female swordsman said. If not for these native Tier 4 experts, we wouldn't have an opportunity to earn alliance contribution points. I guess that's true. So long as we gather a few more points, we will be able to stay in the luxury zone where those major powers stay, the female swordsman said, nodding. A hint of anticipation flashing across her eyes, she continued, I heard that the luxury zone even sells drugs that extend one's lifespan. We can also use the extra points we earn to exchange for those drugs. I've heard about them too. Normally, those things are reserved for the upper-class young masters and young ladies. Ordinary people like us have no chance to touch these things, said a middle-aged man who was a level 145, Tier 4 elementalist. Now, though, those major powers have no choice but to ask professionals like us for help to take over this backwater world. It's a pity that the natives here are too inferior. Their control over mana, skills, and spells is terribly clumsy. If they were a little better, we would have more targets to hunt and more points to earn. As these Tier 4 players were chatting merrily, a party of players was eyeing them with contempt. These mercenaries really know how to dream. Do they think they can exchange for those life-extending drugs so easily? Jade Leaf commented as she looked at the bragging Tier 4 experts in disdain. Even our guild has trouble getting our hands on a few bottles, yet they think mercenaries like them can exchange for some. Jade, you can't say that. If we don't provide these people with some benefits, how would we get them to work for us? Awakened Abyss said, smiling. Moreover, thanks to this operation, we also get to exchange for those precious life-extending drugs without limit this time. This is a rare opportunity from the higher-ups. In the world they lived in, life-extending drugs were incredibly precious items. Even children of major families like themselves had great difficulty getting their hands on a bottle. However, they could now use the alliance contribution points they earned from killing native Tier 4 experts to exchange for these drugs, a precious opportunity, even for them. After all, who wouldn't want to live a longer life? Before Awakened Abyss could continue speaking, a level 144, Tier 4 ranger suddenly approached him in a hurry. Commander, we found traces of a group of people. These should be auras left behind by natives, the ranger reported in a quiet tone. 3 of the auras belong to the 3 people we were pursuing earlier. Good. Gather everyone for an ambush. Awakened Abyss commanded with a smile. So long as we kill them once, we'll see how Shining Tiger will continue bringing their members here to grind. The main reason the Eastern Continent's native superpowers continued to survive was their Tier 4 experts leading teams into Forbidden Lands to grind. Killing the native superpowers Tier 4 experts once would be more than enough to deal a heavy blow to the native superpowers, especially if the death penalty players suffered were increased. While EXP meant very little to Tier 4 players, it was a different story for weapons and equipment. If Tier 4 experts suddenly lost 2 or 3 pieces of their equipment, the native superpowers would definitely suffer heartache. It would also be very challenging for these native Tier 4 experts to recover from their losses. Understood. At Awakened Abyss's command, the ranger promptly contacted the other members of their hunting group to gather at the specified ambush point. In a woodland in the Demon Mist Valley's outer region. If we continue running in this direction for another 4 to 5 hours, we should be able to leave the Demon Mist Valley, 16th Cloud said excitedly as she pointed at a mountain range looming in the distance. The Demon Mist Valley's terrain continuously changed. The one constant in this place was the mountains. Meanwhile, the distant mountain range was none other than the 1/16th Cloud's party had passed through to enter the Forbidden Land. The sight of this same mountain range meant that their journey was nearing its end. Once they left the Demon Mist Valley, they could teleport to safety using a return scroll. At that time, the outer world invaders wouldn't be able to chase them. Sorrowful Silence and the Tier 4 Guardian Knight also grew excited when they saw the distant mountain range. The three of them had been inflicted with a curse that drastically increased the death penalty they suffered and would randomly resurrect them within the Forbidden Land. Previously, they thought that they no longer had any hope of surviving this ordeal. Now, their hopes were rekindled. It would have been incredibly difficult for their party of three to escape the outer region by themselves. After all, the outer region had not only outer world players hunting them but also powerful monsters roaming everywhere. If they got entangled with monsters for too long, the resulting commotion would definitely attract the outer world players to them. However, when following Shifeng's party of 4, they actually did not encounter a single monster. It was as if those monsters had vanished from the map. They had to marvel at Shifeng's party's heaven-defying luck. Now, all they needed to do was run to that distant mountain range. After that, they would be able to fly freely in the sky like birds. However, when the seven arrived at the foot of the mountain range, a magic barrier suddenly enveloped them. Given its 1,000-yard radius, one could easily tell that it was at the master standard. Even superior mythic monsters would have difficulty breaking out of it. Not good. We got fooled. 16th Cloud's complexion paled when she saw the barrier forming. She had thought that they had already shaken off the outer world players' pursuit. Evidently, these outer worlders had simply waited for them to throw themselves into this trap. With this area sealed with a master magic barrier, they had no hope of escaping whatsoever. Just then, a savage and brawny level 145 man emerged from the forest in front of Shifeng's group and said with a sadistic look, "You people have made me wait for a very long time. Let's see how you get out of this situation now." The last time his hunting group had come across Shining Tiger's party, it should have succeeded in annihilating the trio. However, the instant 16th Cloud noticed the ambush, she had decisively fled with her party before his hunting group could trap them with a barrier. This time, his hunting group had discovered traces of 16th Cloud's party early and managed to discern where the party was heading. And with this information, his hunting group could easily set up an ambush. At this time, 16th Cloud couldn't help looking at Shifeng with guilt. Guild leader Black Flame, this is all my fault. If I had suggested we take another exit, they wouldn't have caught us. The Demon Mist Valley didn't have just one exit. Had they chosen any of the other exits instead, they wouldn't have gotten trapped. Vice Commander Cloud, you don't need to blame yourself, Shifeng said, shaking his head. After all, I was the one who asked you to find the nearest exit. Even if you didn't guide us, we would have had to clean up these hindrances sooner or later. Upon hearing Shifeng's words, the approaching brawny man automatically frowned. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, clean up us hindrances. What big words you have there. Commander Eagle, why are you wasting time speaking with these people? These ignorant natives just don't know how large the gap between them and us is. Let's just get rid of them now. Shifeng's words enraged the outer world players surrounding his party. In their opinion, the residents of this god's domain were no different from natives living in an undeveloped wilderness. Yet, these natives weren't kneeling and begging them for mercy but even treating them like annoying flies. Such arrogance was beyond salvation. However, while the Outer World hunting group's 30-plus Tier 4 experts and 100-plus Tier 3 experts were raising a ruckus, the brawny man leading them turned his gaze toward Awakened Abyss's group. "Commander Abyss, you're finally here. May I know if your group will be taking action, or will you leave it to us?" Chapter 2862, Hunter. Or Hunted. Quasi-Eagle's words agitated the Tier 4 experts around him so much that they wished they could charge forward and finish off the 7 native players in front of them immediately. Currently, the Alliance's price for native Tier 4 experts was 300 contribution points per kill. If a curse was used on the kill, they would receive 1,000 points. These prices represented a fortune, even for the luxury zone's residents, let alone residents of the commoner zone like themselves. If converted into income, 1,000 Alliance contribution points were equivalent to 10 years of salary for an ordinary person living in the luxury zone. Indeed. The Interstellar Alliance's bounty for native Tier 4s was that high. This demonstrated the Interstellar Alliance's determination in acquiring this god's domain. More importantly, Alliance contribution points could be exchanged for money but not vice versa. Meanwhile, Alliance contribution points could be used to exchange for many items and resources that normally could not be bought with money. Hence, the 7 Tier 4 players in front of them were basically walking treasure troves. Even if they split the points among their group, they would still earn a significant income. However, Awakened Abyss did not respond to Quasi-Eagle's question. Instead, he stared at the group of native players in front of him. More precisely, he was looking at the cloaked man standing at the head of this group. Despite being surrounded by over 100 Tier 4 combatants and suppressed by a master magic array, this cloaked man remained incredibly calm. Guild Leader Black Flame. You've really made me search for you. Awakened Abyss ignored everyone around him, focusing solely on Shifeng, the words he uttered carrying endless rage and killing intent. Although Awakened Abyss had eventually gotten rescued from Sky Spring City's prison, his reputation in the guild had still plummeted. As a result, despite being one of the guild's top 3 talents, he had no choice but to complete a bunch of meaningless missions, such as hunting down Shining Tiger's Tier 4 experts. Hence, Awakened Abyss bore deep hatred for Shifeng. Only, after the world passage opened, he had not obtained any information on Shifeng's whereabouts, so he had no opportunity to reclaim his honor. However, Shifeng ignored Awakened Abyss's anger and hatred entirely. Looking at the young man, Shifeng said calmly, "So, it's Commander Abyss of 100 Ghosts. It seems you've improved a lot since we last met." Awakened Abyss was evidently much stronger than when Shifeng saw him in Sky Spring City. The young man had not only reached level 145 but even broken through the 100% threshold of his mana body. His mana body's completion rate definitely rivaled Phythalia's. Most importantly, aside from sporting epic set equipment, Awakened Abyss also had 3 fragmented legendary items on him. Given that he was at the domain realm and had gotten far in the realms of truth, the combat power he could display was most likely superior to the average Tier 4 NPCs. That's right. This is all thanks to you, Guild Leader Black Flame. Awakened Abyss gnashed his teeth at Shifeng's words. Since we had the fortune of meeting today, how about we? 11 Just as Awakened Abyss was about to propose a duel, Jade Leaf hurriedly tugged his sleeve and said quietly, "Abyss, don't mess around. His strength has already reached monstrous levels. Moreover, the Elder told you that now still isn't the time for us to make an enemy of Black Flame." Awakened Abyss had been imprisoned in Sky Spring City, so he had not witnessed the battle outside the Secret Covenant Tower. Back then, not only did Shifeng single-handedly slay hundreds of weakened Tier 4 foe Saint Saboteurs as if he was cutting up a bunch of vegetables, but he also revealed extraordinary trump cards. Shifeng also possessed an incredibly powerful mana domain. When he deployed his mana domain, none of the foe Saint Saboteurs managed to exhibit more than half of their usual combat power. While one of the reasons Wind Shadow had chosen to surrender to Zero Wing was indeed the mobile fortress's threat, a larger part was Shifeng's trump cards. Hence, he had chosen to surrender and compensate Zero Wing. Although their hunting group currently had a significant advantage in numbers and even had a master magic array suppressing Shifeng, Jade Leaf still couldn't see their group having any chance of victory against Shifeng's party. At Jade Leaf's reminder, Awakened Abyss gradually cooled down. "I know. Although Awakened Abyss wanted nothing more than to kill Shifeng right now, his circumstances were no longer the same as before. He could no longer afford to act willfully. Take Jade Leaf, for example. In addition to protecting him, she was also tasked with supervising him. If Awakened Abyss dared defy Windshadow's command and Jade Leaf reported his disobedience, it wouldn't matter whether he managed to kill Shifeng or not, nothing good would come of it. In fact, he might get even more marginalized in the guild. After Awakened Abyss finished his conversation with Jade Leaf, he turned to Quasi-Eagle. Commander Eagle, remove the barrier. We're leaving. At Awakened Abyss's words, Quasi-Eagle and the other Tier 4 experts of the hunting party were all stunned. What's going on? 16th Cloud also goggled in shock. She couldn't understand why the situation had taken such an unexpected turn. While she wasn't aware of the history between Awakened Abyss and Shifeng, she could tell from the anger and hatred Awakened Abyss had displayed towards Shifeng a moment ago that Awakened Abyss wouldn't let them go. In fact, it was already incredible that Awakened Abyss did not take action immediately. Yet, Awakened Abyss was now saying to let them go. If not for her clearly sensing the resentment Awakened Abyss radiated, she would even suspect that Awakened Abyss had merely been feigning anger before and that he actually had an excellent relationship with Shifeng. Let alone 16th Cloud, even Shifeng found this situation surprising. He couldn't help wondering if Awakened Abyss had blown a fuse or two in his brain from his previous outburst and had a slip of the tongue. Commander Abyss, what are you saying? Looking at Awakened Abyss in confusion, Quasi-Eagle asked, we've expended so much manpower and resources to hunt them down, yet you want us to just release them? It wasn't easy to hunt down and surround the native superpowers Tier 4 experts, who were now operating very cautiously. If it were before, they would have required a team of only a dozen or so Tier 4 combatants to hunt down a handful of native Tier 4s. Now, they needed to mobilize over 100 Tier 4 combatants just for 3 of Shining Tiger's Tier 4 experts. Since their hunting group had surrounded 7 Tier 4 experts, for more than expected, they would make a fortune if they simply finished the job. Yet, Awakened Abyss was telling them to let these Tier 4 experts go. For a moment, Quasi-Eagle suspected that Awakened Abyss had gone crazy. In response, Awakened Abyss clenched his fists and repeated, yes, let them go. 16th Cloud and her 2 guildmates heaved a deep sigh of relief at Awakened Abyss's affirmation. Although they didn't know why such a situation was happening or who exactly Awakened Abyss was, Awakened Abyss appeared to be the leader of this hunting group. And since the leader had spoken, her party should be safe. However, contrary to the Shining Tiger trio's expectations, Quasi-Eagle, the mercenaries' leader, behaved as if he had not heard Awakened Abyss's command. He didn't call off his subordinates or remove the Master Magic Array. Sorry, but I cannot listen to your words, Commander Abyss. I don't know what kind of relationship you have with this guild leader Black Flame, but I need to take care of my brothers. We went to great lengths to trap these people in a barrier. If we let them go now, my brothers will have nothing to eat. Looking at Awakened Abyss, Quasi-Eagle smiled faintly and said, since you are unwilling to take action, we will do it instead. If you can't bear to watch, you can shut your eyes and stand aside. I promise we won't let your friends suffer and will finish the battle quickly. I support you, boss. Commander Abyss, even if you're the leader, you have to ask our weapons first whether we agree with your commands. That's right. Commander Abyss, if you can't bear to attack your friend, just stand aside. The other mercenaries promptly voiced their agreement with Quasi-Eagle. Players like them relied on bounties to make a living. Now that they had found themselves a big catch, there was no way they would let their prey get away. When Awakened Abyss heard these mercenaries' words, he had an urge to puke blood. When did I become friends with Black Flame? Despite his anger at the mercenaries' comments, Awakened Abyss was actually delighted about this situation. In fact, he wished these mercenaries would blow up this situation even further. At that time, even if the higher-ups of his guild wanted to pin the blame on him, they couldn't. Although Awakened Abyss was slightly displeased that he wouldn't get revenge with his own hands, watching Shifeng get killed wasn't a bad option either. Jade Leaf, on the other hand, frowned at this sight. She never thought that these mercenaries would be so crazy. These mercenaries were treating a monster like Shifeng as an average Tier 4 expert under the command of the native superpowers. Instead of conducting detailed research on the man, the only thing they had in their minds was money. Jade, you saw it yourself. I tried to let him go, but these people aren't willing to do so. There's nothing I can do about this. Pretending to be angry, Awakened Abyss said, these mercenaries simply aren't treating me like their leader at all. That's why I've been saying that I'm not suited to leading these mercenaries. After this mission, you must talk to Elder Windshadow for me. Forget it. We're leaving. Jade Leaf couldn't be bothered with these mercenaries. The instructions of the guild's higher-ups were simple. They were to avoid making an enemy out of Zero Wing, no matter what, for the moment. However, since they had no control over these mercenaries, the higher-ups naturally couldn't blame them for negligence if the mercenaries acted on their own. Jade Leaf promptly drew 100 Ghosts' members aside, refusing to participate in this affair. Good. Seeing Jade Leaf moving away, Quasi-Eagle smiled and said, brothers, time to work. Make sure not to show too ugly of a scene to our dear Commander Abyss. The other mercenaries present laughed, all of them gazing at Shifeng's group with ill intentions. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU friends, don't blame us for this. We're only doing this to make a living. For our sake, I'll have to trouble you to suffer a little bit. Quasi-Eagle said as he looked at Shifeng's group of 7, his eyes radiating killing intent. Trouble. Shifeng chuckled. It seems you people have made a mistake. Mistake? Quasi-Eagle eyed Shifeng strangely. What mistake? You've mistaken the roles of the hunter and the hunted in this situation. After saying so, Shifeng extended his mana domain, instantly enveloping a 2,000-yard radius in his mana and shattering the magic barrier trapping the 7. Chapter 2863, Peerless Overlord World Creation. How is this possible? 16th Cloud gaped in shock when she saw the magic barrier disappear and the pressure weighing down her body vanished. She simply couldn't bring herself to believe this situation. Even acquiring a mana domain was already tough for Tier 4 players. Anyone who managed to do so would become an absolute powerhouse among Tier 4 existences. Meanwhile, world creation was something even Tier 5 existences had difficulty achieving. Anyone who reached the world creation standard could create a small world of their own, which was much more powerful than a barrier created using a magic array. It was akin to a passive, large-scale magic barrier. What was even more amazing was that the owner of this small world could isolate enemies from the ambient mana. So long as the trapped enemies had yet to reach Tier 5 or the world creation standard or did not possess fragmented legendary items capable of countering a world creation mana domain, resisting the owner of the small world was impossible. In front of a world creation expert, Tier 4 experts were hardly any different from Tier 2 and Tier 3 players, they just had stronger basic attributes and physiques. Let alone 16th Cloud, even Awakened Abyss and Jade Leaf were stunned by this situation. How can he be at the world creation level already? Isn't he just a native? Awakened Abyss couldn't believe his eyes as he looked at Shifeng. Even in the gods' domain they came from, only experts standing at the apex of the world had reached the world creation standard, all of them old monsters belonging to the few transcendental powers. However, Shifeng's appearance indicated he was only 30, at most. Moreover, the god's domain he lived in was not only sparse in mana but also lacking in legacies. No matter how Awakened Abyss looked at it, there was no way anyone in this god's domain could achieve such strength at this stage of the game. So, this is his hidden strength. Jade Leaf was horrified by this revelation. Previously, when Windshadow told her that Shifeng was still hiding a lot of his strength and that they needed to be careful around him, she hadn't thought much of his warning. She had reminded Awakened Abyss to avoid clashing with Shifeng simply because she did not want to disobey Wind Shadow's orders. However, after Shifeng revealed his hidden strength, Jade Leaf found him much scarier than even Wind Shadow's predictions. The next moment, before Quasi-Eagle and the other mercenaries could snap out of their daze, Shifeng's Light of Two Worlds swung toward them. Tier 4 Skill, Lightning Edge. Countless sword lights descended from the sky, creating a mesmerizing river of light. Quasi-Eagle and the other mercenaries indeed possessed combat power at the Tier 4 standard. Moreover, even the weakest Tier 3 expert among them was at the Refinement Realm standard. However, since they couldn't tap the ambient mana, none of the defensive maneuvers and life-saving skills they used could withstand Shifeng's attack. As a result, apart from Quasi-Eagle and a Tier 4 Elementalist, both of whom had broken through the 100% threshold of their mana bodies, everyone else lost their lives to the sword lights. When the River of Light disappeared, a ravine dozens of meters deep and nearly 1,000 meters long had formed in the forested region, with weapons and equipment strewn inside it. How is this possible? Quasi-Eagle, who had survived thanks to a Tier 4 defensive skill, was stupefied when he saw most of his team of more than 100 Tier 4 combatants wiped out. When he and the surviving elementalist looked at Shifeng again, they shuddered involuntarily, horror swamping their hearts. The two of them finally understood that what Shifeng had said earlier was true. From start to end, their team had merely been a bunch of clowns. They arrogantly thought of Shifeng's group as sheep for the slaughter, not knowing that they themselves were the actual sheep. World creation. No wonder Awakened Abyss conceded without hesitation. Quasi-Eagle smiled bitterly as he looked at Shifeng. The loss of levels was a small matter for Tier 4 players like them. However, the loss of weapons and equipment wasn't something that they could recover from easily. "Boss, what should we do?" The level 144, Tier 4 male elementalist asked Quasi-Eagle in a panic. "There's no way we can get away from him inside this small world. We also can't fly inside the Demon Mist Valley." Once a world creation expert unleashed their mana domain, escape was impossible, especially for players like themselves. At the elementalist's question, Quasi-Eagle gritted his teeth and said to Shifeng, "Friend, my brother and I surrender. We are willing to compensate you with 2 pieces of top-tier epic equipment for each of us. What do you think?" Quasi-Eagle's proposal surprised Awakened Abyss and the other 100 Ghosts members. The commander of the Wild Hunt mercenary group was considered above average among the Tier 4 experts in their god's domain. For him to actually bow down to another was simply unbelievable. Quasi-Eagle was known to be a ruthless person in their god's domain. He had once gone up against a guild all by himself. Despite getting killed more than a dozen times, he still did not give up clashing with the guild. Eventually, the guild in question suffered a major loss in a guild war. And with Quasi-Eagle incessantly targeting the guild's experts, the guild had no choice but to concede and provide all sorts of compensation to Quasi-Eagle to put this feud to rest. This incident had spurred Quasi-Eagle's rise to fame. He had then gone on to establish the present Wild Hunt mercenary group, which had a reputation as a pack of mad dogs in their god's domain. Yet, Quasi-Eagle was actually taking the initiative to admit defeat after suffering such a small setback. How could Awakened Abyss and the others not find this situation surprising? Unfortunately, Shifeng showed no interest whatsoever in Quasi-Eagle's proposal. 3 pieces. We'll pay 3 pieces of epic equipment each. Quasi-Eagle said, gritting his teeth. Even if you kill us, the most we will drop is 2 items each. Top-tier epic equipment is rare even in the present god's domain. This is definitely a worthwhile transaction for you. Normally, Quasi-Eagle wouldn't have minded getting killed. However, he currently had a precious treasure on his person, and it had a certain chance of dropping upon death. It was precisely thanks to this treasure that he had managed to break through his mana body's 100% threshold. Meanwhile, this was only the tip of the iceberg of what this treasure had to offer. Although he didn't know what exactly this treasure was, since it had such an ability, it was definitely more valuable than even fragmented legendary items. He naturally wouldn't dare bet on the chance that it wouldn't drop. Hence, he endured the humiliation of surrendering. However, before Quasi-Eagle could finish speaking, Shifeng had already slashed out with the abyssal blade. First sword, light shadow. You lunatic. When Quasi-Eagle and the elementalist saw the towering greatsword descending toward them, they promptly activated another life-saving skill. The two of them then fled in different directions, neither daring to receive the descending greatsword. They could clearly sense the frightening power the illusory greatsword carried. This attack was most likely much stronger than even that of superior mythic monsters. Receiving it would be suicide. 1 slash. 2 slashes. 3 slashes. As Quasi-Eagle and the Tier 4 Elementalist used up one life-saving skill after another, Shifeng executed Light Shadow time and again. After 5 consecutive slashes, Quasi-Eagle and the Elementalist finally fell to the illusory greatsword and transformed into ashes, each of them dropping 2 items as they died. This scene rendered Awakened Abyss and Jade Leaf speechless for a long time. So, this is the power of world creation. 16th Cloud similarly found herself at a loss for words when she saw Quasi-Eagle getting killed in just a few moves. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Her party of 3 had previously clashed with the mercenary commander. Despite the 3 of them working together to fight him, they were still at a disadvantage. Yet, Shifeng had overwhelmed Quasi-Eagle and another Tier 4 expert, who had also broken through the 100% threshold of his mana body, so much that the two couldn't even retaliate. Afterward, Shifeng collected the loot from Wild Hunt, then glanced at 100 Ghosts' group. Awakened Abyss and the dozen or so Tier 4 experts around him shuddered involuntarily. A few of them even stumbled 2 steps back. Shifeng turned to 16th Cloud and the others. Let's go. Leaving behind the petrified members of 100 Ghosts, Shifeng led 16th Cloud and the others straight out of the Demon Mist Valley. Chapter 2864, Astonishing Zero Wing, He's Finally Gone. Jade Leaf heaved a deep sigh of relief when Shifeng's group disappeared into the distance. Previously, she thought that Shifeng would take action against them. Although they weren't afraid of getting killed, losing equipment would still impact them to a certain extent. Black Flame. Awakened Abyss glared at the distant sky. Just you wait. I'll get back at you one day. Although Shifeng was indeed powerful, he wasn't an invincible existence. This was especially true in the War of Worlds. Let alone Tier 4 world creation experts, even Tier 5 NPCs were incapable of stopping their invasion. Otherwise, so many kingdoms on the eastern continent wouldn't have fallen so soon after the War of Worlds began. Now, while it might seem like both sides had reached a balance, they were merely accumulating their strength. Moreover, it wouldn't be long before the next large-scale operation began. Abyss, you'd better not mess around. Black Flame is much scarier than we initially expected. If you disrupt the Alliance's plans, even Elder Windshadow won't be able to protect you, Jade Leaf warned. What we need to do now is notify the Elder about Black Flame as soon as possible. Although a peerless overlord like Shifeng couldn't affect the overall situation of the war between the two gods' domains, he could still affect the outcome of some war theaters. I know. Awakened Abyss nodded. After this operation, I'll return to headquarters and apply for a trial slot. You'll apply for the trial now. Isn't it too soon? Jade Leaf asked in surprise. The god's domain they came from was different from this god's domain. Their world had plenty of legacies. One of the more valuable legacies 100 Ghosts possessed was an ancient trial, and the entry slots for this trial were generally reserved for the guild's top talents. However, while this ancient trial could provide significant growth to players, it also came with significant risks. Failure would put players' souls into a weakened state for a long period. Moreover, every top talent in the guild had only one opportunity to challenge this trial. If I can improve my strength now, I can earn more contribution points in the upcoming war. So long as I accumulate enough points, I can just exchange for another trial slot. Awakened Abyss had long considered challenging the ancient trial. The Interstellar Alliance was adamant in acquiring the Eastern continent, hence, it had offered incredibly lavish rewards to those willing to contribute to this cause. With his status as one of 100 Ghosts' peerless geniuses, acquiring another slot for future use wouldn't be difficult so long as he made enough contributions in the war. His only problem was that he needed to achieve world creation in this trial. Previously, Awakened Abyss had only heard rumors regarding the strength of world creation, but he hadn't known exactly how powerful the ability to create a small world was. However, after seeing Shi Feng's battle, he finally understood the power of world creation. This was why he had decided to challenge the trial ahead of time. Arctic Canyon, Zero Wing City. Several bright flashes appeared above the teleportation array inside Zero Wing City's teleportation hall as Shi Feng's party of 7 teleported into the city. So, this is Zero Wing City. 16th Cloud was astonished when she arrived inside the teleportation hall. What incredibly dense mana. Although she had long since heard rumors that Zero Wing City's mana was extraordinary, she found that the city was even more amazing than the rumors had depicted it to be. Zero Wing City was bustling with people. All sorts of NPC merchants and NPC nobles were walking down the street outside the teleportation hall. She spotted even Tier 4 NPCs wandering the city. If not for her coming to Zero Wing City to sign a partnership contract with Zero Wing on behalf of Shining Tiger, she would have never realized that Zero Wing City was such an amazing place. Phythalia, McCaffrey, and Crimson Witch were also shocked by the city. Not only did Zero Wing City possess superior mana to the Starlight Fortresses, but its security standard was also incredible. There were even Tier 4 NPCs patrolling the city. Zero Wing City's security standard was something no other guild city in God's domain could even imagine having. While the various superpowers boasted Tier 4 NPCs of their own, these NPCs were personal guards the various superpowers nurtured. The superpowers treated every one of these NPCs as their most precious combatants, normally using them to defend entire towns or cities single-handedly. However, in Zero Wing City, Tier 4 NPCs were actually tasked with leading patrol squads. Moreover, there wasn't just one such patrol squad patrolling the city streets but many. The Tier 4 NPCs that were precious in the eyes of the various superpowers were no different from cabbages in Zero Wing City. Shi Feng, though, did not find this situation particularly surprising. Zero Wing City was currently the only main guild city in God's domain. It was even situated in the Arctic Canyon, a high-level neutral map. The number of Tier 4 NPCs seeking to develop themselves here would naturally be significant. Hence, Zero Wing City could recruit a group of Tier 4 NPCs to serve as soldiers. Not to mention, Zero Wing City's mana environment rivaled that of the ancient god's domain, making the city even more attractive to Tier 4 NPCs. After all, if one wished to develop themselves further, one would need to improve one's understanding of mana. However, Shi Feng had to admit that Zero Wing City had truly made significant progress while he was gone. Not only had the strength of the city's NPC soldiers improved, but even the players occupying the city had grown stronger. Now, the players here were all Tier 3 or above, with even the lowest leveled among them at level 136. He had even noticed quite a few Tier 4 players in the city. On the way from the teleportation hall to Zero Wing's residence, Shi Feng had spotted more than 10 Tier 4 players, which meant that Zero Wing City was even more prosperous than the Starlight Fortress. After all, any player capable of entering Zero Wing City now was a member of either Zero Wing or one of the guild's partners, and this drastically reduced the number of players capable of entering the city. Apart from that, the number of Zero Wing's members present in the city had reached an incredible number. When Zero Wing City was first opened after its promotion to main city, only several tens of thousands of Zero-Wing members had entered it. Yet, according to the information Shifeng received from the guild residents, there were more than 500,000 Zero-Wing members in the city now. Given that one needed to be at least Tier 3 to operate around Zero-Wing City, Zero-Wing currently had at least 500,000 Tier 3 players under its command. This number definitely surpassed that of ordinary superpowers by a large margin and rivaled what super guilds had. Guild leader, this is our guild's latest development report, Liang Jing said with a hint of pride as she handed Shifeng a statistics report. Although a lot of things had occurred on the eastern continent during Shifeng's absence, because of the mobile fortress and 3 guild cities, Zero-Wing managed to hurdle most of these problems. In fact, during the War of Worlds, Zero-Wing City had practically become a shelter that all players sought to enter. Many annihilated guilds and wandering adventurer teams had chosen to join Zero-Wing, which resulted in Zero-Wing's member count skyrocketing. If not for resource limitations, the guild's member count would have most likely doubled by be now. Be amazing. Shifeng was astounded when he read the numbers on the report. At present, Zero-Wing's total Tier 3 member count already exceeded 800,000, more than 500,000 of which were operating in Zero-Wing City. The rest were operating in Stone Forest City, Silverwing City, and the Mobile Fortress. However, this still wasn't the most astonishing part. What was more important was that Zero-Wing now had 73 Tier 4 players under its command. This number was even higher than what the average super guild had. For a moment, Shifeng even wondered if he had returned to the wrong guild. After all, super first-rate guilds currently had only a dozen or so Tier 4 players, with stronger ones having 20. Super guilds had only around 30 or 40. Only existences like the 5 great super guilds had over 70 Tier 4 experts. Moreover, according to Liang Jing's report, Zero-Wing still had over 40 players stuck inside their respective Tier 4 legacy lands, and half of them were expected to succeed in their promotion. In other words, Zero-Wing would soon have over 100 Tier 4 experts under its command. Of course, the main reason Zero-Wing could produce such frightening numbers was Zero-Wing City's environment. The environment here allowed players to continuously improve their knowledge of and control over mana. Looking at Shifeng's surprised expression, Liang Jing suggested, Guild leader, several more outer-world superpowers arrived on the eastern continent recently, and some of the eastern continent superpowers got annihilated as a consequence. I think we should absorb the Tier 3 and Tier 4 players of these fallen superpowers. Since our income of resources has reached a bottleneck, and we can support only so many guild members with what we currently have, I wish to open Zero-Wing City further. With the city's advantages, we can easily acquire even more resources. Then, we can recruit more experts into Zero-Wing. Shifeng nodded in agreement with Liang Jing's suggestion. The War of Worlds was indeed a scary event, but it was also a good opportunity for development. This was because the moment the world passage opened, the players of the 2 gods' domains were enemies. Not only were players from the 2 gods' domains incapable of adding each other as friends, but they couldn't communicate with each other through the system either. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. In addition, players of the 2 worlds could kill each other without accumulating any crime value. In fact, native players would even receive gifts and EXP from killing outer world players, albeit significantly lower EXP than the EXP awarded for killing monsters and NPCs. Most importantly, native players couldn't join outer world guilds and vice versa. Hence, native forces were the only option available to members of fallen superpowers. We should indeed open Zero-Wing City further to the public. Smiling, Shifeng added, before that, though, we still need to do something. We still need to do something. Liang Jing parroted in confusion. In her opinion, Zero-Wing had already done everything possible and reached its current development limit. To expand its forces further, the only option it had was to open up Zero-Wing City. As for Zero-Wing's other territories, developing them any further was impossible at present. That's right. Nodding, Shifeng took out a document and said, "Prepare the materials on this list for me. I need them immediately." Further opening Zero Wing City to the public was a must. However, before doing so, he needed to complete the intercontinental teleportation array. With it, the city's opening would generate much better results. Chapter 2865, Special Loot. After Liang Jing left the room to prepare the listed materials, Shifeng finally had time to sort through the loot from the Outer World players. Even the weakest among Quasi-Eagle's group was a Tier 3 player with Tier 4 combat power, so they all possessed excellent equipment, especially those Tier 3 players. If he could gather a complete set of their equipment, he would be able to increase Zero Wing's number of Tier 4 combatants by 1. As Shifeng inspected the loot, he couldn't help feeling some awe at the Outer World players' equipment. Every one of those Tier 3 experts was actually geared in Tier 3 mana set equipment. In the current God's domain, a full set could easily sell for over 10,000 gold. However, compared to the Tier 4 experts' loot, the Tier 3 experts' loot was inferior by a large margin. Even the worst item dropped by the Tier 4 Outer World players was level 150 epic equipment. Some of them had even dropped parts of epic set equipment. Judging by the loot, Shifeng could say with certainty that these Tier 4 Outer World players were using full sets of epic set equipment. Even the current Zero Wing didn't have epic set equipment. Setting aside how rare epic set equipment was, even if one found a way to obtain a set, one would still have to expend an incredible amount of time and manpower to acquire the full set. After all, there was no way to gather a full set just by killing one type of boss monster. One would have to kill multiple types of bosses. Moreover, these bosses were not guaranteed to drop the equipment one desired. In other words, if one didn't kill a large number and variety of bosses, gathering a complete set of epic set equipment would be impossible. Meanwhile, killing a bunch of level 150 mythic ranked bosses was a task that required a large number of Tier 4 players. Of course, one part of an epic set equipment from the Outer World players didn't prove anything. However, Shifeng didn't have just one part but 5. Moreover, this was merely the loot he got from killing Tier 4 experts of an Outer World mercenary group. He could easily imagine how excellent the equipment of the Outer World superpowers Tier 4 experts was and how many Tier 4 experts these superpowers possessed. Otherwise, it would be impossible for a measly mercenary group to gather so much epic set equipment. No wonder the Eastern Continent superpowers are powerless to retaliate. In terms of equipment standards alone, they are already behind by more than half a year. Not to mention, there is also the massive difference in the number of Tier 4 experts. Shifeng's head ached as he looked at the items before him. Originally, he thought that the difference between Earth's God's domain and the interstellar continent's God's domain lay only in the number of Tier 4 experts and combat techniques they possessed. Now, he found that there was a massive gap even in weapons and equipment. He had to admit that the threat level of the Outer World's players and forces exceeded his expectations. After all, even now, Zero Wing could manufacture only individual pieces of epic equipment. Moreover, the production volume was incredibly low since only a handful of players could make them. And worse, according to the statistics report regarding Zero Wing's Tier 4 members, less than 30% of them were currently equipped with 5 or more pieces of level 150 epic equipment. The rest had only 3 or so pieces of level 150 epic equipment on average. As for epic set equipment, dream on. Zero Wing's Tier 4 experts had that many pieces of level 150 epic equipment mainly because of the Arctic Canyon. In addition, Yenya and Cleansing Whistle had returned from the ancient god's domain with a large number of level 150 epic equipment. If not for these factors, Zero Wing's Tier 4 experts would be even more poorly equipped right now. However, it wasn't exactly accurate to describe Zero Wing's Tier 4 experts as poorly equipped. At the very least, they were much better equipped than the native superpowers Tier 4 experts. They were only inferior when compared to the Outer World's Tier 4 experts. It seems I'll have to start acquiring some top-tier epic weapons and equipment once I finish setting up the intercontinental teleportation array. Otherwise, even if we have enough Tier 4 experts, we still won't be able to go up against the outer world's superpowers. While it was indeed important for one to acquire legacy guidances and improve one's control over mana after reaching Tier 4, that didn't mean one could just ignore one's weapons and equipment. After all, there was at least a 20% difference in basic attributes between a full set of disparate epic equipment and a full set of epic set equipment. This difference would become even more significant with amplification by skills and mana control. After Shifeng finished inspecting the weapons and equipment dropped, he set his sights on a shabby, crystalline statue. When he inspected the statue, though, he was stunned. An eternal item. No matter how he looked at the crystalline statue, it appeared ordinary. Yet, when he tried inspecting it, he actually failed to get any information. All he got was a bunch of unknowns. Moreover, when he carefully spread his senses around the statue, he felt an urge to devour the statue, just like when he received the World Stone from Phoenix Rain. Immediately, Shifeng activated Omniscient Eyes to identify the statue. Due to his mana body having reached the 120% threshold, Omniscient Eyes took less than 30 seconds to finish the appraisal. Origin Statue, Eternal Item, Effect 1, Guides the Principle of All Things. Effect 2, Indestructible Object. Guides the Principle of All Things. Shifeng was momentarily confused by the item description. The World Stone's description stated that it could stabilize the principle of all things. It had allowed him to log in and out of the game freely while in the ancient god's domain. However, what did the system mean by guiding the principle of all things? Just as Shifeng was wondering about the origin statue's function, Liang Jing contacted him. Guild leader, I've prepared the materials you asked for. I can have them delivered to the teleportation hall now. Okay. I'll head over right away. At Liang Jing's report, Shifeng stopped studying the origin statue in his hand. After casually storing it in his bag, he hurried to the teleportation hall to strengthen the existing teleportation array. Only with the modification could the teleportation array manipulate enough mana to connect with the Western Continent's spatial node and form a stable teleportation channel. And once a stable channel was established, easy travel between the two continents would become possible. He would no longer have to trouble himself with searching for unreliable ancient teleportation arrays. Zero Wing City, Battle Arena. The battle arena covered an area of several sports stadiums. Presently, the establishment was crowded with players, and even Tier 4 players were waiting in line to reserve a combat room. The liveliness here was even more exaggerated than the auction houses of imperial capitals. Looking at McCaffrey and Crimson Witch, who had just exited a combat room, Vithalia asked curiously, Afray, what do you think of the combat room's effects? Initially, they had visited the Eastern Continent to assist Zero Wing and deepen the relationship between Divine Tribe and Zero Wing. However, after experiencing Zero Wing City's mana, they couldn't suppress their curiosity about the effects of training in such an environment. Hence, they came to this place to sate their curiosity. After all, the battle arena was the only place in Zero Wing City that allowed players to do combat. How should I put it? After pondering for a moment and mentally sorting his words, McCaffrey said, if the Starlight Fortress's training efficiency is a 10, then this place is above 30. Isn't that too much of an exaggeration? Vithalia couldn't help feeling skeptical of McCaffrey's evaluation. Although she knew that McCaffrey was an austere person and that Zero Wing City's environment was extraordinary, McCaffrey's evaluation of the city's training effect was simply too exaggerated in her opinion. For players of their caliber, the quality of their training environment would need to be significantly better for them to see any improvements to their training efficiency. Hence, no matter how excellent Zero Wing City's environment was, she couldn't bring herself to believe that someone like McCaffrey would see his training efficiency triple. No. It's not an exaggeration. Commander Vithalia, although the mana here isn't misty, when you start manipulating the ambient mana, you'll discover that its density is actually much greater than the mana mist you find in the outside world, Crimson Witch insisted earnestly. If you fight against an expert of the same caliber in this environment, the insights you can get are on a completely different level. This is especially true for your control over mana. I really don't know how Zero Wing accomplished this. They actually managed to let a guild city have such dense mana. You can even view the operating principles of mana with such high clarity. She's right. If I can train here, I'm confident I can further improve my mana body in less than 10 days, McCaffrey said, nodding. He then looked enviously at the Zero Wing members in the building. The Divine Tribe trio had the fortune of visiting Zero Wing City only because they had followed Shurfeng to the eastern continent. If not for Shurfeng granting them access, they wouldn't have been able to enter the city. They also wouldn't have realized how astonishing the city's environment was. Meanwhile, Zero Wing's members could actually enjoy the environment here every day. How could he not envy them? At his current standard, increasing his mana body's completion rate by even 1% was incredibly challenging. Yet, in Zero Wing City, he saw the chance to improve his mana body rapidly. A glimmer appeared in Crimson Witch's eyes as she insisted, "Commander Phythalia, we must recommend establishing a temporary residence in Zero Wing City to the Grand Elders and Guild Leader once we return. It doesn't matter even if we have to pay a significant price. The short-term effects might not be obvious, but the long-term benefits for the guild are absolutely unimaginable. Surpassing the 5 great super guilds might even become possible." Phythalia smiled wryly at Crimson Witch's strong recommendation. "I want to, but once the intercontinental teleportation array is activated, I'm afraid it'll become difficult for Divine Tribe to secure a temporary residence." Once Zero Wing's intercontinental teleportation array began operating, so long as the two continent superpowers were not stupid, they would understand just how valuable Zero Wing City was, not to mention the extraordinary mana environment in this place. She could easily imagine how many superpowers would seek to garrison Zero Wing City at that time. "No. You can't say that, Commander Phythalia." Looking at Phythalia, McCaffrey suddenly smiled and said, "I heard that Black Flame lives in Yuan-Tian City's upper zone. With your family's influence and connections, if you personally paid him a visit, wouldn't he agree to a partnership immediately? Read latest chapters at Wuxia World." Phythalia was a potential successor of a powerful family based in the upper zone. Her beauty and figure in the real world were also at the level of toppling nations. If she personally visited someone in the upper zone and sincerely proposed a partnership, hardly anyone in the upper zone would refuse her. Upon hearing McCaffrey's suggestion, Crimson Witch nodded in agreement. "You, too." Phythalia sputtered, rendered speechless by her two companions. However, before Phythalia could say anything more, a sudden commotion came from outside the battle arena. Then, the mana in the city grew violent and irritable. When Phythalia and her companions walked out of the lobby, they promptly noticed a tower of light rising from the teleportation hall's direction. Chapter 2866, Astonishing Transformation, It's Done. Shurfeng grew ecstatic as he took in the pillar of light rising from the teleportation array in front of him. Previously, he had indeed been certain that he could strengthen the teleportation array until it could handle enough mana to support a teleportation channel connecting the two continents. However, when he began working, he started to have doubts. After all, the teleportation channel had to span not only the distance between the two continents but also the distance between the western continent's edge and the Starlight Fortress, which was nowhere near the ocean. If the teleportation array didn't have enough mana for this additional distance, it still wouldn't connect with the spatial node in the Starlight Fortress. Fortunately, he succeeded in the end. At this time, Liang Jing called him and asked in a panic, "Guild leader, did something happen on your side?" A pillar of light suddenly came from the teleportation hole. Right now, everyone in the city is talking about it, thinking that something big happened there. The teleportation hall was an important economic resource for Zero Wing City. At the same time, it was the foundation of the city's prosperity. In the absence of a guild residence and the teleportation array, players could only run to the distant Arctic Canyon. If this were to happen, Zero Wing's partner forces and their members would definitely be less enthusiastic about visiting Zero Wing City. Relax. Everything's fine, Shifeng said, chuckling. I just completed the teleportation array connecting the two continents. From now on, we can freely teleport to the western continent from the teleportation hall, and there won't be any restrictions on time or head count. We can freely teleport to the western continent. Liang Jing was momentarily stunned, her mind failing to process Shifeng's words. Her eyes were wide with disbelief as she looked at Shifeng's face on the screen. Before the World Passage's activation, connecting the two main continents held great importance only in terms of trade. However, after the World Passage opened, battlefields appeared all over the eastern continent, and massacres became common out in the wild. Due to the chaos and constant threats, many of the eastern continent's powers and players sought to develop on the western continent. Unfortunately, there was a limited number of ancient teleportation arrays on the eastern continent. Even among the superpowers, very few could travel between the two continents. Moreover, even these few superpowers could transport only a small number of elites at a time. Now, Shifeng was telling her that Zero Wing City's teleportation hall could facilitate travel to the western continent without any restrictions. How could she possibly believe this? If news of this matter were to get out, a tsunami of players would flood Zero Wing City within a day. This function would overturn the situation on the eastern continent. It was game-changing. Yes. Didn't you propose to open Zero Wing further? Smiling, Shifeng said, now that the intercontinental teleportation array is completed, you can announce to the public that Zero Wing City will be fully open to the public starting today. Our partner and subordinate forces will enjoy a 70% discount on all teleportations. Originally, he had not intended to fully open Zero Wing City so soon. However, the city's development was astonishing, hitting a bottleneck already. To further spread Zero Wing's influence, he could only fully open Zero Wing City to the public. In this way, Zero Wing could attract an ocean of wealth and resources to Zero Wing City, as well as more expert players to the guild. Fully open the city. Guild leader, isn't this a little too soon? Liang Jing panicked at Shifeng's words. Zero Wing City's present environment and security standards are already enough to drive many players and superpowers wild. Once news that our teleportation hall is connected to the western continent spreads, we will definitely become a thorn in the eyes of all forces on the eastern continent. Even the Outer World's forces will probably go nuts over Zero Wing City. Liang Jing didn't even need to think about what would await Zero Wing City if the city were fully open to the public. It would definitely spark massive changes in the entire eastern continent, no, the entire God's domain. The intensity of the changes would not be the slightest bit inferior to the World Passage's activation. At that time, Zero Wing would become the focal point of the entire God's domain even if it tried to maintain a low profile. With access to such frightening resources and influence, Zero Wing would soon grow into an existence that could surpass even the 5 great super guilds combined. This definitely wasn't an outcome any superpower native or outer world would be willing to see. Hence, as long as news of Zero Wing City's full opening spread, Zero Wing would become the common enemy of all native and outer world superpowers. While Zero Wing had recently grown significantly, it definitely couldn't go up against so many superpowers simultaneously. Not to mention, the outer world superpowers were existences that had successfully destroyed more than a dozen kingdoms. Moreover, the number of Tier 4 NPCs a kingdom commanded far exceeded Zero Wing's number of Tier 4 experts. The royal capitals of NPC kingdoms had stronger defenses than Zero Wing City, yet these cities had still fallen in the end. Of course, a large part of why these kingdoms had fallen was the outer world's NPC forces. However, nobody could say for certain that the Outer Worlds players couldn't guide or cooperate with the Outer Worlds NPC forces to target Zero Wing. Naturally, Shi Feng understood Liang Jing's concerns. In an earnest tone, he explained, "I understand, but this is a problem we will have to face sooner or later. Thus, we should strike while the iron is hot and strengthen Zero Wing in one fell swoop. If we succeed, we'll have a much better chance at contending with the native and outer world superpowers." Previously, 16th Cloud had provided him with plenty of information regarding the outer world's various forces. Hence, he understood that the main reason the eastern continent had yet to fall completely was that only a small portion of the outer world superpowers and NPC forces had crossed the world passage. However, as more time passed, more outer world NPC and player forces were bound to arrive on the eastern continent. Eventually, Zero Wing would have to go up against these outer world forces. To put it simply, Zero Wing wasn't in a race against the various forces but against time. Under these circumstances, the guild would naturally be better off developing as quickly as possible. Rather than acquiring small amounts of resources and developing slowly in secret, Zero Wing would be better off going big and developing rapidly while the Outer World's forces were still settling down in the eastern continent. Not to mention, Zero Wing currently had a lot of partner forces already. With these partners, it wouldn't necessarily be impossible for Zero Wing to go up against the native and outer world superpowers that had yet to develop themselves adequately. This, Liang Jing was momentarily at a loss for words. In her opinion, Shi Feng's decision was simply absurd. However, she didn't have a better suggestion. "Relax. I know what I'm doing," Shi Feng consoled when he saw Liang Jing's hesitancy. "Just get everything prepared on your side. Also, notify Melancholic and Yulan about this. I'm afraid you three will be very busy in the future." Liang Jing had no choice but to nod helplessly. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU Shi Feng had always acted more like a figurehead than an actual guild leader. Although he had laid a massive foundation for the guild, he would leave the guild's daily maintenance and operation to others. Naturally, Liang Jing felt incredibly frustrated by this situation, and she frequently wished she could curse him to his face. Deep down, however, she still felt happy and excited for some inexplicable reason. After disconnecting the call, Liang Jing promptly began making the necessary preparations, while Shi Feng headed to Zero Wing City's City Lord's Mansion. City Lord's Mansion, second underground floor, statue room. At this time, apart from Shi Feng, everybody else had been told to leave the room. Shi Feng had also temporarily removed the entry rights for core members and ordered the 2 Tier 4 fine gold guards outside to prevent anyone from approaching the room. Now that my concentration is at Tier 5, and my understanding of and control over mana have reached their limits, it's about time I tried breaking through to Tier 5. Looking at the ancient beast sculpture in front of him, Shi Feng began constructing an entirely new mana body. Chapter 2867, Promotion to Tier 5. Although Shi Feng had never tried to create a personalized mana body, he was very confident of success, now that he had grasped the basic use of mana's various elements and his mana body had reached a 120% completion rate. After spending close to an hour inside the statue room, Shi Feng finished constructing a brand new mana body. Simultaneously, the sound of a system notification entered his ears. "System, the strength of the constructed mana body is at 144% of your current mana body. It is not at the Tier 5 standard." Shi Feng revealed a wry smile as he looked at the system notification. Sure enough, constructing a Tier 5 mana body isn't easy. In his opinion, the new mana body he constructed was perfect. He had thoroughly implemented the basic properties of the various elements of mana into his mana body. He had even built an elemental magic array for each element, making it much easier to manipulate the ambient mana. Hence, he never thought that the strength of the new mana body would be at only 144% of his current mana body. From what he heard in his previous life, the requirement for the constructed Tier 5 mana body would depend on the rank of the player's existing mana body. The higher the rank, the lower the requirement. Take the gold mana body, for example. One would need to construct a mana body that was at least 300% stronger to meet the Tier 5 mana body standard. On the other hand, a bronze mana body's owner would need to reach 500% to get promoted to Tier 5. This was why expert players needed to secure the best mana body possible at Tier 3. This decision didn't just relate to the strength of one's mana. It also served as a massive hurdle to reaching Tier 5. If I didn't meet the requirement even with 144%, it seems I'll need to reach at least 200% to get promoted to Tier 5 with an epic mana body. After pondering for a moment, Shifeng took out the Sword Saint's legacy he had obtained in the ancient god's domain. He then began accepting the legacy guidance in silence. The mana body he constructed just now was already the limit of his current abilities. In his opinion, there were 3 possible reasons behind his failure to meet the requirements. The first was that his control over mana was insufficient. The second was that his understanding of mana was insufficient. The third was that his understanding of mana bodies was insufficient. Shifeng felt that his control over and understanding of mana had already reached the limits of Tier 4. It should be impossible to improve on them any further. Not to mention, the Dragon Phantom in the trial had praised his level and even stated that some Tier 5 dragons might not be able to rival him in these 2 aspects. Hence, these 2 aspects were unlikely to be his stumbling block. In that case, the problem should lie with his poor understanding of mana bodies. Meanwhile, solving this problem was simple. Previously, he had refrained from accepting the Sword Saint's legacy guidance because he was afraid of wasting it. Back then, he felt that his foundation was still lacking and that he still needed to accumulate more strength. The stronger he became, the greater his harvest from the legacy guidance. However, his foundation had now grown so sturdy that even Tier 5 adult dragons might not be a match for him. It was the perfect moment for him to accept the Sword Saint's knowledge. Following this, time passed rapidly inside the statue room. A flood of information kept pouring into Shifeng's mind. The more information he browsed through, the brighter his eyes became. Thanks to this information, many of his questions had gotten answered. He also grew increasingly mesmerized by the Sword Saint's knowledge. After the legacy guidance was over, Shifeng stared at the ancient beast sculpture idly, his mind immersed in the knowledge he gained. While Shifeng quietly processed the Sword Saint's legacy guidance, a commotion raged in Zero Wing's guild cities. Just a moment ago, Zero Wing had announced that it would open Zero Wing City to the public. All players could teleport to Zero Wing City via Sky Spring City and enter it from the Arctic Canyon. Everyone who received this piece of news found it to be unbelievable. Awesome! This is great! I heard that you could raise your training efficiency by several times inside Zero Wing City. I never thought that Zero Wing would open such an amazing place to the public. That's not all of it. Did you see the levels of Zero Wing's members? Not that long ago, I was at roughly the same level as their Tier 3 members. Now, they're at least 3 levels above me. The grinding speed in the Arctic Canyon is simply ridiculous. Nowadays, no player on the eastern continent was unaware of Zero Wing City's existence. However, as Zero Wing had reserved the city for its exclusive use, everyone not affiliated with the guild could only watch and envy from the sidelines. Even the various superpowers were helpless against Zero Wing City. Now that Zero Wing City is open to the public, how could they not feel excited? Less than half an hour after Zero Wing's announcement, practically every native player and player force on the eastern continent had found out about it. Firewing Empire, Secret Pavilion's headquarters. As the most well-informed transcendental organization in God's domain, the Secret Pavilion was one of the first guilds to learn of Zero Wing City's public opening. It had even found out detailed information, such as Zero Wing City's entrance fee pricing and current player population. Uncle Yuan, it seems Zero Wing finally plans on giving its all. Purple Jade smiled as she read the detailed report in her hands. Looking at Yuan Tianxin, she said, "This development will probably make the Eastern continent superpowers pretty anxious." At this time, Purple Jade's aura had already undergone a massive transformation. Not only did she give off an otherworldly vibe, but she also exuded an indescribable feeling of sharpness. She was now a level 153, Tier 4 Sword Emperor. The mana she radiated even appeared somewhat misty. If Shi Feng were to see her now, he would be surprised. Zero Wing's development has reached a bottleneck. If the War of Worlds did not take place, it might have been able to continue developing quietly for some time. While sorting through the reports spread across his desk, Yuan Tianxin was slightly surprised when reading the news on Zero Wing. However, now that the Outer World players have intruded into the Eastern continent, Zero Wing has to open Zero Wing City to acquire even more resources if it wants to make any further progress. However, it is also a risky move, given Zero Wing's current state. I initially thought Zero Wing would maintain a low profile for a while longer. Black Flame's opening the city as soon as he returned was beyond my expectations. I can't help thinking that he is rushing things a little too much. Yuan Tianxin did not doubt that Shi Feng had opened Zero Wing City to the public because of the Outer World players' invasion. However, while doing so would allow Zero Wing City to develop rapidly, it would also turn the city into an eyesore. The Outer World superpowers were not as easy to deal with as the Eastern continent's native superpowers. Not to mention, the Outer World superpowers definitely would not wish to see the remnant forces of the native superpowers they defeated flocking to Zero Wing's banner and creating a colossal native power. Previously, the Outer World superpowers had refrained from targeting Zero Wing because the latter had always operated like a turtle, limiting its members' activity to the vicinity of its strongholds. With Zero Wing's guild cities and mobile fortresses' immense defensive capabilities, devouring the guild was a very challenging proposition. The guild cities of other superpowers posed much easier targets. However, now that Zero Wing had fully opened Zero Wing City to the public, even a fool could foretell the consequences of this action. With the city's massive advantages, Zero Wing would become the strongest and largest guild on the Eastern continent. Moreover, it wouldn't take long for this future to come to fruition. Given this situation, although Zero Wing was a tough nut to crack, the Outer World superpowers would still choose to annihilate Zero Wing first for the sake of their future. However, unlike Yuan Tianxin, not only did Purple Jade not feel confused by this situation, but it had even ignited her fighting spirit. "Uncle Yuan, since you're free right now, why don't we go take a look at Zero Wing City? I've been thinking of visiting guild leader Black Flame. I've improved a lot after returning from that place, but I haven't had a chance to test myself. I can use this chance to ask guild leader Black Flame for some guidance and see which one of us has made greater improvements during this period." After she returned from her training, nobody among the secret pavilion's younger generation could match her. Since she had always set Shi Feng as her target, she was very curious to see whether she could now defeat him and become God's domain's #1 swordsman. "All right. Since you wish to go, I'll go with you." Yuan Tianxin revealed a bitter smile as he took in Purple Jade's spirited look. She had been restless ever since completing her training. However, he also felt that Shi Feng would be a good opponent for the current Purple Jade. Afterward, Yuan Tianxin and Purple Jade departed the secret pavilion's headquarters and teleported to Sky Spring City. While the Eastern continent was in an uproar over Zero Wing City's opening. Inside the city lord's mansion of Zero Wing City, Shi Feng's eyes opened abruptly. Amazing! As expected of a complete legacy guidance from an ancient sword saint. After processing the Sword Saint's legacy guidance, Shi Feng finally understood what exactly a complete legacy guidance was. He also understood why Fire Dance would make such significant improvements after experiencing the legacy guidance. The legacy guidance described the properties and usage methods of the various elements of mana in detail and provided a comprehensive introduction to the components and basic applications of the mana body. Although the information provided mainly targeted the swordsman class, it was also beneficial to the other classes. This was especially true for the information on the mana body's components. Of course, if one lacked a good understanding of the fundamental properties of mana's various elements, one would have difficulty understanding all of the information provided. Naturally, one's improvements would also be limited. This was because all of the mana body's basic applications mentioned in the legacy guidance required familiarity with the various elements of mana. My previous considerations for the mana body were too arbitrary. Moreover, they were all modifications based on my existing mana body when the Tier 5 mana body is essentially something completely different. When Shifeng thought about the mana body he previously created, he couldn't help laughing at his ignorance. Why were Tier 5 entities so much more powerful than Tier 4 entities? It was because Tier 5 existences possessed life ratings far superior to Tier 4 existences. The two couldn't even be considered the same type of creature. Yet, he had foolishly tried to use his Tier 4 mana body as a base for his Tier 5 mana body. His idea was fundamentally flawed. Another reason contributing to a Tier 5 existence's strength was their powerful mana. The mana flowing within their bodies was no longer gaseous or misty, instead, it was liquid. Hence, when constructing a Tier 5 mana body, one had to liquefy their mana. If one couldn't achieve such mana, constructing a Tier 5 mana body would naturally be impossible. After thinking up to this point, Shifeng began his second attempt at constructing his Tier 5 mana body. Liquefying one's mana might be incredibly difficult for others, but it wasn't an impossible task for a Grandmaster magician like Shifeng. All he needed to do was integrate a magic array that condensed mana within his mana body. Moreover, he had even identified the magic array for this job. The 12-array magic world. The 12-array magic world was an ancient magic array created by a saint. Although its simplicity meant even master magicians could learn it, Shifeng felt that this magic array was incredibly powerful, particularly its ability to improve the mana affinity of those within its range. At the very least, such a feat was still beyond him even now. Shifeng began trying to integrate the 12-array magic world with the mana body he constructed. 1 failure. 2 failures. 3 failures. Time passed rapidly as the number of failures piled up. After an unknown amount of time had gone by with success still nowhere in sight, Shifeng began to doubt his plan's feasibility. However, just when he considered giving up. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU system, congratulations. You have successfully constructed a new mana body. The constructed mana body's strength is at 336% of your current mana body and has reached the Tier 5 standard. The created mana body is evaluated to be at the epic rank. Do you wish to replace your current mana body with it and get promoted to Tier 5? A Tier 5 epic mana body. Shifeng was momentarily dumbfounded. He had known that so long as he succeeded, his personalized mana body wouldn't be of low quality. It would reach the gold rank at the very least. However, he never expected that integrating the 12-array magic world into his mana body would yield such an astonishing result. He immediately chose to replace his mana body without hesitation. He had created this mana body out of sheer luck. If he tried recreating it, he wouldn't necessarily achieve a similar standard. Hence, he naturally had to accept it. Chapter 2868, Sword Saint. When Shifeng chose to replace his existing mana body, the mana within the room practically vanished. His new mana body had drawn even the mana stored within the deep void. Like a hungry beast, his new mana body devoured the mana around it, nourishing itself continuously. This phenomenon lasted for more than a minute before it finally stopped, and the room's mana gradually recovered. Tier 5. So, this is the power of Tier 5. When Shifeng sensed the frightening power his body exuded effortlessly and the indescribable feeling of omnipotence, he finally understood why even Tier 4 world creation experts couldn't defeat a bona fide Tier 5 existence. He also fully understood the strength and terror of Tier 5 existences. Compared to when he was a Tier 4, the mana flowing inside his mana body was many times denser. The volume of his mana had also increased by more than tenfold. Now, even the world around him was having trouble holding his mana. If even the world of God's domain itself could not withstand the mana of a Tier 5 existence, there was no need to mention the small world created by a Tier 4 world creation expert. Moreover, this wasn't the only factor that made Tier 5 existences powerful. System, congratulations. You have become a Tier 5 Blade Saint, Sword Saint. All basic attributes plus 5,000, all resistances plus 500, mana recovery rate increased by 300%, all physical and magical attacks received that are below Tier 5 will be weakened by 40%, all basic attributes increased by 150%, physique increased by 200%, and reaction speed improved by 100%. Rewarding 200 legacy skill points. He had received a flat increase of only 2,000 points to all basic attributes when he got promoted to Tier 4, yet received a 5,000 point boost for reaching Tier 5. None of his weapons and equipment could provide such a significant amount of basic attributes, not to mention the massive boost to his physique. Right now, even if he replaced all his equipment with bronze equipment, he could still beat up a Tier 4 expert fully geared in epic equipment. In terms of basic attributes, he could match a Tier 4 expert with several pieces of fragmented legendary equipment. Only a legendary weapon could offset this difference. As for legendary equipment, the basic attributes provided would still be slightly insufficient to fill the gap. Of course, basic attributes didn't represent everything. If a Tier 4 expert's combat standard surpassed a Tier 5 expert's, the Tier 4 expert could still emerge victorious in a fight. With this power, I will have no problem fighting even Tier 5 NPCs. After seeing his basic attributes, Shifeng felt more confident about Zero Wing's future development. His strength and agility attributes both exceeded the 60,000 mark already. Typically, a Tier 4 Berserker fully geared in epic items would have only around 15,000 strength at level 150. And even if the Berserker possessed a top-tier fragmented legendary weapon, the Berserker would only have about 22,000 or 23,000 strength. As for NPCs, according to the research of players in his previous life, a level 180, Tier 5 NPC would have around 70,000 or 80,000 points in their main basic attributes. While Shifeng was still inferior to Tier 5 NPCs in basic attributes, this difference wasn't impossible to overcome. Moreover, now that he had reached Tier 5, every level up he achieved would significantly boost his basic attributes. With his current equipment, he could easily breach the 80,000 mark once he reached level 180. Not to mention, his combat standards were much superior to the average Tier 5 NPCs. Overall, he was already more than capable of contending with level 180, Tier 5 NPCs. Of course, while he might have the ability to fight Tier 5 NPCs, he wasn't so arrogant as to provoke Tier 5 NPCs. After all, he currently could cope with the most common Tier 5 NPCs, but if a Tier 5 NPC possessed even a single piece of legendary equipment, he would have to avoid them like the plague. It seems I'll have to get Fire and the others to search for some god crystals. In an era where gods had secluded themselves from the world, Tier 5 existences were indeed the apex combatants of God's domain. However, there were still significant differences even among Tier 5s. The possession of legendary weapons and equipment played a vital role in this difference. Only after obtaining a legendary weapon or equipment could a Tier 5 expert enter the leading echelon of Tier 5 existences and walk around God's domain without fear. Such a Tier 5 expert would be an invincible existence short of Tier 6 gods. However, if a Tier 5 expert did not own a legendary weapon or equipment, they would only be second-rate among Tier 5 existences, regardless of any heaven-defying combat standards. While they might be able to contend against Tier 5 experts belonging to the leading echelon, they would never be part of it. Indeed, the difference between having a legendary item and not having one was precisely that massive. In the past, Every Tier 5 expert capable of transcending tiers to fight Tier 6 God-ranked experts owned a legendary weapon or equipment, with some even having more than one. If Shi Feng wanted to roam God's domain without fear, obtaining a legendary weapon or equipment was of utmost importance. After Shi Feng familiarized himself with his Tier 5 mana body, he left the statue room. However, when he stepped into the City Lord's mansion's lobby, he was stupefied by the sight that greeted him. People crowded the room to capacity. Apart from the Zero Wing members maintaining order, the other players in the lobby were members of guilds and adventurer teams. These players were lined up in front of the service counters to rent either a shop or a private house in Zero Wing City. They had bloodshot eyes and frantic looks on their faces as they waited in line. BARIL/BB/B, if not for the 200 Tier 3 NPCs, 3 Tier 4 NPCs, and many Tier 3 members of Zero Wing maintaining order, a fight would have long since broken out in the lobby. Didn't I tell Liang Jing to raise the rentals for the shops? Did she make a mistake? Shi Feng found this scene very puzzling. Anyone who wasn't a fool could tell how popular Zero Wing City currently was. However, Zero Wing City had limited land. Even if it was now a main city, it still didn't have enough land to satisfy the Eastern Continent's entire player population. Hence, to maximize Zero Wing's profits, raising rentals was a must. Shi Feng approached one of the service counters to inspect Zero Wing City's shop's rental prices. However, what he saw made him gasp. How ruthless is she? Even a small shop located in Zero Wing City's outer area had a rental of 3,000 magic crystals and 600 gold per week, more than double the price Shi Feng intended. The amount of magic crystals Liang Jing charged was particularly maddening. Ever since the Outer World players invaded the Eastern Continent, magic crystal production had plummeted, and the various native powers had suffered immensely. In Shi Feng's opinion, renting a small shop in the city's outskirts for 1,000 magic crystals would already be pushing the envelope. Liang Jing's price of 3,000 magic crystals was no different from daylight robbery. As for the shops located on Zero Wing City's main street, the minimum price was 20,000 magic crystals. One couldn't even use coins to offset part of the rent. Moreover, one had to bid for these shops in an auction. Despite these cutthroat prices, players still filled the City Lord's mansion's lobby. Shi Feng found this situation utterly unbelievable. For a moment, he even wondered if magic crystals had suddenly depreciated during his seclusion. Just when Shi Feng thought of contacting Liang Jing to ask her about Zero Wing City's situation, he suddenly received a call. The caller was none other than Liang Jing. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU Guild Leader, can I interrupt you for a moment? Liang Jing asked anxiously. Did something happen to Zero Wing City? Shi Feng asked strangely. No, it's just that the secret pavilion's people came to visit. Aside from them, 3 of the 5 great super guilds have sent representatives to us. There are a lot of them, and some of them don't seem to be here with kind intentions, Liang Jing said nervously. They are waiting in the residence's reception room right now, and they say they must meet with you, no matter what. The secret pavilion was a transcendental power, while the 5 great super guilds were godlike existences in the virtual gaming world. If news that 3 of the 5 great super guilds had arrived were to spread, it would cause a sensation. Alright, I got it. I'll head over now. Have them wait for a moment. Shi Feng chuckled when he heard Liang Jing's words, not at all surprised by this situation. After all, the current Zero Wing City was no ordinary city. What would be strange would be these titans of the gaming world not showing any reaction. He immediately left the City Lord's mansion and made his way to Zero Wing's residence. Chapter 2869, Apex Gathering Zero Wing Residence, Top Floor Reception Room. As the primary guild residence of a main city, Zero Wing's Guild Hall was a 30-story tall building almost 200 meters high. One had an unobstructed view of the entire Zero Wing City if one looked out the top floor reception room's windows. Since Zero Wing City was located in a snowland and backed by the endless sea, the view here was unique for players who often operated around NPC cities surrounded by greenery. Unfortunately, none of the dozen or so people currently seated in the reception room showed any interest in admiring this beautiful scenery. Instead, they focused on sizing up each other. Zero Wing City has attracted a lot of bigwigs. Yuan Tixin was a little shocked as he observed the room's occupants. Mythology's Grand Elder Situ Qing Tian, Netherworld Empire's Grand Elder Nether King Relos, and even the Solar Temple's honorary Elder Qiang Tianhe. It seems these guilds are serious this time. 3 of the 5 great super guilds had sent representatives to Zero Wing City. Moreover, these representatives were all key figures in their respective guilds' management, individuals fully capable of making decisions on behalf of their respective guilds. Usually, meeting even one of these individuals would be challenging. Yet, 3 of them had gathered in Zero Wing City. However, Yuan Tixin's surprise didn't last too long. After all, Zero Wing had created too huge a scene this time. The 5 great super guilds could no longer ignore it. At this stage of the game, there was probably no guild uninterested in a teleportation array that could facilitate unrestricted travel between the 2 main continents. The ongoing War of Worlds only served to make this intercontinental teleportation array even more precious. If not for another important matter occupying the Secret Pavilion's guild leader, Yuan Tixin wouldn't be the one sitting in this room, representing the Secret Pavilion. Netherworld Empire sure moved fast. It has been active only on the Western continent all this time, yet it sent an old guy like the Nether King here, Matt of Mythology said, surprise appearing in his eyes as he looked at a bald old man in a white robe. It hasn't been long since I last met him, yet this old guy's strength has already improved so much. The mana he's radiating has nearly doubled in density. I also see 2 new pieces of equipment on him. That's normal. He wouldn't have given Odin so much trouble if he hasn't made any significant improvements after all this time, Situ Qing Tian, the white-haired old man seated beside Matt, said calmly. He then glanced at the masked young man standing behind Relos and continued, that masked kid behind Nether King, though, is quite something. Although I can't say for certain, he shouldn't be any weaker than Prosciutto. Surprised by Situ Qing Tian's assessment, Matt looked toward the masked youth and asked, is he that strong? The silver ghost Prosciutto was already the strongest among Mythology's younger generation. Not only did he possess excellent equipment, but his mana body had even exceeded the 110% completion rate already. Now, only a handful of people within the guild could defeat him. After hearing Situ Qing Tian's assessment, Cold Shadow, who sat on the elderly man's other side, also looked at the masked youth in surprise. Situ Qing Tian had instructed countless students, and his insight was many times superior to that of youngsters like Matt and herself. Since Situ Qing Tian had given the masked youth such an evaluation, the youth definitely couldn't be underestimated. It's not just that masked kid. The long-haired kid sitting beside Qiang Tianhe isn't any weaker either, Situ Qing Tian said, smiling as he looked at the long-haired, male youth seated some distance away from him. I have to say that times have changed. He looks to be around 26 or 27 years old, yet he has already reached the peak of the domain realm's 2nd step. It's been 3 decades since I last saw such talent. When Situ Qing Tian finished speaking, Cold Shadow was surprised again. Even now, she was barely touching the fringes of the domain realm's 2nd step, and it would still take a lot of time and effort for her to reach it, let alone climb to the peak of the 2nd step. Experts capable of reaching this step were as rare as a phoenix's feather in the virtual gaming industry. If such an expert could take one more step forward, they would become an existence standing at the very apex of God's domain. Situ Qing Tian did not lower his voice when speaking. He also didn't talk through a private channel. Hence, every Tier 4 expert in the reception room heard his words loud and clear. B00S/beat all of the youths present, including Purple Jade and Netherworld Empire's masked youth, turned reflexively to look at the long-haired youth carrying the blood-red greatsword, their eyes full of fighting spirit. City Qing Tian, you're still the same gossipy bastard as before. Chiang Tianhe said, glaring at City Qing Tian. While our kid has indeed made a breakthrough recently, do you think I can't see through that young lass beside you? If I'm not mistaken, she has at least 4 fragmented legendary items on her, right? As soon as Chiang Tianhe finished speaking, everyone's head snapped toward Cold Shadow. The masked youth and the long-haired youth, in particular, looked at her with fiery gazes. Nowadays, epic weapons and equipment were a lot more common in God's domain. Fragmented legendary items, on the other hand, were still incredibly rare even for the various superpowers. Even in Netherworld Empire and Solar Temple, less than 30% of their Tier 4 experts had even one fragmented legendary item, while their Grand Elders would be fortunate to have 1 or 2 fragmented legendary items. Yet, Chiang Tianhe had revealed that Cold Shadow owned at least 4 fragmented legendary items. How could they not envy her? After reaching their level, every fragmented legendary item could provide them with significant improvements. The total improvement 4 fragmented legendary items could provide would be massive. This old bastard. Cold Shadow glared at Chiang Tianhe. A display of talent would, at most, make others envious. However, weapons and equipment were a different story. Unlike talent, others could snatch these items. With her current strength, she wouldn't stand a chance if 2 or more of the people present attacked her. After all, every person in the room was a bona fide monster. Looking at Cold Shadow, Chiang Tianhe smiled and asked, "What is it? Do you wish to take action, young lass?" Chiang Tianhe. Glaring at Chiang Tianhe coldly, City Qing Tian threatened, "Do you think we won't dare make a move?" Immediately, the atmosphere in the room solidified, an indescribable sense of coldness spreading throughout the room. At this development, the members of Mythology and Solar Temple instinctively gripped their weapons. If an ordinary Tier 4 expert were to stand in this heavy atmosphere, they would most likely break out in a cold sweat and flee the scene immediately. What rotten luck. Just what are these people trying to do? Yuan Tianxin grew a little nervous as he looked at the members of the 2 super guilds. Mythologies and Solar Temple's Tier 4 experts were far from ordinary. This was especially true for City Qing Tian and Chiang Tianhe. A fight between them would be a calamity. The others in the room might even become collateral damage if things got too out of hand. To make matters worse, Netherworld Empire's members also showed signs of restlessness. Evidently, if Mythology and Solar Temple fought, Netherworld Empire wouldn't mind joining in the fray. Just as a fight was about to ensue, the woman standing by the room's door all this time suddenly stepped forward. She was none other than Fire Dance. At this time, not only was Fire Dance at level 155 already, but the quality of the mana she radiated was also much more powerful than when she first entered the statue room. Looking at the members of Mythology and Solar Temple, Fire Dance warned, "Everyone. This is Zero Wings territory. Fighting is forbidden here. I ask you to show Zero Wing some respect." Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, show Zero Wing respect. Glancing at Fire Dance, Chiang Tianhe said nonchalantly, "Sure. As long as you can get Sita to shut up, I won't have any problems." Not one to fall behind, City Qing Tian looked at Fire Dance and said, "Young lady, this old man isn't trying to disrespect Zero Wing, but Chiang Tianhe has gone too far. So long as you can get that old ghost to apologize to us, we won't take any direct action." The 2 old men's rejoinders rendered Yuan Tianxin and Purple Jade speechless. Fire Dance was indeed powerful, but she was still slightly weaker than the 2 old men. At most, she could contend against the younger generation of Mythology and Solar Temple. Hence, it was impossible for her to silence the 2 guilds all by herself. Moreover, based on the words spoken by Chiang Tianhe and City Qing Tian, the 2 of them were clearly trying to make a show of power to Zero Wing. If Fire Dance failed to deal with this situation appropriately, she would make a fool of herself and Zero Wing. However, without any hesitation, Fire Dance calmly told the two old men, "If you two refuse to give up, then please leave Zero Wing City. Zero Wing does not welcome such guests." Chapter 2870, Shi Feng's sword. Fire Dance's words resounded like thunder in the reception room, causing silence to descend on the room momentarily. Yuan Tianxin and Purple Jade also stared at Fire Dance reflexively. Has she lost her mind? Both Situ Qing Tian and Qiang Tianhe were big shots who spoke and acted on behalf of their respective guilds. The two had behaved rudely to show off their power and gain an advantage in their upcoming negotiations with Zero Wing, but Fire Dance's words cornered them. They couldn't back down without harming their reputation. If these two old men got angry for real, the consequences would be unimaginable. Although Zero Wing City had many Tier 4 players and NPCs defending it, if the two old men were intent on making a ruckus, it would take a long time for the city to suppress them. They might even escape capture. After all, this wasn't the first time they had done such a thing. Most importantly, the two of them represented Mythology and Solar Temple, two of the 5 great super guilds. Moreover, compared to the other 3, these 2 super guilds held far greater influence on the eastern continent. The 2 guilds might currently be incapable of retaliating against Zero Wing, but as holders of reserve seats for God's Domain's 12 great guilds, they could ruin the Twin Towers Kingdom and Star Moon Kingdom with just a word. Now that the Outer World's forces were rapidly expanding their influence, the NPC kingdoms and empires had limited combat power to spare. As a result, the united army these countries formed couldn't protect every kingdom on the continent. With the resumption of the war imminent, if Mythology and Solar Temple requested the NPC forces not to defend the Twin Towers Kingdom and Star Moon Kingdom, the 2 kingdoms would face swift destruction. Without the support of these 2 kingdoms, even if Zero Wing had Zero Wing City and the ability to teleport between the 2 continents, its income would still plummet. This was because most of the independent players and guild players visiting Zero Wing City could reach the city only via Sky Spring City's teleportation hole. It wasn't possible to teleport to Zero Wing City from other NPC cities. If Sky Spring City disappeared, these players would naturally lose the means to teleport to Zero Wing City. Meanwhile, Zero Wing couldn't garrison any other NPC city at this time. The special rights Zero Wing received from the War God's Temple as a reward from the Reserve Sea competition were a one-time privilege. If Zero Wing wished to garrison another NPC city, it would have to become a reserve for God's Domain's 12 great guilds. However, this wasn't possible right now. This was also precisely the reason Mythology, a guild that had been suppressing Zero Wing all this time, dared to come to Zero Wing's doorsteps and negotiate for partnership. The next moment, Situ Qing Tian and Qiang Tianhe turned to Fire Dance, a hint of coldness and playfulness in their eyes. "Little girl, we traveled a long distance to come to negotiate a partnership with Zero Wing. Is this how Zero Wing treats its guests?" Situ Qing Tian asked as he visually inspected Fire Dance. Revealing a faint smile, he continued, "If Zero Wing doesn't wish to partner with Mythology, Mythology will naturally find it unfortunate and frustrating. However, if Zero Wing comes across difficulties in the future, don't blame Mythology for not helping." Situ's words might not sound nice, but they are logical. Qiang Tianhe also looked at Fire Dance and said in a deep voice, "We came here with kind intentions. Now that the Outer World's forces have invaded the eastern continent, only by cooperating will we be able to stop their advance. If we separate on bad terms here, the Twin Towers Kingdom and Star Moon Kingdom will suffer." When Fire Dance heard the 2 elderly men's words, her complexion sank. She never expected the 2 of them to suddenly stand on the same side and work together to pressure Zero Wing. Seeing Fire Dance's grim expression, Situ Qing Tian chuckled and said, "I know you have your own difficulties, young lady. I'm sure you just made an unintentional mistake just now. Your words represent only your thoughts, right?" At this time, Situ Qing Tian did not dare to truly offend Zero Wing. After all, the benefits of Zero Wing City were too great to pass on. However, he still had to teach Fire Dance a lesson and let her know that she couldn't provoke just anyone in God's domain. Chiang Tianhe, who remained seated, nodded and chimed in, "That's right. There are some things you can't say arbitrarily, little girl. Elders like us might be able to ignore such a transgression, but if it were anyone else, your words would have severe consequences." Nether King Relos shook his head and sighed at this situation. Fire Dance was too young. Because of her inexperience, she had failed to notice that Situ Qingtian and Chiang Tianhe had aimed for such an outcome right from the very beginning. They had deliberately made a commotion in the reception room in the hopes of hooking Fire Dance. Now that she had taken action on Zero Wing's behalf, she was bound to suffer humiliation. Driving away Mythologies and Solar Temple's members wouldn't be possible unless Zero Wing was willing to abandon the prophets of the Twin Towers Kingdom and Starmoon Kingdom. Just when Fire Dance was at a loss as to what to say, the doors to the reception room suddenly opened. A tall figure then entered, looked at Situ Qingtian and Chiang Tianhe, and demanded coldly, "Do you old fools think Zero Wing's main force commander cannot represent Zero Wing? Or do you think Zero Wing is a pushover? I can tell you now that Fire Dance's previous words represent my will. You may leave now." Shifeng did not speak loudly, but a bone-chilling cold enveloped the entire room at his words. Situ Qingtian and Chiang Tianhe, in particular, were dumbfounded. Even Relos, who had been a spectator all this time, was stunned. He never thought that Shifeng would chase off Mythology and Solar Temple without any negotiations. "Guild leader Black Flame, aren't you going a little too far?" Situ Qingtian asked in a cold voice. "Our two guilds have come in sincerity. Are you going to abandon the Twin Towers Kingdom and Starmoon Kingdom just because of a little girl's few words?" At this time, Chiang Tianhe interjected hurriedly, "Guild leader Black Flame, must you take things so seriously? We were merely making a joke." "Abandonment is a joke." Looking at the two elderly men before him, Shifeng sneered, "You two think too highly of yourselves. I'll give you 5 seconds to leave. Otherwise, I'll send you back myself." Shifeng's words shocked everyone present once more. Is he really going to do that? When Yuan Tixin looked at Shifeng, he felt that Shifeng was even crazier than Fire Dance. Fire Dance had merely acted to preserve Zero Wing's reputation. However, Shifeng was blatantly declaring war on Mythology and Solar Temple. After this declaration, even if Situ Qingtian and Chiang Tianhe previously wanted to pursue negotiations for a partnership, they wouldn't do so anymore. "Good. Very good." Situ Qingtian suddenly smiled as he looked at Shifeng. "This old man admires your will to make an enemy out of Mythology and abandon 2 kingdoms. However, I'm curious to see how you plan on sending this old man back." After saying so, Situ Qingtian stood up and unsheathed the dark greatsword slung on his back. Simultaneously, not only did his body radiate a frightening aura, but the mana surrounding him also took on a near-liquid form, sparkling as it circled his silvery gray armor. Sensing the pressure he radiated, Fire Dance and the other youngsters in the room subconsciously took a step back. As expected of this old bastard, his mana body has broken through the 115% threshold. He can probably hold his own against even a superior mythic monster of the same level now. Relos was astonished when he sensed Situ Qingtian's unparalleled aura. "Everyone has been saying that you are God's domain strongest, guild leader Black Flame." This old man has been curious about the validity of this rumor for a long time now. After Situ Qingtian unleashed his aura, Chiang Tianhe, who sat nearby, also stood up and raised a crimson staff. The white robe he wore instantly transformed into a robe of flames, making it seem as if the god of fire had just descended to the mortal world. The aura he radiated was not the slightest bit inferior to Situ Qingtian's, and his level had even surpassed Situ Qingtian by 1, at level 154 already. Amazing! So, these are the apex combatants of these 2 super guilds? Yuan Tixin was astounded as he looked at Situ Qingtian and Qiang Tianhe. Under normal circumstances, the average Tier 4 expert would have difficulty fleeing from a superior mythic monster of the same level, let alone fighting one. Yet, these two elderly men now radiated an aura rivaling that of a superior mythic monster of the same level. Their combat power ranked at the very top of God's domain at this stage of the game. Now, even a dozen Tier 4 experts working together would most likely have difficulty suppressing Situ Qingtian and Qiang Tianhe. Not to mention, the two's combat standards were incredibly close to reaching the beyond domain realm. Let's see how you recover from this now, Black Flame. Cold Shadow, who now stood at a side, grew excited when she saw that Situ Qingtian and Qiang Tianhe intended to take action. She might not know precisely how powerful Qiang Tianhe was, but she knew how powerful Situ Qingtian was. Moreover, it had been a long time since she had seen Situ Qingtian take action. With the two of them working together, even a monster like Shi Feng would have difficulty defeating them within a short period. A fight between Shi Feng, dubbed God's domain's strongest expert, and two legendary figures in the virtual gaming industry deserved to be called an apex battle in God's domain. If both sides fought for a sufficiently long time, she might gain enough insight to improve her combat standards further. Cold Shadow wasn't the only person with such thoughts. Purple Jade, Netherworld Empire's masked youth, and Solar Temple's long-haired youth were similarly curious to see how this fight would play out. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, since you two want me to send you back, I'll grant you your wish. After glancing at the two elderly men, Shi Feng stopped concealing his aura and mana. Immediately, the space within the room froze, a stifling pressure enveloping everyone. Even Situ Qingtian and Qiang Tianhe subconsciously stumbled 2 steps back, their eyes filled with fear and confusion as they gaped at Shi Feng. Tier 5. The same question simultaneously ran through the minds of the two elderly men. However, before they could respond to the situation, Shi Feng suddenly appeared before them, his movements so fast that it seemed as if he had split into two. Shi Feng then stabbed their hearts with his sword. Afterward, Shi Feng returned to one entity, now standing quietly by the window wall behind the two elderly men. And before anyone realized what had happened, the sword in his hand was already back in its sheath, as if Shi Feng had never drawn it. Meanwhile, Situ Qingtian's and Qiang Tianhe's HPs, which exceeded 10 million, had zeroed out by the time everyone realized what was going on. The two's bodies then collapsed to the ground, neither managing to react from start to finish. Chapter 2871, Tier 5. They're dead. The spectators in the room were stunned to see Situ Qingtian and Qiang Tianhe collapsing to the floor, their minds failing to process the situation. Cold Shadow and the long-haired youth from Solar Temple, in particular, appeared petrified, their bodies remaining utterly motionless as they stared at the two sprawled corpses. How is this possible? The instructor failed to endure even a single hit. Compared to everyone else present, Cold Shadow and the long-haired youth had a much better understanding of Situ Qingtian's and Qiang Tianhe's strengths. Setting aside the fact that the two elderly men had combat standards close to the beyond domain realm, just their basic attributes and mana bodies were more than enough for them to combat superior mythic monsters of the same level. Despite being so monstrously powerful, Situ Qingtian and Qiang Tianhe had failed to mount even the slightest bit of resistance to Shi Feng before dying. This was simply unbelievable. Yuan Tixin and Purple Jade were similarly astonished at this situation, their minds unable to recover from the shock even after a long time. They had expected a heaven-defying battle and even felt that Shi Feng had been unwise to provoke Situ Qingtian and Qiang Tianhe. After all, if these two superior mythic equivalents went all out, destroying Zero Wing's residence wouldn't be impossible for them. Even if Shi Feng eventually succeeded in killing them, Zero Wing would still have to pay a significant price. Yet, now. However, unlike everyone else present, Nether King Relos's attention wasn't on Situ Qingtian's and Qiang Tianhe's corpses. Instead, he stared at Shifeng's figure standing calmly by the window wall, his eyes wide with fear and horror. A Tier 5 Sword Saint. Although it was only an instant, Relos had felt unprecedented fear overwhelming his body when Shifeng executed his attack. That spine-chilling fear hadn't come from just witnessing Shifeng's frightening power. Instead, it was an instinctive, bone-deep fear. Relos was no ordinary Tier 4 player, he was someone who had developed his mana body to an incredible extent. If he were facing a player of the same tier, his body wouldn't have such a reaction. The only way Relos could explain this situation was that Shifeng was no longer a Tier 4 player. Instead, Shifeng was already a Tier 5 Sword Saint. Although Relos had subconsciously muttered to himself, he had not done so on a private channel. Hence, no matter how soft his voice had been, the Tier 4 experts present heard him loud and clear. Tier 5. Everyone turned toward Shifeng, one after another. Previously, they had been so shocked by City Qingtian's and Qiang Tianhe's deaths that they had forgotten about Shifeng's existence and the brief stagnation and fear they had felt. How is this possible? He's reached Tier 5 already. Cold Shadow and the long-haired youth wore grim expressions as they looked at Shifeng, their minds in denial. Shifeng no longer concealed his power. Hence, everyone in the room could feel tremendous pressure originating from a difference in life rating. Shifeng's life rating was something no Tier 4 player could possess, no matter what. If a Tier 4 player's life rating were equated to a bonfire, then Shifeng's life rating was like the scorching sun. Unless he deliberately suppressed and concealed his life rating, there was no way anybody could fail to notice it. Is this why he dares to ignore the two super guilds? When Yuan Tixin looked at Situ Qingtian's and Qiang Tianhe's corpses and then at Shifeng's nonchalance, the shock in his heart multiplied exponentially. Meanwhile, Purple Jade was at a loss for words, a complicated expression on her face. She had come to Zero Wing City to determine her growth and whether she could catch up to Shifeng. However, let alone catching up, the two of them weren't even standing on the same playing field anymore. Tier 5. In the current era, Tier 5 existences were already considered the apex existences of God's domain. They were capable of single-handedly destroying an entire kingdom, monsters that no current Tier 4 player could hope to go up against. Guild Leader. Fire Dance's eyes brimmed with jubilation and shock when she looked at Shifeng. This revelation was too shocking. If Zero Wing still had to be fearful of the 5 great super guilds before, then it could now ignore their existence. After all, the gap between Tier 4 and Tier 5 was utterly massive. Even if the 5 great super guilds had many monstrously strong players and even individuals at the Beyond Domain realm, none of them would be a match for a Tier 5 existence. Unless the 5 great super guilds similarly produced a Tier 5 expert, it wouldn't matter, even if they attacked Zero Wing with a large number of Tier 4 experts. Not to mention, destroying a guild city was child's play for a Tier 5 player. Only a main city-level guild city could repulse a Tier 5. Moreover, if one didn't have any means of retaliation, even a main city would eventually fall to a Tier 5 player. While Fire Dance was inwardly celebrating Shifeng's achievement, Shifeng turned his sights to Cold Shadow and the long-haired youth from Solar Temple. He then said calmly, "I only dealt a small punishment to the two of them today. If your two guilds pull such a stunt one more time, I won't mind visiting your headquarters." Cold Shadow and the long-haired youth did not have any thoughts of refuting Shifeng. They promptly left the reception room, together with their guild members. Netherworld Empires and Secret Pavilions members quietly watched with complicated feelings as the two Super Guilds members left. Before, they had been treating Zero Wing as just another superpower. However, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call Zero Wing the #1 guild of God's domain now. Not only did Zero Wing possess a Tier 5 Sword Saint, but it even had a holy land like Zero Wing City. At this point, even the 5 great super guilds couldn't hope to compete with it. Given enough time, Zero Wing was sure to become God's domain's #1 guild. At this point, Relos suddenly stood up from his seat, approached Shifeng, and said respectfully, Guild Leader Black Flame, Relos, wish to establish a partnership with Zero Wing on behalf of Netherworld Empire. We do not want much. We only need one temporary guild residence in Zero Wing City. In return, Netherworld Empire will provide Zero Wing with resources and business connections in the Western continent. We will also establish a military alliance with Zero Wing to resist the Outer World players. May I know what you think of this proposal, Guild Leader Black Flame? Although Relos's respectful demeanor and sincere offer might seem surprising to others, the masked youth from Netherworld Empire and Yuan Tianxin did not find this situation unexpected at all. While reaching Tier 5 might not be impossible for an expert like Relos, it would still be incredibly challenging. This was because the promotion to Tier 5 had nothing to do with a player's combat standards. Instead, it depended entirely on one's control over and understanding of mana and the ability to construct a Tier 5 mana body. Before reaching Tier 5 himself, Relos would only be seeking death if he behaved arrogantly in front of a Tier 5 existence. Not one to fall behind, Yuan Tianxin also extended a similar partnership offer on behalf of the Secret Pavilion. The only difference was that the Secret Pavilion would only help defend Zero Wing City and Stone Forest City. It would not take part in any other battles. Sure, I can agree to your conditions, Shifeng said after hearing the two guilds' offers. However, I have an additional condition. Upon receiving this encouraging response, Relos grew a little excited and prompted, Please speak, Guild Leader Black Flame. Initially, Relos thought that Shifeng wouldn't agree to his offer and would choose to monopolize Zero Wing City's resources. Shifeng's willingness to negotiate was a positive outcome. Yuan Tianxin also nodded in agreement with Relos's words. Shifeng smiled and said, My condition is simple: a complete guild legacy. If your two guilds can provide me with your complete guild legacies, I can give you temporary residencies in Zero Wing City immediately. Zero Wing was not lacking in resources at the moment. So long as Zero Wing City remained standing, the guild would have no trouble acquiring resources. However, a guild's development did not rely solely on resources. It also needed manpower and talents. Hence, acquiring a complete guild legacy was of utmost importance for Zero Wing. Only with a complete guild legacy could Zero Wing reliably nurture its experts to the domain realm. Okay, I agree to your condition on Netherworld Empire's behalf. Relos answered without hesitation. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. Upon hearing Relos's response, Yuan Tianxin gritted his teeth and said, The Secret Pavilion has no problem with this either. When Shifeng heard the two guilds' positive replies, he inwardly sighed in relief. After all, a guild legacy was the root of a guild. Many guilds would rather face annihilation than share their guild legacy. He then nodded and said, Good. I wish our three guilds a happy partnership from now on. Shortly afterward, Shifeng signed a contract with the Secret Pavilion and Netherworld Empire, taking an essential step toward Zero Wing's becoming God's Domain's #1 guild. As Shifeng concluded his discussion with the two guilds, news of his promotion to Tier 5 and his killing Situ Qingtian and Qiang Tianhe in Zero Wing City quickly spread and reached the ears of God's Domain's various powers. For a time, the entire God's Domain was in an uproar. Chapter 2872, God's Domain shaken. Zero Wing City, Battle Arena. Guild Leader Black Flame has been promoted to Tier 5. 16th Cloud was stunned when she read the report she received. Looking at sorrowful silence, she asked, Have you verified this? Although quite a number of God's Domain's Void Realm experts had gotten promoted to Tier 4 already, with Domain Realm experts even making considerable progress in developing their mana bodies, everyone was still a long way from reaching Tier 5. Creating a Tier 5 mana body was an entirely different matter from improving the completion rate of one's mana body. Since most Tier 4 experts hadn't even developed their mana bodies to a significant extent, getting promoted to Tier 5 shouldn't be possible. Hence, 16th Cloud found it truly hard to believe that Shifeng had already reached Tier 5. However, instead of getting the answer she hoped for, Sorrowful Silence nodded solemnly. He then said in a shocked voice, "Yes, I happened to be in another reception room at the time, negotiating with Zero Wing's representative for a long-term lease of the Battle Arena's combat rooms. My room was quite close to the reception room used to host the secret pavilion and the 3 super guilds." Every Zero Wing member on the floor reacted strongly. I also saw Mythologies and Solar Temple's members leave the residence, looking grim. In reality, Sorrowful Silence didn't just hear about Shifeng's promotion to Tier 5 from Zero Wing's members. He had also personally experienced the frightening aura Shifeng had exuded. Despite being in an entirely different room, he had still sensed that aura clearly, and it had been much stronger than the auras of the Tier 5 NPCs he had come across before. Of course, the Tier 5 NPCs Sorrowful Silence met previously had never displayed any killing intent. They had even been actively suppressing their auras. In comparison, Shifeng had not held anything back when he attacked Situ Qingtian and Qiang Tianhe. This was why Sorrowful Silence was confident Shifeng had reached Tier 5. This is interesting. 16th Cloud revealed a hint of joy and excitement after hearing Sorrowful Silence's confirmation. Now that Zero Wing has a Tier 5 combatant and opened Zero Wing City to the public, the Eastern Continent status quo will get reshuffled. That's right. Thank goodness we're already strategic allies with Zero Wing. Sorrowful Silence said, nodding in agreement with 16th Cloud. Tier 5 existences were different from Tier 4 existences. Tier 4 players couldn't capture a guild city all by themselves. That was a task that required a large number of Tier 4 players. When Tier 4 players were still scarce, Zero Wing might have been able to pose a significant threat to the various superpowers, but it didn't threaten their roots. However, the situation had changed. A Tier 5 player could effortlessly capture a guild city, even a superpower's headquarters, which meant that Zero Wing had the power to uproot and destroy superpowers. Moreover, now that Zero Wing's expert count had skyrocketed, it was entirely capable of expanding its territory and occupying more guild cities. It wouldn't face a manpower shortage even if it captured 5 or 6 more guild cities. When the Eastern Continent's various powers received this piece of news, the superpowers that had always been working against Zero Wing fell into an awkward situation. This was especially true for Starlink. Upon learning about Shifeng's promotion to Tier 5, Starlink's executives all had ashen complexions. Inside the guild leader's office of Starlink's residence in the Dark Knight Empire. "Commander, now that Black Flame has gotten promoted to Tier 5, he definitely won't spare Starlink. Should we migrate our experts to the Western Continent now?" A level 150, Tier 4 female ranger suggested as she looked at the handsome youth quietly reading documents in the office. "How many times have I told you to refer to me as guild leader? I am no longer just the commander of Tremor's clan but Starlink's guild leader as well," Lu Tiandi said as he glanced at the enchanting female ranger. "Yes, guild leader," the ranger responded calmly as she looked at Lu Tiandi. She then repeated, "Should we migrate now?" "That won't be necessary." Looking at the report in his hands, Lu Tiandi explained nonchalantly, "Black Flame's promotion to Tier 5 is indeed a big problem for us, but there's no need for us to be afraid of him yet. The Eastern Continent situation is no longer the same as before. The Outer World's forces are Zero Wing's biggest problem. Black Flame's promotion to Tier 5 should pose a considerable headache for those Outer World players. Moreover, Zero Wing has severed all chances of friendly relations with Mythology and Solar Temple. In the next war, the Eastern Continent's native NPC forces will definitely not provide Starmoon Kingdom and the Twin Towers Kingdom with any support. At that time, Zero Wing might not even be able to defend its own guild cities, let alone target other forces. If I were Black Flame, I wouldn't have exposed myself as a Tier 5 so soon and become a target for the Outer World forces. Instead, I would focus on raiding dungeons and world bosses to raise my guild strength. God's Domain isn't a single-player game. A single Tier 5 player cannot stop all of the Outer World's NPC forces. The Enchanting Ranger's eyes brightened at Lu Tiandi's words. Doesn't this mean we have a chance? We can forget about Silverwing City since the Outer World forces will capture it. On the other hand, we can get our hands on Stone Forest City since it is close to the Dark Knight Empire. Even if Black Flame is Tier 5, he can defend only one location at a time. Once the war resumes, he'll be preoccupied with Zero Wing City. At that time, we can find an opportunity to secure Stone Forest City. Lu Tiandi said, smiling. However, this isn't something we can accomplish alone. Go and contact the superpowers that have a grudge against Zero Wing now. I believe they will be more than willing to come on board this plan. Yes, sir. The ranger nodded. While God's Domain's various powers were reeling from the news of Shi Feng's promotion to Tier 5 and preparing countermeasures, Shi Feng had finalized his discussion with the Secret Pavilion and Netherworld Empire over the specifics of their partnership. Guild leader, now that we have the two guild legacies, we can probably nurture a batch of Void Realm experts and possibly Domain Realm experts within a short period, Fire Dance said. When she thought about how the Secret Pavilion and Netherworld Empire would be sending all their information on the realms of refinement to Zero Wing's headquarters tomorrow, she couldn't help feeling excited. Although the guild legacy Zero Wing received from Unyielding Soul previously was indeed valuable, the information provided allowed Zero Wing to nurture experts only to the Flowing Water realm at a reliable rate. It was still a far cry from a complete guild legacy. After all, only Void Realm experts could serve as a superpower's mainstay. Zero Wing had far too few of such peak experts. The only reason Zero Wing managed to produce as many Tier 4 experts as it had now was the various God's Domain legacies and excellent training environment the guild possessed. Even then, these Tier 4 experts could only rank among the lower rungs of Tier 4 players. That's right. Shi Feng nodded. He similarly felt happy over this matter. Only when Zero Wing possessed a complete guild legacy of its own could it become a true titan in God's Domain. Once the guild had the Secret Pavilions and Netherworld Empire's guild legacies, it would no longer have to worry about lacking peak experts. Zero Wing could also recruit more talented players since these talents would no longer have to worry about Zero Wing lacking a guild legacy. Guild leader, what should we do next? Fire Dance asked. Now that we've become enemies with Mythology and Solar Temple, the Outer World forces will target Starmoon Kingdom and the Twin Towers Kingdom once the war resumes. Should we start withdrawing our forces from those two kingdoms? Mythology and Solar Temple held significant influence in the Eastern continent. It was also certain that the Outer World forces would target Zero Wing. However, with Zero Wing's current strength, defending Starmoon Kingdom and the Twin Towers Kingdom wouldn't be feasible. To reduce Zero Wing's losses, the guild ought to begin pulling its forces out of these two kingdoms as soon as possible. Next. Chuckling, Shi Feng said, go and gather all of the guild's Tier 4s now. Gather all of the guild's Tier 48. Shi Feng's command confused Fire Dance. With the imminent war, what they should do was relocate the mobile fortress and Silverwing City. Otherwise, once the Outer World's NPC army arrived, Zero Wing would lose both strongholds. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, yes. Smiling, Shi Feng said, since I've reached Tier 5 already, it's about time we took care of the trouble over at the Orc Empire. We'll also use this opportunity to let the various superpowers know the consequences of offending us. The current God's Domain had far too little knowledge of Tier 5 existences. Even if Shi Feng had killed Situ Qingtian and Qiang Tianhe, the various superpowers only knew that he was much stronger than Tier 4 players. They still didn't understand what Tier 5 represented. I'll have them gather right away. Fire Dance burned with eagerness when she heard Shi Feng's words. Ever since she had gotten promoted to Tier 4, she had never had a good fight or launched an all-out war against other superpowers. She also wasn't the only person to hold such sentiments. The other Tier 4 experts in the guild harbored similar thoughts. Now, they finally had the opportunity to display their strength. Chapter 2873, Present Zero Wing Orc Empire, Silverwing City. Droves of people came and went on the city's main street. More than half of these people were NPCs from the neighboring kingdoms and empires. Due to the world passages opening and the invasion of the Outer Worlds player and NPC forces, both native players and NPCs had their range of activity restricted significantly. As the strongest city in the Orc Empire, one capable of fending off attacks from anything below Tier 5, Silverwing City had already become a mecca for the neighboring kingdoms and empires players and NPCs. Moreover, the news of Black Flame reaching Tier 5 sent the number of players visiting Silverwing City skyrocketing, resulting in overcrowding. All of these new arrivals sought to join Zero Wing and develop long-term in Silverwing City. At this time, Tier 4 experts radiating frightening auras appeared in Zero Wing's residence, one after another. The arrival of these experts instantly silenced the bustling residence. Even the players lining up to take the test to join the guild couldn't help feeling frightened. What's going on with Zero Wing? Why have so many Tier 4 experts gathered? Are they here to maintain order since there are so many people applying to join the guild? Amazing! So, this is Zero Wing. I saw over 50 Tier 4 experts already. Some super guilds don't have this many Tier 4 experts. That's not all of it. Look at their equipment. Every one of them has at least 3 pieces of level 150 epic equipment. I wonder when I'll be able to get one for myself. The eyes of the players lined up in the residence's courtyard widened in shock as they took in Zero Wing's Tier 4 experts. Previously, they had recognized that Zero Wing was a powerful guild but felt that it had become a superpower in God's domain only because of Zero Wing City and Black Flame's undefeated legend. Upon seeing the situation now, they realized that Zero Wing's foundation was far more terrifying than they thought. Not only did Zero Wing possess far more Tier 4 experts than most superpowers, but these experts also had superior equipment standards compared to the various superpowers Tier 4 experts. Currently, over 50 Tier 4 experts were gathered in the courtyard. This was a spectacular scene that those present would rarely get to see in their lifetimes. Not to mention, these Tier 4 experts were not repressing their auras at all. When these auras overlapped, they came together to generate an aura far more frightening than that of superior mythic monsters. Even Tier 3 experts shuddered involuntarily, forced to keep their distance from these Tier 4 experts. Why would Zero Wing gather so many Tier 4 experts here? Is it conducting a major operation or something? This is indeed unusual. A guild would gather so many of its Tier 4 experts in one place only for a special event. As the number of Tier 4 experts kept increasing, the non-members in the courtyard felt something amiss. Even Zero Wing's members started growing antsy at this situation. Ji Luorong looked at Violet Cloud, who had just arrived in the courtyard, and asked, "Big Sis Violet, do you know why the guild leaders suddenly summoned us?" "I don't know, either. Big Sis Fire suddenly contacted me and told me to come here right away," Violet Cloud replied, shaking her head. She then visually inspected Ji Luorong and exclaimed in surprise, "Luorong, your mana body is at the 110% completion rate already. You've made so much progress." Ji Luorong had joined Zero Wing only recently. Although Zero Wing was much stronger than before, the fact that Ji Luorong managed to increase her mana body's completion rate from under 105% to her current 110% proved that she was monstrously talented. Hee hee. It's because of the Sword Saint legacy Big Sis Fire gave me. If not for it, I would have taken much longer to reach 110%, Ji Luorong said, smiling. Inwardly, she still felt a little delighted. After all, only a tiny number of experts in God's domain had managed to develop their mana bodies to a 110% completion rate at this stage of the game. However, when Ji Luorong carefully sensed the mana surrounding Violet Cloud's body, her delight instantly vanished. The mana close to Violet Cloud had already liquefied. Although it was limited to a small portion of her mana, it was still better than nothing. The fact that Violet Cloud could accomplish this feat meant that her mana body's completion rate had already reached 115% or above, according to what Shifeng told them. She might have even reached the 120% completion rate already. At this time, a masked, middle-aged man clad in black approached Ji Luorong. The aura this man radiated practically rivaled that of a superior mythic monster. This middle-aged man was none other than Crimson Mask, another Eternal Glory member who had joined Zero Wing. "Commander, why did Big Sis Fire suddenly call for us? Is something big going on?" Crimson Mask asked curiously as he looked at Ji Luorong. "I don't know. Big Sis Fire only told me to come here as soon as possible and nothing else." Ji Luorong shook her head. When she noticed the qualitative transformation of Crimson Mask's demeanor, she couldn't help sighing to herself ruefully. **BB greater than Y/BF Initially, Crimson Mask had opposed Eternal Glory's joining Zero Wing. He felt that even without joining a guild, he could still develop Eternal Glory to great heights. However, after a few bouts with Fire Dance and receiving a sound thrashing each time, Crimson Mask had changed completely. Now, he was even referring to Fire Dance as Big Sis. However, Crimson Mask was much more fortunate than someone else, his fate considerably better. Besides Crimson Mask, a lunatic named Invincible Swallow had come to Zero Wing to challenge Violet Cloud, and the fate this lunatic suffered was simply terrible. That fight could be described as an adult beating up a toddler. Afterward, when Invincible Swallow returned for a rematch at a later date, Violet Cloud just so happened to be out on an errand. Aqua Rose had been present at the time, so he challenged her instead. After that match, Invincible Swallow began questioning his life. Even now, he was still training crazily in Stone Forest City's battle arena every day. While Zero Wing's Tier 4 members wondered why Fire Dance had suddenly gathered them, a man and a woman approached the courtyard from a distance. These two people were none other than Shifeng and Fire Dance. Shifeng was just walking casually, yet his steps distorted the space around him. It was as if the surrounding space couldn't contain his presence and could crumble at any time. In addition, as Shifeng did not bother concealing his aura, everyone present gasped involuntarily when they sensed it. Although Shifeng wasn't directing any hostility at anyone, merely letting his aura radiate freely, the Tier 4 players present felt their bodies becoming incredibly heavy as if someone had tied metal weights to their bodies. As for the Tier 3 players present, they instinctively retreated from Shifeng, not daring to move even an inch closer to him. "He's the guild leader." Crimson Mask was shocked as he looked at Shifeng. Before today, Crimson Mask had only ever heard the name of Black Flame. From the gossip circulating inside Zero Wing, he knew that Shifeng was Zero Wing's #1 expert and that his existence was the linchpin of the entire guild. Crimson Mask had thought that Shifeng was only slightly stronger than Fire Dance. However, given this situation, Shifeng wasn't just somewhat stronger than Fire Dance. He was practically standing on a whole other level. Aside from Crimson Mask, many of the Tier 4 experts who had joined Zero Wing recently were also stunned by Shifeng's terrifying aura. After glancing at the crowd gathered, Fire Dance reported to Shifeng, guild leader, apart from the 2 vice guild leaders and around a dozen others, who are currently occupied with important matters, all of the guild's Tier 4 members are here. Not bad. Shifeng nodded in approval as he scanned the crowd before him. A total of 59 Tier 4 players waited in the courtyard, their levels ranging from level 148 to level 156. More than half of these players had broken through the 100% threshold of their mana bodies already, with nearly 20 having reached the 105% threshold and 7 at the 110% threshold. The 7 to reach 110% completion rate or above were Violet Cloud, Fire Dance, Ji Luorong, Alluring Summer, Yen Tianqing, Luofei, and Silent Blade. One could consider this lineup a spectacular force at this stage of the game. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU at this time, Kola, who had already reached level 150, could no longer hold back his excitement, asking, Guild Leader, are we going to raid the Orc capital city? The Orc capital city's core area was a special secret land. The degree of danger in this secret land closely rivaled that of a God mode regional dungeon. The loot inside was likewise incredible. However, one required a sufficiently large team of Tier 4 players to raid it. This was why nobody had succeeded in raiding it even now. Meanwhile, Zero Wing currently had 59 Tier 4 players and 1 Tier 5 player gathered. They were already more than qualified to raid the Orc capital city's secret land. When everyone heard Kola's words, they immediately grew restless. After all, this was a level 150+ secret land they were talking about. They would definitely gain significant harvests if they raided it. No, I didn't gather you here for the Orc capital city, but for something else instead, Shifeng said, shaking his head. Something else? Kola and the others grew confused. That's right. Smiling, Shifeng explained, to ensure our survival in the upcoming war and Zero Wing's future development, I plan on annihilating Ancient Rock City and eliminating Beast Emperor from the Orc Empire. Chapter 2874, Descending upon Ancient Rock City. Orc Empire, Ancient Rock City. The walls of Ancient Rock City were over 50 meters tall. Despite numerous foe saint monsters roaming the barren land outside the city walls, the Tier 3 players patrolling atop the walls completely disregarded these monsters as if they did not exist. Surprisingly, the foe saint monsters that most of the Eastern Continent's players regarded as a nightmare showed no intentions of attacking Ancient Rock City. They behaved like scarecrows under the city walls. At this time, a merchant caravan, composed of over 100 players and over a dozen horse-drawn carriages, slowly approached Ancient Rock City from a distance. Despite catching sight of these players, the countless foe saint monsters roaming the barren land outside Ancient Rock City behaved as if they did not see this caravan. Looking at the level 120 foe saint monsters around him, a level 136, Tier 3 swordsman escorting the caravan exclaimed, "The Sacred Heart Amulet Saint's hand sold us is amazing. Those mythic foe saint monsters ignore us even when we're only 30 yards away from them." Even NPCs were helpless against the foe saint monsters running rampant in the many neighboring kingdoms and the Black Dragon Empire. The danger made it increasingly difficult for merchant caravans to make money. However, so long as a caravan carried a Sacred Heart Amulet, it could avoid the foe saint monsters' attacks altogether. At the swordsman's words, the level 137, Tier 3 Guardian Knight sitting at the head of the caravan looked at the Sacred Heart Amulet in his hand. With a hint of ambition in his eyes, he said, "I know, right? We must buy some more of these Sacred Heart Amulets in Ancient Rock City. We can make a fortune reselling them in the neighboring kingdoms and empires." The Sacred Heart Amulet was a non-bag space item. Although players could wear it on their person, they couldn't store it in their bags. It also couldn't be transported by teleportation. However, Saint's Hand sold the Sacred Heart Amulet only in Ancient Rock City. None of Saint's Hand's other residences sold it. Many merchant players and adventurer teams had realized that they could make a fortune by purchasing the Sacred Heart Amulets in bulk from Ancient Rock City and reselling them in the neighboring kingdoms and empires. Nowadays, many foe saint monsters roamed the territories of the neighboring kingdoms and the Black Dragon Empire. Leaving the safety of towns and cities would expose players to not only the standard monsters but also a large number of foe saint monsters. The Sacred Heart Amulet could mitigate the danger. More importantly, the Sacred Heart Amulet was a consumable, so it was always in high demand in the neighboring kingdoms and the Black Dragon Empire. Selling these amulets in these countries wouldn't be a problem. The main reason their Fighting Tiger adventurer team had invested a considerable fortune into hiring more than a dozen advanced carriages was to make an even bigger fortune off these amulets. At this time, a level 136, Tier 3 female ranger standing atop the leading carriage pointed at a distant silhouette and shouted, "Commander, we're almost at Ancient Rock City. Okay. Everyone, get yourselves ready, newbies especially. Ancient Rock City is different from other guild cities, the leading guardian knight shouted through the team chat. Although the city prohibits fighting, it is still a bona fide dark city. There are tons of dark players there, so make sure not to get marked by them. Otherwise, we'll be in a ton of trouble once we leave the city. At the Guardian Knight's words, the team's veterans promptly took out a magic scroll for the Tier 1 Mana Guard spell and used it on themselves. With the Mana Guard active, the common tracking mark would be ineffective against them. Upon seeing this, the newbies to Ancient Rock City also took out the magic scrolls they prepared and used the scrolls on themselves. As the caravan trundled increasingly closer to Ancient Rock City, the newbies couldn't help gasping in shock at their first sight of the towering stronghold. Ancient Rock City was undoubtedly the most spectacular guild city they had ever seen in their careers in God's domain. Not only did the city have walls over 50 meters tall guarding it, but it covered an area rivaling NPC main cities. Most importantly, two 30-meter-tall faux saint monsters flanked the city's entrance. The two monsters wore steel plate armor, and each carried two gigantic swords. If one inspected these two monsters with an identification skill, one would find that they were level 160 superior mythic-ranked faux saint slayers. The aura of these two faux saint slayers sent involuntary shudders through all the players entering Ancient Rock City. Just by standing there, the two superior mythics made everyone feel as if their souls would get devoured. Besides the two faux saint slayers standing guard, more than 30 evil dark dragons wheeled in the sky above Ancient Rock City. These 50-meter-long evil dark dragons radiated auras close to rivaling the superior mythic-ranked faux saint slayers. When the Fighting Tiger Adventurer team arrived before the city gate, the members spotted a long line of players and NPCs waiting to enter the city. Many of these NPCs exuded dense bloodlust, which proved that they roamed the dark side of God's domain. At this time, however, even Tier 4 NPCs were obediently waiting in line. Amazing! There are so many Tier 4 monsters and NPCs here. Even a kingdom's capital city isn't comparable to this place, the first-time visitors among Fighting Tiger exclaimed. Of course. Ancient Rock City is Saint Han's main headquarters. Moreover, the city has already become a mecca for the dark forces operating in the neighboring kingdoms and the Black Dragon Empire. If we include the city's defensive structures, even the outer world forces will have difficulty taking down Ancient Rock City. Now, many well-known and top adventurer teams are developing here, the leading Guardian Knight explained. From what I heard, the superpower Miracle has also dispatched many experts to garrison Ancient Rock City. Ancient Rock City is the safest city in the Orc Empire. Nobody will dare target it. The Saint's Hand member conducting inspections nearby overheard the Guardian Knight's words and couldn't help putting on a prideful expression. Currently, Ancient Rock City was only one step away from becoming a main city. Its combat power far exceeded that of guild cities of the various superpowers. Had Saint's Hand not been wary of the Outer World's NPC forces, it would have long since flattened the neighboring kingdoms and the Black Dragon Empire, becoming an existence surpassing the 5 great super guilds. However, as the Fighting Tiger Adventurer team was undergoing inspection, a gigantic figure suddenly approached Ancient Rock City from the distant sky. Its speed was as fast as a mighty gale, and it stopped only after arriving in front of the city. The steel behemoth over 100 meters long hung in the sky roughly 400 yards from Ancient Rock City, overlooking the entire city. Several dozen players stood on this steel behemoth. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. At this steel behemoth's appearance, the entire Ancient Rock City went into an uproar. It's the Crimson Dragon flying ship. That's Zero Wing's flying ship. Quick, look. Isn't that black flame? Nowadays, almost everybody in God's domain was familiar with the Crimson Dragon flying ship. After all, this thing had long since become Zero Wing's signature. Zero Wing was even using some of these flying ships to transport cargo across the sea, to the envy of many superpowers. However, Zero Wing's sudden visit to ancient Rock City confused many of the city's players. Meanwhile, upon spotting the Crimson Dragon flying ship, the evil dark dragons patrolling the city's airspace let loose deafening roars. The two foe Saint Slayers standing guard by the city's entrance also raised their heads and gripped their weapons, going on full alert against the flying ship. As everyone in ancient Rock City fell into panic and confusion, Feng looked down at the city below from aboard the Crimson Dragon flying ship and shouted, 5 minutes. I will give you 5 minutes to withdraw from the city if you do not wish to get dragged into Saint's hands problem. Anyone who doesn't withdraw after 5 minutes will disappear from God's domain together with ancient Rock City. Chapter 2875, Ancient Rock City in Peril. Is Zero Wing planning to attack the city? This is crazy. Zero Wing must have lost its mind. How dare they attack Ancient Rock City? Inevitably, Ancient Rock City's inhabitants doubted Feng's declaration, with many of them considering it a joke. Saint's hand had continuously strengthened Ancient Rock City. Currently, the city's defenses were superior to those of other guild cities, and the combatants stationed within the city were more than enough to instill fear in the various superpowers. Not to mention, the dark forces of over a dozen countries gathered in the city. Apart from dark guilds, there were also plenty of NPC forces among these dark forces. These forces had paid a considerable price to settle in ancient Rock City and even treated the city as their base of operations. Anyone who dared to attack ancient Rock City would make an enemy of these dark forces. Be it dark guilds or dark NPC forces, every one of them had at least 2 or 3 Tier 4 combatants under their command. Moreover, Miracle had recently garrisoned the city, so there should be close to 200 Tier 4 combatants defending ancient Rock City right now. One could conquer an entire kingdom with that many Tier 4 combatants. Most importantly, Ancient Rock City was currently an advanced guild city, only one step away from becoming a main guild city. Ancient Rock City's resident players weren't the only ones shocked by this situation. Beast Emperor, who was conducting research in the city lord's mansion, inadvertently crushed the research instrument he held when he received news of Zero Wing's sudden arrival. Black Flame, how bold of you! It seems you've gotten arrogant while I was lying low. Beast Emperor growled with a cold glint in his eyes. Lord Beast Emperor, Black Flame is rumored to have reached Tier 5 already. Should we notify the Sacred Envoy, the level 152, Tier 4 Berserker, who had made the report, asked. News of Feng's promotion to Tier 5 had long since reached the ears of God's domain's various powers. Meanwhile, a Tier 5 player was in existence. Even Saint's hand had to be wary putting away the tools on his table. Beast Emperor glanced at Saint's hand's guild leader, Furious Fist, and smiled lightly. No need. Call for some people and come along with me. I want to see what exactly gives Black Flame the confidence to act arrogantly in my ancient Rock City. After saying so, Beast Emperor turned around and left. A robust man with black skin covered in flashing runes, who stood guard before the research room, silently trailed him. Yes, sir. Furious Fist hurriedly followed after the robust man. Less than 3 minutes after Feng's declaration, many players and adventurer teams, afraid of trouble, had already withdrawn from ancient Rock City. Only dark players and a few courageous normal players chose to remain. At the same time, players from the various dark adventurer teams and dark guilds also gathered at ancient Rock City's entrance, one after another, and watched the fleeing players. These cowards. Zero Wing sent only a few dozen players, yet these people are already running away. Zero Wing is famous, after all. It's normal for them to run away. Not to mention, Black Flame is also here. It'd be strange for them not to escape. These people are simply idiots. Zero Wing won its past battles only because of the powerful defenses of its cities. That's right. So what if Zero Wing managed to produce a Tier 5 player? We'll teach these guys what it means to offend us dark forces. The dark players revealed expressions of rage and excitement as they looked up at the Crimson Dragon flying ship. Zero Wing's reputation was through the roof right now. Moreover, Shifeng had gotten promoted to Tier 5. Hence, players were starting to consider Zero Wing God's domain's #1 guild. If a battle were to occur in the outside world, dark players like themselves would indeed be afraid of Shifeng. However, it was a different story if the battle took place inside Ancient Rock City. With the city's magic array, they could still take him on with the many Tier 4 players they had. Not to mention, a large number of Faux Saint monsters protected Ancient Rock City, including 2 superior mythic-ranked Faux Saint slayers. Even if they couldn't kill Shifeng, they could, at least, make the other members of Zero Wing suffer. As the 5-minute limit approached, the number of players retreating from Ancient Rock City also increased. At this time, the players that had withdrawn from Ancient Rock City suddenly felt a chill envelop their bodies. Even Tier 3 experts found themselves partially kneeling on the ground. The next moment, a group of 40 players flew out from the City Lord's mansion. Apart from Furious Fist and Saint's Hand's Tier 4 executives, 17 players on the team were people that none of Ancient Rock City's inhabitants had ever seen before. These 17 players looked nothing like humans. Not only were their bodies pitch black, but there were also flashing runes engraved all over their bodies. These players' auras were also stronger than even that of superior mythic monsters. When combined, their auras transformed into a tsunami that swept through the entire city and its surroundings. Amazing! Is this Saint's Hand's rumored Bloodstained Knight Legion? That's not all. Even Beast Emperor left the City Lord's mansion. It seems we'll have a good show this time. Indeed. I heard that Beast Emperor has constantly been plotting revenge on Zero Wing after getting slaughtered at the Secret Covenant Tower. Now that Zero Wing has come knocking on his door, there's no way Beast Emperor will spare Zero Wing. The various major powers experts standing atop the city walls were surprised when they saw Beast Emperor and the Bloodstained Knights making an appearance. At the same time, they were shocked by the power Saint's Hand displayed. The superpowers on the eastern continent had always been fearful of Saint's Hand, and this situation greatly confused the various major powers. However, after seeing Saint's Hand's top combatants, they realized that the superpower's fear of Saint's Hand wasn't without basis. Setting aside the fact that Saint's Hand had over 20 Tier 4 experts at the Void Realm or above, just the 17 rumored Bloodstained Knights were more than enough to instill fear into any player force. After all, even a Tier 4 player would tremble in fear if they had to go up against a Bloodstained Knight, let alone 17 Bloodstained Knights simultaneously. That would be a nightmare. Shortly afterward, Beast Emperor's group arrived above the city gate. Seeing this, the various powers' leadership promptly stepped forward to greet Beast Emperor. 1,000 Miles, one of Miracle's Vice Guild leaders, was even among them. 1,000 Miles' actions astonished the various major powers present. They never thought that even a superpower like Miracle would defer to Beast Emperor. After Beast Emperor responded to a few greetings, he flew into the air with his subordinates and glared at Shifeng on the Crimson Dragon flying ship. He then said coldly, "Black Flame. You and I could have stayed out of each other's way in the Orc Empire, yet you chose to come to attack me. So long as you apologize right now, I can ignore this transgression for the time being. Otherwise, none of you will be returning alive today." After Beast Emperor finished speaking, a frightening amount of evil energy erupted from the 17 Bloodstained Knights behind him, distorting the surrounding space and muddying it. The terrifying power within the evil energy made even those who had fled more than 1,000 yards from the city tremble. Moreover, the 2 Faux Saint Slayers had flown to flank the Crimson Dragon flying ship, while the 30+ evil Dark Dragons had surrounded it, thoroughly sealing off all of Zero Wing's escape routes. The fleeing players gasped at this scene. With such a force under Saint's Hand's command, the guild could take on even an empire. Damn it! I thought Saint's Hand was going to suffer this time, but it seems I miscalculated. Zero Wing has always relied on Black Flame to survive. Now, it seems Zero Wing has finally met its match. If this situation isn't handled properly, apart from Black Flame, the other Zero Wing members present probably won't leave alive. At this time, even a fool could tell how powerful Saint's Hand's forces were. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that even an NPC force with a Tier 5 combatant under its command wouldn't dare to offend Saint's Hand casually, let alone Zero Wing. Apologize. Shifeng laughed. Beast Emperor, it seems you're growing senile. Have you forgotten how you died at my hands last time? Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. You bastard. Shifeng's words enraged Beast Emperor. However, before Beast Emperor could say anything more, mana exploded from Shifeng's body. Immediately, an indescribably heavy pressure descended on the entire ancient rock city. World creation. The next moment, Beast Emperor and the others plummeted to the ground one after another. Even the Tier 4 experts standing on the city walls found themselves on one knee under the strong pressure. Chapter 2876, Shock. Impossible. Every player inside Ancient Rock City nearly had their eyes fall out of their sockets when they saw Beast Emperor and the other Tier 45 plummeting to the ground. Even the Zero Wing members present were stunned. This scene thoroughly exceeded their imagination. In the current God's domain, Tier 4 players were already considered peak combatants and displayed a guild's foundation. Yet, under Shifeng's mana domain, Beast Emperor and the other Tier 4 combatants on his side could exhibit only 20% or so of their usual combat power. They even lost their ability to fly and manipulate ambient mana. In the blink of an eye, these existences that originally stood at the peak of God's domain had become no different from Tier 3 players. At this time, let alone a Tier 5 player like Shifeng, even Tier 4 experts could slaughter Ancient Rock City's defenders. This is the strength of Tier 5s. When the players who had evacuated Ancient Rock City looked at Shifeng hovering proudly above the city, an indescribable sense of shock and horror filled their hearts. As veteran players of God's domain, they knew that a significant difference existed between tiers. They also knew that a Tier 5 player undoubtedly stood at the apex of all players in the current God's domain. However, only after witnessing the power of a Tier 5 player did they understand how large the gap between Tier 4 and Tier 5 was. In front of a Tier 5 existence, Tier 4 players would only be making fools of themselves if they tried to win by Zerg tactics. The Tier 4 monsters among Ancient Rock City's defenders, though, weren't as badly off as the Tier 4 players. Because monsters mainly relied on their basic attributes and rarely manipulated the ambient mana to do combat, their penalty was not as large as the Tier 4 players. Regardless, the mythic-ranked Evil Dark Dragon still had their combat power reduced by half, whereas the superior mythic-ranked Foe Saint Slayers had theirs reduced by 30%. Moreover, all of them lost their ability to fly. Against Tier 4 players capable of flight, they would be at a significant disadvantage. Unlike everyone else, Shifeng wasn't surprised at the scene before him. Everyone failed to understand that his mana domain was different from the average mana domain. Existences at the world creation standard could create a small world within their mana domains. The power of such a mana domain was on an entirely different level compared to the average mana domain. Even a Tier 5 existence would be at a disadvantage if they got caught within a Tier 5 world creation expert's mana domain without any countermeasures, let alone Tier 4 players and monsters. Meanwhile, after experiencing this unexpected turn of events, a hint of fear had surfaced in Beast Emperor's eyes. Despite this situation, he still sneered, "Black Flame, don't get too delighted just yet. Don't forget that this is Ancient Rock City." As soon as Beast Emperor finished speaking, an enormous, threefold magic array manifested from the City Lord's mansion. After the magic array gathered mana from the surroundings for a brief moment, it released pulses of mana that enveloped the city. Immediately, the city defenders felt the heavy pressure on their bodies disappear. Now, although Shifeng's mana domain still subjected everyone to a certain degree of suppression, their combat power had recovered to 80% of their usual. More importantly, they had also regained their ability to fly. Shifeng was slightly surprised when he looked at the barrier enveloping ancient rock city. What a powerful barrier. It seems you've invested quite a lot into this city. His mana domain could render even master magic barriers useless. One would need to use at least a Grandmaster magic barrier to contend with his mana domain. Meanwhile, Grandmaster magic arrays were incredibly rare in God's domain, let alone a Grandmaster magic array that could cover an entire city. The value of every set of scrolls for such a magic array could rival that of fragmented legendary items. Black Flame. Do you think you're the only one with the means to defend cities? Looking at Shifeng, Beast Emperor sneered, this is an ancient Grandmaster magic array. Although ancient rock city hasn't reached the main city level yet, it is no weaker than a main city in terms of defense. Although you're tier 5, don't even think about taking down ancient rock city. A main city's defensive magic array was wholly capable of withstanding tier 5 attacks. So long as the magic array had a constant energy supply, even tier 5 existences shouldn't think of penetrating it. Meanwhile, exhausting the energy supply of a main city's defensive magic array wasn't something just one tier 5 existence could accomplish. One would need several tier 5 individuals or siege weapons with tier 5 destructive power to do so. However, Zero Wing only had one tier 5 combatant now. In other words, breaking through ancient rock city's defensive barrier would be nothing but a pipe dream. When Beast Emperor finished speaking, the members of the various powers in ancient rock city sighed in relief. They then looked at Shifeng with sneers on their faces. Black Flame, so what if you're tier 5? That's right. What can you do by yourself? When Shifeng had extended his mana domain before, everyone within ancient rock city had felt strong pressure overwhelming them. Saint's Hand's tier 4 experts were no exception. However, now that ancient rock city had deployed its defensive magic array, even a tier 5 player like Shifeng would be helpless against them. Next, all they needed to do was fight a war of attrition, something they did not fear in the slightest. After all, ancient rock city had accumulated a massive stockpile of magic crystals from the sales of Sacred Heart amulets. Not to mention, the Outer World's NPC forces would soon begin the second war against the Eastern Continent's native forces. And in this upcoming war, the Outer World forces would set Zero Wing as their primary target. Zero Wing couldn't afford a war of attrition with ancient rock city at all. The longer it fought, the worse off it would be in the upcoming war. Guild leader, let's attack the barrier together. I want to see how long it can last against our combined attacks. Fire Dance said, gnashing her teeth as she looked at ancient rock city's arrogant residents. That's right. If it spells with tier 5 power, I can use a few as well. I refuse to believe we can't break this barrier. Zhao Yueru said, nodding in agreement with Fire Dance. For other tier 4 players, exhibiting tier 5 power would indeed be a challenging task. However, her Frostflame's Wrath was a top-tier fragmented legendary weapon. With it, the fire and ice-type tier 4 spell she cast could exhibit tier 5 power. No, that won't be necessary, Shifeng said, shaking his head. Zhao Yueru was a bona fide mobile turret. If he hadn't gotten promoted to tier 5, she would rank at the very top of Zero Wing in terms of firepower. However, besieging a city was different from attacking monsters. The defenders inside the city could launch attacks to counter Zhao Yueru's spells. The defenders could even target her directly, preventing her from casting her spells altogether. This would drastically reduce Zhao Yueru's ability to damage the defensive magic array. Having only the occasional tier 5 attack land on the defensive magic array would yield hardly any effect. But we can't just sit still and do nothing, right? Zhao Yueru said in annoyance. Although she knew that she couldn't contribute much, it was still better than nothing. Moreover, if they allowed Saint's hand to continue behaving so arrogantly, it would deal a massive blow to Zero Wing's morale. After all, Zero Wing had already declared to the public that it would capture Ancient Rock City. Currently, everyone was watching this fight. The various powers absent from this battlefield were no exception. They were all observing every detail of the battlefield and tensely awaiting the outcome of this siege. If Zero Wing won, then the various superpowers would no longer dare entertain thoughts of resisting Zero Wing on the eastern continent. However, if Zero Wing returned foiled, many superpowers would begin having designs on Zero Wing. They might even ally with Saint's hand to deal with Zero Wing. Of course not, Shi Feng said, chuckling. I'm merely saying that you don't need to take action. All you need to do is watch. Just watch. Zhao Yueru looked at Shi Feng in confusion. The guild city in front of them rivaled a main city. How could they possibly capture it just by looking at it? The other Zero Wing members present were also confused, failing to understand what was going through their guild leader's mind. However, Shi Feng did not bother explaining himself. Instead, he flew to an altitude several hundred meters above Ancient Rock City and began chanting an incantation, his chanting causing the surrounding mana to swarm toward him. Upon seeing Shi Feng's actions, Ancient Rock City's defenders laughed. Are you trying to use a Tier 5 large-scale destruction spell? Beast Emperor sneered as he looked at Shi Feng. This is nothing but a futile struggle. Let alone a Tier 5 sword saint like yourself. Even a Tier 5 divine mage can't do anything against Ancient Rock City's defensive magic array. Everyone, prepare for battle. Target the flying ship. Beast Emperor ignored Shi Feng's attack, as there was no way weakened Tier 4 attacks could do anything against Shi Feng. However, it was a different story for the Crimson Dragon flying ship. The flying ship wouldn't last long before a barrage of Tier 4 attacks. It would fall quickly even if Zero Wing's Tier 4 experts defended it. The many Tier 4 magical classes atop the city walls promptly began casting their respective spells, while the other Tier 4 ranged classes launched attacks at the flying ship. The 30+ evil dark dragons took to the skies and bombarded the flying ship. The Zero Wing members aboard the Crimson Dragon flying ship felt an invisible pressure weighing down their bodies. Upon seeing the oncoming attacks, Fire Dance yelled hurriedly, magical classes, deploy defensive magic arrays. Even a Tier 5 legendary monster would suffer if it tried to take on the attacks of more than 100 Tier 4 individuals, let alone Tier 4 players like themselves. Moreover, the Crimson Dragon flying ship only had Tier 4 combat power. However, just as the two sides were about to clash, Shi Feng finished his incantation's final verse. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and a spatial tear spanning over 1,000 yards appeared above Ancient Rock City. The spatial tear made it seem as if the sky was about to collapse, inevitably drawing everyone's attention. What is Black Flame trying to do? Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU questions filled everyone's mind as they gazed at the gigantic spatial tear. Simultaneously, everyone felt an inexplicable chill overwhelm their heart. They could sense something terrifying in the spatial tear, and this feeling made even their souls shudder with dread. Before anyone could say anything more, a gigantic claw the size of a 4-story building extended from the spatial tear. Subsequently, a titanic figure gradually emerged from the spatial tear, blotting out the sky completely. When everyone eventually discerned the identity of this figure, they were dumbfounded. A dragon. Chapter 2877, Divine Dragon's Might. A Tier 4 dragon. It's a real Tier 4 dragon. Any veteran of God's domain would have heard of the creatures known as dragons. Ancient Rock City's inhabitants, who were at Tier 3 on average, had an even better understanding of dragons. However, when everyone in Ancient Rock City saw the dragon in the sky, they finally understood how terrifying dragons were. The Tier 4 dragon that had just appeared above Ancient Rock City was around 500 meters long, its massive body blotting out the sun. Its aura covered a radius of several thousand yards, making every Tier 3 player in that area shudder involuntarily. Compared to the Tier 4 evil dark dragons protecting ancient Rock City, this Tier 4 dragon was akin to a god. This is a fake. This must be a fake. How can a player summon a real Tier 4 dragon? The various powers experts standing atop the city walls revealed expressions of shock and horror. A Tier 4 dragon rivaled Tier 5 existences. Current Tier 4 players couldn't afford to provoke it. Likewise, it shouldn't be something players could control. Nevertheless, Shifeng had summoned a Tier 4 dragon. How could they believe this? This situation was even more unbelievable and shocking than Shifeng's promotion to Tier 5. After all, given enough time, a dragon would reach Tier 5 without fail. Meanwhile, a Tier 5 dragon was practically an invincible existence in God's domain. Everyone, don't panic. While a Tier 4 dragon is scary, Ancient Rock City's defensive magic array isn't weak either. Saint's Heart's guild leader, Furious Fist, shouted hurriedly when he saw the panicked defenders. It's just one more Tier 5 combatant. So long as we combine our strengths, Black Flame will still be helpless against us. Furious Fist's words calmed Ancient Rock City's experts somewhat. When they remembered how extraordinary the city's defensive magic array was, they felt that defending against Zero Wing's assault wouldn't be impossible. However, regardless of this battle's outcome, most likely nobody in God's domain would dare provoke Zero Wing anymore. Zero Wing would also officially become God's domain's #1 guild. After all, which player force in God's domain could contend against the combination of a Tier 5 player and a Tier 4 dragon? At this time, some of the dark guilds based in Ancient Rock City started regretting making an enemy of Zero Wing. While they might escape tragedy today, thanks to Ancient Rock City, what about the future? They couldn't possibly hide in Ancient Rock City forever, right? While the various dark guilds regretted their decisions, Thousand Miles's complexion turned indescribably ashen as he looked at the dragon in the sky. Noticing Thousand Miles's pallidness, Furious Fist asked, "Vice Guild Leader Miles, what's wrong? Is there a problem with that dragon?" No matter how many times Furious Fist inspected the dragon hovering in the sky with his ordinary identification skill, the results said this dragon was the real deal. Moreover, there was no doubt that the dragon was Tier 4, and it had reached level 165. However, he couldn't get any further information on the dragon without a higher-ranking identification skill. As a Vice Guild Leader of Miracle, Thousand Miles should have a high-ranking identification skill, so it wouldn't be strange if he managed to see some more information. A look of despair appeared on Thousand Miles's face as he said, "That's not just a dragon. That's a divine dragon. A silver divine dragon. Divine dragon." Furious Fist was stunned. Glaring at Thousand Miles, he demanded, "Brother Miles, you're not joking with me, right? If you are, this joke isn't funny at all." Divine dragons were kings among the dragon race. An ordinary dragon and a divine dragon were as different as an ordinary monster and an archaic species. The two were completely different creations. Turning to Furious Fist, Thousand Miles smiled wryly and said, "I wish that were the case, but do you think I'm joking?" Thousand Miles regretted using his high-ranking identification skill on the dragon. Had he not probed any further, he would have held some hope for victory in his heart. Now, though, no such hope existed. Meanwhile, when the players who had fled Ancient Rock City gazed at the distant silver divine dragon, they were flabbergasted for a long time. Is this why Zero Wing was confident in attacking Ancient Rock City? A divine dragon. I must be dreaming. That's right. This must be a dream. I just reached Tier 4, so how could Black Flame have reached Tier 5 and gained control over a divine dragon already? This is a dream. Many people began deluding themselves as they looked at the silver divine dragon, none of them willing to face reality. However, Beast Emperor, who stood atop the city gate, had no plans of giving up. Glaring at the divine dragon in the sky, he ranted with a maniacal expression, "Black flame. So what if you have a divine dragon? My ancient Grandmaster magic array can stop it." The silver divine dragon in the sky suddenly opened its maw before Beast Emperor could continue. The next instant, all mana within a 10,000-yard radius vanished, and everyone within this area felt indescribably stifled. Roar! Accompanied by a deafening roar, a beam of divine light devoured the entire ancient rock city. Divine Dragon's Breath. When the dazzling divine light descended upon ancient rock city, it forced all players within a radius of several tens of thousands of yards to shield their eyes. The divine light gradually faded away, and only then did everyone open their eyes again to inspect the breath attack's effect. This. How? Impossible. When the players standing several thousand yards from ancient rock city saw the city again, they were utterly dumbfounded. The divine dragon's breath didn't just shatter ancient rock city's defensive magic array. It had even vaporized the towering city lord's mansion at the center of the city along with almost every player and building in the city. Taking their place was a massive crater that spanned the entire city. Only the Tier 4 experts on the city walls who managed to activate their life-saving skills in time and the two foe Saint Slayers had survived the attack. Everything inside ancient rock city's perimeter wall had been reduced to a wasteland. No. No. This isn't possible. Beast Emperor fell into chaos and madness as he looked at what remained of his city. And he wasn't alone. Furious Fist's mind also stopped working at this cataclysmic scene, his body crumbling powerlessly to the ground. Beat all of the investments we've made. All of the forces we've gathered. Gone. As if they were nothing but a joke. 1,000 Miles, who had also survived the ordeal, was rendered speechless for a long time. One attack. It had taken just one attack for ancient rock city, a city rivaling main cities, to disappear. Who could believe this? Zero Wings members aboard the Crimson Dragon flying ship were similarly stunned by this scene. This was especially true for Ji Luorong in Crimson Mask, who had been active on the Western continent until recently. An indescribable sense of shock filled the two. The Western continent had legends describing the dragon's devastating power and how a single breath attack could destroy entire cities. There were also stories of kingdoms meeting their end because they had angered a dragon. Previously, Ji Luorong and Crimson Mask treated these stories as mere folklore. Now, they finally understood that those stories weren't just legends to embellish God's domain but facts. In reality, even Shifeng was shocked by this outcome. This is the power of a divine dragon. When Shifeng saw the ruin before him and Auerbach's nonchalant demeanor, he was momentarily at a loss for words. Shifeng had seen Tier 6 God-ranked experts single-handedly destroy cities in the past. However, compared to the power displayed by those Tier 6 God-ranked experts, Auerbach's performance gave Shifeng a much greater shock. This was because Auerbach was only at Tier 4. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Originally, Shifeng thought that Auerbach's breath attack would, at most, deplete a significant portion of the defensive magic array's energy. Yet, the entire city had disappeared. He couldn't help looking at the crazed Beast Emperor apologetically. He even wanted to tell Beast Emperor that he hadn't done this on purpose. Of course, while Shifeng pitied Beast Emperor, he did not show the latter any mercy. Unsheathing the abyssal blade, he activated the Tier 4 Darkness Bind, binding Beast Emperor and the other surviving defenders. Now that ancient Rock City's defensive magic array was no more, Beast Emperor and the others were subject to the full power of Shifeng's mana domain. Without the ability to manipulate the ambient mana, Beast Emperor and the others were basically Tier 3 players with above-average basic attributes. Hence, they were utterly incapable of resisting Shifeng and got caught easily. And under the restraint of Darkness Bind, they couldn't die even if they wanted to. After Shifeng destroyed ancient Rock City and captured Beast Emperor and the others, news of this battle spread like wildfire across the entire God's domain. Chapter 2878, Ancient Rock City's Secret Fire Dragon Empire, Flame Dragon City, Mythology's Residence. A Tier 3 ranger barged into the meeting room occupied by Mythology's executives, earning the dissatisfaction of Situ Qingtian and the others in the room. Looking at the ranger, Situ Qingtian asked in a displeased tone, "Did something happen?" "It's news of Zero Wing," the ranger said hurriedly. "According to your orders, we've kept tabs on Zero Wing. However, just a moment ago, Zero Wing destroyed ancient Rock City." Upon hearing the ranger's words, Cold Shadow responded dubiously, "Impossible. It's only been around 10 minutes since Zero Wing arrived at ancient Rock City. Even if Black Flame is Tier 5, they can't possibly capture the city so quickly. Ancient Rock City was Beast Emperor's base, and the man had long since armed the city to the teeth. Beast Emperor also had the evil god's temple's backing, a powerful existence capable of going against the war god's temple. Although Shifeng was a Tier 5 player, capturing ancient Rock City should be tough. No. Vice Guild Leader, Zero Wing didn't capture ancient Rock City. It razed the entire city in one blow. Ancient Rock City is now a ruin, the ranger countered, shaking his head. He then took out a magic crystal recorder and placed it on the meeting table. "This is the battle video we received." Immediately, the magic crystal recorder projected the image of a dragon. With just one breath attack, this dragon leveled the entire ancient Rock City, leaving nothing unscathed. A Tier 4 divine dragon. It managed to destroy the entire ancient Rock City in one hit. Deathly silence enveloped the meeting room momentarily as Mythology's executives stared at the video projection with gloomy expressions. Shock and fear also surfaced in their eyes. Their astonishment was so obvious that even the reporting Tier 3 ranger could sense it. No wonder. No wonder he dared refuse our two guilds' partnership. So this is the reason for his confidence. Cold Shadow looked at the Tier 4 divine dragon and the ruined ancient Rock City in the video with complicated feelings. Shifeng had been a minor character unworthy of her attention in the past when Zero Wing was a guild reliant on external items to defend its territories. Yet, both Shifeng and Zero Wing were now bona fide titans that even Mythology could not and would not dare to offend. What was even more laughable was that just a moment ago, Mythology's executives had been discussing how to take revenge on Zero Wing in secret. Now, however. Black Flame. I indeed underestimated you before. Situ Qingtian's gaze grew cold as he looked at the video projection. Repressing the reluctance in his heart, he uttered slowly, "Temporarily halt all retaliation against Zero Wing we discussed before." Practically every superpower in God's domain had heard about Shifeng killing Situ Qingtian in Zero Wing City. As a result, Situ Qingtian's reputation had taken a nosedive. Although Situ Qingtian yearned to take revenge on Zero Wing, he knew full well that doing so right now would be no different from suicide. With the combined strength of a Tier 5 player and such a frightening divine dragon, Zero Wing could destroy every guild city in God's domain. Damn it. Are we going to let Zero Wing go, just like that? A Mythology executive complained in a hate-filled voice. Situ Qingtian shook his head. Looking at Shifeng's projected image, he sneered, "Of course not. There is only one thing we need to do now, and that is wait. We wait until the start of the Second War. Even if Zero Wing has Black Flame and that divine dragon, it still can't stop the Outer World's advance. Also, start searching ancient ruins for clues to the Tier 5 promotion. Spare no cost at all. We must have our own Tier 5. Although Situ Qingtian did not wish to admit it, the era of Tier 4 was already over. Tier 5 players would rule the future. If Mythology did not have its own Tier 5 player, its position as one of the 5 great super guilds would be in danger. Shortly after Situ Qingtian issued his command, the other superpowers of God's domain also issued similar commands. They frantically searched ancient ruins for clues to help their Tier 4 experts get promoted to Tier 5 as quickly as possible while quietly awaiting the arrival of the Second War of Worlds. Meanwhile, inside the Orc Empire's ancient rock city, Fire Dance and the other Tier 4 experts of Zero Wing finally killed the two surviving foe Saint Slayers. The deaths of the two superior mythic monsters granted everyone a generous amount of EXP, and they all managed to gain at least one level. However, compared to the EXP the foe Saint Slayers contributed, Shi Feng was more interested in the pitch-black stones the two monsters dropped after death. Previously, whenever players killed mythic-ranked foe Saint monsters, the player who landed the finishing blow would have a dark gray mist invade their body. This gray mist would increase the player's affinity with mana for a lengthy period. This was also why Shi Feng had not taken action against the foe Saint Slayers and had instead allowed Fire Dance and the others to kill the two monsters. Yet, the two Slayers did not release any mist from their bodies. Instead, they each dropped a fist-sized stone. What dense soul energy! Shi Feng was surprised when he spread his senses across the two black stones. When his concentration had reached Tier 5, his soul had also undergone a qualitative improvement. It was akin to his soul liquefying. However, compared to the soul energy in the pitch-black stone, his soul energy was nothing. After all, these two stones were solidified soul energy. Guild leader, are those things useful? Kola asked curiously as he looked at the black stones in Shi Feng's hands. More than that. Smiling, Shi Feng said to Zero Wing's members, they're even better than fragmented legendary items. Is there anyone here with concentration at the Tier 4 peak standard? After Zero Wing's members exchanged glances, only Violet Cloud stepped forward. Guild leader, my concentration reached the Tier 4 peak standard recently. However, the two vice guild leaders should have reached this standard too. Good. Take this soul stone. Afterward, find a quiet place and eat it. It should increase your concentration standard. If you're lucky, you might even raise it to Tier 5, Shi Feng said as he handed one of the black stones to Violet Cloud. He then said to the others, if anyone else manages to reach the Tier 4 peak standard, you can get this soul stone from me. The other Zero Wing members nodded their heads, none of them objecting to Shi Feng's method of distribution. However, when Beast Emperor, who was restrained in a corner, saw Shi Feng's actions, he dearly wanted to strangle Shi Feng to death. Shi Feng was actually treating the two foe Saint Slayers' cores as a snack and letting others eat them. This was simply outrageous. He had fed the two foe Saint Slayers the souls of tens of thousands of Tier 3 players to transform their cores into a soul core. So long as he had a soul core, he could create another foe Saint Slayer. Yet, Violet Cloud received one of these soul cores as a snack. Black Flame. You'll pay for this. Beast Emperor bellowed as he glared at Shi Feng. It doesn't matter even if you caught me. The evil god's temple's rise is already a foregone conclusion. At that time, the foe Saint army will devour everyone from Zero Wing. Foregone conclusion. Shi Feng laughed. Looking at the restrained Beast Emperor, he pointed at the ruined Saint's Hand residence in the distance and asked, are you talking about that secret land beneath your guild residence? I don't know what you're talking about. Beast Emperor stammered in a panic. No need to pretend. Do you think Tier 5 is a joke? Shi Feng rolled his eyes at Beast Emperor. While Ancient Rock City's defensive magic array was still active, Shi Feng hadn't been able to sense the secret land's existence. However, with the defensive magic array gone, nothing in Ancient Rock City could hide from his Tier 5 world creation mana domain. Moreover, Shi Feng had already been suspicious about how Beast Emperor had managed to develop Ancient Rock City to its current level. Zero Wing had poured an astronomical amount of resources into developing Stone Forest City and Zero Wing City. Yet, the two cities were still stuck as intermediate cities, far from becoming advanced cities. So, how did ancient Rock City develop into an advanced city that was close to becoming a main city? Only a fool wouldn't suspect there was a secret behind this achievement. Black Flame. Beast Emperor was momentarily enraged at Shi Feng's ridicule. However, he soon calmed down and said, "So what if you've discovered the evil god's secret land? Do you think you can defend it? Even if you've captured me, I will still spread this information to the entire god's domain. At that time, even the outer world forces will be drawn here. Do you think you can stop all of them?" The evil god's secret land was originally his biggest secret and something he had invested heavily in. This secret land was also why he had gained his current power. Although the evil god's secret land would be of significantly less help to those not belonging to the evil god's temple, the benefits were still enough to drive everyone in God's domain wild. How would I know if I don't try? Suddenly, Shi Feng executed a slash at Furious Fist, instantly killing him. As Furious Fist collapsed reluctantly to the ground and transformed into countless particles of light, two items appeared in his place. Of the two items Furious Fist dropped, one was a piece of epic equipment, while the other was a token. You! Beast Emperor's complexion paled when he saw the token. This token was none other than Ancient Rock City's City Lord's token. With this token, one could take control of Ancient Rock City. Only, Beast Emperor couldn't figure out how Shi Feng knew Furious Fist had held the City Lord's token. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, it seems my luck is good. Shi Feng was a little surprised when he saw the City Lord's token. It dropped on the first kill. Beast Emperor nearly fainted when he heard Shi Feng's words. What Beast Emperor didn't know was that aside from Beast Emperor, everyone else held no value as prisoners in Shi Feng's opinion. Meanwhile, the City Lord's token couldn't be taken out of the city. Otherwise, it would be automatically teleported back to the City Lord's mansion after some time. And with how precious the City Lord's token was, Beast Emperor naturally wouldn't leave it to just anyone. The person holding the token would have to be a Tier 4 guild executive of Saint's Hand at the very least. Hence, if Furious Fist hadn't dropped the City Lord's token, Shi Feng would have killed Saint's Hand's Tier 4 experts one by one until it dropped. The instant Shi Feng picked up the City Lord's token, a system notification rang in his ears. Chapter 2879, Colossal Wealth System, Congratulations. You have obtained Ancient Rock City's City Lord's token. Do you wish to bind the token? Once bound, you will become Ancient Rock City's ruler and obtain full authority over the city. Shi Feng chose to bind the token without hesitation. System, binding in progress. You will have full authority over Ancient Rock City after 4 hours. You should not move beyond 1,000 yards from the city during these 4 hours. If you leave this area or get killed during this time, the binding process will be cancelled, and you may not make another binding attempt for 1 natural day. CES 4 hours. Shi Feng was a little surprised by the notification. Has it reached the main city standard already? When one tried to bind the City Lord's token of a guild city, the binding time would depend on the city's rank. Main city-level guild cities normally took 4 to 6 hours to bind. Guild leader, did something happen? Fire Dance asked when she saw Shi Feng's strange expression. It's nothing. I just didn't expect Ancient Rock City to be this special, Shi Feng said, glancing at the raging Beast Emperor. Smiling, he continued, since we have to wait for 4 hours, let's pay that evil god's secret land a visit. Black Flame, don't get too delighted just yet. It's useless even if you've obtained Ancient Rock City. That secret land isn't a place you can touch. Without my means of entering, you can't obtain anything inside that secret land. Beast Emperor sneered. I'll spread the secret land's entry methods to all your enemies and even those outer world people. At that time, you can only watch as they take all of the secret land's treasures right before your eyes. Zero Wing could indeed better defend itself after acquiring ancient Rock City. However, Beast Emperor also knew very well that the Outer World forces had already deemed Zero Wing an eyesore. Once the Outer World's army arrived, neither Starmoon Kingdom nor the Orc Empire would survive. At that time, the Outer World forces would snatch the evil god's secret land from Shifeng, and Shifeng would be helpless to resist them. However, Shifeng ignored Beast Emperor and led Zero Wing's members to Saint's Hand's residence. Although ancient Rock City was now in ruins and Saint's Hand's residence had been leveled, the guild warehouse was situated on the first underground floor, so Saint's Hand's guild warehouse remained intact. After Shifeng's group took care of the one Tier 4 NPC and several Tier 3 NPCs guarding the warehouse, they gained full access to it. Everyone from Zero Wing salivated when they stepped into Saint's Hand's guild warehouse. The warehouse, which was the size of 2 sports stadiums, was packed with all sorts of items. Gold coins covered the floor, and magic crystals formed numerous mounds. At a glance, they estimated it held at least 3 million gold coins and 4 million magic crystals. This stockpile of magic crystals was only slightly inferior to Zero Wing's. "We're rich. Guild leader, we're rich." Fire Dance exclaimed in excitement as she looked around the warehouse. "With all these coins and magic crystals, we won't have to worry about upgrading the buildings of our cities anymore." Zero Wing City's public opening had indeed generated a lot of additional income. Unfortunately, the guild's expenditure still exceeded that amount. This was because Zero Wing City's public opening necessitated an increase in the city's security. The city had to recruit many NPC soldiers to fill as many of the 30,000 slots as possible. While Zero Wing could skim on the benefits provided to the hired soldiers by virtue of Zero Wing City being a main city, the cost of employing level 150+ Tier 3 NPCs was still high. With everything taken into account, maintaining a Tier 3 NPC cost 5 gold coins. If Zero Wing City filled all 30,000 of its soldier slots with Tier 3 NPCs, the NPC soldiers' daily upkeep alone would total 150,000 gold. Moreover, this still did not include the NPCs' weapons and equipment or the maintenance cost for the Tier 4 NPCs hired. Simply put, Zero Wing's daily expenditure had skyrocketed after Zero Wing City's public opening. At this time, the guild's stockpile of coins was close to empty. Fortunately, thanks to Saint's Hand's contribution, Zero Wing's warehouse would soon be rich again. Seeing Fire Dance's joy, Shifeng chose to hide the fact that ancient Rock City's reconstruction would probably eat up all of this money. Zero Wing might even need to provide additional funds. "Guild leader, come here quick. There are 7 luminaries crystals here," Blackie said after opening a chest as tall as he was. With glittering eyes, he continued, "There are at least 50,000 units here. That's even more than what we have." Before Shifeng left for the Western continent, he had tasked Blackie with acquiring as many 7 luminaries crystals as possible. Hence, Blackie placed particular importance on the crystals. However, Zero Wing's warehouse currently had only around 30,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal despite his efforts. And if it weren't for Zero Wing having a monopoly over the Arctic Canyon, this amount would be even lower. Yet, Saint's Hand's warehouse had more than 50,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal. "That's nothing. Blackie, come over to my spot. I'll let you know what real wealth is," shouted Cola, who stood in another corner of the warehouse, as he pointed at the several hill-sized chests beside him. "All of these chests here are full of epic materials or above. From what I can tell, there are at least 300,000 epic materials, 20,000 inferior legendary materials, and 3,000 legendary materials." Everyone, including Shifeng, was stunned when they heard Cola's words. This was on the level of a kingdom's treasury. Ordinary kingdoms might not even reach this standard. Only high-ranking kingdoms would have so many rare materials. However, upon hearing Cola's words, Beast Emperor, who had been dragged along to the warehouse, turned livid, his eyes becoming bloodshot. He had accumulated these materials by ransacking multiple kingdoms with the Faux Saint army and destroying numerous NPC cities. Yet, all his efforts had ended up benefiting Zero Wing. Afterward, Shifeng tasked Blackie with sweeping through the warehouse and transporting everything back to the guild warehouse in Zero Wing City. He then brought Fire Dance and the others to a secret room on the second underground floor. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. The secret room was only the size of a basketball court, with a pitch-black door in the middle of it. Upon entering the room, Fire Dance and the others felt an incomparably powerful pressure enveloping their bodies. Fire Dance had unlocked her mana body beyond the 110% completion rate already, yet even she had difficulty walking inside the secret room. After 3 steps, the pressure was so strong that she couldn't move her body. If an ordinary Tier 4 player were to enter this room, they would most likely crumple to the floor, unable to advance even a single step. Ha ha ha. I already said that you people would never be able to touch the evil god's secret land. Beast Emperor laughed when he saw Fire Dance and the others immobilized. He then looked at Shifeng and taunted, "Black Flame, it's the same even if you're Tier 5. Without my special method, none of you should think of entering." Beast Emperor had reached the peak of Tier 4 already. He also had the benefit of being an evil god worshipper. Nevertheless, he still struggled to enter the evil god's secret land. This was why Beast Emperor was confident that Shifeng would be helpless against the evil god's secret land even though he had discovered its existence. Is that so? Shifeng stepped into the secret room after glancing at the laughing Beast Emperor. Chapter 2880, God Mode's Secret Land, what bold words. I want to see just how far you can go. Beast Emperor watched with ridicule and complacency as Shifeng entered the secret room. He was fully confident that the evil god's secret land would repel Shifeng. However, after Shifeng entered the room, 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Apparently unhindered by the oppression the pitch-black door exerted, Shifeng advanced 20 steps without stopping. He showed no signs of discomfort whatsoever. It was as if the pressure that rendered even experts at the peak of Tier 4 helpless was nothing to him. Confusion flooded Beast Emperor's heart as he looked at Shifeng. What's going on? When Shifeng arrived before the pitch-black door, let alone Beast Emperor, even Fire Dance and the others were stunned. How did you do it, guild leader? Fire Dance asked, unable to contain her curiosity. The intensity of the pressure she felt from the secret room was unprecedented. Even the divine might she experienced in Lightforged City could not compare. After taking 3 steps into the room, she could no longer advance by even another inch. She couldn't even lift her feet. While Tier 5 players were indeed stronger than Tier 4 players, the disparity shouldn't be so significant. Logically, there was no way Shifeng would remain unaffected by the room's oppression. At Fire Dance's question, the other Zero Wing members also looked at Shifeng curiously. How did I do it? Seeing everyone's curious expressions, Shifeng smiled faintly and said, I just walked here, of course. However, I did use a little technique. Technique? The Zero Wing members were momentarily stunned. They hadn't seen anything peculiar about Shifeng's gait. He had merely walked to the door in a normal fashion. Moreover, how could a technique completely mitigate such terrifying pressure? However, when Beast Emperor heard Shifeng's words, he stared at the latter as if he had just seen a ghost. No. Impossible. Who are you? How can you know such a technique? There was indeed a trick to approaching the pitch-black door. However, Beast Emperor had never told anyone this trick. He was the only player in God's domain who knew it. Moreover, even if one knew the trick, one still couldn't approach the door without the evil god's blessing. Shifeng couldn't help rolling his eyes at Beast Emperor. The technique required to approach this door is indeed complicated, but do you think the fundamental technique to manipulate the various elements of mana is unique to the evil god's temple? When Shifeng saw the pitch-black door and the hurdle fire dance and the others faced after entering the secret room, he quickly noticed a similarity between the secret room and the Dragon Temple's trial area. In the Dragon Temple's trial, players had to construct a bridge using mana's various elements. The secret room, on the other hand, was filled with chaotic mana. The closer to the pitch-black door, the more chaotic the ambient mana was. What players needed to do was return this chaotic mana to its original state. Only by doing so could players approach the door. Simply put, both places tested players' usage of the various elements of mana. For Shifeng, who had already mastered the basic usage of the various elements of mana, approaching the pitch-black door was a walk in the park. It was much easier than the trial in the Dragon Temple, which had required him to expend a lot of concentration and manipulate a significant amount of mana. The secret room, on the other hand, did not put a burden on his concentration or require him to manipulate a lot of mana. The secret land aside, this room is quite a good training spot for those seeking to learn the basic usage of the various elements of mana. Scrutinizing the secret room, Shifeng said happily, "I was worrying about how to help everyone accomplish this, so this saves me a lot of time." It wasn't easy to learn to manipulate the various elements of mana independently. Even if he provided Zero Wings members with an explanation, the learning process would be highly inefficient without a reference. They could be taking a dead end for all they knew. The secret room just so happened to provide players with an environment for testing their application of the various elements of mana. It was undoubtedly a precious training ground. One would also have an easier time getting promoted to Tier 5 if they trained here, as having the ability to manipulate the individual elements of mana was crucial in constructing a Tier 5 mana body. When Beast Emperor heard Shifeng's words, he promptly fainted. Ignoring the unconscious Beast Emperor, Shifeng set his sights on the pitch-black door. The door was 5 meters tall and 2 meters wide, made of a material Shifeng didn't recognize. When he opened the door, a pitch-black whirlpool greeted him. The vortex exuded divine might, and players at Tier 4 or below shouldn't even think of setting foot into this whirlpool. After Shifeng inspected the whirlpool with omniscient eyes, a few lines of information appeared before him. Evil God's Secret Land, God Mode Secret Land Raid Level 150 to 200. What a powerful secret land. The displayed information astonished Shifeng. Now, he understood why Beast Emperor was confident he couldn't obtain the evil god's secret land. Secret lands were like dungeons in God's domain. The higher their ranking, the higher their raid difficulty. God mode was the highest difficulty for secret lands. Unlike dungeons, though, secret lands would not reset. According to Shifeng's memories, there were less than 10 level 150 plus God mode secret lands in the entire God's domain. Meanwhile, even Tier 6 God-ranked experts could fall in a level 150 plus God mode secret land. However, countless player forces would seek to enter a level 150 plus God mode secret land. It was also a place all Tier 5 players had to enter. This was because these secret lands held clues to the Tier 6 promotion. Which player who had climbed to Tier 5 wouldn't wish to advance further and reach Tier 6? Hence, God's domain's various forces would fight over any level 150 plus, God mode secret land that appeared. It seems I'll now have to defend ancient Rock City, no matter what. Shifeng sighed as he looked at the evil god's secret land. Due to the Outer World Forces invasion, he had intended to defend ancient Rock City only temporarily. After all, Zero Wing had limited combat power. In its current state, just defending the guild cities it already had from the Outer Worlds player and NPC forces would be difficult. Adding ancient Rock City to the list would only make things even more difficult for the guild. However, the evil god's secret land was extraordinary. Shifeng might have ignored it if it were only an Azura mode secret land, but a level 150 plus God mode secret land was something he had to protect at all costs. After all, Finding another secret land of such caliber wouldn't be easy, even for him. The entrances of level 150+ God Mode secret lands typically appeared at random locations and existed for only a set period. Thus, none of the superpowers in his previous life had ever managed to occupy a level 150+ God Mode secret land. On the other hand, the entrance to the evil god's secret land in Ancient Rock City was fixed. This increased the entrance's value drastically. Moreover, this evil god's secret land might very well hold the key to Shifeng's promotion to Tier 6. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. Following this, Zero Wing's logistics members began ransacking Saint's Hand's warehouse, while Shifeng taught Fire Dance and the others the fundamental technique to manipulate mana's various elements. Like so, 4 hours went by in the blink of an eye, and Shifeng received a notification. System, congratulations. You have become Ancient Rock City's ruler. Do you wish to reconstruct Ancient Rock City? Reconstruct. Shifeng said in a determined tone. System, a God Mode secret land has been discovered. Do you wish to integrate the secret land with Ancient Rock City? Chapter 2881, Integration, Integrate. Shifeng grew confused as he read the system notification. This was the first time he had heard of a secret land being integrated with a guild city. He had seen many player forces constructing guild cities on top of precious secret lands in the past. However, even as these guild cities developed, they never received any opportunity to merge with these secret lands directly. For a moment, Shifeng hesitated. The evil god's secret land was a level 150+ God Mode secret land. If he recklessly merged it with Ancient Rock City and the secret land disappeared, he would suffer a huge loss. However, before Shifeng could ponder things further, he received another system notification. System, it is detected that you have 3 million magic crystals and 5,007 luminaries crystals on your person. You have fulfilled the conditions to reconstruct Ancient Rock City with the evil god's secret land as the core. Do you wish to integrate the secret land and upgrade the city? Agree. Shifeng agreed without hesitation when he heard the contents of the notification. There were several holy cities in God's domain, and one of these holy cities had a God Mode secret land as its core. The War God's Temple had also established its main headquarters in this holy city. Sanctuary. This sacred place was also why all Tier 5 experts sought to visit the top of the world. Sanctuary was the sole ancient city in God's domain that players had verified to hold clues to the Tier 6 promotion. The city was so old that nobody could ascertain its age in this modern day. Rumor had it that any Tier 4 player that entered Sanctuary had a 100% chance of getting promoted to Tier 5. However, what made Sanctuary amazing wasn't the knowledge it stored. Instead, the Holy City held complete control over a level 150+ God Mode secret land. Players that gained sufficient authority in the city, even Tier 3 players, could enter the secret land. It was different from the God Mode secret lands found in the outside world, where the minimum entry requirement was Tier 4 because of the suppression of divine might. Although great dangers existed in a God Mode secret land, they weren't everywhere. Moreover, the environment inside level 150+ God Mode secret lands was different from the outside world, resembling that of ancient times, the era abounding with gods. Hence, entering a God Mode secret land was an excellent opportunity even for low-tier players. Now that Ancient Rock City could become another sanctuary, how could Shifeng possibly turn down this opportunity? After Shifeng voiced his approval, some of the magic crystals and 7 luminaries crystals he had acquired from Saint's Hand's warehouse vanished from his bag space. Simultaneously, Ancient Rock City shook briefly. Ancient Rock City Region System Announcement: Ancient Rock City will commence with an upgrade. All players within Ancient Rock City will be teleported out of the city in 10 minutes. Players within the city are advised to make the necessary preparations. The system announcement echoed 3 times throughout the region. Subsequently, Shifeng received a personal system notification. System: Ancient Rock City's upgrade is estimated to take 1 natural day. As you hold Ancient Rock City's City Lord's token, you may not move more than 3,000 yards away from the city. You can also choose to log off and rest. Why is it so long? Shifeng was rendered speechless by the notification. A guild city's upgrade would typically take only several hours. Nevertheless, Ancient Rock City needed 1 day for its advancement. By the time the city was ready, Beast Emperor would have long since spread the evil god's secret lands information to all of God's domain. And worse, Ancient Rock City would be at its weakest after the reconstruction and upgrade process. Before the system's first major update, guild cities got a grace period whenever they underwent an upgrade. Now, guild cities no longer received that benefit. Players had to defend their cities on their own. If the outer world forces were determined, Ancient Rock City might be greeted with a battle as soon as its reconstruction ended. At this time, Fire Dance looked toward Shifeng and asked, "Guild leader, we've emptied Saint's Hand's warehouse already. Should we retreat now?" "No, bring Beast Emperor and the other captives back to Silverwing City first," Shifeng replied, shaking his head. "Also, have Liang Jing gather the necessary manpower in Silverwing City ahead of time. As soon as Ancient Rock City opens, have them garrison the city immediately." "Yes, sir." Upon hearing Shifeng's words, Fire Dance understood that trouble would accompany Ancient Rock City's promotion. There might even be a big battle awaiting the city. She immediately set out to execute his orders. After Fire Dance left Ancient Rock City, Shifeng chose to log off and rest. He had been busy with various tasks previously, so he hadn't had a chance to take a break from the game. Now that the system had prohibited him from leaving Ancient Rock City's vicinity, he could use this opportunity to rest up. Yuantian City's upper zone, 6th Southern District, the Fearless Cabin's hatch opened slowly, and Shifeng climbed out of the gaming cabin. The instant Shifeng exited the cabin, dizziness assaulted him. He very nearly fell back into the cabin. What's going on? As the world spun before him, Shifeng felt an indescribable hunger. Confused, he wondered, are my mind and body failing to adapt because I spent too much time in the Dragon Temple? However, Shifeng dared not ponder on this matter for too long because he knew there was only one thing he needed to do right now: eat. He had experienced this hunger once before, so he knew that his anemic symptoms resulted from his body lacking energy. Fortunately, Shifeng had prepared for such situations. After Zero Wing partnered with the Boulder Corporation, the latter had given Zero Wing 30 bottles of life potion. Shifeng had distributed most of them to Zero Wing's executives but kept 5 for himself as a precaution. This situation was precisely when he needed to use those life potions. Shifeng emptied 2 bottles of life potion in the blink of an eye. However, although the anemic symptoms he suffered eased, his mind and body still lacked energy. Only after downing the 5th bottle did Shifeng feel himself reviving. Thank goodness I prepared 5 bottles. I wouldn't have recovered from this predicament with only 4. Shifeng couldn't help sighing deeply as he looked at the empty bottles in front of him. These 5 bottles of life potion should have lasted him 2 months. Now, he had finished all 5 in one fell swoop. If Mushin and Kurue found out about this, they would have a heart attack. After all, this was half a year's worth of provisions for them. However, while Shifeng felt heartache over the consumption, he also felt completely reinvigorated. His physical fitness, mental strength, perception, and physical aspects had undergone tremendous growth. Now, even with both eyes closed, he could still perceive the outline of his room. He could even sense the life force of those in the entire building block if he concentrated. This was simply unbelievable. Could I have become a mental strength master already? This thought occurred to Shifeng when he detected the life force of others in the building. He couldn't think of any other explanation for this change. Only the rumored mental strength masters might have such an ability. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. At this time, even his view of the world had changed. After Shifeng immersed himself in this experience for a dozen minutes, he smiled. Although I don't know if I've become a mental strength master or not, with my current standard, I shouldn't have to worry about the mental strength master backing Lu Tiandi. Thinking up to this point, Shifeng tidied up himself and left his house. He planned to visit the 5 States Corporation's mansion to replenish the resources necessary for both his and Zero Wing's development. Previously, he had been worried about Lu Tiandi's mentor targeting him, so he hadn't dared to venture too far from his residential area. Now that his strength had improved significantly, he naturally didn't have to hold back anymore. He could do his tasks without worry. Chapter 2882, Upper Zone Transaction. When Shifeng exited his home and looked at the surrounding streets and buildings, a faint smile appeared on his face. How generous. He actually sent over a dozen half-step grandmasters to keep an eye on me. He had been living in the upper zone for quite some time now. After getting more information from Mushin, he more or less understood the general situation in the upper zone. While master-level experts could be found everywhere, experts at the half-step grandmaster level were even in the upper zone. They were the mainstays of the various upper zone organizations. Normally, only the direct successors of a corporation would qualify to have an expert of such caliber accompany them. Typically, only a first-rate corporation operating in the upper zone would have more than a dozen half-step grandmasters under its command. However, Shifeng did not pay much attention to the experts trailing him. Behaving as if he never noticed them, he made his way toward the mansion area with a smile. Butler that kid clearly noticed us, yet he doesn't seem to care about us for some reason, a black-clad, middle-aged man standing on the rooftop of an apartment said as he looked at Shifeng's departing back. He then turned to Yi Kuei, who stood beside him, and asked, "Does he have some kind of backing?" The Infinity Master Fu Jiuzhong had been thoroughly enraged when he learned of his student Wang Xuanming's expulsion from the upper zone. Afterward, he had requested the elders of the several families in his debt to keep an eye on Shifeng. And if the opportunity presented itself, they were to get rid of Shifeng. Naturally, the elders of the requested families were more than willing to sell Fu Jiuzhong this favor. After all, according to their investigations, Shifeng had no background. He had managed to get into the upper zone only because of the Boulder Corporation's Hongxing Yuan. The only noteworthy thing about him was some achievements in God's domain. In response to the black-clad man's question, Yi Kuei shook his head and said, "From what I know, apart from the Boulder Corporation, his only other connection in the upper zone is General Manager Xia. However, her interest in him hasn't reached a level where she is willing to make an enemy of us for his sake. He might be ignoring us now because of the strengthened security around him. If that's the case, this kid's days are numbered," the middle-aged man said as he looked coldly at Shifeng's distant figure. In a duel between 2 grandmasters, it would indeed be difficult to decide the match's outcome within a short time. However, their side had 6 half-step Henglian grandmasters and 8 grandmasters. 3 of the 8 grandmasters were even bona fide Henglian grandmasters. If they worked together, even an expert like Wang Xianming would fall quickly and have no opportunity to escape. In that case, I'll leave the rest to you all, Elder Qi. I will wait here for your good news, Yi Kuei said respectfully to the black-clad, middle-aged man. Elder Qi was the elder of a first-rate corporation. Although he could no longer improve due to his old age, he was still a Henglian grandmaster. His strength even surpassed Wang Xuanming slightly. If not for Fu Jiuzhong, Elder Qi wouldn't have paid any attention to the Starline Corporation whatsoever. No problem. Leave it to us. Once we get an opportunity, we'll cripple him. Elder Qi said as he stroked his beard. We'll teach this kid that he can't offend just anyone he wants in the upper zone. The upper zone was indeed a safe place, as even mental strength masters wouldn't dare take a life here. Otherwise, the Green God Company would investigate the matter. Even a mental strength master shouldn't think of continuing their days in the upper zone at that time because this was the Green God Company's bottom line. However, teaching someone a lesson or crippling them was a different story. If the Green God Company did not catch the culprit red-handed, it would turn a blind eye to the matter. After all, so long as a person was alive, the Green God Company could let them make a full recovery within a short time with their technology. After saying so, Elder Chi began tailing Shifeng, together with the other experts. Upper Zone, Mansion District. After strolling in the Mansion District for half an hour, Shifeng arrived in front of a 3-story mansion that occupied an area equivalent to 4 basketball courts. As expected of the 5 States Corporation. There are only 10 such mansions in this district, even the Boulder Corporation didn't manage to get one. No wonder Hanifeng dares to compete for one of the middle-layer slots. Shifeng couldn't help his surprise as he inspected the luxurious mansion before him. He had seen the pricing for such large mansions. Not only did it cost 140 million trade points, but one also had to have 100 million contribution points. While one wouldn't be required to spend the 100 million contribution points, accumulating that many points was an incredibly difficult task. Meanwhile, such large mansions were much better than the average mansion. Apart from offering more space, these mansions also stood closer to the waist of the mountain. In the base layer, they were the closest buildings to the middle layer. Hence, the mysterious energy filling the environment here was much denser than in other places. After Shifeng took a deep breath here, his mind already felt refreshed. He felt as if he had set foot into paradise on earth. Shortly after Shifeng pressed the doorbell, the tightly shut metal gate opened, and a person walked out. This person was none other than Zhuolinqiu, Hanifeng's butler. Looking at Shifeng, Zhuolinqiu asked, "Mr. Shi, may I know what business you have with us today?" "It's about the agreement young Master Han and I made," Shifeng replied calmly. "As per our agreement, I have come to do business with young Master Han." "Business? Please follow me." Zhuolinqiu nodded and led Shifeng into the mansion. When Shifeng entered the mansion, he immediately noticed several young men and women training under an elderly man in the mansion's outdoor training ground. The elderly man wore a martial arts robe. Although he had a head of white hair, the aura he exuded was more powerful than what Shifeng had sensed from Wang Xianming previously. Upon Shifeng's arrival, the young men and women turned to look at him curiously, wondering who Shifeng was for the 5 States Corporation to treat him as a guest. However, after getting berated by their elderly instructor, they promptly focused on their training again. "It seems I really can't underestimate the 5 States Corporation." Shifeng was surprised when he spread his senses across the mansion. There are 6 grandmasters and more than 10 half-step grandmasters in this mansion alone. Even the Boulder Corporation doesn't have this many experts. After guiding Shifeng to a reception room on the 3rd floor, Zhuolinqiu pushed apart the wooden doors to the room and said, "Mr. Shi, the young master is waiting inside." Shifeng nodded and walked into the room. He found Hanifeng seated behind a solid wood desk with his eyes closed. Currently, Hanifeng did not exude the slightest bit of aura and felt no different from an ordinary person. Compared to the last time Shifeng had met him, Hanifeng's aura had changed dramatically. Upon sensing Shifeng's arrival, Hanifeng opened his eyes. Revealing a faint smile, Hanifeng said, "Brother Shi, I didn't think you would come to find me so soon. I expected you would wait for the last 10 days to get a better price." Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. At this point, Shifeng's name was already known throughout Yuantian City's upper zone. Not only was he the cause of Wang Xuanming's banishment from the upper zone, but he was even Zero Wing's guild leader. The resources he had on hand tempted many of the corporations participating in this season's contribution competition. If not for Wang Xuanming's teacher, Fu Jiuzhong, many of the corporations based in Yuantian City's upper zone would have long since visited Shifeng and proposed a partnership. I doubt that will happen. "I know I am not your only source of contribution points, young Master Han. Had I waited until the last moment, I probably would have gotten a lower price instead. You might not even have wanted my points at that time," Shifeng said, shaking his head. Originally, Shifeng had indeed considered waiting for a better price. Now, though, he couldn't afford the delay. Zero Wing urgently needed a large amount of resources, especially life potions. The life potion was the perfect drug to improve one's physical fitness. If not for the limitation of physical fitness, Fire Dance, Lei Bao, and several other people in Zero Wing would have long since become neutralizing grandmasters. Brother Sure, you jest. In that case, we'll proceed with the 2-to-1 ratio we previously agreed on. I'll buy however many points you have, Hanifeng said, chuckling. However, Shifeng shook his head and countered in a determined voice, no, I want a 1-to-1 ratio. Chapter 2883, Overnight Fortune 1-to-1. Hanifeng frowned. Brother Sure, isn't your asking price a little too high? At this time, Hanifeng wasn't the only one dissatisfied. Standing by the door, Zhuolinqiu looked at Shifeng with a hint of anger and ridicule in his eyes. A 1-to-1 exchange ratio was something no organization operating in Yuantian City's upper zone would accept. Life potions and phantom potions served as an organization's foundation. Their stockpile was also something accumulated over many years. These potions weren't items that one could obtain on a whim. Yet, Shifeng wanted to purchase these precious potions at a 1-to-1 exchange rate. Did he take the Five States Corporation for a fool? The Five States Corporation had many sources for contribution points. Meanwhile, these sources only sought a 2-to-1 ratio. On what basis was Shifeng asking for a 1-to-1 ratio? Young Master Han, don't be in a hurry to refuse, Shifeng said, smiling as he looked at Hanifeng's cold expression. A 1-to-1 ratio is a fair price. A fair price. Hanifeng laughed. May I know how you think it is fair, Brother Sure? Because I can guarantee you a slot to enter the middle layer, young Master Han. Shifeng said confidently. Do you think this is a fair deal now? At Shifeng's words, Hanifeng's cold expression changed slightly. However, he quickly recollected himself and asked, those are some confident words, Brother Sure. If what you say is true, I can consider a 1-to-1 ratio. May I know what exactly you are counting on to help me? 600,000 contribution points. That, combined with the points you already have, while I don't know if you can secure first place, getting within the top 3 shouldn't be a problem, right? According to Mushin's information, the top 3 rankers' limit should be around 1 million contribution points. It would be difficult for them to acquire more than this because one could earn only so many contribution points through real-world resources. The only other way these top rankers could acquire more points would be to obtain many 7 Luminaries crystals in God's domain. However, 7 Luminaries crystals were incredibly precious in God's domain, and even the various superpowers barely had any. Shifeng estimated that acquiring 800,000 contribution points shouldn't be a problem for the Five States Corporation. If the corporation included his 600,000 points, it could secure one of the top 3 spots with a 100% certainty. When Shifeng finished speaking, Zhuolinqiu couldn't help staring at Shifeng in disbelief, his eyes very nearly falling out of their sockets. Each of the 5 States Corporation's point sources could contribute only several tens of thousands of contribution points. After totaling the points from all sources, the corporation should gain around 600,000 contribution points. Not to mention, these sources would not necessarily sell all their points to the 5 States Corporation. After all, the upper zone's various organizations were purchasing contribution points at a high price. The 5 States Corporation would be fortunate if it could acquire 400,000 contribution points in the end. However, if the corporation could gain an additional 600,000 contribution points now, it could secure one of the top 3 spots in the competition. At this time, even Hanifeng was visibly moved. 600,000. He has this much strength. In Hanifeng's opinion, taking out 200,000 contribution points would be plenty impressive already. After all, 7 Luminaries crystals were not easy to acquire in God's domain. Feng had even traded some with him already. With 600,000 contribution points as his base, Feng could even try to fight for one of the top 3 positions himself. Feng smiled when he saw Hanifeng's reaction. He then asked, "What do you think, young Master Han?" If Hanifeng had 1 million contribution points as his base, all he needed to do next was acquire another 300,000 points or so to solidify his victory. After pondering for a moment, Hanifeng gritted his teeth and said, "That is indeed sufficient qualification. However, a 1-to-1 ratio is still too much. The 5 States Corporation can't take out so many potions in a short time. If converted to trade points, 600,000 contribution points would be worth 60 million trade points. And when converted to life potions, that would be equivalent to 12,000 life potions." This was by no means a trifling amount. Feng didn't find Hanifeng's words surprising either. Instead, he chuckled and said, "If that's the case, how about this? I'll only ask for 2,000 potions. I'll exchange the remainder for a large mansion in the upper zone. What do you think?" I recall that the 5 States Corporation still has the authority to purchase another one. The base layer had only 10 large mansions, and only 8 had owners. After some research, Feng found that these large mansions were excellent accommodations. Not only could they house 40 people easily, but the strange energy in the air was also much denser in these large mansions. This denser energy would be of greater help in stabilizing gentle snow and Aqua Rose's condition. Feng, don't go too far." Shuo Linqiu blurted angrily. "A 1-to-1 ratio is already an astronomical price. Yet, you're asking for a large mansion that's worth 140 million trade points. Do you take the 5 States Corporation for a fool? The value of 10,000 life potions was equivalent to only 50 million trade points, a little more than 1/3 of a large mansion's value. Feng's terms were no different from daylight robbery. My asking price is indeed a little excessive, but purchasing a large mansion doesn't require you to spend contribution points. You only need to have accumulated 100 million contribution points. Meanwhile, not only will my 7 luminaries crystals provide you with contribution points, but they will also provide you with an ample amount of trade points. Exchanging a large mansion for these crystals wouldn't be a loss for your corporation," Feng said. "Of course, if your corporation isn't willing to do this transaction, I can find someone else to partner with. I believe the other people competing for the top 3 spots will be interested in my proposal." Shuo Linqiu was momentarily rendered speechless by Feng. What Feng said was indeed true. Contribution points were far more important than trade points, especially in the middle layer. Moreover, compared to contribution points, trade points were much easier to acquire. "That's enough, old Zhua." Hanifeng shot a glance at his butler, silencing him. He then returned his gaze to Feng and said, "I agree to your offer. However, I will need time to acquire the large mansion. As for the potions, I can give you 1,000 bottles now. I will pay you the remaining 1,000 bottles and the large mansion within the next 5 days. What do you think?" "Sure, I don't have any problem with that." Feng nodded. In Feng's opinion, the 5 days Hanifeng stated were only a ploy. Hanifeng wanted to purchase as many contribution points as possible from his other sources during these 5 days because once news of his acquisition of 600,000 contribution points spread, purchasing points would become much more difficult. Afterward, Hanifeng signed a contract with Feng. According to the agreement, Feng would transfer 60,000 7 luminaries crystals to Hanifeng through God's domain within half a day. At the same time, Hanifeng would pay Feng 1,500 bottles of life potion, 500 bottles of phantom potion, and 1 large mansion in return. With the contract signed, Hanifeng had Zhuolinjia pass 100 bottles of life potion to Feng, with the rest to be delivered secretly to Feng's house. After concluding the deal, Feng left the 5 States Corporation's mansion with a crate of life potions. Meanwhile, after Shi Feng left, Zhuolinqiu turned to Han Feng and warned quietly, "Young master, your elders will criticize you if they find out you made such an unfavorable deal." Criticize. Sending Zhuolinqiu a glance, Han Feng sneered, "So long as I get into the middle layer, do you think I'll care about what they have to say?" Everyone living in the base layer wished to enter the middle layer. The environment there far surpassed the base layers. The middle layer was also home to many mental strength masters. If he could befriend even one of these masters, his position within the Five States Corporation would become unshakable. At that time, would he have to care about the criticisms of his elders? Gazing through the window at the distant middle layer with eyes burning with zeal, Han Feng said, "Head out and purchase contribution points from those organizations immediately. It doesn't matter even if you have to offer them a 1:5 ratio." While Han Feng was secretly going around purchasing contribution points from various organizations, Shi Feng left the upper zone together with his crate of life potions. Previously, despite receiving the secret pavilions and Netherworld Empire's guild legacies, Zero Wing could afford to nurture only a small number of experts due to its limited resources. However, now that Zero Wing had sufficient life potions, let alone Void Realm experts, the guild could nurture even Domain Realm experts within a short time. This was something even the various superpowers couldn't accomplish. After all, when nurturing new talents, the superpowers would provide only S-rank nutrient fluids at most, not something as precious as the life potion. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Meanwhile, when Shi Feng left the upper zone, Elder Qi and the others stalking him were stunned. "Is this kid crazy?" a Henglian Grandmaster asked when he saw Shi Feng entering the mental path. "He dares to leave the upper zone at this time. Could it be that he didn't notice us in the first place?" A lanky neutralizing Grandmaster wondered. "There's no way he hasn't noticed us. I am certain on this point," Elder Qi declared. Looking at Shi Feng's distant figure coldly, he continued, "He's looking down on us. Since he's so arrogant, I'll fulfill his wish. Everyone, get ready to take action outside. I want to see what ability this kid has." After saying so, Elder Qi promptly set off after Shi Feng. The other experts followed Elder Qi after briefly exchanging looks with one another. Chapter 2884, Ruthless Shi Feng. Fenglin City, Zero Wing's headquarters. Shi Feng stood in front of Zero Wing's headquarters. The place had undergone significant changes since his last visit. Currently, people crowded the plaza in front of the building, many of them young men and women. These people were either waiting to enter the building or taking various tests out in the plaza. This prosperous sight was even more spectacular than what could be found at the various super guilds' headquarters. As Shi Feng made his way to the entrance, he overheard these young men and women discussing Zero Wing's matters. As they spoke about Zero Wing City's training environment or the heaven-defying battle that had taken place at Ancient Rock City, their eyes glowed with anticipation. Before Shi Feng could reach the entrance, a long-haired man in his 30s approached him. Looking at Shi Feng, who was clad in sportswear, the long-haired man said in a friendly tone, "Friend, you're here to join Zero Wing, right?" "Me? Join Zero Wing?" Shi Feng was stunned by the long-haired man's words. Although the long-haired man looked ordinary, Shi Feng sensed intense life force from him. In terms of physical fitness, the long-haired man could practically rival Henglian masters. However, before Shi Feng could say anything, the long-haired man unzipped his jacket and revealed a six-winged emblem pinned on his t-shirt, proving that he was an internal member of Zero Wing. "I can tell that you're extraordinary at a glance, brother," the long-haired man said while showing off his emblem. He then pointed at the long line of people waiting to enter the building and grinned, saying, "Look at how long that line is. If you grab a ticket and join the line now, it'll take you forever before your turn arrives. However, I'm an internal member of Zero Wing. I have a recommendation slot that lets me help one person bypass the initial test." "What are you trying to say?" Shi Feng asked curiously. "I can see that you're extraordinary, so I plan to recommend you to the guild. However, once you become an internal member of Zero Wing, you'll need to join my team. What do you think? Looking at Shifeng with a serious look, the long-haired man said earnestly, "The team I belong to is extraordinary. Although it was established only recently, it has become a second-line team already. It's only one line behind the main force." Shifeng was at a loss for words. He never imagined such competition existed between Zero Wing's various teams. If he weren't Zero Wing's guild leader, he would have most likely been tempted by the long-haired man's words already. After all, apart from Zero Wing's main force, any other team that had a Tier 4 player leading it would be considered a second-line team. Meanwhile, all second-line teams could raid level 150, 100-man hard mode team dungeons. What? You don't believe me? Upon seeing Shifeng's startled expression, the long-haired man said delightedly, "Do you know who my team leader is? You'll get a fright if I tell you." Just when Shifeng wondered who this strange man's team leader was, the sounds of fighting came from inside the lobby. The din was like a sledgehammer pounding the ground. However, neither the long-haired man nor the other Zero Wing members present showed any concern over these loud sounds, appearing wholly accustomed to them. The newcomers, though, all expressed curiosity and tried sneaking peeks into the lobby. "Ignore that. It's nothing to fuss about," the long-haired man said when he saw the curiosity on Shifeng's face. He then added nonchalantly, "It's just the experts of another superpower coming to provoke Zero Wing. I believe Master Lei Bao will take care of them in a moment." Shifeng asked, "Have there been a lot of such situations happening in Zero Wing lately?" "It's been like this since before I joined. However, it's become much more frequent recently," the long-haired man said as he nodded in frustration. "These superpowers can't bear to see Zero Wing developing. However, as they can't do anything to us in God's domain, they keep coming to our headquarters to make trouble. They keep asking us to sell them Zero Wing City's lands. I heard that the group that came here this time consists of 6 superpowers, one of them the Super Guild Mythology. Mythology's group is even led by the Fong family's young lady. That Fong Shihan really is something. Not only is she beautiful, but she's also frighteningly strong. She can take down master-level experts in practically one hit. I'm afraid only our big sis Fire Dance can take her on." The long-haired man shuddered when he spoke of Fong Shihan. It was evident he feared the latter greatly. After the long-haired man finished speaking, the lobby's door opened abruptly, and a group of people stalked out of the building. These people were representatives of superpowers, and they currently had angry expressions. However, when they looked at Fire Dance and Lei Bao, who walked out of the building shortly after them, and then looked at the injured master-level experts and one half-step neutralizing grandmaster beside them, they dared not do anything. "Just you wait. Don't think that, just because we are helpless against you in God's domain, you'll be invincible in the real world as well. Zero Wing will only encounter more trouble for refusing to cooperate with us." The various superpowers representatives barked arrogantly at Fire Dance and Lei Bao, their voices growing complacent as they spoke. While master-level experts might be powerless against Zero Wing, there were bound to be superpowers capable of inviting grandmaster-level experts to move for them. The corporations operating within the upper zone might even take action. After all, Zero Wing was too large a cake to pass on. According to the information the various superpowers had gathered, some forces based in the upper zone were already investigating Zero Wing, evidently interested in the guild. Hence, it was only a matter of time before Grandmaster-level experts came to find trouble with Zero Wing. Fire Dance and Lei Bao revealed somewhat grim expressions on their faces when they heard the representative's words. They had expected the battle at Ancient Rock City to have caught the attention of many organizations in the upper zone. Hence, they were certain that Grandmaster-level experts would eventually come to Zero Wing seeking trouble. While these Grandmasters might not be capable of doing anything against Zero Wing on the surface, if they came every day to pick a fight, it would ruin Zero Wing's reputation, not to mention the other unscrupulous tactics they could employ. However, when the various superpowers representatives were getting full of themselves, Fong Shihan suddenly left the group and headed toward Shifeng. The cold gaze she directed at him made the temperature in the surroundings fall by more than 10 degrees. The long-haired man standing beside Shifeng shuddered in fear despite himself. Looking at Shifeng, the long-haired man asked, "Friend, did you offend her in some way before? Why do I get the feeling that she's coming for you?" In this situation, the nearby young men also looked at Shifeng and began a quiet discussion. They all wondered who Shifeng was to warrant such attention from a great beauty like Fong Shihan. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. I don't think I've done anything to her, Shifeng said. He likewise found it strange that Fong Shihan was walking to him. After giving the matter some thought, he added, "The only things I remember doing are killing one of her elders and telling her to get lost. I don't think I've ever done anything else to her." Shifeng's words stupefied the long-haired man. He never thought that Shifeng would be so ruthless as to pull such stunts with the Fong family's lady. It would be strange if Fong Shihan didn't try to take Shifeng's life. However, when Fong Shihan arrived in front of Shifeng, she looked at him and asked quietly, "Can I speak with you in private?" Immediately, be it the long-haired man or the other men present, they all couldn't help staring at Shifeng with wide eyes. What was going on here? Chapter 2885, Sword Saint Black Flame. Shifeng couldn't help taking a closer look at Fong Shihan when he heard her words. Currently, Fong Shihan looked slightly frilier than the last time he saw her. She also no longer exuded the imposing aura of before, although the ambition in her eyes still burned bright. "Just the two of us." Shifeng stole a glance at the robust Matt and an elderly man standing among the group of superpower representatives. This elderly man possessed a powerful life force. He was absolutely a grandmaster-level expert. Moreover, judging by how respectfully Matt was behaving around this elderly man, it was easy to guess that the elderly man held an eminent position in mythology. He should be a guild elder at the very least. However, seeing as Fong Shihan was asking for a private conversation, Shifeng could tell that Fong Shihan had her own thoughts and that these thoughts did not align with mythology's plans. "That's right, just the two of us." Fong Shihan nodded, then glanced at the long-haired man beside Shifeng and smiled sweetly, saying, "Of course, you can bring someone with you. However, it's not my fault if our relationship gets exposed." The long-haired man immediately revealed a look of shock and confusion when he heard Fong Shihan's words. Fong Shihan was the young lady of a major corporation. According to rumor, she was even an upper zone resident. In addition, not only did she possess a divine level of beauty, but she was even a vice guild leader of mythology. Countless talented young men wished to get close to her but never got the opportunity to do so. She had an air of indifference even when dealing with Zero Wing's big shots like Cola. Nevertheless, she was taking the initiative to seek out Shifeng. Her friendly behavior with Shifeng made the long-haired man doubt if she was even the same person as before. Who is this guy? Questions filled the long-haired man's mind as he looked at Shifeng. However, after snapping out of his daze, he gazed at Shifeng with anticipation shining in his eyes. Fong Shihan was an individual of high status. If he could get close to her by even a little bit, even if he were only a third wheel, this achievement would earn him bragging rights for the rest of his life. "Alright, just the two of us, then." Shifeng nodded, ignoring the hopeful look the long-haired man was giving him. Fong Shifan was not at all surprised by Shifeng's response. She pointed at a maglev limousine nearby and said, "Let's talk in my car, then. Nobody will bother us there." Zero Wing's battle at Ancient Rock City had thoroughly shaken God's domain. Zero Wing City's public opening also allowed Zero Wing to rake in tons of wealth and resources every day. The resources earned even included the 7 luminaries crystal that the upper zone's various forces sought to obtain. The city was so tempting that even the 5 great super guilds had designs on it, let alone Fong Shihan. Zero Wing was currently rejecting all partnership offers for Zero Wing City, choosing to monopolize all of the city's benefits. The various superpowers could not get even the smallest cut of this juicy pie. To make matters worse, none of the superpowers could do anything about this situation. However, Fong Shihan was confident she could accomplish what the various superpowers couldn't. With her family's position and resources in the upper zone, she should be able to get Zero Wing to agree to a partnership. After all, Shi Feng was currently in a lot of trouble because he had offended a mental strength master. Although Shi Feng lived in a different upper zone from Fu Jiuzhong, the mental strength master had plenty of means to deal with him. Among the organizations operating within the 3 upper zones based in the country, those capable of protecting Shi Feng numbered very few. The Fong family just so happened to be one of them. When Shi Feng saw the maglev limousine, a hint of envy appeared in his eyes. This limousine was a global limited edition, and it was constructed with a top-tier alloy used for spacecraft. This alloy not only had excellent sound insulation properties but could even withstand missile strikes. He had thought of buying one for Zero Wing but lacked the connection to do so. Nodding, Shi Feng said, "Sure, let's get in the car." "In that case, this way, please, Guild Leader Black Flame." Fong Shihan smiled and took the initiative to lead Shi Feng to the limousine. Her words left the long-haired man stupefied. He's the guild leader. The long-haired man stared at Shi Feng's back with wide eyes. When he recalled how he had treated Shi Feng like a little brother, he suddenly felt faint. After all, Black Flame's name in God's domain was synonymous with a killing god. He would create rivers of blood because of a disagreement. He had even killed one of mythology's legendary figures without hesitation. The long-haired man wasn't the only one stunned by this revelation. The young men and women in queue also took some time to process this information. He's Guild Leader Black Flame. No way. He's that sword saint. Don't the rumors say that Guild Leader Black Flame is a man in his 30s? That guy looks no more than 22 or 23. Apart from Zero Wing's executives and a portion of the guild's core members, the only other people who knew Black Flame's actual identity and appearance in the real world were the various superpowers executives. The average player was unaware that Black Flame was only a disguise. You really know how to keep a low profile, Guild Leader Black Flame. Even the internal members of your own guild don't know who you are, Fong Shihan said, smiling when she looked back and saw the long-haired man's pale complexion. That guy will probably lose sleep for the next several days. Shi Feng rolled his eyes at Fong Shihan. Fong Shihan knew that the long-haired man was unaware of his identity as Black Flame and had deliberately revealed his identity to mess with the man. However, when Shi Feng and Fong Shihan were roughly 10 steps from the limousine, Shi Feng suddenly stopped and turned to the crowd in the plaza. Guild Leader Black Flame. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Fong Shihan was a little confused by Shi Feng's actions. She followed Shi Feng's gaze and looked toward the plaza. Although there were well over 1,000 people crowded in the plaza, Fong Shihan faintly sensed killing intent from that direction. Moreover, there wasn't just one source of killing intent but more than a dozen. This killing intent was well hidden. If one weren't a half-step Grandmaster expert or above, one would have difficulty noticing it. This can't be. That side is already taking action. Fong Shifan frowned. Only the Infinity Master Fu Jiuzhong could mobilize so many powerful experts. She whispered to Shi Feng, Guild Leader Black Flame, they should be experts the Infinity Master sent. The other side has a significant advantage in numbers. It's best if we pretend we didn't notice them and get into the car quickly. Even if it's them, they can't do anything against my car. A force of over a dozen half-step Grandmasters or above was indeed powerful. However, against the global limited edition limousine, even these experts could only lament their lack of strength. This was also why many major corporations wished to purchase this limousine. However, only 100 people in the world actually managed to get their hands on one. No, there's no need for that, Shi Feng said, shaking his head. He then began walking toward the plaza. I initially planned to ignore them, but since they came all the way here, I'll deal with them now. It's annoying to have them constantly buzzing me like flies. Chapter 2886, Mental Strength Master. When Feng Shihan saw Shi Feng slowly making his way to the plaza, she was stunned. She never thought Shi Feng would confront the enemy. The enemy had over a dozen half-step grandmaster experts or better on their side. Among the sources of killing intent she sensed, a few even struck fear into her. Facing so many experts of such caliber, even a Henglian grandmaster would suffer miserably. This crazy bastard. Feng Shihan gritted her teeth and followed after Shi Feng. She was the Feng family's young lady. Even the upper zones organizations would have to show her some respect. If she stood up for Shi Feng, the other party wouldn't dare go too far lest they incur the Feng family's wrath. However, before Feng Shihan could catch up to Shi Feng, 14 people in the crowd approached him. They had concealed their auras so well that they looked no different from ordinary pedestrians. None of the people around them paid them any attention. Kid, since you're so eager to die, I'll grant you your wish. Elder Qi said when he saw that Shi Feng had already walked into the crowd. Sneering, he commanded, everyone, attack. If Shi Feng had chosen to remain somewhere with little foot traffic, they would quickly get noticed by others if they took action. However, it was a different story in a crowded location like this plaza. With their standards, they could attack Shi Feng without anyone noticing. By the time the bystanders realized what was going on, they would have long since left the scene. The distance between both sides continuously shortened. 30 meters. 20 meters. 10 meters. When the two sides were less than 3 meters apart, one Henglian Grandmaster, one neutralizing Grandmaster, and 4 half-step Grandmasters began walking straight toward Shi Feng. The 6 experts continued moving like ordinary pedestrians, with the 4 half-step Grandmasters even chatting merrily like close friends. Nobody could tell that these 6 experts were approaching Shi Feng with hostile intentions. When the 4 half-step Grandmasters were within 1 meter of Shi Feng, both the 4 half-step Grandmasters and the 2 true Grandmasters took action simultaneously, so fast that ordinary people couldn't even see their afterimages. The 6 experts launched punches, palm strikes, and claw strikes. Aimed at Shi Feng's vitals, their attacks did not create even the slightest ripple in the air. Although the 6 experts had different strength levels, their coordination was perfect, and they moved as if they were of one body. Feng Shihan's complexion darkened at this scene. If she were in Shi Feng's shoes, she could, at best, stop 2 or 3 attacks. The rest would land on her without fail. It might be a different story if a Henglian Grandmaster received these attacks, but Shi Feng was only a neutralizing Grandmaster. He would most definitely die if he received all these attacks. However, when the 6 experts' attacks were about to land, Shi Feng's body suddenly twitched and moved like flowing water. As if his various body parts had a mind of their own, they instinctively dodged the 6 experts' attacks. Shi Feng's movements were so fine that he dodged some attacks with less than half a centimeter to spare. The 6 experts were startled by this outcome. However, before they could launch another round of attacks, Shi Feng casually scraped his shoulder past one of them and bumped into another. He then executed a punch, an elbow strike, a palm strike, and a kick against his other 4 opponents. The next moment, the 2 Grandmasters and 4 half-step Grandmasters stiffened and stopped moving. They stood still among the crowd like statues. When Shi Feng had walked 3 meters away, the 6 experts' eyes rolled back, and their bodies collapsed to the ground. How is this possible? Feng Shihan's eyes widened, and her jaw dropped at this scene. Of the 6 experts, 2 were bona fide Grandmasters, one of them a Henglian Grandmaster. Yet, Shi Feng had taken care of these experts in the blink of an eye. The fight had ended so quickly that she didn't even see what had happened. She might have been able to accept such an outcome if the two grandmasters were both neutralizing grandmasters. With internal force, Shi Feng could knock them out instantly when his attacks connected. However, knocking out a Henglian grandmaster in one hit was an incredibly difficult feat otherwise. Henglian grandmasters wouldn't be renowned as troublesome opponents. Feng Shihan wasn't the only person shocked by this situation. Elder Qi and the other experts similarly tensed up at this scene. Even they were incapable of defeating Henglian grandmasters in one hit. While Shi Feng might have employed a dirty tactic, there was no denying that he had felled a Henglian grandmaster in one hit. The remaining experts turned to Elder Qi to seek his opinion on the matter. Elder Qi was their leader this time. He also possessed incredible strength, being slightly stronger than even the well-known Wang Xianming. If Elder Qi chose not to attack now, they naturally did not need to attack either. After all, Shi Feng's display of strength just now had thoroughly stunned them. Shi Feng's feat was even more unbelievable than a person killing an elephant with one punch. Seeing Shi Feng approaching their group, Elder Qi gritted his teeth and advanced. Although Elder Qi didn't know what method Shi Feng employed just now, he was confident he could stop any neutralizing grandmaster's attack. After all, his mental strength was just a tad short of the mental strength master level. His perception and sixth sense were both much stronger than the average Henglian grandmasters. All tricks were useless against him. When the other experts saw Elder Qi moving, they quickly followed after him. However, their mentality towards Shi Feng was completely different from before. Now, they had ramped up their vigilance to the max. Elder Qi's group of 8 split up and approached Shi Feng from 8 different directions. They occasionally used the crowd to conceal their bodies and obscure their movements from Shi Feng. However, Shi Feng remained unfazed and continued approaching Elder Qi casually. What arrogance! Do you think I'll fall for your tricks like those fools? Elder Qi accelerated his footsteps when he saw Shi Feng's indifference, not wanting to give Shi Feng any more time to observe and prepare. With 6 grandmasters in their group of 8, they could give even a mental strength master a headache if they attacked together. After all, a mental strength master's physical fitness was only slightly superior to theirs. What made mental strength masters powerful was their perception of danger and their control over their bodies. However, when Elder Qi was less than 6 meters away from Shi Feng, he suddenly lost sight of Shi Feng. He disappeared. Elder Qi was stunned as he stared at the spot Shi Feng disappeared from. Shi Feng had vanished not only from his vision but also from his perception. Elder Qi and the 7 other experts immediately began looking around frantically, searching for Shi Feng. Several seconds later, Elder Qi suddenly noticed a figure walking past him, and he was stunned once more. Shi Feng. However, before Elder Qi could turn around, he felt a stinging pain in his chest. He then found his body paralyzed, and his vision darkened as if death had come for him. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. When Elder Qi saw Shi Feng disappearing past him, a thought appeared in his mind, and fear surfaced on his face. Mental strength master. Apart from Shi Feng being a mental strength master, Elder Qi couldn't think of any other explanation for this situation. After all, only a mental strength master could evade his perception. However, before Elder Qi could warn the others, he noticed Shi Feng walking past his approaching companions, one after another. Unlike himself, though, his companions didn't even notice Shi Feng. And after Shi Feng passed them, their bodies abruptly stiffened. It was evident that they had suffered a similar fate to his. In the end, Elder Qi could only watch helplessly as his companions collapsed one after another. Chapter 2887, Powerful Mental Strength Master. When Elder Qi and the others collapsed, one after another, in the plaza, they quickly attracted the attention of the surrounding people. The small plaza grew noisy for a time as the passers-by gathered around these collapsed experts and discussed among themselves. Shi Feng exited the crowd in the meantime, his departure going entirely unnoticed. He had practically zero presence, as if he was no different from the roadside trees and bushes. He's a mental strength master. Shock filled Feng Shihan's eyes as she switched her gaze between Shifeng and Elder Qi's group. She felt like her world had just come crashing down on her. Apart from Shifeng being a mental strength master, she could think of no other explanation for how he had defeated a force of 8 grandmasters and 6 half-step grandmasters so easily. Despite knowing this, Feng Shihan still couldn't bring herself to believe Shifeng was a mental strength master. Mental strength masters were big shots even in the upper zone, and every one of them lived in the middle layer. Numerous organizations based in the upper zone tried to curry favor with these individuals. All of these powerhouses had reached the level of a mental strength master only in their 30s or later. On the other hand, how old was Shifeng now? Not to mention, according to Feng Shihan's investigations, when Shifeng first entered the upper zone several weeks ago, the Green God Company had evaluated his mental strength as special grade only. He had still been a long distance from master grade. When Shifeng arrived in front of Feng Shihan, she finally snapped out of her daze. She then scrutinized him as if she was meeting him for the first time. "Has your mental strength reached the master level already?" Feng Shihan asked despite herself. Although she was already certain Shifeng was a mental strength master, she still couldn't believe that someone could reach this level before 25. If news of this matter spread, it would shake the entire upper zone. Even the Green God Company's executives would take an interest in Shifeng once they learned of his potential. Meanwhile, the Green God Company's executives were existences even mental strength masters wanted to befriend. These executives helmed the various upper zones, individuals standing at the top of the upper zone. "I had the fortune of achieving a breakthrough recently." Shifeng nodded, not bothering to conceal this fact. He then turned to look at the collapsed experts in the plaza, an indescribable feeling appearing in his heart. Previously, when he had first become a mental strength master, he had noticed that his body's physical fitness had improved significantly. The sharpness of his perception had also become far superior to before. However, only after clashing with Elder Qi and the others did Shifeng realize how powerful and frightening mental strength masters could be. Mental strength masters might be only slightly superior to Hinglian grandmasters in physical fitness, but their control over their bodies reached an incredible level. Not only could they control the fine movements of muscles and the physical body, but they could also exert much greater control over their brains. While in combat, Shifeng had managed to accelerate his thought processes by more than tenfold. In his eyes, Elder Qi and the others had looked like they were moving in slow motion. After including his enhanced perception of his surroundings, let alone dodging the eyesight and senses of several grandmasters, he could even replicate God's domain's void steps momentarily. It was no wonder the upper zone's various organizations feared mental strength masters so much. Shifeng also felt fortunate that he had been cautious and stayed indoors for the past few weeks. Otherwise, he might have really ended up in trouble. After all, killing a lone grandmaster-level expert was child's play for a mental strength master. Meanwhile, after Shifeng's admission, Feng Shihan was momentarily at a loss for words. Originally, she had hoped to acquire a portion of Zero Wing City's resources by offering Shifeng protection. In doing so, she could increase her authority within mythology and solidify her position as the first vice guild leader. Now, her plan was nothing but a joke. There was no way a mental strength master would fear another mental strength master. More importantly, with how young Shifeng was, once the Green God Company found out about his achievement, the company would undoubtedly place heavy importance on him. The status he would enjoy at that time would far exceed Fu Jiuzhong's. After all, the Infinity Master was already an old man and showed precious little signs of improvement nowadays. So long as Fu Jiuzhong wasn't a fool, he would give up on revenge against Shifeng. On the contrary, he might even try to mend his relationship with Shifeng. After all, the life of mental strength masters in the upper zone's middle layer wasn't as smooth sailing as others thought. Looking at the vacant expression on Feng Shihan's face, Shifeng asked strangely, "The trouble has been dealt with already. Do you still see a problem in this, Miss Feng?" Fang Shihan recovered from her stupor at Shi Feng's words. Putting away her previous nonchalant attitude, she said respectfully, "You jest, Master Shi. The powers behind those experts will be scared stiff once they hear about your current status and identity. How could they possibly cause you any more problems?" "Is that so?" Shi Feng felt a little awkward when Fang Shihan suddenly spoke to him respectfully. Her passionate gaze, in particular, was as if she had just seen an absolute beauty. It gave him an uncomfortable feeling. "Master Shi, my visit this time isn't for anything significant." After observing Shi Feng a little while longer, Fang Shihan revealed a rare smile and said, "I only wish to partner with Zero Wing on a personal level." "A personal partnership?" Shi Feng wasn't particularly surprised by these words. Calmly, he asked, "May I know what kind of partnership you have in mind?" Taking a deep breath, Fang Shihan said solemnly, "I am willing to invest 100 billion into Zero Wing to help develop all of the guild's necessary facilities and territories. Simultaneously, I can also provide 10 reserve slots for the upper zone and 1,000 bottles of potions of various kinds. I will also bring a large batch of peak experts and over 300 plots of land located in the NPC cities of both the eastern and western continents into Zero Wing." Shi Feng couldn't help being tempted when he heard Fang Shihan's offer. He then asked, "What are your conditions?" Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. The funding aside, just the 1,000 bottles of various potions, the large batch of peak experts, and 300 plots of land were more than enough to elevate Zero Wing's overall strength by a large margin. Zero Wing would instantly surpass ordinary super guilds. It would be a lie to say this offer didn't tempt him. The lands of the Western Continent's NPC cities, in particular, were things Zero Wing needed urgently right now. With these lands, Zero Wing could maximize the use of its intercontinental teleportation array. The guild might even be able to establish a solid foothold on the Western Continent in one fell swoop. Seeing the interest in Shi Feng's eyes, Fang Shihan replied, "Simple. Become my backer." Shi Feng was slightly stunned as he looked at Fang Shihan, his mind failing to comprehend her words momentarily. "What's going on?" Chapter 2888, Zero Wing in an uproar. Fang Shihan couldn't help a smile when she saw Shi Feng's stunned face. She then asked leisurely, "Do my conditions confuse you, Master Shi?" "Indeed, a little." Shi Feng nodded. There was no doubt that the Fang family had extraordinary origins. Moreover, Fang Shihan herself was mythology's first vice-guild leader. No matter how he looked at it, the woman already had a boundless future ahead of her. She was an existence nobody in the outside world dared to offend. He might have become a mental strength master, but the benefits he could bring to Fang Shihan were merely limited to the upper zone's commodities. This was also the main reason the upper zone's various organizations bent over backward for mental strength masters. Apart from these trade commodities, he found it hard to imagine what other help Fang Shihan might need from him. "I believe you should also understand what it means to own wealth beyond one's capabilities, Master Shi." Sighing, Fang Shihan said slowly, "The Fang family used to have a mental strength master. However, along with this master's passing, the Fang family's circumstances in the upper zone have deteriorated. At this point, many of the middle layer's various organizations are even targeting the middle layer reserve slot I own. Hence, I hope you can intervene in this matter for me, Master Shi. If you do, those organizations might back off out of fear." "A reserve slot for the middle layer?" Shi Feng was startled by Fang Shihan's words. The reserve slots for the upper zone's base layer were already incomparably precious, and they were more than enough to tempt the base layer's various organizations. A reserve slot for the middle layer would be even more precious and tempting. Moreover, based on Fang Shihan's words, this reserve slot was transferable. It didn't bind to specific individuals after use. This reserve slot was countless times more precious than the temporary 3-month slots the base layer's organizations competed for in the contribution competitions. It would be strange if the middle layer's organizations were not interested in acquiring this reserve slot. Master Shi, would you be willing to cooperate? Feng Shihan asked, a hint of apprehension flashing across her eyes as she looked at Shi Feng. Originally, she had already decided to give up on this reserve slot because she couldn't keep it with mythology's strength. However, an opportunity had presented itself to her now. If she found the help of an ordinary mental strength master, the middle layer's various organizations wouldn't fear her at all. They would still try to snatch her reserve slot without fear. However, it was a different story if the mental strength master were Shi Feng. Shi Feng had become a mental strength master at an unprecedentedly young age. With his potential, the Green God Company was bound to place great importance on him. So long as Shi Feng was willing to stand up for her, she might be able to keep this reserve slot. After Shi Feng gave the matter some thought, he said, "All right, I agree to your conditions. However, I need to add one condition." "Please speak, Master Shi," Feng Shihan responded without hesitation. 100 million trade points. Shi Feng stated. "What are your thoughts on this, Miss Feng?" Apart from the trade points he earned from trading in 7 luminaries crystals to the Green God Company some time ago, he hadn't made any extra points during this period. Meanwhile, apart from life potions, he also needed to spend a lot of trade points while living in the upper zone. This would only increase after he had fired Dance and the others move into the upper zone. His expenditure of trade points would skyrocket if he had to nurture a mansion full of people. Hence, acquiring trade points was a must. 100 million. After pondering the condition, Feng Shihan gritted her teeth and answered, "No problem. I can transfer them to you through my account." Once Feng Shihan agreed to his extra condition, Shi Feng made his way into Zero Wings headquarters and signed a contract with her, assuring both sides. After signing the contract, Feng Shihan promptly left Zero Wings headquarters to make the necessary preparations. She acted decisively and carefully on this matter. Inside the maglev limousine heading to the airport. "Vice Guild Leader, do you really intend to follow Shi Feng in the future?" White Feather asked as she looked at Feng Shihan, who had her eyes closed and was deep in thought. "If you leave the guild so abruptly, the guild won't spare you." Although Shi Feng is now a mental strength master, there are significant differences between mental strength masters. He won't necessarily be able to stop all the organizations operating in the middle layer. If he handles things poorly, you'll not only lose your reserve slot but also have to face the guild's retaliation. Mythology was one of the 5 great super guilds. Some of the upper zone organizations that had partnered with the guild because of God's domain had the support of powerful and high-ranking mental strength masters. Feng Shihan was mythology's first vice guild leader. Her abrupt departure from mythology would deal a massive blow to the guild's reputation and morale. Mythology would seek revenge for this matter, both in God's domain and in the upper zone. "I don't have a choice. This is my last chance," Feng Shihan replied with a wry smile. "If I continue waiting, I'll lose the reserve slot for sure. Once that happens, I doubt I can get it back, even if a powerful mental strength master stands up for me. I can only pray that Shi Feng is capable of fending off those greedy organizations now." Even mental strength masters had extreme difficulty securing one middle layer reserve slot, and they treated these slots like family heirlooms. After all, these slots could allow a person to live in the middle layer unconditionally. If she couldn't retain this reserve slot, her chances of becoming a mental strength master were practically zero. In the upper zone's history, the people capable of becoming a mental strength master without ever setting foot into the upper zone's middle layer were few and far between. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that 99% of the mental strength masters that had ever walked this world became mental strength masters only after living in the middle layer for some time. While Feng Shihan was making her way back to the upper zone, news of Elder Chi's group getting crippled reached Yuantian City's upper zone, shocking the various organizations based there. None of these organizations ever thought that Shi Feng possessed such frightening strength. He had single-handedly fended off the encirclement of so many Grandmaster-level experts. This unexpected development prompted many organizations looking to sell the Infinity Master a favor to shrink back. What should we do, young master? The organizations in Haitian cities and Yuan-Tian cities' upper zones are no longer willing to assist us, Yi Kuei asked worriedly after calling Lu Tiandi. Moreover, now that Shifeng's prestige has increased, many organizations are considering partnering with him to acquire 7 luminaries crystals from Zero Wing. I understand. Withdraw from Yuan-Tian city's upper zone for now, Lu Tiandi said, smiling faintly. Teacher has learned about this situation. He'll most likely personally cripple Shifeng. All we need to do now is sit back and watch. Yes, sir. Yi Kuei grew joyful when he heard Lu Tiandi's words. If Fu Zhezhong personally took action, then everything would be fine. Once Zero Wing no longer had Shifeng backing it, Starlink would have a much easier time annexing Zero Wing. Fenglin City, Zero Wing Tower. Along with Shifeng's return, excitement filled Zero Wing's members, particularly the experts who had joined Zero Wing only recently. The reason for everyone's excitement was Shifeng's awarding life potions to Fire Dance and a dozen other core executives in front of all of the guild's internal members. Afterward, he had announced that he would award those internal members who performed excellently with life potions. They even had the opportunity to enter the upper zone. This announcement threw the entire headquarters into an uproar. The upper zone was a dreamland countless people wished to enter. Let alone living in the upper zone, they usually didn't even dare dream of entering the upper zone. This was because the upper zone was a place only a select few organizations in the world could come into contact with. Ordinary civilians like themselves had no chance of entering the upper zone. However, the impossible had now become possible. Guild leader, is this really fine? Fire Dance asked worriedly when she saw the new reward system. In the new reward system, a Tier 4 internal member that successfully raised their mana body's completion rate to 110% would receive 3 bottles of life potion. Afterward, they would receive 1 bottle for every subsequent percent of improvement. If they reached 115%, they would receive another 3 bottles. There was also a reward for concentration standards. After one reached the Tier 4 basic concentration standard, every increase in rank would net them 1 phantom potion, 3 bottles if they reached the Tier 4 peak standard, and 10 bottles if they reached the Tier 5 standard. As for combat standards, internal members would receive 1 life potion if they reached the Void Realm and 3 bottles if they reached the Domain Realm. Most importantly, anyone in the guild who got promoted to Tier 5 would get to live in the upper zone with 100% certainty. Setting aside the upper zone's residency, just the reward of the various potions was already plenty absurd. Others might not understand how precious these potions were, but Fire Dance knew that these potions were available only in limited quantities. Relax. There won't be a problem, Shifeng said, chuckling. On the contrary, I hope more people can claim the rewards. The life potion was of significant help for improving a person's physical fitness. Meanwhile, if Zero Wing wished to develop quickly, it wouldn't do for the guild to rely solely on him. Zero Wing needed at least several Grandmaster-level experts under its command. Only then would it no longer have to fear the provocation of other forces. Hence, he needed to increase the rewards for Zero Wing's internal members. By doing so, he could also raise the motivation of Zero Wing's members and the chances of producing Void Realm experts and Domain Realm experts. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Moreover, with the life potions he provided, Fire Dance and Master Lei Bao would break through to the Grandmaster level in a few days. This was especially true for Fire Dance, who had already reached the Domain Realm in the realms of refinement and the Ascension Realm in the realms of truth. She only lacked a bit of inspiration and a boost to her brain activity to become a neutralizing Grandmaster. Afterward, Shifeng discussed the guild's rapid development with Fire Dance and the guild's other executives. Dealing with the Outer World Forces invasion wasn't an easy task. If handled poorly, the guild might lose Silverwing City and Ancient Rock City. One day went by quickly. It's about time I returned to the game. After taking a look at his watch, Shifeng drank a life potion, lay down in the virtual gaming cabin in his bedroom, and logged into God's domain.
Chapter 21:14. No matter what Chun Zhao and Wes said, Toddy wasn't willing to attack. This wasn't the alley from before either. It was a commercial building with a few security guards standing in front. It wasn't wise to attack here. Forget it, West. Let's go. We'll meet again in the future anyway. Chun Zhao patted West's shoulder. The man hid his aura well. Even Chun Zhao could only sense a faint magic aura from him. Chun Zhao also noticed that the man had a ring on his hand. It looked different, but Chun Zhao could still recognize it. It was the same magic ring that Ruan Faxi had made for him to suppress his aura. This man was definitely not weak. Perhaps even West wouldn't be able to defeat him easily. Toddy glanced at the two people who'd turned and left. He secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He'd really been afraid that the two would attack him. If they really did, he'd probably be on the news the next day. Famous spiritualists fighting on the streets. Toddy Belster wondered if she should get a bodyguard. He didn't want anyone to get close to him in the future. But business seemed to have decreased a lot recently. Even the high-paying jobs had decreased a lot. It seemed like he'd have to spend money on TV again. He wondered if the business in L.A. would be better than in Washington. However, the prices in Los Angeles were too expensive. He only needed to give at most $50,000 to host a show in Washington. Here, it would cost at least $150,000. Just then, a convertible stopped beside Toddy Belster. There was a sexy brown-haired woman and an Asian man in the car. The woman was Wistana. She pulled down her sunglasses. "Mr. Toddy, can we talk? Do we know each other, miss?" Mississippi. Toddy Belster looked at the two people in the convertible. He was sure that he didn't know them. Both of them were very iconic. If he'd seen them before, he wouldn't forget them. Were they sent by a former client? Could it be that there was a problem with one of the businesses and the customer was looking for trouble? "Mr. Toddy, it was me who sent you the invitation." Wistana smiled at Toddy Belster. "Oh, it's you? I always thought that the invitation was a hoax." Toddy Belster said with a smile. "The invitation said I'll get a job with an annual salary of $1 million. Is that true?" "Mr. Torty, as long as you can meet our requirements, $1 million is only the basic salary." "I still don't believe you. What do you want me to do?" "Even though you don't believe it, you still came, which means you're interested. As for what to do, of course, it's what you're best at," Vistana said. What she didn't know was why Toddy Belster chose to come to Los Angeles. It had nothing to do with the invitation Vistana sent him. It was because Toddy Belster had been caught cheating in Washington. The big client, who had worked with him several times, was now looking for him everywhere in Washington. He wanted him to return the money he had swindled in the past. Now, he needed to move to another place to continue his career. Even without the invitation, Toddy Belster planned to come to Los Angeles. "Then you'd better show me your sincerity first." Toddy Belster still didn't trust the two men in front of her. An annual salary of $1 million USD? What did that mean? He wouldn't be able to get that much money even if he swindled people for years. What kind of job could pay $1 million a year? Dealing drugs? Or smuggling firearms? If that was the case, Toddy Belster wouldn't accept it. It was too risky. But for Vistana and Yonghua, it was a good opportunity. They weren't afraid of a big appetite, but they were afraid of a lack of appetite. If he liked money, they'd satisfy him. Money was the easiest price to give and pay. They wished the other party only wanted money. Vistana got out of the car and came to Toddy Belster. "This is a check for $1 million. You can cash it at any time, but if you cash it at the bank, it means you've accepted our offer." Toddy Belster held the check between his fingers, and it instantly disappeared from his hand. "Of course, I'll think about it." With that, Toddy Belster turned around and left. "I'll give you an answer in 3 days," Toddy Belster said with his back to them. Vistana looked at Yonghua in the car. "How is he? How strong is he?" "I can't feel it, but I can't tell what system he used to make the check disappear. There's a faint magical aura on him. If I don't look carefully, I can't tell. It means that he's very good at hiding his strength," Yonghua said. "He's not weaker than me, maybe even stronger. So he's worth our offer?" I'm sure that most of the people we recruit aren't as strong as him. Yang was said with certainty. I wouldn't be surprised, even if he's the strongest. Is he really that strong? Yes. Other than Chen Zhao. I can't think of anyone else who's this strong at such a young age. You haven't even seen him fight, but you're sure he's strong. Based on what he did just now, I don't even know how to defend against it if he kills someone. Is it possible to kill Chen Zhao? Yang shook his head. Chen Zhao's strength can be predicted. As for this Mr. Torty, we can't accurately determine his strength, so it's hard to judge. However, Chen Zhao's strength isn't just in his strength. He also has rich battle experience. At least in a head-on battle, I can't think of anyone who can fight him head-on. What about your Grandmaster? That's different. If we include my master, it'll be meaningless. Fine, but this man should be worth recruiting, right? Indeed, it's worth it, and he loves money so much. If he can be recruited with money, we won't lose anything. However, 1 million USD is definitely not enough to satisfy him. So when we officially recruit him, we'd better prepare a bigger check. No problem. Vistana nodded. Let's go back and think about it. Other than Toddy, there are a few others who are also valuable. If they join the psionic team as we wish, they'll be of great help to us. Chapter 21:15. The first thing he did was to go to the bank to verify the check's authenticity. With the current technology, it was impossible to tell if the check was real or fake without the help of a bank. Even an expert like Torty Bilster couldn't tell them apart. In fact, even with the check in his hand, Toddy didn't believe it. After all, the check came too easily. It was like it was free. Who would believe that the other party would casually throw him a real check for $1 million? In his dreams? But the bank clerk told him that it was a real check, and he could cash it at any time. This check worth $1 million. It wasn't a joke. Toddy Belster was dumbfounded. He stood there for a long time, unable to react. He had an urge to cash the check and walk away. But when he thought about it carefully, he had no idea who the other party was. Would the other party so easily put a check for $1 million in his hand and leave without a care? That was impossible, right? Although he didn't know what the other party's goal was, they definitely wouldn't let him do whatever he wanted. Perhaps in the business hall of the bank, their people were watching him. So, Toddy Belster became more careful and began to look around. After thinking about it for a long time, Toddy decided to leave for now. But no matter what the other party's goal was, he had to find out. He might even be able to earn more money from it. Of course, it was necessary to be on guard. But in this situation, how could he be on guard? Toddy thought about it for a while and decided to find a professional first. What Toddy Belster called a professional was actually a professional liar. He was also the person who brought him into the business as senior. But this person eventually went too far and ended up in prison. Moreover, he had not been sent to prison, but had gone to hide in prison. It's here. I wonder if he's still in this prison. Toddy walked into the 7th prison, and after asking the prison guard, he got a clear answer. The person he was looking for was in prison and had just been sent in. For a little money, Toddy Belster got a visitation. Toddy Belster was still a little dazed when she saw her teacher. How did Morocco Piccolo, who used to be as strong as a fitness trainer, become so bloated? Was the food in prison very good? He remembered that the first time he went to prison, he had disguised himself as a seasoned mercenary and lied to a gang leader, saying that he could contact a powerful mercenary to help him get rid of his opponent. Even Toddy Belster had to admit that Morocco Bic's courage was commendable. Morocco Piccolo had swindled hundreds of thousands of dollars that time. However, before he could finish, he was seen through by the big boss of the gang. Then, they started to hunt him down. In the end, he even hid in prison. If it wasn't for the mafia boss being killed by a vendetta, Morocco Piccolo would probably not have stopped his pursuit, even if he was in prison. Morocco Bic looked dispiritedly at Toddy Belster, who was beaming with success. Belster, are you here to show off to me? No, Piccolo, why would you think that? I'm here to visit you. Is that so? Morocco Bic sneered. After he was arrested, Toddy Belster cut off all contact with him, afraid that he would drag him down. He spent more than 10 years in prison on and off, but Toddy Belster never came to visit him. Therefore, Morocco Bic didn't believe that Toddy Belster was really here to visit him. Tell me, what's the matter? Morocco Bic asked directly. Looking at Toddy Belster's happy expression, Morocco Bick felt even more annoyed. He silently cursed Morocco Bick in his heart. His current appearance was his future. Piccolo, I ran into something weird recently. Toddy Belster suddenly looked at Morocco Bick with a serious expression. What weird thing? Did you run into a ghost? Morocco Bick asked casually. Someone gave me a check for $1 million out of nowhere. Are you kidding me? Or are you here to show off? No, I'm serious. Let me finish. Toddy Belster told Morocco Bick what had happened to him. The more Morocco Bick listened, the more surprised he became. Toddy didn't look like he was joking. However, what he said was too unbelievable. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it was unprecedented. Would someone really give a liar $1 million out of nowhere? Why couldn't he run into such a good thing? Piccolo, I'm here to ask you what I'm going to do. Hearing Toddy Belster's words, Morocco Bick woke up immediately. He was really here to ask for his opinion. I need to get out of prison, Morocco Bick said. Toddy Belster thought for a moment. How much is your bail? $100,000, Morocco Bick said. Sure. After it's done, I'll help you get out. No, not after, Morocco Bick said. I want to get out now. Do you think I should believe a liar's promise? Morocco Bick felt that as long as he paid Chunjiao back, he would be free. Then he would be even with Chunjiao. Morocco Piccolo was worried about how to make money. Toddy Belster also came at the right time. I can't pay that much right now. No, you have money. I don't believe you can't pay that much. Morocco Bick said confidently. How can a liar not leave a way out? Toddy Belster's eyes flashed. $100,000 wasn't a small amount either. Even if he could pay it, he wouldn't be willing. Even if this person was his senior and teacher. However, he wasn't confident in his current situation. Morocco Bick was smarter than him. He knew how to solve problems and clear up the situation. If he could help him plan, Toddy Belster was more confident that he could escape unscathed. After thinking for a long time, Toddy finally said, Okay, I'll bail you out. Just then, the lights in the visiting room flashed. Then, there was a commotion outside. Huh? What's going on outside? It's so noisy. 9 Heavens Divine King. Chapter 21:16. I'm not crazy. I saw it. I really saw it. White Nightmare. White Nightmare. A prisoner was holding onto a prison guard in the corridor like a madman. The other prison guards were pulling the prisoner. The visiting room here wasn't the kind with a window partition. Some prisoners had lighter crimes, so they could sit at a small table with their family or relatives to talk. This prisoner seemed to have just met his family. He suddenly seemed to have gone crazy. No one knew if he was agitated by something. Also sitting in the visiting room, Morocco Bick's expression was ugly. This wasn't the first time he'd seen such a crazy prisoner. Belster, help me with my parole right now. The sooner, the better. Toddy Belster turned to look at Morocco Piccolo. I heard that you've been here many times since more than a decade ago. Do you still care about a day or two? No one can really get used to life in prison, Morocco Bick said. Belster thought for a moment and said, Bick, can you really think of a way for me? You don't believe me? Morocco Bick asked. We haven't worked together for more than 10 years. I'm not sure if you still have the ability you used to. In the past, Belster did trust Morocco Bick. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he worshipped him. Back then, Morocco Bick didn't look like a liar at all, because liars gave people the impression that they were shifty-eyed. Back then, Morocco Bick was all brawn, and he looked especially honest. It was hard to believe that he was actually a highly intelligent person. Many people didn't believe that Morocco Bick was a liar. Plus, he had superb deception skills. Back then, he was almost successful in every endeavor. No matter who his target was, he never failed, until he locked on to a big boss of the underworld. Back then, Morocco Bick was too confident, even to the point of arrogance. A liar could trick anyone, including the cops, but never turn your target to the gangs. That was the rule of their line of work, because the gang could use any method to deal with them. Liars would always be at a disadvantage against this group. This was a matter of life and death. But at that time, Morocco Piccolo had actually used the scam he had used on ordinary people on the gangsters. In the end, he had no choice but to hide in jail, to avoid being hunted down by the gang. More than a decade had passed, and Toddy Belster wasn't sure how capable Morocco Piccolo was. Belster, do you think I've been wasting my time in prison for more than a decade? Fine. Toddy Belster didn't really believe in Morocco Bick, but he had to admit that with Morocco Piccolo's advice, it would indeed make it easier for him to get money. In the end, Toddy Belster decided to help Morocco Bick get parole. But when he arrived at the warden's office in the morning, he heard that Morocco Bick could not be granted parole. This was because Morocco Bick had committed a crime during his last parole. Therefore, he had already lost his chance of parole. Of course, it was not impossible to explain. For example, on the basis of the original parole fee, one could get parole approval by paying 10 times the original parole fee. But according to Morocco Piccolo's basic parole, if Morocco Bick wanted to get out, then Toddy Belster would have to pay $500,000. There was no way Toddy Belster would pay $500,000 to bail Morocco Bick out. Ms. Caprice, can you do me a favor? If you'll do me this little favor, this check is yours. Toddy Belster handed Caprice a check for $20,000. Caprice raised her head silently and looked at Toddy Belster. Caprice's gaze made Toddy Belster very uncomfortable. I'm sorry, I offended you. Toddy Belster immediately reached out to take back the check. But Caprice grabbed Belster's arm. Who gave you the guts to use a fake check in front of me? Toddy Belster's face turned even uglier. He had forgotten that he was in prison. As a warden, if he didn't have any ability, how could he have intimidated so many vicious criminals? He actually dared to use a fake check in front of a warden. He actually made the same mistake as Morocco Bick. Is it fun to tease an old woman? Caprice said coldly. Ms. Caprice, you misunderstand. I took the wrong check. Actually, I'm a lawyer. This check is the evidence provided by my client. I haven't presented it to the judge yet, and it's in my pocket. Is that so? So you're a respectable lawyer. Caprice's face lit up with a smile. Toddy Belster secretly sighed in relief. It seemed like the lawyer title was really useful. There are many prisoners in my prison who are wronged. They also need a kind lawyer to help them. Of course, I'd be happy to, Ms. Caprice. I'll help these wrong people in court another day, but not today. I have something to do today. I'm afraid not. You can't leave. Caprice shook her head. Ms. Caprice, what do you mean? Are you illegally detaining me? That's right, illegally detaining you. Caprice said indifferently. Didn't you say that Morocco Bick is your good brother? I'm informing you now that you can have a pleasant conversation with him. I'll arrange for you two to be in the same cell. You can't do that. It's illegal. I'm a lawyer. I'm going to sue you. Caprice suddenly reached out and grabbed Toddy Belster's hair, pulling her onto the desk. Lawyer? Sue me? Mr. Toddy Belster, do you know how many years you'll be sentenced for using a large fake check, bribery, and attempted to break out of prison by force? Oh, and you used violence here and hurt many guards. Toddy Belster's mouth was open, his face full of shock. He didn't expect Caprice to weave so many charges against him. This woman was too evil. So, do you want to stay in prison for a week or more than 15 years? Ms. Caprice, I didn't offend you, did I? You're using a fake check to frame me. Why can't I? I can give you a real check. How about letting me go? Then you'll have to pay more. Chapter 21:17. Caprice didn't like people messing with her. Of course, no one liked it. And Toddy Belster had fooled her with a fake check. That was why Caprice wanted to teach Toddy Belster a lesson that she would never forget. In this prison, Caprice was the queen. No one could defy her, no one dared to. Even the prison guards here were her loyal pawns. And so, Toddy Belster was dragged into the prison. No one cared about his cries and screams. Even if he told them it was illegal. He didn't commit a crime. But no one listened to him. No one would defend him. Then, Toddy Belster was thrown into the same cell as Morocco Bick. Belster, what's wrong with you? Morocco Bick looked at Toddy in surprise. How did you get in here? That damned woman. She's illegally detaining us. Toddy Belster roared. What the hell is going on? Toddy Belster evasively spilled the truth. Morocco Bick almost went berserk. You idiot. Idiot. Morocco Bick didn't know what words he should use to describe Toddy Belster. What kind of person was Caprice? That woman was known as the devil woman in prison. She was despicable, cunning, greedy, cruel, and cold. Caprice was the ruler of this prison. And Toddy Belster dared to use such a crude method to fool Caprice. Wasn't this courting death? Great, he didn't get him out. Instead, he got in. Morocco Bick wanted to kill Toddy Belster. Caprice would never forgive anyone who dared to make a fool out of her, and he might be dragged into it. I'm going to sue her. That woman. Belster roared angrily. He still hadn't realized the mistake he had made. Soon enough, both of them experienced Caprice's revenge. They weren't let out at dinner time, and the electricity in their cell was cut off. The two of them were in the dark. Morocco Bick was calm. After all, he had been in prison for more than 10 years. What had he not seen before? Although Toddy Belster was doing very well outside, he was not a good player, but he had never been to prison, so he started to panic. He thought of all the bad things that could happen. He had already immersed himself in a state of extreme panic. Morocco Bick was calmer. He stayed in his bed. Caprice wouldn't kill them. At the very least, he wouldn't kill them so blatantly. But that didn't mean they were safe. Caprice was the ruler of this prison. However, there were still some things and dangers here that she could not touch. For example, the white nightmare that was secretly spread among the prisoners here. Morocco Piccolo was not afraid of living in prison, even if it was dark and dark. Prison also had its own rules of survival. Morocco Bick's life in prison was even safer than the outside world. However, the white nightmare was a danger outside of the rules. It was something that was not bound by any rules. In fact, in this prison, everyone was talking about the white nightmare. But in reality, not everyone believed it. Most people were still spreading false rumors. Many people claimed that they had seen the white nightmare, but they were actually just bragging. So their descriptions of the white nightmare were also very strange. But Morocco Bick knew very well that the white nightmare really existed. Moreover, he had personally experienced the attack of the white nightmares and survived. So he was the one who had the most say here. But he couldn't say it. Even if he did, people would only think that he was bragging. Toddy Belster leaned against the window. Only the window had a bit of light. The moon was especially bright tonight. Perhaps it was the rare silence that made the two open their hearts. The two of them chatted on and off. Belster, what identity have you been using outside all these years? For the past 2 years, I've been using the identity of someone from the spiritual world, a famous spiritualist, Toddy said. Toddy Belster said, you don't know how easy it is. I spent tens of thousands of dollars on a TV talk show to bribe the producer to get me on the show. Then a lot of idiots came to give me money, and there was almost no risk. Belster, do you really think there's no risk? What risk can there be? Most of those who are willing to give me money are crazy. The so-called haunting is actually just scaring themselves. Those supernatural things really exist in this world, Morocco Bick said. Morocco Piccolo said, if one day you meet a real one, it will be your death. Bick, stop fooling around. You never believed in this in the past. Toddy Belster only thought that Morocco Bick was scaring him. Morocco Bick was a pure atheist. He even often joked about going to DI. Would such a person believe in ghosts in this world? Morocco Bick glanced at Toddy. In the past, he indeed didn't believe in ghosts and gods. But after that incident, he believed it. And he believed it deeply because he knew that what he saw and experienced was real. Toddy Belster looked at Morocco Bick. You can't be serious, right? Forget it. Morocco Bick shook his head. He knew that he couldn't convince Toddy. By the way, are there any cats here? Toddy Belster asked. No, but I saw a white cat running down the aisle. Huh, that cat stood up. Morocco Bick was furious. What did you say? You saw a white cat just now? Morocco Bick recalled the form of the white nightmare. It was a white cat, its body glowing with a faint white light. Even in the darkness, it was very conspicuous. Pissed, Toddy Belster saw the white cat run to the iron gate and teased it. But looking closely, it wasn't a white cat. From afar, it did look like a white cat, but in fact, it was an unknown creature. Bick, come look. What is this little guy? It looks so strange. Toddy Belster was still shouting recklessly, but when he turned his head, he saw Morocco Bick curled up in the corner. Bick, what's wrong? Chapter 21:18. The dim moonlight shone on Morocco Bick's face. Toddy Belster looked at him in shock. Terror was written all over Morocco Bick's face. Bick, what's wrong? White White nightmare. What white nightmare? It was Toddy Belster's first time hearing the term. He didn't understand what the name white nightmare meant to the prisoners in the prison. It was a nightmarish existence. Morocco Bick pointed at the door. Toddy Belster looked back again. Suddenly, he saw the white cat that should be outside the door coming somehow. Toddy Belster reached out to touch the cat. But in the next moment, the white cat had already bitten his palm. Damn! Toddy Belster immediately retracted his hand. Bastard! Toddy Belster wanted to take revenge on the white cat. But the cat was stuck to the wall. He could only watch and sigh. Toddy Belster looked at his bitten palm. Suddenly, he realized that there was a mark on his palm. The bite mark was gone. That's weird. Why is there something on my palm? Morocco Bick stared at the white nightmare in fear. At this moment, White Nightmare turned to Morocco Bick. It seemed to have recognized Morocco Bick. This time, Chun Zhao wasn't there to protect him anymore. The White Nightmare pounced at Morocco Bick. Morocco Bick's mind went blank. Instinctively, he covered his head with his arm. Then he felt pain in his arm. Morocco Bick waved his arm. But he didn't touch anything. He looked at his arm again. There was a mark now. It was the same as the one on Toddy Belster's palm. Where's that bastard? Where did she go? Toddy Belster looked around and found that there was no sign of the White Nightmare. Crack! Just then, the metal door opened. Morocco Bick and Toddy Belster were both stunned. The metal door made a creaking sound as it was pushed open. Piccolo, is this door broken? It was pitch black outside. There weren't even any streetlights. Morocco Bick's expression grew more serious. All the signs were developing in the direction he was most worried about. Why isn't there a prison guard outside? Toddy Belster didn't realize the seriousness of the problem at all. She threw it aside and looked around on the walkway. Is this kind of prank a specialty of your prison? At this moment, the iron door of the cell next door also opened. Startled, Toddy Belster saw a prisoner looking around inside the door. Hey, what are you doing now? Toddy Belster asked. The prisoner glanced at Toddy Belster. You didn't do this? What can I do? Toddy Belster rolled her eyes. Piccolo explained it to him. Morocco Piccolo walked to the door, but he was unwilling to take another step. Morocco, you're here too. What's going on? When the prisoner in the next room saw an acquaintance, he felt slightly relieved. Morocco Piccolo looked at his old acquaintance. Were you bitten by something just now? I think it was a white cat. I was lying on the bed and didn't pay attention. After it bit me, it disappeared. That's not a white cat. Then what is it? It's a white nightmare. Morocco Piccolo's expression grew more serious. Stop joking. The white nightmare is just a stupid joke in prison. It's not a joke. The white nightmare really exists, and it's not the first time I've seen it. Wait, what are you talking about? Toddy Belster was confused. She had no idea what the white nightmare they were talking about was. People have been dying in this prison for the past few months, Morocco Piccolo said. There's a rumor that there's a monster in this prison. It's that white nightmare, the thing that just bit you. You're joking, right? I know. The warden must have asked you to team up to tease me. If I'm right, you're teasing me. Toddy Belster's smile was forced. This was because he vaguely realized that many unexplainable things had happened ever since the white nightmare shapeshifter had appeared. A voice in Toddy Belster's head reminded him. Morocco Piccolo wasn't joking. He was serious. The other prisoner was also a little frightened. Thomas, were you bitten? Morocco Piccolo asked. Here. Huh, where's the wound? When did I get this tattoo on my hand? The prisoner named Thomas raised his arm. He wanted to show his wound to Morocco Piccolo and Toddy Belster, but he realized it was gone. There was a mark on his hand that was identical to theirs. I have one too. It's from that thing's bite. Toddy Belster extended his palm. Morocco Piccolo also extended his arm. The mark on his arm was identical to theirs. Morocco, tell me seriously that this is fake, right? I don't think it's a joke. Morocco Piccolo shook his head. Don't ask me more questions. I can't answer you. Just then, the three saw a white figure in the corridor in front of them. White Nightmare. The White Nightmare was standing at the end of the corridor. The white figure was especially eye-catching in the darkness. The three of them gulped. Run! Morocco Piccolo shouted and turned to run. Toddy Belster and Thomas hurried after Morocco Bick. Did the White Nightmare catch up? I don't know. I didn't dare look back. Look back. Why didn't you look back? Right at this moment, a figure blocked their path again. What's going on? Why is the white nightmare ahead of us? Morocco Piccolo wanted to run back, but when he looked back, he saw another white nightmare standing behind them. Morocco Piccolo wanted to jump down. They were on the 3rd floor, and there was an indoor activity area below. But before he could jump, Morocco Piccolo saw another white nightmare below. There was more than one white nightmare, and there were more than one. The three found white nightmares in every corner. What? What do we do? These monsters will eat us, right? Toddy Belster was terrified. She grabbed Morocco Piccolo's arm tightly. Chapter 21:19. These white nightmares didn't attack the three of them. They covered every corner, their eyes gleaming. The three of them stuck close to each other. Morocco, look at the upper level. Morocco looked in the direction Thomas pointed and found that in the upper prison, there was also an open door. A prisoner was also standing at the door of the cell. The prisoner on the upper level also saw Morocco Bick, Toddy Belster, and Thomas below. But soon, they found that they weren't the only ones who were attacked. They had found more than a dozen prisoners in the entire prison. Each prisoner had a mark left by the white nightmares. More than a dozen prisoners gathered together one after another. They asked each other what was going on, but no one could give an answer. More than a dozen prisoners gathered together. These criminals, who used to be vicious and evil, were all terrified now. Just then, the area where the white nightmares were concentrated in front of them suddenly opened up a path. A man walked out from the middle of the path that the white nightmares had opened up. It was obvious from the way he was dressed. This man wasn't a prisoner here. Most people were even wondering if he was a living person. This man's body was covered in dense marks, just like the marks on Morocco Bick and the others. But they only had one mark on them. But this man might have hundreds or even more marks on him. Trash! All of you should be very curious about who I am. Toddy Belster shouted in his heart. He didn't want to know who this guy was. He just wanted to leave here and escape forever. He finally understood why Morocco Piccolo was in such a hurry to escape this place. Because he knew what was here. Let me introduce myself. My name is Jerwan Melson. Of course, as you guessed, I'm not a real living person. Mr. Jerwan, what do you want? If I can do it, I will definitely meet your needs. Toddy Belster was smart enough to think that Jerwan Melson was in control of the whole situation. So he took the initiative to please Jerwan Melson, hoping to leave a good impression on him. Maybe Jervan Melson would let him go. Jervan Melson glanced at Toddy Belster. Very smart human. At least you're smarter than most of them. I know you bastard want to talk trash or threaten me. Believe me, it won't do you any good, and your threats won't cause me any harm. So in order to avoid being targeted by me, you'd better shut up and listen to me. That way, you might be able to survive. Of course, please instruct me. I will listen carefully to your teachings. The other prisoners were very unhappy with Toddy Belster, but they were also very jealous. Jealous of Toddy Belster's eloquence. Even to them, these words were so mushy. But Toddy Belster could still say it without any difficulty. They couldn't do it anyway. Very well, I will pay special attention to you. There aren't many humans as smart as you. I hope you can survive. Toddy Belster cursed in her heart. She had already put down her dignity, but this guy still didn't intend to let her go. All right, let's get back to business. Right now, every word I say will determine your life and death. Wistana, did you see Toddy Belster today? Fritz asked. Yes, Jan said Toddy Belster is a rare master, even stronger than him. Really? No wonder he dared to go to Prison 7. But I'm afraid he won't make it. Prison 7? What's that place? Is it a prison? Yes, Fritz said. The full name is L.A. Prison 7. Is there a problem with that place? In L.A., there are 3 places spiritualists can't go. L.A. Prison 7 is one of them. Is that place very dangerous for spiritualists? 50 years ago, there was actually a short period in North America when the supernatural world flourished. But at that time, the government wanted to conduct human experiments on spiritualists. In the end, the spiritualists rebelled, and the two sides had a fierce conflict. Fritz said, the spiritualists were naturally the losers. As a result, they suffered heavy losses. Many spiritualists died in battle, and over 1,000 of them were captured and imprisoned. The place where they were imprisoned was Prison 7? That's right. Back then, Los Angeles Prison Number 7 was actually called the Onpu Military Experimental Base. Then, it was changed to a prison specifically for spiritualists. However, 3 years after the war, most of the spiritualists were burned to death in a fire, Brits said. It was also from then on that the hope of the rise of the North American supernatural world was completely shattered. The seventh prison was actually built in the ruins, but it also became a forbidden place for spiritualists. Since the seventh prison was built, there have been all kinds of supernatural incidents, but all the spiritualists who went there to solve the problems never came out. What exactly is there? I don't know. No one knows what's there, but the prisoners in there often die. In fact, the government has always known about this, but they can't do anything about it, so they have always pretended not to know. No matter how the prisoners in the seventh prison die, the government will suppress the news and deal with it coldly. What's that Toddy Belster doing there? Courting death? I don't know. There are always some spiritualists who try to prove their strength, but the results are often very tragic. Then will he die there? Most likely. Don't have too much hope for him, Brits said. Just then, Yangwoo walked in. At that moment, Yangwoo walked in. I don't think he'll die that easily. He's very powerful, and his methods are brilliant. Very few people can hide from my senses. Furthermore, he's wearing a ring that can suppress one's aura. Very few people would use that kind of ring, because most of the time, even their own strength would be suppressed. Therefore, it's very useless. However, he's wearing a ring, so I'm sure that his strength is definitely not below ours, or even stronger. Is that so? Hearing what you said, I'm looking forward to him coming out of there. I also hope that he can come out of there. If he comes out alive, the strength of our psionic team will increase greatly. Chapter 2120. There are 18 of you here. I believe everyone has heard of their names. White Nightmare. Jurawan Melson pointed to the White Nightmare nightmares and said, "Each of you can choose a White Nightmare nightmares. They will devour your fear and despair and become stronger. You will need to vote for death. Each person can vote for 2 people and cannot vote for the same person. The 2 people with the highest votes and the White Nightmare nightmares they chose will fight to the death. The loser will be devoured by the winner." Everyone's expression became very unnatural. Jurawan Melson had a cold smile on his face. That's right, it's like this. Fear, despair, and bewilderment. But you haven't chosen your White Nightmare yet, so you can't feed it. The winner has the right to skip the next round, Jurawan Melson said. The condition for the winner is that the duelist or the contracted White Nightmare dies in battle. It will be judged as a failure. Toddy Belster kept cursing in his heart. All the flattery he had just done was useless. This demon didn't leave him any room to maneuver. But cursing aside, he didn't miss a word of Jurawan Melson's words. He remembered them all. Suddenly, Morocco Bick nudged Toddy Belster. "Belster, go choose a White Nightmare. What are you spacing out for?" Toddy Belster looked up and saw that the others had already gone to choose White Nightmare. He had been analyzing the situation in his heart and was distracted. The White Nightmare nightmares spread out in a circle surrounding a dozen people. There were far more White Nightmare than the prisoners present. They were of different sizes. Some White Nightmare had spots of other colors on their bodies. Toddy Belster came to a large White Nightmare. This White Nightmare was almost as big as a large dog. Morocco Bick suddenly pulled Toddy Belster back. "Belster, don't choose this one." "Why? I don't know if you noticed all the White Nightmare here. What's wrong?" Toddy Belster still didn't understand what Morocco Bick meant. There were nearly 1,000 White Nightmare here, densely packed together. His head was already swollen with just one look. What else could he pay attention to? Those big White Nightmare nightmares aren't necessarily powerful, and those small ones aren't necessarily weak. Also, look at those pure white ones that aren't too big or too small. They will always be surrounded by different numbers of White Nightmare nightmares. So, I think it's not necessary to choose the biggest White Nightmare nightmares, but the whitest ones. Toddy Belster looked at Morocco Piccolo in surprise. Pick the whitest one? Isn't this kind of selection a little too irresponsible? Morocco Bick was silent and did not explain too much to Toddy Belster. He couldn't trust anyone here, not even his former friends. Similarly, Toddy Belster did not trust Morocco Bick either. But he saw that Morocco Piccolo had chosen a pure white nightmare. He believed that Morocco Bick would not joke around with his life. Therefore, he finally decided to choose a pure white nightmare shapeshifter. As for the other prisoners, some chose the big ones, while others chose the pure white ones. Okay, now that each of you has chosen a white nightmare shapeshifter, you can start voting now. You will not vote anonymously. Each of you will need to name the 2 people who voted and say why you voted for them. Everyone was in an uproar. They hadn't expected Jurawan Merson to propose such a rule. He wanted them to tear each other apart in front of their faces. But they had no veto power. Everyone formed a circle and looked at each other. No one said a word. No one wanted to open the door. If it's a tie, no matter how many people there are, they have to go up and fight, Jurawan Merson said. Jurawan Merson said, "Don't think that you can escape by saying nothing. Besides, only one person can survive in the duel arena." Everyone felt a chill. At this time, the exclusive white nightmare shapeshifters standing behind them began to devour their fear. The big white nightmare shapeshifters became even bigger, like balloons being inflated. And the pure white nightmare shapeshifters changed even more violently. Some had horns on their heads, while others had wings on their backs. Of course, spots appeared on some white nightmare shapeshifters. No one knew whether these changes were good or bad. The white nightmare shapeshifter behind Morocco Beak also changed. A pair of small horns grew on its head. Toddy Belster's white nightmare shapeshifter had a horn in the middle of its head. It was much longer than Morocco Beak's white nightmare shapeshifter. Morocco Beak's expression was solemn, perhaps because he had interacted with Chun Zhao before. Thus, Morocco Beak wasn't as terrified and desperate as the others. Moreover, he had always been hiding the bottle containing the indescribable thing in his pocket. Although he had once spurned and hated this bottle, he had never seen it before. But now, the bottle had become his final trump card. "Let's start with you," Jurawan Merson said, pointing at Morocco Beak. Morocco Beak looked up at Jurawan Merson. "Why me?" "Because you're the calmest," Jurawan Merson said. "You don't seem too scared." Morocco Beak wanted to pretend his fear, but he couldn't, because the white nightmare shapeshifter behind him could feel all his fear. It couldn't be faked at all. Morocco Piccolo took a deep breath and glanced at everyone in the room. Everyone looked at Morocco Bick nervously. "My first vote is for Nero." "What? Why me? Why me? Did I offend you?" One could tell from the white nightmare shapeshifter on Nero's back how scared he was. His white nightmare shapeshifter already looked like a tiger. It was colorful and emitted an ominous aura. "Because you're the biggest," Morocco Beak said. "If any of us fight you, we have no chance of winning, so we need to get rid of the strongest." "Morocco, I'll remember you. Just you wait, I won't die, and I'll kill you too." Morocco Beak ignored Nero's words, as if he hadn't heard them at all. "My second vote is for Daniel." Daniel abruptly raised his head. His face was also filled with astonishment. "Why? I'm not strong or dangerous. You're the most educated among us. So what?" Chapter 21:21. A long-lost smile appeared on Morocco Bick's face. Having a high education also means having a high IQ. This game is very advantageous. So if you or he dies, the danger will be lower. Morocco Bick thought that having a high education was equivalent to having a high IQ was too far-fetched. But at least the prisoners present agreed with this idea. Most of them had low education, and they'd experienced the painful memories of being teased and crushed by people with high education. So, they didn't have a good impression of people with high education. Daniel, on the other hand, was a prisoner with high education. He wasn't the kind of person whose life was destined for birth. He was born into a wealthy family and had a very high level of cultural literacy. But in the end, he was still sentenced to prison for manslaughter. Of course, Daniel wasn't a good person. Morocco Bick seemed to have changed into a different person. He became extremely calm. Then, the second person started to vote. To put it bluntly, this was a werewolf killing game, with Morocco Bick taking the lead. Most of them voted for Daniel and Nello. They didn't disappoint and stepped onto the arena. This dueling platform was supposed to be used for illegal fights in prison. But now, they were going to fight to the death here. Nero looked at Daniel with a sinister smile. Fear was written all over Daniel's face. However, Daniel's white nightmare became stronger because of his fear. He had also chosen a pure, white nightmare succubus. Daniel's fear became the white nightmare's best food. Its body started to flicker with electricity. Everyone widened their eyes and stared at Daniel's white nightmare in shock. Daniel didn't realize it at first, but when he realized that everyone's gazes were strange, he couldn't help but turn his head. He saw that his white nightmare had turned into a beast emitting lightning. So beautiful. Jurawan Melson sighed. He looked at Daniel's white nightmare. It actually evolved into a thunder beast in the first round. This guy has potential. Thunder beast? Morocco Bick's eyes flickered. He didn't know if he was happy or sad. Just then, Nero attacked first. More accurately, it was a sneak attack. He saw that the situation wasn't good, so he immediately attacked Daniel. But Daniel's thunder beast instantly counterattacked. Whoosh! The lightning bolt instantly pierced through Nero's chest, and it didn't stop there. It continued to pierce through Nero's white nightmare. Instant kill. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. No one had expected such an outcome. Nero and his white nightmare were instantly killed. Then, the Thunder Beast pounced on Nero's white nightmare's corpse, and started to devour it. After eating the white nightmare shapeshifter's corpse, it turned its attention to Nero's corpse. Daniel's expression was stiff at first, but it was soon replaced by ecstasy. He didn't care about his white nightmare eating corpses at all. The stronger his white nightmare was, the higher his chances of survival. Morocco Piccolo's face was pale because he found himself in a very dangerous situation. Because he was not afraid, at least not as afraid as the others. And he even took the initiative to send Daniel to the ring. Daniel absolutely hated himself right now. If he were to meet him in the ring, then he would definitely die. But just as Morocco Piccolo was thinking about this, his white nightmare was also absorbing his fear. Jurawan Melson looked at Morocco Piccolo and was surprised to find that his white nightmare was also evolving. Diamond Beast. After Morocco Piccolo's white nightmare absorbed his fear, it actually became like a diamond. Toddy Belster also looked at Morocco Piccolo in surprise. Piccolo, is there a trick? Teach me. There is no trick. Fear is the best method. Morocco Piccolo didn't look too happy. Strength and weakness were not absolute in this place. Fear would cause their advantages to disappear completely. Morocco Piccolo realized that he was weaker in this aspect. Are you guys getting excited? But that was just a warm-up. The game officially starts now. Jurawan Melson's face was filled with a cruel smile. Now, let's start the second round. A door appeared beside Jurawan Melson. Jurawan Melson pushed it open. Everyone found that on the other side of the door was a completely different world. A world of chaos, blood, darkness, and decay. You can go in. No one took the first step and hesitated in front of the door that led to another world. If you refuse to enter, then your white nightmare will eat you, just like the previous person. Morocco Piccolo glanced at the diamond beast beside him. Let's go in, Morocco Piccolo whispered to Toddy Belster. The moment he stepped through the door, Morocco Piccolo felt his feet sink. Was this a swamp? The surroundings were filled with the smell of decay. The ground was soft and very difficult to walk on. The temperature was a bit low, making it very uncomfortable. What you're about to face is an unprecedented truth that overturns everything you know. This is a world you can't understand. You need to hunt a ferocious barbarian witch here. You can hunt it alone or with others. Of course, you can also rob others, as long as you have the ability. Morocco Piccolo frowned. Did they start killing each other so soon? It wasn't surprising that they would kill each other. From Jurawan Melson's words, it could be seen that he was a pervert. He kept saying that this was a game. So if this kind of survival game didn't kill each other, it would be very boring. However, Morocco Piccolo still believed that Jurawan Melson must have other purposes other than being a pervert. Perhaps it was related to the white nightmare around him. Thinking of this, Morocco Piccolo looked at the white nightmare that had evolved into a diamond beast and then at Daniel's thunder beast. Daniel felt Morocco Piccolo's gaze. He looked at Morocco Piccolo fiercely and then made a throat-cutting gesture. An idea suddenly appeared in Morocco Piccolo's mind. He doesn't look as smart as I thought. Maybe I can do an experiment on this guy, Morocco Piccolo muttered to himself. Piccolo, what are you talking about? Nothing. Morocco Piccolo shook his head. If we want to live, we have to cooperate and we can't be disloyal. Chapter 21-22. It wasn't just Morocco Bick and Toddy Belster who grouped up. Basically, everyone would choose to group up, gathering in 2s and 3s. Other than Daniel, he was alone. It was like that in prison. Although Daniel was highly educated, his background and actions didn't fit in with the prison. Not to mention making friends here, it was even difficult for him to survive. His cellmates bullied him, others bullied him too. This caused him to become gloomier and more withdrawn. He hated the prison environment and the people here. But in the past, he couldn't do anything in prison. Other than enduring the bullying in silence, he couldn't do anything. But now it was different. He suddenly realized he had become the strongest. Those who bullied him in the past now looked at him with respect and fear. He wanted to kill all these scumbags and get the only chance to survive. However, Daniel hated Morocco Bick the most. He was searching for Morocco Bick's figure. Let's go, Morocco Bick whispered to Toddy Belster when he felt Daniel's gaze. Toddy Belster hurried to catch up with Morocco Bick. The swamp wasn't easy to walk on, greatly affecting their movements. Bick, that four-eye guy seems to be following us. Ignore him. Let's keep going, Morocco Bick said. He doesn't seem to have good intentions. Are we really going to ignore him? Of course I know he doesn't have good intentions, but this is a swamp. There are puddles of water everywhere. That guy's white nightmare evolved into a thunder beast that possesses the power of electricity. If we fight him here, we'll be seeking our own deaths. We're going to fight him? Toddy Belster looked at Morocco Bick in astonishment. Since he has made up his mind to attack us, do you think we can hide? Okay then, we can beat him, right? I don't know, Morocco Bick said with flickering eyes. Morocco Bick and Toddy Belster moved in a hurry. Daniel followed closely behind them. Both sides understood each other's intentions. But Daniel didn't care. He roughly judged that he was the strongest among them. So now, he just needed to kill them one by one. Of course, he had to get rid of Morocco Bick first. It seems to be the edge of the swamp up ahead, Toddy Belster exclaimed in surprise. Go! The two of them hurriedly jumped onto the dry ground. What do we do now? Wait for that guy, Toddy Belster asked. He looked very nervous, but that was not surprising. After all, his work in the past was all mental work. He had never fought anyone before, not even once. In fact, Morocco Bick was equally nervous. But at the same time, Morocco Bick was nervous. He was very clear-headed. The two of them hit on a rock. She watched Daniel swagger over from the swamp. I know you were here. Come on out. I can sense the faint electromagnetism coming from your bodies. You didn't expect this, did you? My Thunder Beast, and I have a telepathic connection. Since I can sense you, so can I? Daniel was just like that in the clearing, shouting. Morocco Bick frowned. Telepathy? Does this King Kong beast of mine have the same kind of ability? Morocco Bick touched the King Kong beast, but it didn't give him any special feeling. Are you surprised and curious now? Why can my Thunder Beast and I have a telepathic connection? It's simple, because the Thunder Beast is an advanced, evolved version of the White Nightmare, and your King Kong Beast is only at the second level. There's a qualitative difference between us. It's over, we're done for. Bick, we're dead. We can't beat him, Toddy Belster said in horror. You guys stay there. Daniel looked at the rock where Morocco Bick and Toddy Belster were hiding and raised his finger to point in their direction. The Thunder Beast behind Daniel suddenly released a strong electric light. The rock where Morocco Bick and Toddy Belster were hiding instantly shattered. The two of them covered their heads and scurried away. Daniel stood in place and laughed arrogantly. But at this moment, a black shadow descended from the sky without any warning, pressing Daniel to the ground. It was a malevolent-looking black monster. The black monster had a pair of protruding fangs protruding from its upper lip. Its body was covered in thick hair, and it looked very much like a gorilla. Thunder Beast, save me. Daniel was instantly scared out of his wits. The Thunder Beast immediately released a bolt of lightning at the black monster, which directly pierced through it. The black monster rolled on the ground, but then stood up again. Its chest, which had been pierced by the lightning, quickly healed. Then, the black monster pounced on the Thunder Beast. The Thunder Beast immediately released a terrifying electric current. Morocco, Bick, and Toddy Belster, who were hiding more than 20 meters away, could almost smell the smell of meat coming from the black monster. But the black monster still wasn't dead. With a swipe of its claws, a piece of Thunder Beast's flesh was torn off. The black monster put the torn flesh in its mouth and chewed. The wounds on its body healed at an even faster rate. The Thunder Beast didn't have such a strong recovery ability. Plus, its master didn't know how to fight, so it couldn't use its full strength. Roar! The black monster roared at the sky. Hurry up and kill it. Hurry up and kill it. How much fear do you want? I'll give it all to you. Hurry up and kill it. Daniel felt the aura of death. Daniel wasn't the type of person who fought, but he was indeed very smart. He might be the one who grasped the trick the fastest and used it to his advantage. After obtaining Daniel's fear, the Thunder Beast was indeed recovering quickly. Piccolo, do you think that black monster is the vicious barbarian witcher that we are hunting? Morocco Bick frowned. If that was the case, it would be troublesome. Daniel's Thunder Beast clearly couldn't beat the black monster. Plus, no matter who won or lost, it wouldn't do them any good. Morocco Bick thought for a moment, then glanced at the bottle he secretly hid in his pocket. Should he use it now? This bottle was his final trump card. Morocco Bick wasn't sure how useful it was. In fact, the contents of the bottle were like a deposit of courage to him. Chapter 21-23. Morocco Bick finally made up his mind. He had to survive. No matter the price, he had to survive. Even if he knew there wasn't anything good inside. Belster, go and attract the monster's attention. You want me to die? No, if I wanted you to die, I'd kill you right now and run away. Then why didn't you do that? Did you forget what that person said? We need to kill a savage demon hunter. Otherwise, we'll all die. So, there's no point in running away. If you run away now, you'll still die at that person's hands. But can we beat that monster? Toddy Belster believed that Morocco Bick was telling the truth. However, he still had doubts about their combat ability. After all, they couldn't even beat Daniel and his Thunder Beast. What would they do? Morocco Bick watched the battle 20 meters away. Daniel was constantly providing fear to the Thunder Beast, but he couldn't evolve it now. So the only thing he could do was stall for time. No matter what kind of damage the Thunder Beast dealt to the black monster, it could recover at an extremely fast speed. Bick, can we really win? Belster, don't you understand? We have no way out, Morocco Bick said. Okay, go. Morocco Bick didn't care if Belster was willing or not, and pushed him forward. Toddy Belster staggered into the battlefield. The black monster immediately noticed Toddy Belster. Or rather, it already knew about Belster and Morocco Bick, but didn't care. Daniel was quite smart and immediately ordered the Thunder Beast to attack the black monster. His first thought wasn't revenge, but freedom from the threat of the black monster. Belster didn't know what to do. Fortunately, the black monster was attracted by the Thunder Beast's attack again. Suddenly, King Kong slammed into the black monster from the darkness. However, the two of them were far apart in size, and their strength was like heaven and earth. The black monster sent King Kong flying with a slap. Fortunately, King Kong was known for its toughness, so the slap didn't pose much of a threat. The black monster wanted to take advantage of the fact that the King Kong beast had yet to recover to continue attacking it. However, at that moment, a figure similar in size to the black monster descended from the sky and smashed heavily onto the black monster's head. Before the black monster could react, it was sent flying by the figure's punch. Toddy Belster sucked in a breath of cold air. The black monster hadn't been dealt with yet, and now there was another even more vicious one. The black monster was obviously angered by this newcomer. With a roar, he charged at the newcomer. The big guy was knocked back a few steps, and when he stopped, he threw another punch at the black monster. Toady Belster's eyes widened as she stared at the big man in shock. How is this possible? Toddy Belster realized that the big man was wearing a prison uniform. However, because of his huge body, the prisoner's clothes had already been stretched to the limit. Moreover, it could be seen from this big guy's actions and some of his characteristics. He was Morocco Piccolo. Maybe Morocco Piccolo. At least, his current appearance was hard to believe. This thing that was more ferocious and unsettling than the black monster was really Morocco Piccolo. Daniel's eyes flashed. He also recognized the big guy as Morocco Piccolo. He began to analyze the current situation. He hadn't decided what to do yet. He suddenly realized that he had indeed gotten carried away. He had only analyzed a little bit and naively thought he had the whole situation under control. Should he leave now? Or join forces with Morocco Piccolo? Or attack him as well? In the end, he decided to join forces with the person he hated the most, because he realized that he really couldn't do anything here alone. At that moment, Morocco Piccolo's strength completely surpassed the black monster. And he wasn't like the black monster who didn't know how to dodge. He still knew a little bit of fighting. Of course, this kind of fighting was mostly practiced in prison. In prison, people were roughly divided into gangs and non-gangs. Morocco Piccolo belonged to the non-gang group. Therefore, fighting and brawling were a common occurrence. As for Toddy Belster, he couldn't help her at all. His white nightmare hadn't evolved yet. Morocco Piccolo grabbed the black monster, and the King Kong beast headbutted it. The black monster vomited black liquid. Then, the Thunder Beast shot a huge bolt of lightning at the black monster. The black monster's chest exploded, revealing a black bead inside. And because of the lightning strike, cracks appeared on the bead. The black monster also became weak. Its recovery ability was clearly much weaker. Destroy that black bead, Morocco Piccolo and Daniel both realized. That black bead was its core. If the black bead wasn't destroyed, it would never die. At this moment, a figure flashed past like a bolt of lightning. The figure pulled out the black bead. The black monster instantly lost its life force. Its huge body slowly collapsed. That figure was Toddy Belster's white nightmare. His white nightmare hadn't evolved, but it suddenly displayed abnormal speed. Toddy Belster didn't expect it either. When he saw the black bead, he guessed it was the key, but he was anxious and couldn't do anything. In his anxiety, his white nightmare suddenly burst forth with astonishing speed. This was a result that no one had expected. After the black monster fell, the three became nervous. Daniel guarded against Morocco Piccolo and Toddy Belster. Although Toddy Belster had finished off the black monster, he wasn't sure if Morocco Piccolo could maintain his sanity. Morocco Bic was hesitating whether he should kill Daniel now. I have another suggestion. Let's work together. If the rules don't require us to kill each other, we'll keep working together. Daniel, as you can see, you have no chance of winning if you fight us now. Morocco Piccolo said, the others might also have evolved white nightmare. You might be one step ahead of us, but others might be able to catch up to you. So, working with us is your best choice. You can't kill a vicious barbarian hunter alone. Why did you become like this, like that monster? Of course it's the power my King Kong beast gave me, Morocco Piccolo said. Chapter 21-24. We've completed the mission. Can we go back and report to Jerwan Melson now? Toddy Belster didn't want to face a second vicious barbarian hunter anymore. He just wanted to escape as soon as possible, but Daniel's words made him fall into the abyss. Daniel still had that dark expression and said calmly, do you really think we completed the mission? Didn't we? Morocco Bic turned to look at Daniel in surprise. That guy said at the beginning that we could team up to complete the mission, but he didn't say how many people could complete the mission in a team at most. According to what he said at the time, even 17 people working together was allowed. 17 people killing a vicious barbarian hunter? Do you think he'll let us go so easily? Daniel said with a cold smile. Morocco Bic's face frowned. Daniel's words weren't speculation. They were facts. Morocco Bic hadn't thought about it at first, but after hearing what Daniel said, he immediately realized the problem. Jerwan Melson had even said that they could kill each other. In fact, he had already planned to let them kill each other. Imagine if a few people teamed up to kill a vicious barbarian hunter. Juruan Melson had told them that this vicious barbarian hunter could only belong to one person. Then how would the few people in the team decide who the prey belonged to? Of course, they would kill each other. In other words, we still need to kill 2 more vicious barbarian hunters? That's right. The 3 of them set off with a heavy heart. Toddy Belster held the black bead. It was his trophy. Daniel didn't say anything. Of course, he couldn't say anything. On the one hand, Morocco Bick and Toddy Belster were allies. On the other hand, Toddy Belster had played a key role in the battle. Regardless of how strong Toddy Belster was, he was indeed qualified to get this trophy. The sky was still gray, which made the 3 of them feel depressed. Humans were naturally resistant to darkness. Humans were actually creatures that liked light. So, for humans, this kind of environment was actually like the wilderness. The fear in the depths of human hearts would continue to increase as time passed. On the way, the 3 of them were silent, until they met the second vicious barbarian hunter. This vicious barbarian hunter was bigger than the first one. They met at a corner. At that time, this vicious barbarian devil was eating people. He had eaten one of the prisoners. The trio's expressions changed drastically, and they immediately retreated. After the ferocious barbarian hunter saw the 3 of them, apart from the initial shock, it actually revealed a casual expression. "You guys go. Don't appear in front of me again. I'm not hungry yet." The ferocious barbarian hunter actually spoke, and his speech was very clear. "If you insist on staying and becoming my food, I don't mind. Also, a word of advice, don't always follow Juruan Melson's rules." The 3 of them exchanged glances and stared at the ferocious barbarian demon before them in shock. They had originally thought that the vicious barbarian witchers were wild beasts and monsters. But at this moment, they felt that things weren't that simple. Although this savage hunter demon had shown a wave of bloody scenes when they had met, he was still a savage hunter demon. But what was even more unbelievable was that, judging from the vicious barbarian witch's words, it could be seen that his thoughts were clear. He was not an intelligent beast. His speech and actions were that of a human. The 3 of them even felt that the monster in front of them was a human in the clothes of a monster. "Are you surprised?" The vicious barbarian witch said in a self-mocking tone. "Guess what I've become." The 3's expressions changed drastically again. The vicious barbarian witch's smile made them even more uncomfortable, because they thought of a possibility, and it was very likely to be true. This vicious barbarian, which had actually been a human before, but now, why had he become a monster? Since you participated in this game, there are only 2 paths for you to choose. One is to be eaten, and the other is to become my kind. Were you really a human before? Morocco Bick asked. "Morocco, am I not straightforward enough?" The 3 of them felt their scalps go numb. This monster knew Morocco Bick? "Who exactly are you?" Morocco Bick exclaimed. "I'm Anto Trezek." Morocco Bick felt like his scalp was going to explode. He remembered Anto Trezek. He remembered this person. He used to be a tyrant in Prison 7. He was a big guy who was very good at fighting and had gathered a bunch of lackeys in the prison. When Shin came in, he would try to bully him. In the end, he and his lackeys were kicked to the ground by Chun Sanquan. Because Morocco Bick had been in and out of Prison 7, he didn't know Anto Trezek's situation. Even if he didn't see Anto Trezek in prison again, he wouldn't wonder why. He might have been released on parole, or he might have been transferred to another prison. It was all possible, but he didn't expect to meet Anto Trezek here. "I like your expression. Very surprised, right?" Anto Trezek said in a self-mocking tone. "Why did you become like this? Didn't you become like me too? How much better do you think you are?" "Me? I'm different from you." Morocco Bick shook his head. "Different? Seems really different." Anto Trezek tilted his head and looked at Morocco Bick. "What's wrong with you? Your aura makes me feel very uncomfortable." "I said we're different. Tell me the truth about this game." "You want to know? All of you want to know?" Yes. All 3 had the same expression. No one wanted to become a monster, especially a monster that needed to eat people. This isn't a game. It's a trap. No one can win this game. The victory Juruan Melson mentioned is actually the most tragic result. You're already miserable enough. Morocco Bick wasn't mocking Anto Trezek. Yes, I'm miserable enough now, but at least I still have myself. At least I'm a predator now, but the winner of this game is someone else's prey. Someone else's prey? Whose prey? Speak clearly. What do you think the essence of this game is? Of course, it's to pick a qualified prey and sacrifice it to that thing. Chapter 21-25. What is that thing? The three of them all noticed the thing in Anto Trezek's words. The creator and pioneer of this world, Anto Trezek said. Don't tell me you're talking about God? Stop joking. You can call it God or devil, Anto Trezek said. Anto Trezek said, you'll understand how terrifying that thing is after staying here for a long time. How long have you been here? I came here after you were released from prison, Anto Trezek said. Anto Trezek said, every once in a while, a group of people will come in, and after many rounds of selection, only one will be left and sacrificed to that thing. The sacrifice you're talking about is actually being eaten by that thing, right? You can understand it that way. Then why not leave a few more? Isn't it better to have more food? Don't you understand? The last one is definitely the white nightmare shapeshifter that has evolved the most times. The value of a high-level white nightmare shapeshifter is more valuable than 100 ordinary white nightmare shapeshifters. Therefore, to remove the impurities and keep the best food, isn't that what humans do too? They remove the impurities and keep the essence. Then, this process will definitely produce the best candidates. Or food, of course. Your current mission is to kill vicious barbarian witchers, right? That means me and my own kind. What happens next is to kill each other. No matter what you do, you won't be able to avoid it. Perhaps some people are already killing each other. Speaking of you, what happened to you? You didn't die, nor did you become food, but you became like this, and you still have your own consciousness. Because I killed my white nightmare and devoured it, Anto Trezek said. Everyone's eyes widened as they turned to look at their white nightmare. This is why you became like this. The process is a bit complicated. Speaking of which, the process is a little complicated. First, these white nightmares are actually a part of that thing. They have no self-consciousness, and the contract between you and it is actually to make it a part of you. Therefore, you will also have many of the exclusive abilities of the white nightmares. However, this contract is not a complete fusion. After all, you have your own thoughts, and it is a container without thoughts. Its role is to absorb your negative emotions and then complete its own evolution. Of course, they can also devour each other to complete their evolution. At the end of this game, you will slowly come into contact with the truth. Either you will be sacrificed or you will be killed by the other participants. At that time, I wasn't willing to accept it. I wasn't willing to be devoured, so a few of us thought of this method. We devoured our own white nightmare and truly fused with them to avoid the fate of being sacrificed, Anto Trezek said calmly. Anto Trezek said calmly, but there's a problem with devouring each other. Our emotions and thoughts tend to be chaotic. Those who have defeated and devoured other people's white nightmare will fall into madness after devouring their own white nightmare. Coincidentally, I didn't devour other people's white nightmare, so all I received were my own negative emotions. Why can you avoid the fate of being sacrificed after devouring your own white nightmare? Because that thing is formed from countless powerful and chaotic thoughts. It doesn't have high intelligence, but it has boundless power. Its power covers this chaotic world, so you and I can't escape its senses in any corner of this world. We can't avoid our final fate either. The only way is to deceive that thing. So I completely fused with the white nightmare and made it think that I'm a part of it. So we only have one choice. The choice is up to you. I'm only telling you the truth. Of course, you will know the truth soon. Then you will face the same choice. The three of them had serious expressions. They could know for themselves whether Anto Trezek's words were true or not. But what if it was true? Do you have any suggestions? Don't die too early, Anto Trezek said. Right now, Mirror Lake Manor was quiet. The moonlight was reflected on the lake's surface. The entire manor was filled with peace and tranquility. Chun Zhao was sleeping soundly with Fei Lai in his arms, but the vibration of his phone woke them up. Fei Lai pushed Chen Zhao lightly. "Darling, phone." Chen Zhao picked up the phone with his eyes closed. "President." Helith's voice came from the other end. "Helith, what time is it now?" 2:30 in the morning. "Tell me, what's the matter?" "The bottle containing the crazy corpse demon saliva that I gave you last time broke." "Huh?" Chen Zhao was suddenly much more awake. "Do you know what I used that corpse demon saliva for?" "Someone you don't like, but you need his help." Helith was as calm as ever. Helith was actually very smart, but she was always cold on the outside and warm on the inside. She was usually quiet, but that didn't mean she didn't know how to analyze things. She was different from West's big-picture perspective and Lisa's high intelligence. Helith was more attentive to details. In fact, a person with outstanding talent in magic would also have extraordinary abilities in other areas. "When did it happen?" "About 50 minutes. At least that's when I felt the bottle break." "Why did you only tell me now?" "I'll try to find a location for you." "No need," Chen Zhao said. "I know where it is." "Where is it?" "Are you coming too?" "Can I?" "Okay. Wait for me at the entrance of prison 7 first." After hanging up, Chen Zhao patted Fei Lai's shoulder gently. "Fei Lai, I'm going out to do something." "Okay." Fei Lai was still sleepy. She didn't even want to open her eyes. Chen Zhao quickly changed his clothes and hurried out. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of prison 7. Meanwhile, Helios arrived a step later. "President, I want to learn flying spells. Do you have any suggestions?" Helith felt that her mobility was too weak, especially when it came to long-distance movement. She'd left before Chen Zhao, but she'd arrived later than him. This made her realize the importance of flying spells more and more. "I'll help you ask. Maybe Mr. Zhang has related spells. If he does, I'll get them for you." Chapter 21-26. Fuck, it's so uncomfortable here. It's a prison. How comfortable do you think it is? Should I give you 5-star treatment? Bai Luo, I heard that there's a white nightmare legend in prison 7. Is it true? Yes, there's a legend about the white nightmare, but that's just nonsense. But people often die here. Of course. The prison guards hold boxing matches every few days. Isn't it normal for people to die? Also, to cover up the real cause of death, they made up the legend. What's wrong with that? That's true. Huh, there's footsteps outside. Footsteps? Did you hear? Wait, I heard it too. That's weird. The prison guards shouldn't be this diligent. It's already so late. Ghost hand. Helios reached into the darkness. "President, I've adjusted all the angles of the surveillance cameras. Your magic array is convenient." Chen Zhao and Helios walked down the corridor of the prison. To Chen Zhao, this place had his memories too. Helios suddenly felt a gaze. She tilted her head and glanced at the cell's bars. 2 prisoners were looking at them from inside. A malicious smile appeared on Helios' face. Then, 2 green skulls appeared around Helios, surrounding her body. The 2 prisoners' faces paled in fear. They screamed and ran away from the bars. Chen Zhao ignored Helios' bad taste. He searched for Morocco Bic's traces. However, Morocco Bic seemed to have disappeared. Chen Zhao couldn't sense his aura at all. Chen Zhao found Morocco Bic's cell. It was empty. There wasn't a single person. "President, where's the target?" "Disappeared," Chen Zhao said. "But there's some strange magic waves here. Let's search. We should be able to find some clues." It was a prison, but to Chen Zhao and Helios, it was like entering an uninhabited land. Finally, Chen Zhao found the source of the magic waves. There's a lower level in this prison. The magic waves are coming from there. With that, Chen Zhao jumped to the bottom. He stomped on the ground and jumped in. Halley's followed closely behind and went down. Chen Zhao saw a large number of white nightmares surrounding one person. The person had been sitting cross-legged on the ground. Sensing the arrival of uninvited guests, he immediately opened his eyes and looked at Chen Zhao and Helios. "Kill them," the man shouted. All the white nightmares charged at Chen Zhao and Helios. Chen Zhao didn't even need to do anything in this situation. Halley's was enough. The aura of death instantly spread out. Those white nightmares instantly died upon coming into contact with the aura of death. He couldn't even get close to Chen Zhao and Helios. The man raised his eyebrows and spread his arms. A black hole appeared behind him. The man fell backward and disappeared into the black hole. Seeing that the black hole was about to close, Chun Zhao immediately charged inside. However, after he entered the black hole, he realized that he was in midair. "Guild leader, save me. I can't fly." Chun Zhao turned his head and saw that Helis had followed them in, and she was doing a free fall. Harid could not fly, so there was nothing she could do. At the very least, most conventional methods would not be able to deal with free fall. Chun Zhao reached out and caught the falling Helis. Just then, Chun Zhao felt a terrifying aura rush toward him. Boom! The aura hit Chun Zhao directly. Helis flew out of Chun Zhao's hand. Chun Zhao hurriedly steadied himself and grabbed Helis. Small world. This place was enveloped in someone else's small world. But wasn't this small world a bit too big? Just then, the person from before appeared before Chun Zhao again. This time, his aura was many times stronger than before. His entire body exuded a vast and boundless aura. Strange? How did he become so much stronger? Chun Zhao tilted his head and looked at the person. At this moment, this person was clearly a Enchanting realm cultivator. Two rats actually dare to come here. They're asking for death. Guild leader, I can feel that the environment here is continuously transferring power to him. His power is coming from the environment here. Not his own, Harold said. Huh? How come I don't feel it? What's being transmitted to him isn't magic power, nor is it spiritual energy, but negative emotions. Oh, I see. This place is filled with huge amounts of negative emotions. Look at the clouds in the sky. They're a huge collection of negative emotions. The person saw that Chun Zhao and Helis were chatting among themselves and didn't care about him at all. This infuriated him. Ants, do you know who you're facing? I'm a god here. Chun Zhao raised an eyebrow and glanced at the person. God? Aren't gods too worthless recently? Hearing Chun Zhao's words, the person was immediately enraged. Idiot who doesn't know what respect is, die. The person raised his hand. Terrifying negative emotions gathered into a huge palm and slapped down at Chun Zhao and Helis. Guild leader, I can't handle this guy. Harris didn't move. She roughly knew who she could deal with. Who couldn't she handle? Okay, leave it to me. Chun Zhao didn't hold back. Chun Zhao suddenly slapped through the air. The huge palm formed by the power of the world collided with the huge palm formed by negative emotions. A look of surprise appeared on the man's face. You're not a nobody in the spirit world. With this kind of strength, someone who could take his move was definitely not a nobody. He knew how powerful he was now. Chun Zhao being able to take the move meant that he was at least at or close to this level. How could someone with such great strength not be famous in the spiritual world? Of course, in reality, Chun Zhao was indeed a nobody in the spiritual world. Apart from a few spiritualists who knew Chun Zhao, most people didn't know him at all. Although he only took one move, Chun Zhao could roughly analyze the person's strength. Being able to skillfully control the small world meant that he was already familiar with this power. However, his strength hadn't reached the true enchanting realm. It was about half a step into the enchanting realm that Chun Zhao had experienced in the past. He wasn't weak, but there was still a gap from the true enchanting realm. Two people half a step into the enchanting realm couldn't be compared to a complete enchanting realm master. But to regular spiritualists, he was still very powerful. For example, a master like Helis had no chance of winning against someone half a step into the enchanting realm. Chapter 21-27. However, this kind of master was really nothing before Chun Zhao. After all, he was borrowing someone else's power. How strong could he be? Everyone could be compared to a water tank, so there was a limit to the amount of power they could store. The difference between half a step into the enchanting realm and a complete enchanting realm was not just a half, but a zero. However, Chun Zhao had never heard of this master. A figure of this level shouldn't be a nameless figure in the spirit world. Was he pretending to be low-key, like Chun Zhao? Hell AIs, have you heard of this person? No, I don't think he's a living person. Hell AI's senses were sharper than Chun Zhao's. His soul isn't complete, and it doesn't fit perfectly with his body. It feels like an incomplete soul has taken over someone else's body. Smart girl. The person looked to Helle eyes. If you're 50 years older, you might have heard of my name. 50 years old? You were one of the people involved in the North American riot 50 years ago? Helle eyes asked in surprise. That's right. I'm Ronald Johnson. I'm also called the glory of day in the spiritual world. Do you know this name? Harold shook her head. She had never heard of this name or this title. Seems like it's been too long. It's been half a century and no one remembers my name anymore. Ronald Johnson sighed. But it's okay. In the future, I'll make this name resound throughout North America. No, this time, it'll resound throughout the entire spiritual world. You think you can do that? I'm afraid it's not enough. You can't even beat our president, Helle eyes said directly. Him? I can't beat him? Ronald Johnson looked at Chun Zhao in disdain. Maybe he can fight against me, but he's nothing in front of our huge plan. Barely? I think you're mistaken. Helle eyes shook her head. Suddenly, Ronald Johnson felt Chun Zhao move. But even so, he couldn't stop Chun Zhao. Too fast. Chun Zhao was really too fast. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before him. Ronald's neck was already in Chun Zhao's grip. What I mean is that you're no match for my guild leader. You can't even be considered a match for him. Ronald Johnson wanted to break free, but he couldn't. Chun Zhao's grip was too strong. Ronald Johnson started attacking Chun Zhao's body, but his attacks couldn't even tickle Chun Zhao. Ronald felt Chun Zhao increase his strength. His soul immediately left the body. When Chun Zhao and Helis saw Ronald Johnson's soul, they were shocked. Because half of Ronald Johnson's soul was human, and the other half was a piece of white meat. After leaving his body, Ronald Johnson sped up and flew toward the black cloud in the sky. But no matter how fast he couldn't be faster than Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao instantly stopped Ronald Johnson's soul and grabbed it. Just then, the black clouds in the sky turned into a giant that smashed down at Chun Zhao. Raising an eyebrow, Chun Zhao punched the sky. Bang! In an instant, the giant was blown to smithereens by Chun Zhao's punch. Of course, Chun Zhao didn't think it was over just like that. The aura had only weakened slightly, but it hadn't completely dissipated. The black clouds were also gathering again. Just then, Chun Zhao felt a sinister aura from below. Looking down, he realized that Helis had taken the body that Ronald Johnson had abandoned. That body was already under Helis' control. Moreover, that body had Ronald Johnson's power and could borrow the power of this world. Then, the small world of the body enveloped Chun Zhao. The black clouds in the sky also calmed down. President, the black clouds in the sky don't have a consciousness, and the source of this body's power is the black clouds in the sky. So, you can use the body's power to deceive the black clouds. Good job. Chun Zhao nodded and turned to look at Ronald Johnson, who was being held by his hand. I'm suddenly very interested in the huge plan you mentioned. Can you tell me about it? You can try to make me talk. Maybe you can make me talk. But if you just ask like this, I can't tell you the truth. Helis, I'll leave it to you. Guild leader, it shouldn't be a complete body. It should be a split body of some soul. So, none of my methods have any effect on it. Although I can make it feel pain, I can't make it submit, Shifeng said, shaking his head. The scene where the black clouds in the sky had turned into a sky-high giant. Almost everyone in this small world had seen it. Everyone looked up at the sky in disbelief. It was as if they had seen a legend. No one knew what had happened. Why had the black clouds turned into a sky-high giant and then disappeared? But the process had been too short. No one could understand. Trezek, do you know what happened just now? I don't know. Anto Trezek shook his head. I've never seen that before, but that thing is the ruler of this world. You mean that thing is the culprit behind this scheme? The three of them gaped. After all, they'd been wondering if they could take a gamble. It seemed like he could kill the thing that Anto Trezek was talking about. But when they heard Anto Trezek say that the sky-high giant was the culprit, they completely despaired. How could humans fight against that thing? It was impossible. Humans couldn't defeat that thing at all. No, I can't stay here. I don't want to become that thing's food. I don't want to become a monster. I want to escape. Tell me, how do I escape? How do I escape from here? Toddy Belster shouted in horror. Kill that thing. Anto Trezek pointed at the black clouds in the sky and said, If you can destroy it, you can escape from here. Kill that thing? If I can do it, do I need to escape? Toddy Belster was almost in despair. His mentality was about to collapse. Morocco Bick and Daniel were silent. Is there no other way? Morocco Bick asked. At least I don't know of any other way. Maybe you can think of a way with Jura Van Melsen. Maybe he has a way. Of course, the premise is that you can beat him. Chapter 21-28. Morocco Bick, Toddy Belster, and Daniel left. All three of them had a lot on their minds and were very worried about their future. According to Anto Trezek, Jura Van Melsen might have a solution. But he also said that Jura Van Melsen was very powerful. It could even be said to be terrifying. With their abilities, it was impossible for them to defeat Jura Van Melsen. As for Anto Trezek, he had lost hope long ago. Even if he escaped now, he didn't know where to go. Moreover, it was almost impossible to defeat Jura Van Melsen. He had seen Jura Van Melsen fight before. Even if there was a 1 in 10,000 chance that he could defeat Jura Van Melsen by accident, it would be useless. After defeating Jura Van Melsen, they would face the cruelest enemy. Just then, Anto Trezek heard footsteps. Anto Trezek licked his lips. Another prey had come knocking on his door. He hoped that it wasn't someone difficult to deal with. He had talked so much with Morocco Bick, Toddy Belster, and Daniel just now. It wasn't because he was nostalgic or because he was full. It was purely because he wasn't confident that he could defeat all three at once. The three white nightmares had all evolved to a certain level. It was already difficult for him to defeat one. If he had to deal with three, he might get himself into trouble. Anto Trezek saw two figures walking toward him from a distance. One of them was a girl dressed in black. The other was Asian. They didn't have any white nightmares with them. What a strange combination, Anto Trezek muttered. But this didn't mean that he would pity them. Anto Trezek suddenly jumped in front of the two and pounced at them, baring his fangs and claws. Chun Zhao and Hele Eyes glanced at each other. Hele Eyes raised her arm and grabbed at the air. Anto Trezek was instantly caught by a black hand. This guy's aura is similar to Ronald Johnson, but he's so weak, Hele Eyes said. He's just a small fry. He's not valuable. Kill him, Chun Zhao said. Wait. No. I'm not a small fry. Anto Trezek heard their conversation. How could he not understand that he had kicked a metal plate? Huh. This guy still has his own consciousness and rationality. Helly's looked at Anto Trezek in surprise. Put it down. Morocco Bick, Toddy Belster, and Daniel killed another two savage witchers. According to Anto Trezek, these ferocious hunters might have been humans in the past. Therefore, during the hunting process, they observed carefully. Although these vicious barbarian witchers had become monsters and had lost their sense of self, they were still able to control themselves. However, some of their characteristics were indeed human characteristics. This also increased Anto Trezek's credibility. This made the three of them even more worried. Daniel's Thunder Beast had evolved once again, becoming even more powerful. When they returned to the assembly point, a few people had already returned. Among these people, some were fighting as a team, but they only managed to kill one vicious barbarian hunter. Obviously, they did not carefully analyze Jura Van Melsen's words. After another hour, those who had left came back one after another. Moreover, there were many unfamiliar faces among them. These people were also wearing prison uniforms, but they were obviously not prisoners of Los Angeles Prison 7. There were about 100 people in total. Just then, Jura Van Melsen arrived. My children, welcome back. Jura Van Melsen still had that sinister smile on his face. His face was full of ridicule. I believe that many of you have come into contact with part of the truth while carrying out your respective missions. I don't deny that this is a conspiracy, but you should also understand that you have no choice. He knew that the three of them had met Anto Trezek. Morocco Bick's heart skipped a beat. If that was the case, he also knew about their conversation. No, he didn't know that the three of them had met Anto Trezek. He knew of certain existences here, and he knew the truth. But he did not care whether the truth was exposed or not, because no one here dared to resist him, and no one could resist him. There was a commotion in the crowd. A few people's eyes flashed with eagerness. Morocco Bick noticed those people. Where did they come from? Those people looked like they were from other prisons. Could the other prisons also be connected to this place? Just then, a bright light burst out of those people's eyes. Morocco Bick thought to himself, they're going to make a move. Sure enough, the four people rushed at Jura Van Melson at the same time. Holy light, dawn, glory, starlight. The four people shouted, and their bodies burst out with the powerful power of holy light at the same time. The four people all raised their arms high and put their palms together. A sword formed by the power of holy light slashed at Jura Van Melson. Jura Van Melson seemed to be unable to react, and the four swords of holy light instantly slashed into his body. However, Jura Van Melson's smile did not change. He reached out and grabbed one of the swords of holy light. Crack! Jura Van Melson's palm that grabbed the blade of the sword of holy light made a sizzling sound and smoke rose. The power generated by the negative emotions on his body reacted violently with the power of holy light. You entered San Francisco's first prison for this day, right? Jura Van Melson looked at the four people. The power of holy light on you is so strong. You should be from the church. Did the church send you to kill us? Evil, stop talking nonsense and die. Die. Even if I want to die, you are not qualified to kill me. Jura Van Melson suddenly increased the strength of his palm. Bang! The blade of the sword of holy light was directly crushed by Jura Van Melson. Your holy light is useless in front of me, so let me purify you of death. Countless black tentacles burst out of Jura Van Melson's body, and these black tentacles wrapped around the four people. After these black tentacles wrapped around the four people, the end of the tentacles drilled into the four people's mouths. The skin of the four people was drying up at an alarming rate. Their power of holy light did not bring them hope. Hiss! The skin of these four people was directly torn open, revealing a black spiritual body inside. The souls of these four people had been contaminated, and now they were called fallen souls. Chapter 21-29. Wistana, you didn't sleep last night. Yangwa glanced at the time. It was 6 a.m. Even a cultivator like him would find it hard to stay awake for a whole night. If he didn't sleep, he wouldn't have the energy and the power of his spells would be reduced. But that was because Yangwa had a normal schedule. It was a good habit of sleeping early and waking up early. For example, he woke up at 6 a.m. to exercise. Wistana rubbed her forehead. Yang, I found some unusual information. Oh, what did you find? Last night, after Blitz mentioned the incident from 50 years ago, I looked through some files. I found that White Nightmare wasn't the only prison in Prison 7, and it wasn't the only prison in Los Angeles that had unknown deaths. Wistana handed a file to Yangwa. Look, this isn't an isolated case. In the past 10 years, more than 4,000 prisons in America have all had the same thing, and it's happening frequently. The White Nightmare is spreading more and more. Yangwa took the file and flipped through it. He found that the rumors about the White Nightmare were spreading in an unusual way. It seemed that someone was intentionally spreading the rumors about the White Nightmare. In addition, in the past 10 years, more than 50,000 criminals have gone missing. Most of these disappeared criminals were treated as jailbreakers. However, many of the criminals that have been recorded have disappeared for no reason. The information recorded in these files was shocking to the eye. There were nearly 5,000 prisons in America, and more than 4,000 had records of unconventional disappearances and deaths. Moreover, all of them pointed to the White Nightmare. This made people ponder over the issue. 50,000 people went missing in the past 10 years, and there were definitely some that weren't recorded. After all, the number was huge, so it was inevitable to miss something. Look at this file. Yangwa took the file. It was the construction records of all the prisons in America. Almost all of the prisons that had accidents had undergone engineering modifications. It seemed that someone had secretly set up a huge network without anyone noticing. This can't be done by one or two people. It's likely that a large organization is planning something. That's what I'm worried about. We know it's not a good thing, but we don't know anything about the other party's plan. Can you find out where the prisons are being built? And the blueprints? I can, but there are too many of them. It will take a lot of time. We don't have to investigate everything. As long as we investigate a part of it, we can make a deduction based on that part, Yang was said worriedly. I have a very bad feeling. I hope nothing bad will happen. Yang's expression was solemn. The disappearance of tens of thousands of people was a major event that could not be ignored in any place. But here, in a country where human rights were paramount, almost everyone ignored it. It had to be said that this was a great irony. Of course, Yang did not have the habit of changing this legal system. As the saying goes, one should not meddle in politics if one is not in a position, not to mention the affairs of other countries. However, as the consultant of the psionic team, Yang was still very serious about his job. Anto Trezek said in a trembling voice. He told them everything he knew. There was no need to hide anything, nor was there a need to. After all, he had already said it once before. It was just a retelling. Guild leader, I think I've figured out their intentions. Someone probably wanted to create a calamity emissary. At least the process is the same, said Helias. Calamity emissary? It's not something a living person can think of. In the past, there was a powerful spiritualist who sensed that his life was coming to an end. Then, he started a series of preparations. He found the evilest person in the world and extracted the negative emotions of this evil person. Then, he released his soul and mana source from his rotten body and used the negative emotions as a breeding ground to nurture his soul. Finally, a calamity emissary was born. But is it the same as a calamity emissary? The process is actually the same, but it's 10,000 times stronger. Someone plans to use all the prisoners in America and their negative emotions as a breeding ground to nurture a monster. It can't be called a calamity emissary anymore, right? A calamity emissary, Anto Trezek interrupted. Someone set up a passage connecting all the prisons in America to this place. This passage is not only for passage, but also to absorb the negative emotions of all the prisoners. How many prisoners are there in America? Even Chun Zhao gasped. He didn't know the exact number. However, he knew that America had the highest number of prisoners in the world. More than 2 million, Anto Trezek said. About 0.5% of the total population. What kind of monster would be nurtured with the negative emotions of more than 2 million people and the souls and mana source of thousands of powerful spiritualists? Moreover, these 2 million people were not ordinary people. Most of these people were criminals who committed crimes and were extremely vicious. Killing and arson were common to them. But why did they bring these prisoners here? Logically speaking, they should have set up this huge plan a long time ago. All they need to do is to continuously absorb the negative emotions of the prisoners scattered across the United States through the pipeline. Those prisoners who are absorbed won't die immediately. Once their negative emotions are absorbed, they will only become weak and listless. It won't affect them too much. This way, it's safer and more covert, and it won't be easily discovered. However, they brought some prisoners here, which increased the risk of them being exposed. It's the body, Harold said. The calamity emissary's body hasn't matured yet. It needs a body that's also filled with impurity and corruption. So they brought these prisoners here. Then, they pick out the best and fuse with them. This person or group of people might be survivors of the war 50 years ago. Chun Zhao narrowed his eyes. I suddenly have the urge to devour this calamity emissary. Anto Trezek shuddered. What's wrong with this guy? I've said it so clearly. Didn't he understand? That's a dangerous existence. This guy actually wants to devour such a terrifying thing. Is that something a human can devour? He had only devoured his own negative emotions and became like this. What does this guy want to become? I've decided. This guy is mine, Chun Zhao said with certainty. Chapter 21:30. President, if you want this guy, it's best to find its real body. The black cloud in the sky isn't its real body. Can you sense where its real body is? No. This alternate space is completely enveloped by its aura. I can't find its exact location. Do you know where that thing is? Chun Zhao looked at Anto Trezek. No, you really don't know. Really, Anto Trezek said helplessly. Anto Trezek said helplessly, I've never been to that place, but Jura Van Melson should know. Who's this Jura Van Melson? He's the one who brought me here, Anto Trezek said. Maybe he's not alive either. Then where can we find him? The building in the middle of the swamp. We call it the Colosseum. Of course, only humans fight there. Anto Trezek pointed in a direction, but he clearly didn't want to go. Right now, he just wanted to be a quiet monster, to eat a few humans who trespassed into his territory every day. That was his greatest wish right now. He didn't want to challenge Jura Van Melson or that thing that was close to God. But Chun Zhao and Helis didn't plan on letting him go just like that. Lead the way, Chun Zhao requested. He didn't care if Anto Trezek was willing or not. I don't want to go. I don't want to die. Your choice now is to either kill you now or lead the way for us. The answer was obvious. Anto Trezek gave in. Compared to that terrifying thing, Anto Trezek was more afraid of Chun Zhao and Helis, because both of them had that kind of willful personality. They wouldn't listen to someone else's will. Anto Trezek led the way, but when he turned around to look at Chun Zhao and Helis, he realized that there was another person beside them. The person was expressionless, his eyes rolling back. He walked forward step by step. Chun Zhao and Helis followed behind, but their feet didn't touch the swamp. They looked like they were floating on the swamp. Who is he? He wasn't with you earlier. When did he appear? Anto Trezek asked. He's not a living person. He's just an empty shell, Harold said calmly. The aura of this empty shell could conceal their movements. Otherwise, as outsiders, the two of them would be constantly attacked by the black cloud of negative emotions. Therefore, this body was indispensable. Anto Trezek did not show any expression when he saw that person. There was no sign of anger on his face. It seemed like it was really, as they said, this was just a shell, although he was very curious as to where this body came from. However, when he thought about their identities, it wasn't that strange. The Colosseum wasn't too far away. Soon they saw a crude building. The so-called Colosseum was actually built by piling up countless boulders. Although the scale was huge, there was no sense of beauty. There were countless white nightmares standing on the messy stone walls. They used the stone wall as their nest. We can't go any further. If we do, the white nightmares will tear us to pieces. Anto Trezek looked at Chun Zhao, his face full of terror. Go on, go forward. I don't want to die. Your current attitude will only hasten your death. Helis looked at Anto Trezek with a sinister look. Fine, fine. Anto Trezek turned around. His legs were stiff. He wasn't willing to take a step forward at all. Just then, the white nightmares on the stone wall saw them. But what puzzled Anto Trezek was that the white nightmares didn't attack. Usually, as long as an outsider entered their field of vision, they would attack directly. Why didn't they attack at all this time? Were they not close enough? However, they had already reached the bottom of the stone wall. Anto Trezek followed Chun Zhao and Harold into the Colosseum. At the center of the Colosseum, a dozen people and their white nightmares were engaged in a fierce battle. Chun Zhao, Harold, and Anto Trezek's arrival didn't attract anyone's attention, even though Anto Trezek looked like a pure monster. In the surroundings of the Colosseum, there were still many people watching the fierce battle in the middle. Their attention was focused on this bloody battle. Of course, even without the battle, Anto Trezek wasn't that eye-catching, because many people's white nightmares were even more twisted than Anto Trezek's. So, even if someone saw Anto Trezek, they would at most think he was Chun Zhao or Harold's white nightmares. Just then, Chun Zhao felt a gaze land on him. Chun Zhao turned his head and looked in the direction of the gaze. When Morocco Piccolo saw Chun Zhao, his expression changed. Then, when he saw Anto Trezek beside Chun Zhao, his expression changed again. Why was Anto Trezek here? Did they know each other? Oh, Anto Trezek had been taught a lesson by Chun Zhao before, so they definitely knew each other. Chun Zhao walked toward Morocco Piccolo. Not only did he see Morocco Piccolo, but he also saw Toddy Belster beside him. As for Daniel, Chun Zhao completely ignored him. Why are you here? Morocco Piccolo asked in a low voice. To save you, of course. After all, I sent you into danger. How can I ignore you? Chen Zhao's expression was filled with fake concern. Morocco Piccolo's veins bulged. He thought, you also know that it's dangerous here? However, Chen Zhao wasn't very interested in Morocco Piccolo. Chen Zhao turned his gaze to Toddy Belster. Mr. Belster, I didn't think that we'd meet again here. Are you here to solve the problem too? Solve a problem? I shouldn't even be here. Do you have a way to bring me out? Please bring me out. I can pay you handsomely. Mr. Belster, don't joke around. You're a famous spiritualist. Since you came here voluntarily, you must have a way to leave. I'll look forward to your performance later. Sir, I'm not a spiritualist. This is all a misunderstanding. I'm not a spiritualist. Toddy was about to cry. The ring you're wearing is the same as mine. Normal people can't even get a ring like this, so you don't have to hide it from me. Chapter 21:31. Toddy Belster recalled a client he'd once had. The client had no money, so he'd left this ring as a deposit. Then, the client never appeared again. Toddy thought that the ring looked nice, so he'd kept it on his finger. Toddy Belster took off the ring on her finger. Chen Zhao looked at Toddy Belster in surprise. If Toddy Belster still had some magic waves when he wore the ring, then he'd become a normal person. After taking the ring off, he'd become a normal person. There was no magic on him at all. You're a normal person? Chen Zhao's expression froze. I am. You're a liar? Chen Zhao narrowed his eyes. It wasn't that he hadn't met scammers before, but there weren't many people who could trick him. Toddy Belster was the only one who tricked him so thoroughly. Of course, Toddy Belster wasn't someone who tricked him voluntarily. So, Chen Zhao didn't plan on killing him for now. Morocco, Toddy, you know him? Daniel asked darkly. Chen Zhao glanced at Daniel. Hallie's also frowned. President, can I kill him? Never mind, Chen Zhao said indifferently. He might not be able to leave here alive. What did you say? Daniel was enraged. Perhaps because of the sudden power, Daniel's previous cautiousness had turned into arrogance. This was a process that most acquired spiritualists had to go through. They thought that the power they'd obtained was unique. They thought that they could already fight against everything. They thought that they had everything. Some people ended up on a path of no return because of this. Of course, most of them were killed by their seniors. Suddenly, a terrifying aura surged toward them. Boom! A beam of black light descended from the sky and exploded before everyone. The area where everyone stood and the surrounding area were all destroyed. Toddy Belster, Morocco Bick, and Daniel were all frightened. The part of the stands they were at was almost completely destroyed. Only the part they were standing on wasn't affected. They weren't the only ones affected. A quarter of the stands in the Colosseum had been obliterated by the impact. At least 100 people were affected. These people, along with their contracted white nightmare, were all turned into ashes. The three of them looked up and saw a giant screen of black and red rising in front of them. It was this giant red and black screen that had protected them from the attack. After the impact, the crimson-black screen slowly descended. Jura van Melsen was floating in the air in front of them. His body exuded a terrifying dark aura, and countless dark tentacles were waving around him. Jura van Melsen looked very angry. He was like an erupting volcano, and his eyes were about to burst into flames. What did you do to Ronald Johnson? Where is he now? Jura van Melsen saw Ronald Johnson's body, but his soul was nowhere to be seen. Ronald Johnson? A crystal ball the size of an egg appeared in Harry's hand. There seemed to be a face on the inside of the crystal ball. Ronald Johnson's soul was sealed inside the crystal ball. Are you talking about this guy? How dare you offend Ronald Jorgensen? You deserve 1,000 deaths. You can't wait to convict us. Harry's lips curled into a smile. At the same time, the crystal ball in her hand was invaded by Harry's magic. Ronald Johnson's soul was in even more pain after being sealed in the crystal ball. Jura van Melsen was even more furious. The dark tentacles around him merged into one and smashed down on everyone's heads. Boom! This time, the dark tentacles did not land. They were blocked by Chen Zhao's dark magma in the air. However, the shockwaves created in midair still made the people in the arena feel dizzy and lightheaded. Harry's, on the other hand, seemed to be completely fine. She grabbed a crystal ball. Under the infusion of her magic filled with death aura, the crystal ball started to crack. Ronald Johnson's soul also cracked together with the crystal ball. "You'd better hurry up. Otherwise, your friend's soul will soon be crushed by me." Jura Van Melson was completely enraged. He released 4 fallen souls. These 4 fallen souls were born not long ago after he had invaded and assimilated them. These 4 souls had originally controlled the power of holy light. After their souls were corrupted, the souls born were 100 times more ferocious than normal evil spirits. However, they were up against the worst duo of all. Herese was a spiritualist who had mastered necromancy. Her most outstanding ability was how to torture souls. In fact, every necromancer seemed to have a special liking for torture. Helis was also a necromancer, and one of the most outstanding necromancers. Herese raised her arm and grabbed the air. A dozen chains shot out from the void and bound the 4 fallen souls. The chains were all burning with blue flames. After binding the 4 fallen souls, they all howled in pain as they were burned by the blue flames. Their past consciousness had been erased. Only their instincts were left, so they still knew pain. But as their souls were burned by the blue flames, their cries became weaker and weaker. Soon, the black on their bodies faded too. What replaced it was their pure souls. They were sublimated in the fall. They regained their sanity. Just as the holy could fall, the fallen could also be purified if they agreed. After regaining their consciousness, the 4 holy souls looked at both sides and instantly understood the situation. Of course, they had an unforgettable hatred for Jura Van Melson. After regaining their sanity, they also regained their memories. "Demons, it's time for you to be judged." Jura Van Melson looked at the 4 holy souls expressionlessly. "Have you forgotten who killed you? I wasn't afraid when you were alive, let alone 4 stray dogs who have lost their bodies. Being separated from the body doesn't mean that we have lost our power. The power of holy light comes from our hearts, our faith. As long as our courage is not obliterated, as long as our faith is still firm, our power will not disappear. No matter how beautiful your words are, you can't change the fact that you will disappear completely." Chapter 2132. Jura Van Melson was furious. Ronald Johnson had been his good friend for many years. In the past few decades, they'd all become different, but they still had their own consciousness. They supported and helped each other. They were also working hard for each other. They worked together to complete that great plan. But now, someone had stripped off his soul and tortured Ronald Johnson in front of him. To him, this was the biggest provocation. It was indeed too strenuous for the 4 holy souls to face the enraged Jura Van Melson. It was just as Jura Van Melson had said. When they were alive, they were no longer Jura Van Melson's match. Not to mention after they died. The so-called holy light magic was actually a method to refine magic power. In essence, it was no different from other types of magic power. It would only be different when it was used. Therefore, with the support of the body, the power could be maximized. If it was just a spirit releasing magic, the power would be greatly reduced. As soon as they met face to face, the 4 holy souls were shaken by Jura Van Melson's terrifying dark power. The 4 souls were like small boats swaying in the raging waves. It was as if they would be smashed into pieces if a wave hit them. "We can't continue like this. Looks like we need to use that spell." The 4 souls communicated for a while. Determination appeared in their eyes. It was a very old skill. Fusion. The 4 souls fused into a Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit's body emitted billions of rays of light. It was as dazzling as the sun. The light on the Holy Spirit could even match Jura Van Melson's dark power. Impressive. I didn't expect them to have such a powerful move. If they had used it earlier, they wouldn't be like this. Her eyes looked up at the Holy Spirit in the sky. Do you think they can use it casually? It's no different from suicide. Chun Zhao could roughly see the characteristics of this fusion. This was the suppression of a high-level expert against a low-level expert in terms of consciousness. When a university professor saw a primary school student taking a test, the professor would probably be able to see through most of the student's problem-solving techniques. Is the price of this move so high? Get rid of the excess parts of your soul and fuse them with the purest parts. To put it bluntly, it's a process of purification. It looks like they're combining to become more perfect, but in reality, they're just hurting themselves. In that case, it doesn't seem too bad for the four of them to fuse into a more perfect spirit body. If you put a few blocks together, it might look perfect, but in fact it's just SOS. One touch and it will fall apart. Just as Chun Zhao had said, after the four pure souls combined into one Holy Spirit, the Holy Spirit would be destroyed. It looked like it was more than 10 times stronger than before. He could faintly fight against Van Melson. But in just a few moves, Van Melson destroyed the Holy Spirit. This time, there was really nothing left. It's your turn now. Van Melson turned to Chun Zhao and Helis. With a point of her finger, the body left behind by Ronald Jorgensen slowly flew up. This fleshly puppet wasn't that powerful, but it could borrow the power of the negative emotions here. Seeing that Helis was actually controlling the fleshly puppet, Van Melson was even more furious. Stop your blasphemy, or I'll let you taste eternal torture. Blasphemy? Helis sneered. The fleshly puppet she controlled suddenly reached out and pried open its chest. Now that's blasphemy. I'm going to kill you. Van Melson's fury exploded. He absorbed the black clouds in the sky like crazy. Helis didn't care. She was also controlling the fleshly puppet to absorb the negative emotional power here. Since it wasn't her own body, Helis didn't care if it would overload. Of course, she wasn't using the fleshly puppet herself, so she was definitely not as familiar as Van Melson. Helis controlled the fleshly puppet and kept fighting with Van Melson. The two went back and forth in the air, fighting fiercely. But it was obvious that Van Melson was stronger. But the fleshly puppet could continuously absorb the negative emotional power and repair its own damage. Therefore, Van Melson couldn't destroy the fleshly puppet in a short time. His only way was to go around the fleshly puppet and attack Helis directly. That was the only way to end the battle. Chun Zhao and Helis found a place to sit. Helis still needed to control the fleshly puppet. Meanwhile, Chun Zhao was just watching the show. But this dark elemental power wasn't vitality, after all. It couldn't repair the fleshly body infinitely. Helis tried her best to control the fleshly puppet. But in the end, the fleshly puppet couldn't escape the fate of being completely destroyed. Van Melson's body was also riddled with holes. His recovery speed had also slowed down. He wasn't completely unharmed. After all, the fleshly puppet Helis controlled didn't fear anything at all. It wasn't afraid of getting hurt either. The tactic of exchanging injury for injury was fully displayed on it. Morocco Bick, Toddy Belster, and Daniel's faces darkened. They all thought that Chun Zhao and Helis were relying on the fleshly puppet. Now, the fleshly puppet was completely destroyed. Their hopes were dashed too. Plus, they'd already angered Van Melson. You'll all be punished, especially you, bitch. Van Melson pointed at Helis. I'm so scared. Everyone could tell that Helis was mocking Van Melson. Die. Van Melson roared. A terrifying flood of darkness burst from his body. Suddenly, a huge body blocked everyone's way. Abyss Demon. Helis' trump card. She'd used 9 months to refine the Abyss Demon into her fleshly puppet of death. This was different from the previous fleshly puppet. She could freely use this abyssal demon as if it was her own limbs. As soon as the huge body of the Abyss Demon appeared, it was filled with shock and deterrence. Death Ray. A red beam of light shot out of the Abyss Demon's eyes. It pierced through the darkness and hit Van Melson. Whether it was Morocco Bick, Toddy Belster, Daniel, or Anto Trezek, they were all shocked. They couldn't tell who was stronger from the aura, so they simply thought that the 30-meter-tall Abyss Demon was stronger than Van Melson. And things went as they had imagined. The Abyssal Demon's death ray directly blasted Van Melson away. Chapter 2133. However, Van Melson was not seriously injured. In fact, before the death ray came into contact with Van Melson, it had been weakened by the small world around him. Not even 20% to 30% of its power was left in front of Van Melson. This attack had no other effect other than to anger Jurawan Melson. Jurawan Melson raised his arm high, and a spear appeared above his head, a black spear. The black spear was not particularly large and long, but it exuded a bit of hostility. Congratulations, you have completely angered me. Jurawan Melson pushed his arm forward, and the black spear pierced through the air. Poochie, the huge body of the Abyss Demon, was instantly penetrated. The black spear did not stop, and it still shot toward the back of the Abyss Demon. It shot all the way to the pile of rocks, and then burst out with a terrifying impact. The impact spread in a linear way, spreading hundreds of meters. Everything along the way was reduced to nothing. The huge body of the Abyss Demon fell to the ground. A ghastly hole was left in its chest. Although it was just a body, this hole directly destroyed the function of the Abyss Demon, causing Helis to lose control of the Abyss Demon. Swoosh! The black spear returned to Jurawan Melson's side. Jurawan Melson pointed with 2 fingers, and the black spear split into 2. Morocco Bick, Toddy Belster, Daniel, and Anto Trezek were all dumbfounded by what they saw. The huge body of the Abyss Demon was killed in seconds? Was there really such a huge gap between the 2 sides? Yes, it was that bad. With Helitha's current strength, she could be considered an expert among ordinary spiritualists. But she was far from the top level. And the Jurawan Melson she faced was not just the top level. Only a few people could fight against a half-step Shanxing realm expert. There was a qualitative gap between their strength, so Helis' failure was reasonable. Morocco Bick, Toddy Belster, and Daniel only now understood what Anto Trezek had said earlier. They had no possibility of defeating Jurawan Melson. Not even the slightest possibility. With that kind of inhuman destructive power, perhaps only an army would be able to defeat him. They simply didn't understand what Jurawan Melson in front of them represented. However, they were already desperate enough. Jurawan Melson looked down at the crowd from above. He was like a god, about to decide the fate of the mortals below him. Jurawan Melson pointed at the crowd. All of you are guilty. In an instant, the 2 black spears pierced through the air. Who? 2 black spears tore through the air, bringing with them an unparalleled momentum as they whistled through the air. Guild leader. I'll do it. Chen Zhao stepped forward and raised his arms. The black spear stabbed toward Chen Zhao's palms. Boom, boom. 2 consecutive loud booms caused everyone behind him to cover their ears. But after the explosion, everyone saw that Chen Zhao was still standing there. His palms were smoking. Everyone's faces were filled with astonishment. Did he just block those 2 black spears with his own body? Even Jurawan Melson looked shocked. You're not bad. If a real god said this, I'd feel extremely honored. But hearing it from you, I feel like I'm degrading. Chen Zhao shrugged. Do you really think you can beat me? Do you really think that's my full strength? Then, let's start your performance. Chen Zhao made a gentlemanly gesture for her to start. Then, Jurawan Melson actually naively thought that Chen Zhao was really going to give him a chance to fight. So, he planned to give a speech before the battle. But Chen Zhao didn't plan to do that at all. The next moment, Chen Zhao was already before Jurawan Melson. I suddenly feel that we should end this quickly. Chen Zhao had already cut open Jurawan Melson's body. This change was too sudden. Jurawan Melson didn't expect it. The others also didn't expect Chen Zhao to act so quickly. And no one thought that the arrogant Jurawan Melson would lose so quickly and so suddenly. Chen Zhao ended Jurawan Melson's performance violently. Of course, it was the same as Ronald Johnson. Jurawan Melson's body wasn't his original body either. Jurawan Melson's soul flew out of the incomplete body. Of course, he also couldn't escape Chen Zhao's palm. Chen Zhao grabbed Jurawan Melson's soul. Sorry, your performance is over. Do you think you've won? Jurawan Melson's face was hideous, and his eyes were filled with resentment. Just then, Chen Zhao sensed that someone else was approaching. It was a powerful individual, about the same strength as Jurawan Melson. No, not 1, 2, 3, for gradually more and more auras approached. In the end, Chen Zhao couldn't even count them. They're here. Jurawan Melson looked at Chen Zhao. You're dead. I don't feel that they're particularly powerful. Basically, they're all about the same strength as you. Do you think they can defeat me? Kill me? Maybe one won't do. Then 10, 100, 1,000. Jura Van Melson sneered. Soon, you'll face a number of enemies that will make you despair. The approaching auras were actually the souls of the spiritualists who'd participated in that war. They were all Jura Van Melson and Ronald Johnson's comrades and companions. They'd all worked hard for the same goal. This world and the Doomsday Bringer project had been created by them together. 1,468 spirit controllers. They represented the most glorious history of North America's spiritual world. Because of their existence, the entire world's spiritual world had thought that North America's spiritual world would rise. But what the government did later completely killed North America's spiritual world. Most of them had died in battle, and only a few had survived. But regardless of life or death, they were still entangled together. The hatred of the dead was carried by the living. The obsession of the living prevented the dead from transcending. Hatred and obsession finally merged into one, turning into the most terrifying thing. In the past 50 years, they've been tormented and worked hard for this. They'd overturned the old world and the old rules. Chapter 2134. 1 half-step to enchanting state and 1,000 half-step to enchanting state were two completely different concepts. Even Chun felt the pressure from the overwhelming pressure. At this time, everyone, including Harris, felt a chill. There were too many of them. There were simply too many enemies. And every enemy was stronger than her. Could Chun really win in such a situation? This might be the first time she doubted Chun. Outsider, you've committed a heinous crime. Heinous crime. Heinous crime. Those people's voices echoed in the air, like gods roaring in the sky. Morocco Bick, Toddy Belster, Daniel, and Anto Trezek were in complete despair. They thought that they could be free after defeating Jura Van Melson. Unexpectedly, Jura Van Melson's death was just the beginning of the nightmare. The real nightmare had just begun. No one believed that Chun could turn the situation around. It was a dead end. A dead end. President, they're one. Each of them is a calamity bringer. Together, they're the Doomsday Bringer. Harris said. Chun narrowed his eyes and looked at the countless enemies in the sky. No wonder Chun felt that these enemies weren't like an army. Their auras were connected as one. It turned out that they were one. They had a common origin. Just then, a few calamity bringers attacked everyone. Chun instantly rose into the air, and 2 calamity bringers' chests were instantly pierced by Chun's arms. Then, Chun swung his arms, and the 2 calamity bringers smashed towards his companions. 2 white lights burst out from Chun's palms. Holy Light Cannon. After the Holy Light Cannon, the 4 calamity bringers disappeared. Don't think that you have an advantage just because you have more people. The advantage is never on your side. Chun's eyes glowed fiercely. I'm different from the enemies you've faced in the past. If you want to defeat me, you need to work harder. More than 1,000 calamity bringers were also stunned. In the past, they had never met someone who could kill them individually. In their opinion, such a terrifying monster-level human shouldn't exist. But now, he had indeed appeared in front of them. This human was indeed incomparable to their past enemies. In the past, there were very few who could match them, let alone kill any individual in an instant. But our numbers have already determined the result. You can't change the result. Then let's wait and see. Jin stretched his body. Kill. The war broke out with a command filled with murderous intent. Chun Yu was like a lion charging into a flock of sheep. In front of Chun, the messengers of disaster were as weak as a flock of sheep. Gravity fall. A disaster messenger cast a gravity spell on Chun. Chun immediately felt as if his body was being hung by a weight. At the same time, he slowed down. The moment he slowed down, the disaster messengers began to bombard him. However, the effect of this spell was limited. After all, Chun Ku was resistant to most magic. Even if it could penetrate Chen's resistance, only 10 to 20% of its power would be left. So many spells bombarded Chen's body. The effect it could have was also very small. Dark Assimilation, Chen's combat power sword. The gravity spell on Chen also disintegrated in an instant. Chen Zhao charged into the enemy formation again. Death traction. Dozens of emissaries of disaster used death traction at the same time. A magic chain extended from their hands and wrapped around Chen. However, the next moment, Chen pulled hard with his arms. Not only did the dozens of disaster messengers fail to control Chen, instead, they were pulled back by Chen. Chen smashed the dozens of disaster messengers onto the ground. Another holy light cannon descended from the sky. The dozens of disaster messengers were vaporized at the same time. Both sides widened their eyes and stared at Chen in shock. They didn't expect Chen Zhao to be able to explode with such terrifying combat power in such a desperate situation. Black Dragon's Flame. More than 100 disaster messengers worked together. A terrifying figure appeared before Chen. Although it wasn't a real black dragon, it was far more powerful than an ordinary adult dragon. The flames hit Chen's body and caused a shocking explosion. The black clouds were blown away, forming a huge hole. Everyone's mood sank to the bottom. Under that kind of terrifying explosion and impact, could the human body really survive? Even Hellies couldn't help but worry for Chen. However, after the smoke dissipated, the figure in the sky was so eye-catching. Chen patted the dust off his body. That was close. The power just now was really enough to threaten him. Fortunately, Chen went all out at that moment. Dark Assimilation, Clone, 10,000 techniques returned to one, Mighty Spirit Transformation, and Strength Multiplier. Under the amplification of nearly 100 times, the attack completely lost its effect. Chen's eyes were filled with ferocity. Game over. An explosion came from the sky. Then, Chen disappeared on the spot. However, a path formed by flames was left in the sky. Everything on the path was turned into nothingness. More than 100 disaster messengers were wiped out in an instant. Before the disaster messengers could react, Chen waved his fist again. Again, he swept away all the disaster messengers on the path. In the blink of an eye, more than 300 disaster messengers were wiped out by Chen, nearly a quarter of the enemy. Even the disaster messengers were shocked by Chen's terrifying combat power. Was this guy still human? Was he still the human they knew? Why did such a monster appear among humans? You should lie down now. That way, you can relax. I can too. Lie down. Do you really think you've won? One of the disaster messengers showed a mocking expression. The more of us you destroy, the closer you are to death. President in the sky. Hellies reminded. Chen looked up and realized that the black clouds in the sky had expanded dozens of times. So this is your final trump card. Destroy all of your physical bodies, and everything you have will fuse with that thing. That's right. The disaster messengers didn't need to hide anymore. That's our final destination. We'll all merge with it. Really? My final goal is to merge with it too. No, more accurately, I want it to become a part of me. Chen Min Grand charged into the black clouds. Chapter 21:35. All this time, Chen Zhao's dark lava had been a support skill. It wasn't that dark lava had no attack power. In fact, dark magma's attack power was quite good. But in a high-level battle, dark lava's only effect was to assimilate Chen Zhao's darkness. As Chen Zhao's power increased, dark assimilation's combat power was less than 2 times. If this trend continued, dark magma and dark assimilation would eventually be eliminated, just like Imperial Thousand Swords. But now a chance was right before him. The dark and depraved power before him was the best food for dark lava. Chen Zhao charged into the black cloud and was immediately surrounded by the negative power. The negative emotions attacked Chen Zhao's mind wildly. But Chen Zhao's self-consciousness was extremely firm. It was a willpower that had been tempered. Then he devoured the soul fragment of his enemy, the black dragon, to make up for the shortcomings of his own soul. So, Chen Zhao's soul was far more perfect than a normal person's. This was also the change that the soul key had given Chen Zhao. No, it wasn't change. More accurately, it was evolution. Even the Demon King probably couldn't shake Chen Zhao's self-consciousness. The negative emotions were huge, but they weren't really strong. They were formed by endless hatred, resentment, anger, and fear. Every single one of them wasn't that powerful. So, they were at most huge, but not strong. Get out. Suddenly, Chun Zhao felt a terrifying power. It shook him out of the black cloud. Since it couldn't assimilate Chun Zhao, and Chun Zhao wanted to assimilate it, it obviously didn't want Chun Zhao to stay in its main body. Chun Zhao was blasted to the ground. The ground was also smashed into pieces. It really is huge. Chun Zhao licked his lips. When he looked at the black cloud, his eyes were filled with desire. The dark cloud turned into a giant once again. This time, the giant was more solid than the first time, as if it had a physical body. Come, all of you. The giant sucked in mouthfuls of air. The messengers of disaster didn't resist at all. They allowed the giant to suck them in. Gradually, the sky-reaching giant became thicker and more imposing. In the eyes of others, it was a god of darkness. Morocco Bick, Toddy Belster, Daniel, and Anto Trezek were almost on their knees. Chun Zhao stood up from the pit and patted the dust off his body. He raised his head to look at the towering giant. The giant raised his arms high as if he was casting a spell. Then, black pillars of light rose in the distance. Those black pillars of light were the passageways set up by the emissaries of disaster. Almost all the prisons in the United States have been set up by them. With the activation of the sky-reaching giant, the passageways were directly opened. Millions of criminals, all of their negative emotions crazily poured into this world. Chun Zhao didn't dare to be careless. He took out his black trident. The giant in front of him was definitely qualified to make him go all out. The giant suddenly threw a punch at Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao leaped up and dodged the punch. In an instant, the ground was torn apart, and everything within a radius of 1,000 meters was completely destroyed. Everyone was dumbfounded by what they saw. This war had already surpassed their imagination and understanding. It had subverted their worldview. Holding the black trident, Chun Zhao also slashed viciously. He chopped off the giant's arm. After cutting off the giant's arm, the dark lava on Chun Zhao's body immediately wrapped around the arm. The giant flew back a few steps. As long as the passageways still existed, he had endless power. But he'd been injured by the black trident, so his arm didn't recover immediately. The black trident had been modified by Old Turtle. It was embedded with Old Turtle's inner core, an immortalized one at that. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was a god-killing weapon. In fact, it was a god-killing weapon. So, killing a few small monsters was naturally not a problem. When the giant looked at Chun Zhao and the black trident in his hand, fear appeared in its eyes. Clearly, he'd understood after one move. The black trident in Chun Zhao's hand could really kill him. Holding the black trident upside down, Chun Zhao yanked it upward. Strengthened by the black trident, the terrifying power turned into an arc of light that flashed through the air. Rip! The arc directly chopped off the entire arm of the sky-raising giant. Chun Zhao used the same trick again. Dark lava wrapped around the arm that had fallen off again. But while the dark lava covered the giant's arm, it wasn't easy to digest and assimilate. Seeing that Chun Zhao had stopped, the giant immediately counterattacked. Seeing that Chun Zhao had stopped, the giant immediately counterattacked. He lifted his huge leg and swept it across. In an instant, everything within a radius of several thousand meters was flattened. The people 10,000 meters away were barely able to withstand the impact of the gale by relying on Helitha's bone wall. But after the gale, the bone wall also disintegrated. On the other hand, Chun Zhao, who was within the range of the giant's attack, felt thousands of times stronger. Still in the air, Chun Zhao was kicked away again. Chun Zhao left a shocking ditch in the path he flew out. The battle between the two sides had reached the point where it could destroy the heavens and the earth. Both sides went all out. Finally, the giant's arm was digested. Chun Zhao regained his energy. Once again, Chun Zhao counterattacked. This time, it was even fiercer. Chun Zhao swept the black trident toward the giant's neck. The giant's head flew into the air and was caught by Chun Zhao. Just like before, he assimilated and devoured it. But the giant didn't fall. He was in human form, but he wasn't human, nor was he a living creature. So, The weaknesses of humans and most living creatures weren't weaknesses to him. The battle between the two sides had already destroyed half of the alternate dimension. This alternate dimension was hundreds of square kilometers. Thousands of disaster messengers had spent decades to open it up. If they were given another 100 years, perhaps this place would really form a small world. But there were no ifs, because Chun Zhao wouldn't give him the chance. Chun Zhao's attacks became fiercer and fiercer. The giant found it hard to defend. The giant was already weak in terms of strength. Plus, Chun Zhao's black trident was a killing weapon. As Chun Zhao kept devouring the giant's body parts, he became more and more powerful. As the battle went on, the giant was already showing signs of defeat. Chapter 21:36. The giant was starting to show signs of losing, but the battle was longer than he had imagined. The giant's strength wasn't just its invincible power. It was also because it had the world's largest source of evil behind it. This source of evil also brought him near limitless power. It was probably the most tenacious enemy Chun Zhao had ever faced. Even the black trident in Chun Zhao's hand couldn't deal fatal damage to it. The black trident's greatest effect was to stop vitality. But the giant before him wasn't a living thing. Here, he could remove the injured parts at will. Therefore, this also delayed the battle. But it was only temporary. As time went on, Chun Zhao would only get stronger. The giant kept absorbing the negative emotions of the prisoners in the 4,000-odd prisons in the U.S. Then Chun Zhao would cut off parts of the giant's body and devour them. Originally, Chun Zhao's body would be gold after transforming into Jin. By now, Chun Zhao's body had gradually turned from gold to black. This was because the effect of dark assimilation was starting to surpass that of Jin. The towering giant in front of them was simply too huge. In terms of energy level, it was even stronger than Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao felt like he was almost there. He was about to reach his limit. If he continued, he might get indigestion. It was a pity, but Chun Zhao still planned to end it. It seemed like this process could increase his power limitlessly. Actually, it wasn't possible. For one, there was a limit to his current level. Moreover, the source of this power was the prisoners in the prison. He kept absorbing their negative emotions. In fact, he was absorbing their energy. No one's energy was limitless. If he only absorbed for a while, it would at most make the prisoners listless. But if this continued, the prisoners would die for sure. No matter how cruel Chun Zhao was, he didn't want millions of people to die. So, he didn't want to keep delaying. He wanted to end this war. Chun Zhao deactivated dark assimilation. At the same time, the dark magma spread out completely. Instantly, the dark magma spread out and turned into the sky. It covered the entire world. Of course, this included the sky-high giant. The giant looked up at the sky. He knew what he was facing. He punched with all his might, trying to break through the darkness. However, the dark magma had already devoured too much of his power. Even if Chun Zhao didn't do anything himself, Chun Zhao would still be able to do it. The dark magma alone was enough to suppress the sky-reaching giant. "It's over," Helith said calmly. She hadn't seen Chun Zhao fight in a long time. She remembered that during the last underground exploration, she didn't go with them because of her personal attributes. Later, it was said that they met the elemental son Armand Didier underground. Chun Zhao even started a grand battle with Amanda Didier. She had been upset for a long time because of this. And now, Chun Zhao was fighting the giant. It showed her how powerful Chun Zhao was. When the dark magma fell, he had nowhere to run. The dark magma was like a piece of cloth covering the giant's body. The giant struggled in the dark magma. But in the end, under the black curtain, all struggles were futile. The dark magma began to shrink, and the giant began to struggle even more violently. However, the struggle didn't last long before it returned to normal. The dark magma was corrosive. Of course, to be more precise, it was digestion. The nature of the dark magma was similar to stomach acid. However, the food they digested was completely different. The world started to collapse. Chun Zhao returned to Helith's side. Right now, Morocco Bick, Toddy Belster, Daniel, and Anto Trezek were all looking at Chun Zhao in awe. Chen Zhao glanced at them and then said to Helith, "We should leave." Mr. Chun, Boss Chun, take us with you. Morocco Bick looked at Chen Zhao pleadingly. Seeing the collapsing world in the distance, they felt fear from the bottom of their hearts. This was actually the collapse of the alternate dimension. It would only expel creatures out of the dimension. When those things existed, they maintained this place. Now, Chen Zhao had destroyed them. The power to maintain this place was gone. This place wasn't destroyed. It just returned to chaos. It was like a drop of water falling into the ocean. Chen Zhao reached out. "Hold my hand," he said. Everyone hurriedly grabbed Chen Zhao's arm. Chen Zhao felt it was a pity that the tunnels had been destroyed along with the collapse of the alternate dimension. However, Chen Zhao didn't plan on using his own power to maintain this alternate dimension. It was too huge. Maintaining it would consume a lot of Chen Zhao's immortal power. The moment the alternate dimension collapsed in front of Chen Zhao's figure flashed, tearing through the air. Countless distorted images flashed before everyone's eyes. When they opened their eyes again, they'd return to the normal world. Boom! There was an explosion in the prison. The moment Chen Zhao appeared, he'd shattered a portion of the building. Alarms rang in the prison. Both the prisoners and the prison guards were in chaos. "Helith, bring him back to the headquarters. The rest will be in God's hands," Chen Zhao said, pointing at Anto Trezek. Helith glanced at the other three. A ball of black air appeared in her hand. "If you tell anyone about what happened today, trust me, you'll encounter something even more terrifying than what's inside." The three of them looked at Helis with trepidation. "Boss Chun, then what about me?" Morocco Bick looked at Chen Zhao. "Forget about the money you owe me. I'll also arrange for a lawyer to bail you out under the name of medical parole. Also, you have to pay the bail this time. If you dare to waste my money again, I'll throw you into hell. Don't doubt if I can do it." I don't dare. Morocco Bick hurriedly waved his hands. Chen Zhao's gaze landed on Toddy Belster again. "Come with me. I have something to ask you." Chen Zhao brought Toddy, Anto Trezek, and Helith out of Prison 7. As for the chaos he'd caused, it wasn't in his consideration at all. Toddy and Anto Trezek were terrified. They didn't know what Chen Zhao was going to do to them. "Did the psionic team contact you?" Chen Zhao asked, looking at Toddy Belster. "Psionic team? Who? Bookmark for easier reading." Chapter 21:37. "You've received an invitation, right?" Chen Zhao asked. "Invitation? Oh, I remember now." Toddy didn't dare to hide anything from Chen Zhao. He hurriedly said, Boss Chun, that invitation has something to do with you?" "It's from my enemy," Chen Zhao said calmly. "Then I'll turn them down right away." Toddy Belster had perfected the art of saying what was right and what was wrong. Of course, this sentence was also from the bottom of his heart, putting aside the fact that he was a fake spiritualist. Even if he really had the ability, he didn't want to be Chen Zhao's enemy. The person before him was a real monster. In fact, Toddy felt that monsters were much cuter than Chen Zhao. "No, I hope you can join them." Chen Zhao's expression was indifferent. It was as if he was letting Toddy make the decision. In reality, Toddy didn't have a second choice. "But, Boss Chun, you said it yourself. That's your enemy, right?" I'm not even a fringe character. If I hide beside that psionic team, it'll be easy for me to be exposed. As long as you wear the ring, they won't suspect you. There are a few dangerous places in LA. I'll help you clean them up. Then, you can take credit. I don't think anyone will suspect you. And you can help me pass on some internal information about the psionic team." Chen Zhao nodded. "That's right." Toddy Belster was hesitant, her expression uncertain. He couldn't help but sneak a look at Chen Zhao. He wanted to see Chen Zhao's expression. In any case, the risk of such a thing was too great. If he was exposed, the psionic team definitely wouldn't let him go. But if he rejected Chen Zhao's request, what would Chen Zhao do to him? Toddy didn't dare to imagine. "If you accept," Chen Zhao said, "I'll give you enough money to spend for the rest of your life after this." Talking about feelings with a liar was a complete waste of his time. What did a liar need? Money, of course. It was more practical for Chen Zhao to talk about money directly. Toddy waited for the second half of Chen Zhao's sentence. but he didn't say it. The second half of the sentence was a threat. Chun Zhao didn't need to say anything. It was up to Toddy Belster to experience it himself. All right, I'll agree to your request. In the end, Toddy Belster didn't dare to say the words of refusal. He did not dare to imagine what kind of revenge he would face if he rejected Chun Zhao's request. Some things are just like that. The more vague they were, the more awe-inspiring they were. Chun Zhao smiled. You'll receive a check soon. Do things for me and don't play any tricks with me. The last person who betrayed me already made me very unhappy. I don't want a second one. What happened to the last person who betrayed you? I'm a law-abiding citizen, Chun Zhao said helplessly, shrugging. In reality, Chun Zhao couldn't afford to offend the behemoth behind Yanghua. However, Chun Zhao said it in a euphemistic way. But when Toddy Belster heard it, she felt her hair stand on end. Chun Zhao and Hallie's left with Anto Trezek. Only Toddy Belster was left standing there. At that moment, a headlight appeared on the road in the distance. A car was approaching from afar. The car stopped in front of Toddy Belster. Then Vistana and Yanghua hurried out of the car. Mr. Toddy, are you okay? I'm fine. I'm great. Prison 7. What happened there? Vistana looked at the prison in the distance. Although they were far away, they could still hear the siren of the 7th prison clearly. Nothing. Toddy Belster guessed that the two were probably from the psionic team. He thought about their words and actions before entering Prison 7. He was now sure that Vistana and Yanghua were from the psionic team. Mr. Toady, did you encounter anything out of the ordinary in Prison 7? I did, but it's already taken care of, Toddy Belster said calmly. Vistana and Yanghua glanced at each other. Yanghua said, Can you tell us in detail about the situation there? A group of unclean souls that missed the human world and plotted a scheme, but don't worry. It's fine now. Even though Yanghua asked him to explain in detail, Toddy Belster still kept it simple. He didn't know the details in the first place. He only had a vague idea of the general situation. Mr. Toddy, you took care of it? I'm tired. I need a place to rest, Toddy Belster said calmly. If you don't mind, you can rest at our headquarters. Okay. Yanghua and Vistana were both delighted. After all, it was a good start. They didn't expect to rope Toddy Belster in just by providing a place to stay. However, since Toddy didn't reject them, it meant that he wasn't against it. In fact, Toddy was panicking too, but he couldn't show it. As a liar, he couldn't take both sides, especially when Chun Zhao knew his true colors. He could only choose to get close to Chun Zhao. The consequences of betraying Chun Zhao were obvious. Every time he thought of Chun Zhao's calm smile, he shuddered. Sitting in the back seat of Yanghua and Vistana's car, Toddy Belster's expression was unsettled. Yanghua and Vistana thought that Toddy had something to worry about. Mr. Toddy, is something wrong? Maybe we can help you. It's nothing. Previously, that thing set up a channel in all the prisons in the United States, specifically to absorb the negative emotions of all the prisoners in the prison as a source of its own power. Although I stopped it this time, there's no guarantee that other ambitious people won't do the same thing. Yanghua and Vistana were slightly surprised. So this was the purpose of these people. They'd been guessing before, even though they knew that the plan wasn't child's play. But after hearing Toddy Belster's words, he was still shocked. Mr. Toddy, don't worry. Our organization has high authority. We'll deal with it and stop it completely. That's for the best. I don't want the same thing to happen again. Luckily, I stopped it this time. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chapter 21:38. Look at this. Vistana handed a document to Yanghua. After reading it, Yanghua gave it to Brits. Since that night, more than 1,000 prisoners have died in various prisons across the United States, and the number of prisoners who are unconscious has reached 50,000. Our people have gone to check some of the unconscious prisoners, and they seem to have used up too much of their mental strength. Seems like Mr. Toady didn't exaggerate. Luckily, it's Mr. Toady again. Otherwise, there might be more serious consequences. Mr. Toady hasn't come out of his room in the past 2 days. No, he even asked us to send his meals to his room. I don't know what he's doing there. Isn't there surveillance equipment in his room? Do you think I dare to place surveillance equipment in his room? Wistana glanced at Yonghua and Brits. Brits and Yonghua thought about it. Indeed, if they placed surveillance equipment in Toady Belster's room, it would be a provocation. For someone of his level, it would be a provocation. What they needed now was Toady Belster's help. If they rashly monitored someone like Toady Belster and made him angry, it wouldn't be worth it. Nevertheless, they had their own guesses. Toady Belster must have been injured in the battle in the 7th prison. Thus, he'd been hiding in his room to heal. It was close to Christmas. After a few shopping sprees, Los Angeles suddenly became much more depressed. Just like those cities in China, they would become extremely deserted during the Chinese New Year. No matter how prosperous a city was, it would become sparsely populated. Fei Lai was on vacation too. She went shopping with Chun Zhao and the kids every day. There were also many things to buy at home. Fortunately, Xianli was back. Otherwise, Chun Zhao, Fei Lai, and Portia wouldn't be able to control so many kids. Little Larissa and little Jerlin were two little devils, let alone little Larissa. The other slightly older children were also mischievous. However, Chun Zhao didn't think that it was normal for kids to be mischievous. It would be abnormal if they didn't have a mischievous face every day. Chun, did you prepare the kids' Christmas presents? I asked Portia to prepare them. That's too much. How can you ask someone else to prepare the presents? You have to prepare them yourself. But Portia has already bought it. I don't care. No matter how well-prepared Portia is, you have to put in the effort and prepare for it yourself, Fei Lai said relentlessly. All right. Chun Zhao was very lazy, so lazy that he didn't even bother to think about giving gifts to the children. But since Fei Lai said so, what else could he do? He could only do as he was told. Uncle, I'll go with you. Didi walked to Chun Zhao's side. When Fei Lai was scolding Chun Zhao, she was right beside him. She also knew that Chun Zhao was an insensitive person. If Chun Zhao went to pick a gift, he probably wouldn't get a result the next day. She also understood that it wasn't that Chun Zhao didn't care about them. Chun Zhao took care of their lives and bodies to the extreme. However, Chun Zhao wasn't a very understanding person. So, Didi felt that she had to give Chun Zhao advice. Didi La is still the best. What gift do you want? Tell me later. Whatever you want, Uncle will buy it for you. Didi smiled bitterly. Sometimes, Chun Zhao's EQ was really low. After Chun Zhao and Didi left, they went directly to the mall in town. At the entrance of the mall, Chun Zhao parked the car. Didi was waiting for Chun Zhao at the door. When Chun Zhao came over, he saw some children surrounding Didi. Didira took out her wallet and handed $2 bills to the child in front of her. The children handed 2 folded flowers to Didi La. Chun Zhao walked over and looked at the children who had already left. Are those children from the orphanage? Usually, the children from the orphanage would come out on holidays and sell some handicrafts. Most handicrafts were very crude and cheap, but buyers usually didn't care about their actual value. People who were willing to buy these things didn't do it for the so-called cheap and good quality. No, those children aren't orphans. Didi shook her head. Then who are they? They're here to collect money, but it's for the Leukemia Foundation. Their teacher is over there. Chun Zhao followed Didi's finger and saw that the children were surrounding a man wearing glasses and plain clothes. The man looked gentle and kind, which made people have a good impression of him. Familiarity was indeed a strange thing. Some people would make people hate them at first glance, while others would make people feel good about them at first glance. The man wasn't exactly handsome, but he did give people a good impression. The children surrounded him, and their faces were also filled with joy. The man seemed to feel Chun Zhao's gaze. He looked at Chun Zhao and nodded slightly. It's almost Christmas. Are you still in school? That man should be a trusteeship teacher or a kind of private tutor, Didi said. When my parents were still alive, we lived in the city for a while. Because they didn't have time to take care of me, they entrusted me to a private trusteeship teacher. Is this kind of trusteeship legal? Chun Zhao asked, confused. Of course it's legal, of course. First, you have to have a teacher certificate. Secondly, most of the courses taught by the entrusted teachers are not academic courses, but enlightenment and moral guidance. That man just now should be considered as an amateur entrusted teacher. He is a teacher himself, and he uses his holidays to take in entrusted students and bring them out to do some charity work. The fees for this are very low. A child only costs about $10 a day. Even if you put them at home, it might cost more than $10. Chun Zhao nodded, but he definitely didn't plan on finding a trusteeship teacher. Chun Zhao felt that it was very necessary for children to go to school. School wasn't just a place to teach. It was also a place for children to socialize. It wasn't that Chun Zhao couldn't afford a private tutor, but a private tutor couldn't teach children how to socialize. In the United States, there were many examples of wealthy families hiring private tutors from elementary school to high school. That child's grades were very good. He even got into a top-ranked university without going to school for a day. But after entering university, he couldn't survive and live in school. They all suffered from social phobia. They didn't know how to socialize with their families and teachers at all. In the mall, Chun Zhao and Didi saw the male teacher and the children again. Chapter 21:39. They were sitting outside an ice cream shop. The male teacher was handing out ice cream to the kids he'd brought over. When the teacher saw Chun Zhao and Didira, he was stunned at first, but then he nodded. Mr. Clive, hello. Hello, Didira. The teacher called Clive greeted Didira. This is my uncle, Didira said. Clive looked at the two large shopping carts that Chun Zhao was pulling. They were all filled with gifts. Do you need help? Thank you, but no. Chun Zhao declined politely. Okay, sit down and rest. I'll treat you to ice cream. Chun Zhao thought about it and accepted Clive's suggestion. It must be hard to take care of so many kids, Chun Zhao asked, smiling. It's okay. I don't think it's too hard. Clive looked at the kids playing beside him. Concern flashed in his eyes. Clive, do you like kids? I envy what others have even more if I lack something. My wife and I can't have children, Clive said calmly. However, Chun Zhao could hear the disappointment in his voice. Oh, have you seen a doctor? Clive shrugged helplessly. I'm born with great sperm. She's born without eggs. Chun Zhao said, I feel helpless too. Feilai's condition was that she couldn't have children, but she was better off than Mr. and Mrs. Cliff. At least she still had eggs. Chun Zhao had thought that he could give Clive some suggestions or treatment with his medical skills. But Clive's words cut off this path. It was like a lucky ring that could increase the chances of winning a lottery. But the couple didn't have lottery money, so they couldn't win. After chatting casually for a while, Chun Zhao left with Didira. Clive also left with the kids. In the evening, Clive returned home. Clive's house was quite big. He had some money. Being a seasoned teacher was actually a hobby of his, and it wasn't for the sake of profit. As soon as he reached the door, he smelled a pungent smell from home. Clive quickly pushed the door open and entered. He saw his wife, Anpa, brewing a magic potion. Anpa, you're brewing a magic potion again? Magic can't solve our problem. This is the fundamental problem. Don't you understand? This is the essence of the water spirit of the West Sea. I found it on the black market. It's very rare. It's said that the essence of the water spirit can promote fertility. If I add it to my new potion formula, it will greatly increase our success rate. Clive was also helpless against his wife's obsession, which was almost demonic. In fact, they all knew the truth. However, Ampa was even more unwilling to accept this fact. She was still immersed in her self-created fantasy. It was like a drowning person grabbing onto anything as if it was a life-saving straw. At this moment, a few of Ampa's students walked in from the backyard. Clive's face darkened when he saw the students' dejected faces. Ampa, did you ask them to find magic herbs for you again? They can't even recognize all kinds of magical herbs. Some magical herbs are deadly to them, Clive reprimanded. No, you underestimate them too much, Ampa said. They're all my students. They're not as incompetent as you think. Evelyn, take them to wash up and change clothes, Clive said helplessly. Evelyn was the oldest of Ampa's students, and the most sensible one. Of course, the other children were not young either. However, Evelyn and the other children had been brought up by the two of them. They were also very reliant on them. They would not refuse anything Ampa said, and they all knew what Ampa and Clive wanted. In fact, in the early days, Clive had tried almost everything like Ampa. It was said that a curse that would make people continuously give birth was effective. He found the curse and used it on himself and his wife. It was said that there was a country of women in Huaxia. In the country of women, there was a Zimu River. Drinking a mouthful of the river water could make people pregnant. They had also looked for it. Then there was the blessing of the Virgin Mary, followed by the mysterious rituals of the Druids. In short, they had tried all kinds of magic. But in the end, they were only disappointed again and again. In the end, Clive was the first to give up hope. But Ampa was still the same. Clive looked at the boiling green liquid in the big iron pot. Clive only felt nauseous. In the past, he had also crazily taken these magic potions. Ampa was still casting spells on the magic potion. She kept chanting the incantation of magic. The green liquid boiled even more intensely. After 10 minutes of casting, the liquid in the iron pot finally stopped boiling. Ampa took a porcelain bowl and scooped up a spoonful. Then, with an incomparably pious attitude, she poured the green liquid into her mouth. Life in the water, please grant me the miracle of life. Let the vitality of nature fill my body. Let me give birth to a new life for you. Although Clive did not believe it, after Ampa drank the magic potion, he still had some hope. Clive kept looking at Ampa. The other children also looked at Ampa. After waiting for 10 minutes, Clive asked, "Is there a reaction?" Ampa silently put down the porcelain bowl and shook her head. "Not yet. Maybe it will take a while." Although Ampa often tried and experimented with new methods, as if she was obsessed, but other times she was more normal. In the neighborhood, she looked just like an ordinary housewife. "Ampa, why don't we go out on a trip? The children haven't been out for a long time. Where do you think we should go?" "Wherever you want to go, we'll go. I'll think about it and give you an answer." Ampa was not very interested, although she said that she might have to wait for a while. In fact, she already knew that the magic potion had no effect. Ampa was not interested in anything. It seemed that children were the only important thing in her life. Of course, people with children could not understand Ampa's desire and obsession for children. "Maybe you should open a cram school again," Clive said. Ampa used to be a teacher, and the spiritualist was just her secret identity. However, after finding out that she was infertile, as a result, Anpa completely gave up his identity as a teacher and focused on giving birth to a child. In her opinion, only by having a child herself could she be considered a real woman. She even consulted an organization that studied stem cell cultivation of eggs. But the organization said that the technology was not mature yet and would not conduct clinical trials for the time being. Even if Ampa said that she could be used as a human subject at will, it would not be a problem. Chapter 2140. On Christmas Eve, the family got together, which was rare. Because Portia was alone, Fei Lai also asked her to stay for the new year. Chen Zhao was unhappy, but it was fine as long as Fei Lai was happy. Having an outsider in the family was always awkward. The people from the supernatural organization all called or sent messages to Chen Zhao to wish him well. Chen Zhao also replied to them one by one. Just then, he received a call from Toddy Belster. But he wasn't here to send his blessings. He was here to ask for help. "Boss Chun, help!" Toddy Belster cried in a hoarse voice. His tone was filled with fear and helplessness. "What's wrong? Exposed?" Chun Zhao replied as he waved at the children. "No, they're going to a place called Black Hell tonight. They said they're going to kill Evil Lord there." Of course, Toddy was referring to the psionic team. A few days ago, under Westana's sincere invitation, Toddy Belster joined the psionic team with some reluctance. At the same time, he became the vice leader of the team. Surprisingly, everyone in the psionic ability team actually approved of his position. No one thought that it was unreasonable for a newcomer to have such a high position. Instead, they thought that it was natural for Toddy to become the vice leader. This mainly had to do with Westana, Yanghua, and Britz's promotion of Toddy's achievements in the past few days. He'd entered LA's 7th prison alone and actually walked out alive. This was already something that was close to impossible. Moreover, he'd permanently solved the long-standing problem of the 7th prison. No matter how one looked at it, Toddy was someone they couldn't afford to offend. Thus, in the headquarters of the psionic team, anyone who saw Toddy on the road would respectfully call him master. For the first 2 days, Toddy was a bit smug. He felt that as long as he hid well, they wouldn't find him. Moreover, the benefits provided by the psionic team weren't something he could compare to as a con artist. Did he need to buy any magic materials? Oh, would 1 million be enough? Did he need to buy any magic tools? Oh, would 2 million be enough? The psionic team seemed to have an endless supply of money, and they would give him whatever he wanted. They gave Toddy Belster as much as he wanted. But as he held it, Toddy Belster suddenly sobered up, not knowing if his brain had a cramp. This money was poisonous. The more he took, the more he would die in the future. This was not the same as the deceived people in the past who he could take whatever he wanted. Most of these people were superhumans who could evaporate others. Then he began to panic and fear, and the thing that he was most worried about finally happened. It was tonight. It was Christmas Eve. Black hell. What kind of place is that? Just from the sound of it, it didn't sound like a decent place. It felt like he was going to die. More importantly, Westana had only arranged for one person to follow Toddy Belster. If there were too many people, it would be a burden to Master Toddy Belster. He only wanted an errand boy to follow him. Furthermore, he had repeatedly warned him not to interfere with a master's battle. If you see an enemy, try to keep your distance from Toddy Belster. For a moment, Toddy Belster almost thought she had been exposed. Were they trying to make him disappear from the face of the earth? The more Toddy Belster thought about it, the more afraid she became. Do I have to confess? Then ask them for forgiveness? Forget it. No matter how I look at them, they don't look like law-abiding good citizens. This follower who was supposed to be his guide was probably someone they had arranged to keep an eye on him. If he tried to escape, he would immediately kill him. After thinking about it, Toddy Belster still decided to ask Chen Zhao for help. Using the excuse of going to the washroom, Toddy Belster asked Chen Zhao for help. Isn't your psionic team working a little too hard? It's Christmas Eve. Shouldn't you be celebrating the New Year properly on Christmas Eve? Do you really have to come out and make trouble? Boss Chun, I admire the supernatural organization. I hate this psionic team. I won't work with them, let alone our psionic team. Although Toddy Belster had been trying to get away, these few days he had not. He had probably figured out the relationship between the supernatural organization and the psionic team. To put it bluntly, the supernatural organization was the orthodox organization, and the psionic ability team was their trusted follower. The psionic ability team wanted to replace the supernatural organization, but they were afraid of Chun Zhao's power. Therefore, he had always been in an awkward position, thinking of Chun Zhao's inhuman or even supernatural power. Toddy Belster felt that he still had a higher chance of winning by following Chun Zhao. Of course, if Chun Zhao failed, he could still switch sides. I heard that Black Hell only opens once a year, which is tonight. Chun Zhao cursed. What kind of bastard set the time? But he had to admit that the owner of Black Hell was really smart. At this time, even spiritualists would probably be busy celebrating the holidays. No one had the time to care about Black Hell. Forget it. Who asked Toddy Belster to be the one who arranged it? He couldn't just watch him go to his death. Chen Zhao thought helplessly. Just then, Didi ran to Chen Zhao's side. Uncle, come and eat. Okay, I'm coming. Chen Zhao sat down at the table and continued his call. Where are you? I'm hiding in the washroom. No, I mean your destination. I think it's near Death Valley, Toddy Belster said. We're at a gas station on the highway. Death Valley National Park was a famous scenic spot. It was in California, a few hundred kilometers away from Los Angeles. How long until we get to Death Valley? About 3 hours. Okay, send me your coordinates when we get there. Got it. Toddy Belster was still worried. After all, Chun Zhao hadn't appeared before him yet. Who knew if he would kill him along the way? Knock, knock, knock. Master Belster, are you done? You've been inside for 15 minutes. We're in a bit of a rush. We need to get to the entrance of Black Hell before 1 in the morning after Christmas Eve. Okay, Toddy Belster said impatiently. I'm coming out now. The attendant could hear the dissatisfaction in Toddy's tone. Seeing him walk out of the washroom with a dark expression, he couldn't help but show some respect. Master Toddy, I'm sorry. We really need to hurry. We didn't mean to rush you. Chapter 2141. Fuck, this is a foreigner's New Year's Eve dinner. Can't they stop for a while? Looking for trouble in the middle of the night. That's enough. Thankfully, the kids had already gone to bed. After saying goodbye to Fei Lai, Chen Zhao left unhurriedly. After all, it was Christmas Eve. Chen Zhao really didn't have the mood to go out. So, he dragged his feet when he went out. West, what's black hell? Have you heard of it? Chun Zhao called West. Yeah, it only appeared a few years ago. Apparently, it's the lair of Satanism. Those cultists again. Don't you think there's something wrong with their brains? There's really a lot of people with brains. According to a research organization, there are about 5 million people in America who have bad beliefs. Close to 1 million people believe in cults. Among them, there might be 800,000 fanatics. So you're saying that the people in black hell aren't demons or ghosts, but a bunch of people with brains? Chun Zhao asked. I don't know the specifics, but it seems to be completely locked down. Some supernatural organizations sent people there, and then there's no news of them. So troublesome. Chun Zhao had a headache. President, it seems like you're going to find trouble with black hell. Didn't I just arrange for that Toddy Belster to go undercover? Now that he has received this mission, if I don't care about him, he probably won't be able to come back. No matter what, he is someone I arranged. I can't just watch him die. Do you want us to do it for you? Forget it. You can celebrate the new year in peace. To foreigners, it was the biggest holiday of the year. Chun Zhao wasn't that important. After all, he was a Chinese. The Spring Festival was the biggest holiday for Chinese. However, it was important to spend time with family. This was why Chun Zhao was unhappy. Chun Zhao sped on the road in his sports car. Fine, racing was illegal and dangerous to the public. However, Chun Zhao had an even more violent method. He could just fly, but Chun Zhao wanted to stall for time. There was no one on the streets. There were no cars either. After all, it was Christmas Eve. Chun Zhao drove as fast as he could. With Chun Zhao's reaction speed and Little World's ability to predict the road ahead, therefore, there was no possibility of a car suddenly appearing out of nowhere and causing the car to crash and people to die. However, when he drove out of the city, he saw someone walking on the side of the road. And it was someone he knew. To be precise, he had met her once. After a series of roars, the sports car stopped by the roadside. Hi, Miss Lindsay. Lindsay Beyonce was not happy at the moment. When he saw Chun Zhao, his expression became even more displeased. After all, he had promised to teach Chun Zhao and West a lesson last time. In the end, he was one-sidedly abused by West. Fuck off, or I'll beat you up, Lin Beyonce said unhappily. Chun Zhao looked at the unhappy Lindsay Beyonce, but he didn't seem to care at all. Is there something you're unhappy about? Tell me and make me happy. Are you really looking for a beating? Where are you going? Can I give you a ride? You want to fuck me? Chun Zhao's face darkened. Even if I want to fuck you, now is not the time. This young master still has business to attend to. However, Chun Zhao clearly wasn't in a hurry for business. Chun Zhao studied Lin Beyonce from head to toe. Her figure and face were worlds apart from Fei Lai. She didn't even know how to dress up. Plus, she was dirty after fooling around. She looked like a tramp. I want to fuck you? What gave you the confidence? Sensing Chun Zhao's malicious and disdainful gaze, Lin Beyonce was even more displeased. She'd already offended him once. She didn't mind doing it again. Leave the car. I'll drive it for a few days and return it to you. With that, Lin Beyonce reached out to grab Chun Zhao, wanting to throw him down. But before Lin Beyonce could translate, she felt the world spin and was thrown to the side of the road. Lin Beyonce was dazed. She sat on the ground, clutching her head. It took her a while to recover. You're a spiritualist too? West, who beat you up that day, is my subordinate. Why do you think I'm not? Chun Zhao asked, amused. Lin Beyonce only wanted to find a hole to hide in now. This was too shameful, too shameful. She thought that Chun Zhao was rich and that West had been recruited because of his money. But things were different from what she'd imagined. It's so late and you're still wandering on the road. It's Christmas Eve, right? It's none of your business. Lin Beyonce stood up and patted the dust off her body. She didn't want to waste time with Chun Zhao anymore. The exchange just now had made her realize that she definitely couldn't beat Chun Zhao. Did your uncle kick you out? Chun Zhao asked. Lin Beyonce paused. I left on my own. It's none of his business. Tell me what's going on. Chun Zhao's car followed Lin Beyonce slowly. Don't follow me. You're annoying, Lin Beyonce said. She was about to leave the road and walk toward the wasteland, but her legs seemed to be stuck in a swamp. She couldn't walk out no matter what. What happened? Damn it. Put away your disgusting spell. If you don't tell me, you can't go anywhere. Lynn Beyonce wanted to continue resisting, but she still couldn't move. A black liquid flowed under her feet. It was extremely sticky. Fine, I ran away from home. Lynn Beyonce said dejectedly. You're an adult. Are you going to live on the streets after running away from home? I have a plan. What plan? Tell me. I received an invitation from a supernatural organization. Invitation? Probably a psionic team. Did you join? No. When they sent me the invitation, they talked a lot about how they needed me to join them. But when I arrived, some bastard said that not everyone could join them and that I had to go through a test. After the test, he said that I was too weak to join them. Don't you think they were messing with me? What's your plan now? Plan? Lynn Beyonce was very conflicted. Go back and apologize to her uncle? How old was he? This was too shameful. But if she didn't go back, would she just live on the streets? It was Christmas Eve. Does she have to be so miserable? I have high hopes for you. How about joining our organization? Chapter 2142. Lynn Beyonce looked at Chun Zhao in disdain. In her opinion, someone as proactive as Chun Zhao probably came from a low-class organization. Especially after going to the psionic team's headquarters, the futuristic headquarters gave people the feeling that it was rich and powerful. Looking at Chun Zhao, it didn't look like a powerful organization at all. But considering her current situation, she had to accept Chun Zhao's invitation. Or she had to live on the streets. She had to either accept Chun Zhao's invitation or live on the streets. Even if she didn't think about the future, she had to at least take care of her own food and clothing. After thinking for a while, Lindsay said hesitantly, my price isn't low. Oh, what price? Chun Zhao thought about it. If Lindsay Beyonce asked for too much, he would reject her directly. If it was more than $1 million, she would have to go back to where she came from. Lindsay wasn't worth that much money. To be honest, her abilities were indeed average. Chun Zhao had invited her because of her outstanding performance in the fight with Wes last time. Therefore, even if he offered some money now, it would be an investment for Lindsay's future, not her current self. And if Lindsay Beyonce wanted to reach the level of Jolin Ash and Hallie's, the supernatural organization would need to invest a lot of money. Therefore, Lynn Beyonce did not have much value. She had the possibility of a future, but that also meant that she might become an average person. $10,000. I mean my salary. If it's less than that, don't think I'll work for you. Lindsay stared at Chun Zhao. Seeing Chun Zhao's shocked expression, her heart skipped a beat. Did she ask too much? Damn it. If she knew, she wouldn't have asked so much. Of course, if you're sincere, we can discuss further, Lynn Beyonce added before Chun Zhao could reply. Do you know the average salary of our members? How much? $60,000. Even a guard can get $30,000 a month. Lynn Beyonce almost spat. So Chun Zhao's expression wasn't because he'd asked for a high price. It was because she'd asked too little. Lynn Beyonce wanted to cry. Don't tell me he's only paying me $10,000 a month? If that was the case, should he accept it or not? I'm so conflicted. If I have this salary, Uncle's pressure will be much less. Probation period is 3 months. If you have the ability to become an official member, the salary will start at $40,000. What do you think? How do I make it official? In 3 months, when your strength is sufficient, you can become an official member. Sure. Get in. You won't lie to me, right? Then you tricked me into your car, took me somewhere, and assaulted me. Chun Zhao's face darkened. Lynn Beyonce was swept up by the dark lava and stuffed into the trunk. 10 minutes later, he arrived outside the headquarters. He then opened the trunk. Lynn Beyonce jumped out of the trunk. He raised his fist and punched Chun Zhao's face. But Chun Zhao reached out and grabbed it. What do you want to do to me? Just then, everyone in the headquarters heard the noise and ran out. When they saw Lynn Beyonce, they all looked at her with great interest. After all, there weren't many people who dared to treat Chun Zhao like this nowadays. More than half of the tombstones were 1 meter tall now. West, I'll leave it to you. I'm in a hurry. Chun Zhao pushed Lynn Beyonce away and got into the car. Don't go. Lynn Beyonce jumped up, trying to jump onto Chun Zhao's car. Come here. Suddenly, a huge force pulled Lynn Beyonce in the air, and she fell heavily onto the ground. Lynn Beyonce jumped up immediately. Which one of you attacked me? There were many people at the door, so she couldn't tell who had attacked her. Which one of us looks like we've fought before? Wes smiled at Lynn Beyonce. I don't care who did it. You're not good people. Lynn Beyonce yelled angrily. What did you say? Can you say it again? Suddenly, Lynn Beyonce felt a cold sensation on her neck. A knife was pressed against her neck. Donya Tianchi had appeared behind her without her knowing. Lynn Beyonce broke out in a cold sweat. What are you doing? Are you going to kill me? You're a newbie, but it's not good for a newbie to offend all the seniors. Wes smiled at Lynn Beyonce. What do you want? Lynn Beyonce also woke up. Don't make it difficult for her. Let her play in the Tower of Trials. Gaia said indifferently. I don't want to waste my Christmas Eve on a woman who doesn't know when to stop. That's a good idea. Toddy Belster sat in the car, pretending to be calm. Robert, how long until we reach Black Hell? Master Toddy, we're at the end of the road, Robert said. We need to walk for about 10 kilometers. Did Westana give you any special orders before we left? Toddy Belster tried to control his fear and asked calmly. Robert looked at Toddy in surprise. Master Toddy, I don't know what you mean. Toddy Belster didn't look like he was lying. Plus, this place was secluded enough. If he really had received orders, he could do it here. There was no need to hide anymore. Never mind, it's nothing. Master Toddy, is there something I didn't do? No, it's nothing. It's better if you don't know some things. Robert was still confused. It was better if he didn't know some things? Could it be that there was more to this operation? Master Toddy, is this operation very dangerous? Toddy Belster closed his eyes. After a long silence, he nodded heavily. Very dangerous. What kind of place is Black Hell? You should know better than me. I know. I've read all the information. Normally, even an army might not be able to eliminate it, but now the headquarters only sent the two of us. You mean, the headquarters wants us to die? It's not us, it's you. It's just you. Don't you understand? I'm the backbone of the psionic team. No matter how stupid the higher-ups are, they can't lose their most powerful force. Do you understand me? But you're different. You're the weakest in the overstaffed psionic team. The psionic team doesn't need you, but the higher-ups can't say it out loud, nor can they dissuade you for no reason. So, the best way is for you to die in battle. Chapter 2143. To put it simply, you're just cannon fodder. You'll have to be compensated with money to leave. Most importantly, you've come into contact with some of the team's secrets. It's not much, but it's still risky. But if you die here, you won't have to pay anything. The more Robert listened, the angrier he got. Why? I'm loyal to the team. How can they do this to me? I'm going to reason with them. Reason? Who are you going to reason with? Do you think they'll give you a chance? Since they don't want me, I'll leave. Come back here, Toddy Belster yelled. If you leave now, they'll have even more reason to label you as a traitor and then kill you. Toddy Belster scolded. Then what should I do? Robert was a newbie and not very strong. Plus, he was straightforward and not quick-witted. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been Toddy's assistant. He was more like a follower than an assistant. You lack someone to protect you. Someone who could protect you, Toddy Belster said. But who's willing to protect me? There's plenty of people like me in the headquarters. After 3 rounds of recruitment, there were more than 120 people in the team. Robert didn't stand out in any way. He was almost invisible. No one cared about him or paid attention to him. You could be my assistant from now on, Toddy said generously. If Wistana and the others give you trouble, I'll take care of it for you. Really? You'll protect me? Of course. Toddy put an arm around Robert's shoulder. But I hope you can listen. Of course, Master Toddy. I'll listen to you. I'll do whatever you tell me to. Toddy Belster smiled in satisfaction. They hadn't interacted much, but Toddy could still feel Robert's straightforwardness. How much farther? We need about 20 minutes, Robert answered. 20 minutes? Toddy was a bit worried. Could Chun Zhao make it in 20 minutes? They still hadn't arrived after 20 minutes because Toddy was stalling. However, no matter how much he delayed, it was impossible to delay the 20-minute journey for too long. Not long after, they arrived in front of a barren valley. Master Toddy, The crack in front is the entrance to the black hell. There was not a single plant in or around the valley. Everything around them was barren, and the air was still filled with the strong smell of sulfur. Toddy Belster had been secretly sending his location to Chinzhou. Master Toady, let's go. Us? What are you going to do? Seeking death? What is that place? That's the black hell. If you go in, I won't be able to take care of you. Your strength is useless here, so you just wait for me here. Leave the rest to me. Toddy Belster said seriously. But Master Toddy, it's too dangerous for you to go in alone. It'll be even more dangerous if you go in with me. I'm confident that I can protect myself, but if you come with me, I'll have to divert my attention to protect you. Don't say that you don't need my protection. That's just putting on a brave front. I only hope that one day you'll be able to protect me. Not like this. Master Toddy, I'm sorry for making you suffer. It's okay. It's not a big deal. Toddy seemed magnanimous. Toddy Belster walked to the crack alone. He looked at the bottomless crack before him. It was hard for him to stop now. The crack before him was already too much for him. Toddy took out his phone and secretly sent Chun Zhao a message. Boss Chen, where are you? I'm above you, Chun Zhao replied. Make a pose to release a spell, and I'll send you in. Toddy Belster looked up at the sky. The night sky was hazy. He couldn't see anything at all. Robert looked at Toddy Belster in confusion. Is Master Toddy going to give up? Just then, Toddy Belster raised her arms high. Oh, so you're going to release a spell. Just then, a beam of white light descended from the sky and poured into the crack. Robert sucked in a breath of cold air. The originally irregular crack had turned into a circular pit, and Toddy Belster had disappeared. What spell is that? It's so powerful? Robert stared at the circular hole in shock. When would he be able to reach that level? Was this Master Toddy's true power? No, this might not be Master Toddy's true strength. Toddy Belster kept falling. In the end, he landed on a ball of black substance. It was very soft and had a faint red color. Chun Zhao lifted Toddy Belster up. If you're not dead, stand up and walk, Chun Zhao said. I'm fine. Toddy stood up immediately. Toddy Belster quickly stood up. Just then, he saw two shadows sneaking up on Chun Zhao's back. Watch out. By the time Toddy Belster gave the warning, the two shadows had already been swallowed by the dark magma. Toddy shut his mouth, embarrassed. If he could see it, how could Chun Zhao not notice such a crude sneak attack? Let's walk around. Toddy wasn't as relaxed as Chun Zhao. He saw the dark lava under Chun Zhao's feet flowing outwards. Then, a series of screams came from the front. If he heard alone, he would definitely have nightmares. Coupled with the gloomy environment, it was like a horror movie. But no matter how scary the people here were, they weren't as scary as the person beside him. In Toddy Belster's eyes, Chun Zhao was the real Demon King. Boss Chun, is there something you're unhappy about? It's Christmas Eve, Chun Zhao said with a dark expression. I don't care what problem you have next time. Don't call me on holidays, okay? Seeing Chun Zhao's cold expression, Toddy Belster was startled by the two tragic cries in front of her. Got it. Mobile version of the fastest.d website. Chapter 2144. The dark lava seeped into every room and corner. No matter where the cultists hiding here hid, they would only be swallowed by the dark lava. It wasn't Toddy Belster's first time seeing Chun Zhao in action, but every time, he felt chills down his spine. It was completely different from the people in the psionic team. Although Toddy Belster was a fake, he'd still seen some spiritualists fight. But he'd seen some spiritualists fight before. The psionic team had a training room too. He'd seen some spiritualists fight in the training room too. Being Chun Zhao's enemy was definitely a disaster. But for the cultists in Black Hell, it was a nightmare. Most of them didn't understand what was happening. The black and red liquid seeped into every corner. No matter how strong or weak they were, they couldn't avoid the only result. At the moment, in the deepest part of Black Hell, even the cultists couldn't enter here. A group of people were hiding here. They looked at the monitor in fear. The dark lava had already seeped into the upper 4 levels. All the cultists above the 4th level were swallowed by the dark lava without exception. The rest of the people continued to retreat. Among this group of people, there was a tall and sturdy man with a black crown on his head. He sat on a chair with his fists supporting his chin. The others surrounded him. "Leader, hurry, think of something, release the devil walkers," Donim said in a low voice. "The unknown liquid has already swallowed the devil walkers' prison on the 4th level. The devil walkers couldn't do anything before they were all wiped out." Hearing his subordinate's reply, Donim's expression darkened. "Damn it, what is that?" "Secmaster, I once read a devil book. It said that one of the 7 great devil kings of hell, the king of wrath, Samel, has a thing called the dark essence. Whether it's its attributes or characteristics, it's very similar to this thing. The liquid looks red. Are you sure it's the same thing? The dark serum can fuse with other attributes and have colors of other attributes, so color doesn't mean anything. The characteristics of the liquid are very similar to the dark serum described in the demon book. Are you saying that Samuel, the Lord of Wrath, is going to punish us? Maybe he's angry because we worship his majesty Satan and not his majesty Samuel," a follower said cautiously. After all, he wasn't sure what was going on. Therefore, most people could only speculate and were unable to come to a conclusion. At this moment, dark magma began to appear on the 5th floor. When everyone saw this scene, they couldn't help but be shocked, and worry appeared on their faces. The dark magma seemed to have a mind of its own. It knew how to infiltrate the enclosed space. It even knew how to open some locks. That was terrifying. If it was just a liquid, then many of the doors here were seal metal doors. Even if a nuclear bomb exploded outside, it might not be able to affect the people inside. But what the cultists faced here was not an explosion. Instead, it was liquid, a liquid that permeated every pore. In fact, these liquids even possessed offensive properties. The dark magma could change its form, temporarily turning into a blade or a saw that could cut through incomparably hard metals. Moreover, after the dark magma occupied the 1st floor, it first destroyed the surveillance equipment. Let those hiding behind the surveillance cameras become blind. No one knew what exactly was going on. They also didn't know how to solve this situation. These cultists, who were used to spreading terror and despair to others, were now swallowed by terror and despair. Many of them were praying, hoping that God would save them. Of course, God wouldn't come to save them. Boom! Just then, on the screen, the isolation between the 5th and 6th floors suddenly collapsed. Large amounts of dark magma poured down. Everyone's face turned pale with fright. Chun Zhao and Toddy Belster were still strolling around. It was as if what was happening here had nothing to do with them. Chun Zhao's domain covered the entire Black Hell. There really weren't any enemies in this Black Hell worth facing. A large number of lizard monsters were summoned from Hell and then attached themselves to human bodies and smashed to pieces. There wasn't a single slightly stronger monster. Chun Zhao wasn't interested in meeting the cultists, nor was he interested in listening to their begging or threats. He'd better end the battle quickly and cut through the Gordian knot. He'd wipe out all the cultists here. Chun Zhao strolled to the collection room of the cultists. He had to admit that these nerds really had a lot of collections. Chun Zhao found a lot of magic materials here. There are also some magic tools, but they'd all been swept away by Chun Zhao now. Toddy Belster watched as Chun Zhao opened a safe. The 10-centimeter thick door was deformed by Chun Zhao's pull. Then Toddy Belster saw a sea of gold inside. There were also neatly arranged bundles of cash. Chun Zhao took a bundle of cash and tossed it to Toddy. Then he put away all the gold and cash himself. Toddy Belster silently picked up the money and didn't say anything. It was already good enough that he got the money. He didn't expect to get more. Of course, the main reason was that he didn't have the courage to ask Chun Zhao for more money. After all, he hadn't done anything. Getting it was a profit. Even if Chun Zhao didn't give him anything, he wouldn't lose anything. "Let's go downstairs and see," Chun Zhao said greedily. There should be more collections. After all, he'd given up his family time to come out. If this was all he got, he wouldn't be able to live up to himself. Putting aside the magic materials and tools, there were only less than $100 million in cash and gold. There were also some collections that looked like art. Chun Zhao couldn't value them, so he planned to find someone to do it for him when he got back. Chun Zhao believed that in such a large cult base, there were definitely more things than he'd found. Chun Zhao believed that there were definitely more things in such a large cult base than what he'd found. By now, the dark lava had seeped into the 8th floor. At this moment, the dark lava had already seeped into the 8th layer. Chun Zhao pierced through all 18 floors of Black Hell. Without the protection of the barrier, the lava seeped even faster. Without the protection of the barrier, the lava seeped even faster. Chapter 2145. The 10th floor, the 11th floor, the 12th floor, the dark magma continued to seep downwards. Donim couldn't continue to sit in his seat. He finally stood up. I've decided to use the forbidden summoning. Everyone turned to look at Donim. There was a difference, but there was also a hint of confusion. We should have done that long ago, someone agreed. But sect leader, the forbidden summoning is too dangerous. Dangerous? At a time like this, do you think we can still care about something as dangerous as this? The eyes of the other higher-ups also flashed. As evil cultists, they didn't care about how much damage a forbidden spell could cause, unless this forbidden spell posed a threat to them. The forbidden summoning they were discussing was this spell. Summoning demons was very common among evil cultists, but not just any demon could be summoned. Some demons couldn't be controlled even if they were summoned. What they were discussing now was how to summon an uncontrollable demon. This demon was called Adipolo, a famous demon in Southeast Asia, especially in India. India was a country of diverse religions and beliefs. The mythology of their country was very complicated. Some regions even worshiped demons as gods. Adipolo was very popular in the less developed regions of northern India, as well as among the lower-class families. India had a caste system divided into 4 classes: Brahmins, Kshatriyas, Vedas, and Sudras. Brahmins were the noblest caste, while Sudras were naturally the lowest. But there was a rumor that there was another surname below Sudras. Adipolo. This was a demon's name, but it was also a surname. A demon's surname. Anyone with this surname was called a demon's child. Moreover, this surname was not innate, but acquired later on. First, it had to be soaked in the dirtiest liquid for 3 days and nights. Then, it had to personally kill its blood relatives to prove that it had severed its bloodline. Finally, it had to kill a cow. In Hinduism, cows were the mounts of Shiva, as well as the emissaries of God. Thus, killing the cow symbolized killing one's own faith. Only then would it be acknowledged by Adipolo and granted with the demon's blood. The method to summon Adipolo was actually something the cultists had obtained by accident when they were passing through India. They had tried it once before, and the consequences of that attempt were very serious. What they had summoned was not a god at all, nor was it a rational demon. What they had summoned was a monster who only knew destruction. Only a few of the followers who were present at that time were lucky enough to escape. Most of the followers were killed by the monster's frenzied rampage. This was also the reason why everyone was hesitant. Right now, they were indeed anxious to get away. However, if they summoned the monster, they might be killed by the monster before they could be killed by the liquid that seeped in. I recently found a spell that can take over the bodies of certain creatures, said Donim. Everyone looked at Donim in surprise. Sect leader, can your magic really control that monster? You'll know once you try. Donim's spell was actually prepared for Adipolo. However, every time he tried to summon Adipolo again, he would be met with strong opposition. Moreover, summoning Adipolo wasn't something he could do alone. That was something that could only be achieved by paying a huge price. To him, this crisis was actually an opportunity. This time, he could finally summon Adipolo legitimately. All right, we don't have any other choice. That's the only way. The higher-ups of the cult came to a wide, empty room. This was where they would conduct magic experiments or summon spells. The higher-ups gathered all the cultists hiding at the bottom of the 18th floor and had them prepare a magic array. Then, they moved large amounts of resources and magic materials. When everything was ready, the higher-ups started the magic summoning. The cultists were maintaining the magic array outside. They didn't know that they were actually sacrifices too. Huh? Chun Zhao's heart suddenly jumped. He felt a strong magical wave, in the lower levels. Beside Chun Zhao, Toddy Belster also felt it. However, they felt completely different. Toddy Belster first felt an inexplicable chill. Then, all her hair stood on end. Boss Chun, did something appear? Yes. Chun Zhao nodded. These cultists summoned a disgusting monster, but it's eating them now. Do you want to see? Forget it. Boss Chun, how about we leave? This monster isn't part of our plan anyway. I'm not done yet, Chun Zhao said unhurriedly. There were many magic materials and valuable collections on each floor of the Black Hell. The lower they went, the more valuable they were. They'd already gone through 7 or 8 floors. Chun Zhao estimated. He'd collected more than $300 million worth of collections. As for magic materials and magic tools, there were countless of them. One had to admit that the cult headquarters wasn't very powerful, but it was very rich. Before completely plundering this place, Chun Zhao couldn't bear to leave. Even though Chun Zhao's net worth was already over $10 billion, this place was like a treasure mountain. Large amounts of wealth were up for Chun Zhao to pick and take. No one fought with him for it. How could Chun Zhao bear to leave when there was such a good thing? However, Chun Zhao still observed the situation below silently. You guys control it. Just 1 minute. Just 1 minute and I could go to its body. While dodging the monster's attacks, Donam yelled, "Go up! Don't hide!" The scene was chaotic. The monster was attacking the cultists without restraint. There were many cultists, but most of them weren't united. The few who were willing to help weren't strong enough. They couldn't control the rampaging monster at all. Sinker, use your magic to calm it down. Lista, use magic chains to restrain it. Donam didn't go up himself. Instead, he ordered his subordinates to make all sorts of tactical arrangements. Fortunately, among his trusted subordinates, there were a few who were quite strong. Under his arrangements, the situation was barely under control. Seeing that the monster was under control, the others calmed down and helped. Hold on. I only need 1 minute. Donam was delighted. He was one step closer to the success of his plan. Chapter 2146. Donam landed on top of the summoned monster's head. Surrender. Donam placed his palms on the monster's forehead. The monster seemed to have sensed danger and frantically shook its head. It wanted to throw Donam off its head. However, Donam's limbs were firmly locked on the monster's head like a plate. Surrender. Donam's consciousness seeped into the monster's brain. At the same time, the monster's chaotic thoughts were also attacking his consciousness. The two were like two players in a tug-of-war. If Donam could not resist the monster's chaotic thoughts, then Donam would lose his sense of self and become a creature with chaotic thoughts like the monster. If he could resist the monster's chaotic thoughts, he could brand his soul imprint on the monster's soul. The risk was great, but the rewards were equally great. If he succeeded, he would control everything about the monster. Suddenly, an image appeared in front of Donam's eyes. This monster was once a human. Donam saw the life of this monster and how he became what he was now. Donam's spirit was lifted. He almost fell into the trap. Fortunately, although he felt his hair stand on end from what he saw just now, at the same time, he learned a lot from the image. He did not understand why he saw the monster's past. Perhaps it was a characteristic of the spell he was currently casting. Imprint. Donam did not dare to delay any longer. He immediately branded the imprint on a monster's soul. In an instant, the monster's struggles stopped. Donam let out a long sigh. Whoosh! Leader! How is it? Donam looked at everyone with a smile on his face. It's my pet now. Donam jumped down from the monster's head and tilted his head slightly to look at the monster. It's not the so-called Adipolo. It's actually a Dipolo's son. Can it solve our current crisis? This. Donam's expression changed. Of course it can. All the cultists could not help but look expectant. Just then, a terrified cry came from outside. Everyone's expression changed. It's here. The dark liquid had already invaded this floor. At this moment, the dark lava had already spread to the door. However, the dark lava did not continue surging inside. All the cultists became even more nervous. Everyone stared at the door. At this moment, two strangers entered the room. Everyone's pupils suddenly contracted. There's a bunch of mice hiding here. Chun Zhao strolled in. Toddy Belster gave Chun Zhao a meaningful look. He didn't know how Chun Zhao had done it, or if Chun Zhao had used some kind of spell. But he was sure that Chun Zhao already knew that someone was hiding here. Chun Zhao even knew it when he was in the upper echelons. When Chun Zhao came to this place, he didn't make any turns or feel around. It was as if he knew the way, turning left and right to get here. Seeing Chun Zhao and Toddy Belster, Donham's expression changed. As expected, what happened in the Black Hell wasn't the punishment of the Wrath King. It was man-made. "Who are you people?" Donham asked in a low voice. "Robbers, hand over your valuables," Chun Zhao said with a smile. "Give me all your valuables." The corner of Donham's eyes twitched, and he coldly said, "Go get rid of them." He did not know how powerful Chun Zhao and Toddy Belster were, so he did not dare to act rashly. Letting his subordinates test the waters was the best choice. There were many impulsive and fanatical believers among his trusted followers. After receiving his order, a dozen of them charged at Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao glanced at the dozen or so cultists charging at him. The dark lava behind him suddenly surged in. Like sharp spikes, it pierced through the cultists and dragged their corpses into the dark lava. As expected, the black and red liquid was controlled by this man. "Who are you? Why are you attacking us?" "Because I need money." Chun Zhao glanced at everyone casually. This wasn't the first time Chun Zhao had faced cultists. Thus, he was familiar with their expressions. Donham obviously did not believe Chun Zhao. He stared at Chun Zhao coldly. "If you think we're easy to bully, you better give up. If you leave now, I'll pretend that nothing happened. What if I don't leave? Die." The moment Donham said this, Adipolo's son suddenly moved and punched at Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao retreated a few steps, and Adipolo's son's fist smashed into the ground. The ground instantly exploded, leaving a ghastly crater. You better be careful. Adipolo is the symbol of the destroyer in Hinduism. Even though this is only Adipolo's son, it has the power to destroy everything. Power to destroy everything. Chun Zhao easily dodged Adipolo's son's attack. As he dodged, he replied, "This power is far from enough to destroy everything." "Really?" Donham was clearly very confident in Adipolo's son. "Let this ignorant person see your true power." Roar. Adipolo's son raised his head and roared, releasing a terrifying destructive power. Chun Zhao raised his eyebrows, and the dark lava immediately blocked in front of him. The destructive power split the dark lava and charged at Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao immediately raised his arm. Mouth of gluttony, devour. The destructive power was directly absorbed by Chun Zhao. This was truly a dangerous power. It was different from magic or immortal power. This was a chaotic power. If it was strong enough, it could even hurt Chun Zhao himself. Even the dark lava couldn't resist this power. It's indeed very strong. I take back what I said earlier, Chun Zhao said calmly. However, there was still an obvious difference between Adipolo's son and Chun Zhao's power. "Continue, kill him," Donham roared. Adipolo's son attacked again, but no matter how much destructive power it released, it was all devoured by Chun Zhao. After devouring the destructive power, Chun Zhao didn't release it directly. Instead, he kept it. Chun Zhao wanted to study this power. He had to admit that this was one of the few powers that Chun Zhao was interested in. Adipolo's son didn't have unlimited power. After releasing it 3 times, it clearly showed signs of fatigue. On the other hand, Chun Zhao was like a bottomless pit. No matter how many times he absorbed, he didn't seem to have any difficulty. "Your pet looks tired. Do you need a break?" Chapter 21:47. Donham's face alternated between green and red. He and his subordinates all thought that Adipolo's son was powerful enough, but their understanding of power was clearly different from Chun Zhao's. The son of Adipolo lowered his arms and panted heavily. "Kill, don't stop. Kill them. Hurry up." Donham roared. The son of Adi Brahma roared angrily. He stood up in anger and threw himself at Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao looked at the charging Adipolo's son. He'd already collected enough destructive power. He didn't need more. Adipolo's son swung his fist at Chun Zhao. Donham and the rest stood at the back, the body of Adipolo's son blocking their line of sight. They couldn't see Chan Zhao's movements clearly. But the next moment, half of Adipolo's son's body suddenly exploded. Flesh splattered backward, and then half of his body fell backward. Toddy Belster looked at Chun Zhao meaningfully. He knew how terrifying Chun Zhao was. To him, this journey was just a replay of Chun Zhao's terror. Chun Zhao glanced at the cultist before him calmly. With a light wave of his arm, the dark lava behind him surged into the door like a flash flood. Ah, help! I don't want to die! Chun Zhao's dark lava swept over the cultists. He allowed them to sink and rise in the dark lava. But they didn't last long. They were quickly swallowed by the dark lava. Before long, their corpses were expelled from the dark lava. Chun Zhao's dark lava couldn't devour humans. Chun Zhao turned back to look at Toddy. Okay, it's over, Chun Zhao said calmly. Thank you, Boss Chun. Remember, no matter what happens next time, don't send me messages during holidays. Waiting was not an easy task, especially when Toddy Belster entered the Black Hell and Robert could only wait outside. Every minute and every second was a kind of torture for him. Just then, the ground shook violently. Then he saw the edge of the circular hole in front of him collapse continuously. The surrounding ground was also constantly collapsing. It was obvious that something had happened below. This made Robert even more anxious. Looking at the scale of the collapse, it was very likely that the underground structure had undergone a destructive change. And Toddy Belster was still down there. No matter how powerful he was, he wouldn't be able to withstand such an earth-shattering situation. But just as Robert was panicking, the ground suddenly shook. Suddenly, a loud noise came from the exit. Along with the soaring flames, a terrifying impact was set off. Robert took the full brunt of the impact and was thrown to the ground. He climbed up awkwardly, only to see Toddy Belster already standing in front of him. Robert, are you okay? Toddy Belster reached out and pulled Robert up. I'm fine. Master Toady, are you all right? What's the situation down there? The cultists are all dead. The last one activated the self-destruct device in a frenzy. Toddy Belster patted the dust off her body and said lightly. When Robert looked at Toddy Belster, his eyes were filled with admiration and awe. Let's go, we should go back, Toddy Belster said flatly, as if she had done something insignificant. But the calmer he was, the more Robert respected him. Master Toddy, Wistana called me earlier and asked me about the situation. I said you went into the Black Hell alone. Her tone was a bit strange. Oh, what did she say? She asked why I didn't go in with you. What did Wistana mean by this? Master Toddy, how do I respond to her? No need, just answer truthfully, Toddy Belster said calmly. Yes, Master Toddy. Robert had completely surrendered to Toddy Belster. Toddy Belster was worried. Had some of his past deeds been found out and aroused their suspicion? To be honest, those things weren't confidential. If someone wanted to investigate, it wouldn't be difficult. Even his past clients could be investigated, not to mention an organization like the Psionic Squad. This worried Toddy Belster. If they were suspicious, how would he deal with it? Robert, I'll rest in the back. Call me when we get to the headquarters. Master Toddy, are you hurt? No, I just used up some mana, Toddy Belster replied without batting an eyelid. Lying in the back seat, Toddy Belster secretly sent Chun Zhao a message. Get out and say you want to go to the hospital, Chun Zhao replied. Toddy Belster understood immediately. Robert, stop. I'm going to the bathroom. Master Toddy, do you need me to help you? I'm not crippled, Toddy Belster replied with a dark expression. After getting out, Toddy Belster walked to the roadside. Toddy Belster looked around, but it was dark and he couldn't see anything. Just then, Chun Zhao's voice came from the darkness. If you dare to take that thing out, I'll crush it. Toddy Belster shuddered. Mr. Chun, Wistana seems to be suspicious of me. What should I do? I can lend you power temporarily, but the side effects are serious. You won't be able to get out of bed for half a month. It's okay. As long as I can deal with it, it's fine. Yang, take a look at this. Yang took the file and studied it carefully. After a while, Yang will put it down. You're saying that Master Toddy is actually a liar? I can't be sure, but from the information I found, many details show that he's a liar. But how is that possible? He solved the 7th prison incident. If he doesn't have extraordinary power, how can he solve it? I don't know. My mind is in a mess. Where did he go? I told him to solve Black Hell. Whether he's a liar or not depends on whether he can solve Black Hell. Wistana, that's too risky. If he's not a liar, you'll make him unhappy. But until now, he hasn't shown us his magic. I'm more and more doubtful that he really knows magic. Yanghua frowned. Hearing Wistana's words, he also felt doubtful. Could it be that he had really made a mistake? Chapter 2148. When Toddy Belster returned, he looked tired. But when he and Robert arrived at the entrance, they saw Wistana, Yanghua, and Blitz standing at the door. Obviously, they were waiting for Toddy Belster. Mr. Toddy, can we talk? Wistana had already changed the way he addressed Toddy Belster. She had always called Toddy Belster master before, but now she called him sir. It was obvious that her attitude toward Toddy had changed. I'm tired. Let's talk in a few days, Toddy said calmly. Robert, help me back to my room. Mr. Toddy, I don't think this can be delayed. I want to talk to you now. Are you ordering me? Toddy Belster looked at Wistana indifferently. Miss Wistana, Master Toddy just went through a big battle. You should respect him, Robert said unhappily. Toddy's expression was cold. Just then, Blitz made his move. He suddenly released a flame blast at Robert. You should respect Wistana as well. Just then, Toddy Belster moved and stood in front of Robert. The flame blast disappeared the moment it got close to Toddy. Toddy glanced at Blitz and slammed his palm in the air. Then, a huge golden palm landed on Blitz's body. Along the way, the golden palm print was directly lifted up, and everywhere it passed, there were fragments flying everywhere. Blitz, Yanghua, and Wistana's expressions changed drastically. Blitz could feel the terrifying power of the golden palm print. Yanghua hurriedly cast a spell on Blitz. 5 elements protection. Blitz's body flashed with 5-colored light, but the 5-colored light shattered the moment it touched the golden palm. Blitz immediately cast a defensive spell on himself. Suddenly, Toddy Belster moved and appeared in front of Blitz. The defensive spell on Blitz's body disintegrated. Toddy didn't seem to be blocked at all. The palm was already around Blitz's neck. Master Toddy, stop. Blitz felt cold all over. He followed Wistana's orders. Testing Toddy Belster. Originally, Wistana had told him that Toddy Belster was probably a liar. He believed Wistana's words. But Toddy Belster fought back fiercely. Moreover, how is this a scammer? Toddy Belster's attack left Blitz with no chance to fight back. It seems like you don't welcome me. Toddy Belster looked coldly at the 3 of them. In that case, I'll leave. Master Toddy, this is a misunderstanding. We have no ill intentions. Wistana tried to explain. How was Toddy Belster not a spiritualist? She was a powerful spiritualist that made one's hair stand on end. No malice? Robert, and I want to help you with a mission, and this is how you treat me? Toddy Belster said angrily. Robert also looked at the 3 of them with righteous indignation. He felt that Toddy Belster and the 2 of them were hard at work. However, he was treated unfairly by them, especially when he thought of what Toddy Belster had said earlier. It made him wonder if it was because Toddy Belster protected him and didn't let him die in Black Hell. That was why Wistana, Blitz, and Yanghua were unhappy with Toddy Belster and wanted to talk to him. The more Robert thought about it, the more he felt that his guess was correct. Just then, Toddy Belster suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His face immediately became a lot more dispirited. His grip on Blitz's neck loosened. Master Toddy, you're hurt? It must be the battle before. Robert hurried to help Toddy Belster. Wistana, Blitz, and Yanghua looked at each other. Wistana's feelings were complicated. She had sworn that Toddy Belster was a liar. She had been angry and felt that she had been cheated. But reality slapped her hard in the face. Not only was Toddy Belster not an ordinary person, but he was terrifyingly powerful. If it wasn't for his injury, would he have killed Blitz? Yanghua's face was gloomy. He turned and walked away, growling at the same time, "You better not drag me into this in the future." Yanghua didn't understand why Wistana wanted to deal with Toddy Belster. Master Toddy, we have no ill intentions. We just want to talk to you. Toddy Belster clutched his chest and turned to Robert. Help me back to my room. Yes, Master Toddy. Robert looked at the three hatefully. Then he helped Toddy Belster leave. Toddy Belster wasn't completely defenseless now, but the blood was the essence of it. It wasn't Toddy who vomited it on purpose. It was because of the power Chun Zhao had lent him. His body couldn't handle such a powerful force. But as time passed, his body grew heavier and heavier. Miss Wistana, can you explain what's going on? I don't understand. The information I found clearly shows that he's cheated many times, and he even used the identity of a spiritualist. But reality proves that he's not a cheat. At least in this case, he's a spiritualist and a very powerful one at that. Blitz was also annoyed. He felt like he was being used by Wistana. Do you know how important such a powerful spiritualist is to us? I know, Wistana said, annoyed. I regret it too. A spiritualist who could kill Blitz in a second. Even if Yang Guo and Blitz worked together, they might still be killed by Toddy. How powerful was he? The strength that Toddy Belster displayed could be their trump card, or even their trump card. If the psionic team had a direct conflict with the supernatural organization in the future, they would at least have the confidence to fight them head-on. But now, because of his impulsiveness, they had a rift with Toddy. Yang was sat at the side and didn't speak. Maybe there's still a chance, Yang finally said. You think we still have a chance? Blitz asked, surprised. Master Toddy is injured, but he didn't leave. This means that he gave us a chance. It means that his impression of the psionic team isn't that bad. Mobile version of the fastest.d website. Chapter 2149. Jerlin was the only one in the family who could swim in December. Chun Zhao could do it too, but even he wouldn't feel comfortable in this weather. Jerlin, on the other hand, completely ignored the temperature. The family was preparing for Christmas. Portia kept placing all kinds of food on the table. The kids were playing in the field behind the manor. Xin Li had suggested to Chun Zhao to get some riding horses, but Chun Zhao rejected her. Xin Li was fine, but the other kids were too young. They didn't know how to be safe and might get hurt while riding. Even some of the cows that were originally raised had been cleared out. After all, the kids in the family didn't know what fear was. Their first reaction when they saw an animal was to ride it. If it was the family pets, Chun Zhao would let them be. But in reality, the kids knew very well that some animals couldn't be ridden. Chun Zhao was considering if he should bring in some tamer animals, such as alpacas, Asian deer, and pygmy horses. In American law, these animals weren't controlled. You could raise them as long as you had some simple permits. These animals were more suitable for kids to touch. For example, the cows and horses they had raised before were more likely to harm the children at home. Merry Christmas! Stephen was the first person to call Chun Zhao today. Merry Christmas! Chun Zhao had no feelings for Christmas, but he couldn't ruin the festive atmosphere. For others, it was the most important holiday. So, Chun Zhao had to respect other people's holidays and traditions. Look at those fellows from hell. They don't have any objections to Christmas. After all, they could receive Chun Zhao's gifts on Christmas. I'm so jealous. I'm so busy now that I don't even have time to rest on Christmas, Stephen complained to Chun Zhao. You're the boss. If you want to rest, no one can stop you. Chun Zhao rolled his eyes. With Stephen's current status, no one could stop him even if he wanted to rest for a month. You think I don't want to rest? The crew is in the preparation stage right now. Many things are delayed for a day and will lose hundreds of thousands of dollars. Didn't you say that this would only happen when filming starts? Why would there be losses when it's still in the preparation stage? Chun Zhao asked, confused. The rental of the equipment and venue has a time limit. It's not like I can use it whenever I want. Moreover, there was a small problem during the preparation some time ago, causing the construction to be delayed. Now, I can only rush the progress around Christmas. What problem? Do you need my help? No need. You can enjoy your Christmas in peace. He chatted with Stephen for a while. Chun Zhao wasn't sure if Stephen was busy, so he didn't continue the conversation. Just as the call ended, another call came in. Most of the calls were from close friends. They were all sending their blessings to Chun Zhao. Of course, Chun Zhao also sent his blessings to all his friends. Then there were the members of the association. It was a special Christmas for Lindsay Beyonce. She had already been thrown into the training tower by West and the rest 3 times. In less than a minute, They would be killed by the monsters in the trial tower. Finally, after the third time, Wes didn't throw her in again. Lindsay, go take a shower and prepare for Christmas dinner. Jalanash stood outside the training tower, waiting for Lindsay Beyonce. Where do I go to take a shower? Your room, of course. Which room is mine? Forget it. I'll take you there. Lindsay Beyonce didn't have high hopes for her room. However, when Jalanash brought her to the arranged room, Lindsay Beyonce couldn't believe it. Was this luxurious room really for her? Did you take me the wrong way? This room is mine. If you don't like it, then go pick one yourself, Jalanash said indifferently. Lindsay Beyonce took a deep breath and asked, What exactly do you want to do to me? Do you? Do you have money? Or power? Jalanash looked down at Lindsay Beyonce. She raised 2 fingers and a dense fireball formed. Everyone in the association can kill you with 1 finger. Do you think you're valuable enough for us to do anything to you? Then why did you throw me into that horrible illusion? That's the only way for us, Jalanash said. Jalanash said, All of us have gone through countless trials and challenges in the Tower of Trials. But no one can survive in that place. You're only on the first level. If you can't even kill 100 of the weakest monsters, then you're useless to us other than being despised by us. Even Aduz, he's the gatekeeper of the headquarters. He could last 10 minutes in there. Everyone else passed the first level. What about you? Impossible. It's impossible for anyone to pass through that kind of hopeless situation. That only means you're weak. There's no other explanation. What Jalanash said made Lindsay Beyonce feel embarrassed. In the small circle she used to live in, she had always been feared and feared by people. However, after being brought here by Chun Zhao, she realized that the power she had been so confident in and proud of in the past was not even worth mentioning here. It seemed that everyone here was stronger than her. What's the highest level? Apart from our president, the highest is 4, Jalanash said. Trust me, you don't even have the right to know the difficulty of the later levels. If you can do it, I can do it too. I hope the president didn't make a mistake. After all, you're the first spiritualist the president invited. Are you talking about that Asian? He's the president? Of course. Just watch. I'll surpass him one day. It's good that you have the heart. Work hard. Jalanash didn't mock Lindsay Beyonce. In the past, she'd also been working hard for this. But Chun Zhao's power had always made her feel despair. She couldn't see the limits of Chun Zhao's power at all. Chun Zhao had even done the most extreme thing, killing a god. That was something he didn't even dare to imagine, but had really happened. Lindsay Beyonce glanced at Chun Zhao. Are you going to mock me? The chances are slim, but there's still a direction, right? He's strong, right? Yes. Jalanash nodded. Chapter 2150. When I was 5, there was a little fatty who bullied me every day. At that time, I swore that one day I would press him to the ground and beat him up. When I was 7, I did it. Lindsay Beyonce said seriously, when I was 12, there was a girl in my class. Her father was a gang member. She was so arrogant at school. I thought that one day I would make her lose her support. That day, I awakened my talent. That night, I destroyed the place of the girl's father. Lindsay Beyonce told many stories about her past. Jalanash listened patiently to her recollections. What are you trying to say? I've defeated so many of my opponents in the past, so I believe that the Asian is the same. I have high hopes for you. Work hard. Lindsay Beyonce thought she would hear Jalanash's mockery, but Jalanash didn't mock her at all. This dampened the pleasure of her declaration. But the calmer Jalanash was, the more she felt that she was looking down on her. I can feel that you think it's impossible. Hurry up, Jalanash said. The others are waiting for you. If you don't want to miss the Christmas dinner, I don't mind. Lindsay Beyonce took a shower and changed her clothes. She felt much more refreshed. When she arrived at the restaurant, she saw demons dancing. There were countless evil spirits here, more than all the evil spirits she had seen in her life. But everyone was immersed in the festive atmosphere. 2 evil spirits were doing a talk show on a simple stage. Lindsay Beyonce was in a trance. She felt like she had walked into the wrong place. Right at that moment, 2 evil spirit head chefs pushed a huge, roasted creature into the room. It was impossible to tell what kind of creature this huge roasted meat was originally. but it was definitely not a normal animal. Lindsay Beyonce was distracted again. She had met other spiritualists, but she had never been in contact with the spiritual world. So, her knowledge of the spiritual world was still very shallow. She had never seen such an unnatural creature. How about a serving of flying dragon meat? You can't eat this outside. Jalanash brought a piece of barbecued meat to Beyonce. Wyvern meat? Is this it? Yeah, our guild leader raised it. Is this a real dragon? No, there's real dragon meat in the freezer, but it's too complicated to cook. You have to drain all the blood in the meat first. Humans can't drink dragon blood, and there are some complicated magic ingredients in dragon meat. So unless you're a special person, ordinary people can't eat it. Dragon? The legendary giant dragon? Does such a creature really exist? Of course, most of us have seen dragons before. We've even seen existences more terrifying than dragons. Today was an eye-opener for Lynn Beyonce. She had never had the chance to see these things before. Apart from the roasted wyvern meat, there were also all kinds of strange food from unnatural creatures and magical food. And the wine was so good that Lynn Beyonce couldn't stop drinking. In the beginning, Lynn Beyonce was a bit reserved. She didn't know anyone, so she seemed lonely. But after 3 rounds of drinking, she didn't refuse anyone who came to drink with her. Even the evil spirit was no exception. When she was still drunk, she ran to the stage and sang a song while wailing like a ghost and howling like a wolf. Finally, she had to be helped back to her room. While she was in her room, she received a call from her uncle. "Uncle, I found a job. Don't worry about me." Lynn Beyonce sobered up a lot when she answered the call. For Lynn Beyonce, this was a new beginning for her. Whether she wanted to or not, she couldn't get away. At least, before she could make a choice, she had to stay here and obey the rules. In fact, she had already made her choice. In the past, her life had been muddled, and she was more depraved than most young Americans. But here, she felt a true sense of belonging. This sense of belonging didn't mean that she was familiar with the people here. It was because she felt that this was her world. Only here, she was an anomaly. Here, ordinary people were the anomaly. After a moment of silence, her uncle said, "Then work hard. If you have time, come visit Nicole. Also, this will always be your home." "I'm sorry, Uncle." Hearing her uncle's words, Lynn Beyonce's emotions exploded. The midnight party at the headquarters was still going on. No, to be precise, it had just begun. After hanging up the phone, Lynn Beyonce buried herself in a quilt. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Lynn Beyonce guessed that it was Jalanash at the door. Opening the door, she saw that it was indeed Lynn Beyonce. "The party is still going on. Don't you want to go down?" "No, I have a headache after drinking too much." "Okay, call me if you need anything. I live across from you." "When can I get my salary?" Lynn Beyonce asked again. "Finish a mission or pass the first level and become an official member of the society." "What mission?" Lynn Beyonce still thought that the supernatural organization was a violent organization. "Not sure. I don't know when. There are fewer missions recently. The missions in L.A. and the surrounding areas have all been taken by the Psionic Team." "Psionic Team?" "The organization that recruited me but thought that I wasn't strong enough." "Yes. Who's stronger, the supernatural organization or the Psionic Team?" "Us, of course. The Psionic Team is child's play in front of us." "Then why do they take our missions?" "That's complicated. To put it mildly, we're adopted. They're our biological children. Can't we kill them?" "Why do we have to kill them?" Jalanash chuckled. "Sometimes violence can't solve problems. Just like how the president is strong, he still has to follow the law and rules. That's because he's not strong enough to ignore the law and rules." "Fine. If you want to understand it that way, you can. But here, you can't disobey the president's orders. You're not strong enough to challenge his authority either." Chapter 2151. It was past Christmas. However, the streets were still immersed in the festive atmosphere. Even some shopping malls and supermarkets hadn't opened yet. If it was in China, most shopping malls wouldn't let go of such a business opportunity. After walking around the streets, Chun Zhao realized that there was really nothing to look at. Even the largest shopping street in the city was deserted. This was completely different from China. If it was after the Spring Festival in China, the shopping malls would definitely be packed. After walking around the city, Chun Zhao finally went to Hollywood. Steven's studio was in Hollywood. Chun Zhao went to Steven's studio. Sure enough, Steven and his employees were busy working in their workrooms. The employees were all too familiar with Chun Zhao, so no one stopped him when he came. No one would greet him. They were all buried in their work. "Hi, Steven." Chun Zhao pushed open Steven's office door. Steven was reading a document. Seeing Chun Zhao enter, he put down the document. "Aren't you going to stay home with Fei Lai and the kids today? I'm afraid you'll be lonely." Chun Zhao didn't sit on a chair. He just sat on Steven's desk. "When are you done? Let's go out for a drink." "I'm not free." "Oh, you drove here today, right?" Steven asked. "Yeah, what's wrong? You want to remind me not to drive after drinking?" "Don't worry. I'll just have your people drive my car back." "No, give me the keys. I want to use your car." "It's not like you don't have a car. I need to meet a client." "My car is too shabby," Steven said. "I drove a supercar. Does it suit your temperament?" "Doesn't matter. It's fine as long as it's expensive." "Fine." Chun Zhao slapped the keys on the desk. "You really don't want to go out for a drink? Didn't you hear? I need to meet a client later." "Fine. Set a time before coming out." "I don't have time right now." "Fine." Chun Zhao shrugged helplessly. Chun Zhao didn't stay at Steven's place. He said goodbye and left. As soon as he went downstairs, he saw an Asian woman taking selfies in front of his car. "Hey, is this your car?" The Asian woman turned to look at Chun Zhao. She sized him up and pouted, her face full of disdain. "Not yours anyway." Chun Zhao was furious, but he really didn't have the car keys. "From China?" Chun Zhao asked. "You too. How long have you been out?" "He looks like he's going to turn into a fake foreigner soon." Chun Zhao couldn't continue the conversation with the woman, so he turned and left. "Hey, wait, are you free?" The woman chased after him again. "What for?" The woman gave Chun Zhao a $100 bill. "Be my tour guide today, and this is yours." Chun Zhao looked at the money in his hand and put it away. Then, he turned around and left. "Hey, wait a minute. What's wrong with you? You have no manners at all. Do you know you can't take photos here?" Chun Zhao asked matter-of-factly. "Don't try to lie to me. This isn't a military base. Why can't I take pictures?" The woman said angrily. "I didn't lie to you. Look at the sign. It says no photos." The woman's face darkened, and she glared at Chun Zhao even more angrily. "Do you think I don't know English? It says no parking." She didn't care about the $100. She was angry at Chun Zhao's shamelessness and his attitude of treating her like a fool. "Give me back the money, or I'll call the police. There's no surveillance here. Don't say anything, or I'll sue you for slander." The woman was really stubborn, or maybe she was really angry at Chun Zhao. She took out her phone and called the police. Chun Zhao twitched his lips and turned to leave, but the woman grabbed him directly. "Don't leave." Chun Zhao turned his head and looked at the woman. "Let go. There's no one here. Don't force me to do anything bad to you. I'm an 8th Dan Judo. Do you think I'm scared of you?" At this moment, a police car stopped. It was Chun Zhao's old acquaintance, Sharon, who got out. "Who called the police?" Sharon's expression was businesslike. She didn't want to be familiar with Chun Zhao at all. "Hello, beautiful police lady. This lady has been pulling at me since just now. She wants me to give her $100, or she'll say that I molested her." Chun Zhao was the one who complained first. "No, it's not like that. He stole my $100. The woman said angrily in slightly rusty English. Sharon looked at Chun Zhao and then at the woman with a surprised expression. "You mean he stole your $100? "Yes." The woman nodded with certainty. Sharon then looked at Chun Zhao. "What do you have to say? You know me. How could I steal her money?" The woman sneered, pointed to her mobile phone, and said, "I have millions of people here who can testify for me. What you did just now has been broadcasted to my fans." Chun Zhao's face suddenly turned livid. Damn, this woman was a streamer. He hadn't realized why the woman had been holding his selfie stick. In the end, she'd been broadcasting the whole time. Also, from her tone, she was quite popular. Seeing Chun Zhao's expression, Sharon immediately knew that he must have done it. "Then come with me to the police station." "Huh, actually, I was joking with her. I didn't take the $100 at all." "Are you trying to argue again?" The woman sneered at Chun Zhao. "Actually, I'm a magician," Chun Zhao said awkwardly. That money is actually in your pocket. Feel it if you don't believe me. Do you think I'm stupid? Or that everyone in the broadcast room is stupid? I'm telling the truth. Feel it if you don't believe me. The woman touched her pocket and realized that there really was a ball of paper there. She took it out and saw that it really was $100. When did you put it in? I told you, I'm a magician. Chun Zhao shrugged. The woman tried hard to remember how she'd touched him. He didn't seem to have touched her body at all. Was he really a magician? The comments on the woman's phone flew everywhere. There were all sorts of comments. Just then, the woman saw an eye-catching comment. It was sent by a regular in her broadcast room. He was also the top of the donation list and had the nickname Handsome Taoist. Chapter 2152. On the platform that little Xin was on, the handsome Taoist priest could be considered a rather famous big shot. Ever since the rise of the streaming platform, he'd frequently wandered around the live stream rooms of various beautiful streamers. He'd also tipped large amounts of money in many rooms. Xin's room had also received large amounts of money from the handsome Taoist priest. So, Xin couldn't afford to offend him. However, the money that Chun Zhao had just taken was now in her hands. What else could she say? You can say that your cash isn't the one he just took, the handsome Taoist priest said. Xin's face darkened. She planned to do that. But now that the handsome Taoist priest had said that, she couldn't slander him in front of millions of viewers. She was an internet celebrity, but she wasn't a brainless streamer with big boobs. She would never do something like destroying her own image in future. You're lucky. Xin glared at Chun Zhao. Miss, do you still want to sue him? Sharon asked. Or give up the chance? Forget it. Xin had come out to experience the American public and then broadcast to her fans. She also kept a respectful distance from the American police. Chun Zhao stood behind Sharon and gave Xin an annoying smile. His eyes seemed to be saying, "Come and hit me." Xin gritted her teeth. Chun Zhao whistled. "Miss Officer, can I leave now?" Seeing Chun Zhao's arrogance, the people in the room all clamored to fly across the Pacific to teach him a lesson. Sharon glanced at Chun Zhao and Xin. "If there's nothing else, I'm leaving." "Miss Officer, can you take me away from here? I think he wants to do something bad to me." Sharon thought about it. "Where are you going?" Sharon thought for a moment. "Where are you going?" "Hotel." To Chun Zhao, this was just a small interlude. With Chun Zhao's current shamelessness, he wouldn't mind even if he showed his ugly face in front of millions of people. With Chun Zhao's current shamelessness, he wouldn't take it to heart even if he showed his ugly face in front of 1,000,000 people. In the evening, Chun Zhao declined Rasfa's invitation to stay and left the manor. In the evening, Chun Zhao rejected Rasfa's invitation to stay and left the manor. In the evening, Chun Zhao rejected Rasfa's invitation to stay and left the manor. Everything went on as usual in the headquarters. Everyone began to prepare for the third Scarlet mission. Everyone was also frantically trying to improve their strength. The difficulty of the first mission was not even on par with the average Scarlet mission. When they chose to search for the giants in Norse mythology, they were also trying their luck. At that time, they didn't have a comprehensive understanding of their own strength. After the mission was completed, they realized that the mission, which was extremely difficult in the eyes of others, was nothing to them. The second mission was to protect the Nature Guardian. This quest was indeed very difficult. He knew that something unexpected had happened. But in the end, because of Chun Zhao's interference, the danger that should have happened was resolved. This was the third time. They all worked hard and secretly made up their minds to finish the mission before Chun Zhao interfered. Of course, even if they made up their minds, they had to carefully consider the choice of the third mission, even if they knew that he was very strong. However, they were not invincible in the world. They still had a lot of problems to face, and they still had a lot of shortcomings. Some Scarlet missions were still very dangerous. They could even be said to be impossible. What they needed to choose was a match that matched their strength and abilities, and at the same time, could give them enough of a challenge. Of course, they couldn't choose a mission that was impossible. That kind of mission wasn't challenging themselves. It was asking for trouble. Asking for help from Chun Zhao was definitely not a pleasant thing. Chun Zhao saw Lindsay Beyonce kneeling in front of the Tower of Trials, retching continuously. This had happened to other members in the past. From a medical perspective, this was due to overexertion. The body released too many hormones, which affected all the organs in the body. That was why she retched. But as long as she got used to the situation in the Tower of Trials and calmed herself down, the negative symptoms would disappear naturally. Smiling, Chun Zhao walked up to Lin Beyonce. "My dear Miss Beyonce, how do you feel now? Do you want to give up?" Seeing Chun Zhao and his annoying face, Lindsay Beyonce was infuriated. Of course, she'd learned her lesson. She knew that she wasn't Chun Zhao's match. She knew that Chun Zhao was very, very powerful. She just kept her anger in her heart. When she was strong enough, she swore to teach Chun Zhao a lesson. Sometimes, anger can stimulate a person's potential. "Keep being angry at me." Smiling, Chun Zhao turned to leave. Lindsay was even more furious. She wanted to charge up and hit the back of Chun Zhao's head. But after calming down, she gave up on the idea. With the difference in their abilities, this kind of sneak attack was meaningless. It was meaningless to her too. Chun Zhao walked into West's office. West, Gaia, and Ruan Faxburn were gathered together. "President, how come you're here?" "To see you guys. I just heard you say that you're going to Lucy Peninsula. Is this your third Scarlet mission?" "Yes, Lucy Peninsula Crisis." Then Chun Zhao learned more about Lucy Peninsula and the details of the mission. Lucy Peninsula was located in the Arctic Ocean. Because it was in the Arctic Circle, it was also an extremely cold place. However, Lucy Peninsula used to be the headquarters of a magic organization. Because the organization abused magic, they opened a door that shouldn't have been opened. They killed the organization and all the civilians on Lucy Peninsula. Now, it was an abandoned island. The mission was to enter the ice cave on Lucy Peninsula and find and kill the king of those creatures. It was very difficult, but there was one thing that suited the supernatural organization's purpose. It was fine to use force. The only thing this mission required was great power, battle, and more battle. Until now, many teams had entered Lucy Peninsula, but most of them returned in failure. They didn't need to consider if there was a conspiracy. They just needed to do what they were best at. Is Lindsay Beyonce going too? Yes. The Tower of Trials is powerful, but real battles are necessary to train real people. Chapter 2153. It looks like the easiest mission. You just have to fight, but it's also the hardest because it's a pure standard. Are you sure you can do it? Chun Zhao's eyes sparkled. This mission was too attractive to him. He didn't have to worry about fighting at all. He could do whatever he wanted. Hearing Chun Zhao's words, West immediately guessed Chun Zhao's intentions. President, that's why we need to use this mission to evaluate our abilities. If you interfere, the evaluation will be meaningless. Chun Zhao pursed his lips. There are many powerful organizations in the world, but none of them can complete the mission. President, all right, before you send out a distress signal, I won't interfere. Is that okay? Yes. West nodded in satisfaction. Oh, the Holy Glory One is held on January 1st. You can't leave so soon, right? It's only held once every 10 years. It'll be a pity if you don't participate. Even if we don't get a ranking, we can at least see the level of the top spiritualists in the world in the past 10 years. I'm fine, Gaia said. At the same time, she looked at West. West, what do you think? West thought for a moment. Then it's fine to delay the Lucy Peninsula crisis for a while. The Holy Glory One is indeed a rare event. Actually, Chun Zhao was right. They would be able to witness the most outstanding spiritualists that had appeared in the world in the past decade. This batch of spiritualists might not be the strongest, but they represented the future of the spiritual world. Who's participating for the 10 spots? Chun Zhao asked. I'll participate too, West said. Since we're going to participate, we must send the most outstanding members. Hallie's is 1, an elite is 1, Jalanash is 1, Morid is 1. Chun Zhao read out the names one by one. After Gaia and West confirmation, the final spots were confirmed. Gaia, West, Helith, an elite, Jalanash, Morid, Norma, and Donya Tianchi. 8 spots were confirmed. The remaining 2 spots will be fought for by other people in the association. In this list, West had the strongest ability to suppress enemies. Gaia, Helith, and Norma were all first-line combatants. No one would doubt their strength. Zhao and Ash, Morid, Elite, and Donya Tianxi were the most outstanding among the second-string combatants. Therefore, there wouldn't be any disputes if their names were confirmed. The difference in strength between the second-line and third-line members was not very obvious. Therefore, Chun Zhao decided to have a fair internal competition. Actually, it didn't matter who went. This was because they weren't participating in the Holy Glory tournament to get a good ranking. Failed again? Zhao and Ash came to Lin Beyonce's side. Lin Beyonce had been in and out of the Tower of Trials, but she had made some progress. The first thing she confirmed was what Jolene Nash had said earlier. She realized that almost everyone in the association was extremely powerful. The strength that she had once been proud of was not even worth mentioning in front of these people. Then, she began to try to break through the first level. But in the beginning, all her attempts were fruitless. Every time a beast tide appeared, it would be an instant kill. There was no second possibility. But after a few adjustments, she found the feeling. From the initial instant kill to the subsequent 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds. Now, she could hold on for a minute, but it was meaningless. The condition to pass was to kill 100 monsters. No matter how long she could hold on, she would never pass if she didn't reach the condition. However, she was used to being alone and couldn't find a trick. She didn't know how to find someone to help her. She only knew to try, and try again. But she was at a bottleneck now. She couldn't hold on for more than 30 seconds. Seeing Lin Beyonce enter and exit the Tower of Trials, Zhao and Ash knew that she was in trouble. In fact, she had in the past too. But back then, she had someone to ask. Apart from Chun Zhao, Gaia was the first person to pass. After that, there were more people, so she had many people to ask for help. But Lin Beyonce's personality determined that even if she was in trouble, she would bear it herself instead of asking for help. As someone who had experienced it, Zhao and Ash felt that she had to help Lin Beyonce solve her problem. "I don't think I did my best," Lin Beyonce said, unwilling to admit defeat. "I'll definitely do better next time." "The first thing you need to do is not let yourself be surrounded by monsters," Zhao and Ash said. "They'll only appear from one direction." Lin Beyonce wanted to retort, but after thinking carefully, she immediately understood what Zhao and Ash meant. The monsters would quickly form an encirclement around them. But if she kept retreating, the monsters wouldn't be able to surround her. That way, she wouldn't have to be on guard against attacks from behind at all times. "Understand." Lin Beyonce stood up again. She planned to try it immediately, but before entering the Tower of Trials, she looked back at Zhao and Ash. "Thank you." In fact, this kind of tactical plan, even she could think of it herself. It was just a matter of time. But Zhao and Ash's reminder greatly reduced the cost of her time. Although it was impossible for her to pass the first level of the Tower of Trials on her first try, it had greatly improved her original results. This was a trial that tested her body and mind. In the process of being killed by the monsters in the Tower of Trials again and again, she was also growing again and again. But this trial wasn't something that could be passed just because of practice. Strength was also a big hurdle. If one didn't have enough strength, even the most brilliant techniques were just empty talk. For example, even if Chun Zhao didn't do anything and just stood there and let a professional boxer hit him, Chun Zhao would still win. Lin Beyonce's strength was the barrier that limited her ability to pass. Even if she could survive the first 99 monsters, it wouldn't be considered a victory if the last monster ran out of magic power. The one who had the last laugh would be the real winner. On the first level of the Tower of Trials, one had to learn how to adapt on the spot and how to seize the gaps in the monster's formation. Then, one had to learn how to use one's advantage and how to control and distribute one's magic power. Then, one had to hone their skills and finally overcome the magic power bottleneck. Chapter 2154. Lindsay Beyonce came out of the Tower of Trials, even though it was another failed attempt. But she clearly felt that she had grown. It wasn't the growth of magic power. It was the accumulation of her experience. She recalled her previous attempts. She clearly knew where she went wrong in her previous attempts. Some mistakes she didn't realize at the time. But now that she thought about it, she realized that it was ridiculous. But Lindsay Beyonce didn't plan to continue. She was too tired today. She felt extremely tired both physically and mentally. Originally, she wanted to take a shower and have a good sleep. But when she reached the empty space, she found that a stage had been set up. A circle of people surrounded the stage. Maiev and Moore were fighting on the stage. Lindsay Beyonce remembered Maiev. She heard from Jalanash that Maiev was the only one who joined the supernatural organization before her, and the awakening time was very short. But Maiev only took 2 days to pass the first level of the Tower of Trials. Thinking that her progress on the first level of the Tower of Trials was still far away, Lindsay Beyonce felt depressed. But what really made Lindsay Beyonce remember Maiev wasn't her strength. She was someone who was even more difficult to get close to than herself. Maiev's magic was very special. She used sound waves to attack her enemies, but she was still not as good as Moore. Moore was using Doppelganger. Although he was only 16, his magic was far better than Maiev's in both experience and strength. So the result was obvious. Moore easily defeated Maiev. Maiev shrugged and walked off the stage without saying a word. So far, Maiev had only tried in the Tower of Trials, but Moore had accumulated a lot of battle experience. So Maiev's defeat was inevitable. Who want to practice with me next? Air was quite arrogant. The first-line fighters wouldn't come up anyway. The strongest second-line fighters had already gotten a spot, so they wouldn't give him a hard time. So he could be arrogant. Just then, Kalon ran up. Moore, I'll play with you. Air rolled his eyes. Forget it. To be honest, although Kalon was Angelite's son, Moore was Colin's guide. Moore had taught Korn many things. Below the ring, everyone looked at Annelite with interest. Annelite, do you think Colin can win? Gaia asked in a deliberately joking tone. How could he win? Kalon isn't as cunning as Moore. At this moment, Kellen took the initiative to attack. He had inherited Angelite's bloodline and possessed super high speed. He went straight for Moore, although he could not achieve his father's freakish speed explosion. However, he was still confident that his speed was far beyond that of an ordinary person. At the very least, Moore definitely wouldn't be able to react in time. In an instant, he rushed to Moore and made a face in front of Moore. Seeing Moore's panicked expression, Karen felt a little proud. You lost. As he spoke, Colin reached out to push Moore. No, you lost. The moment Colin touched Air suddenly revealed a strange smile. By now, Colin had already realized that something was wrong, but he couldn't stop his movements. The moment it touched Moore suddenly exploded. Colin let out a blood-curdling scream as he was sent flying out of the arena. Of course, he was on the same side, so Moore couldn't be too cruel. Although Colin was a mess, he only suffered some superficial wounds. He quickly stood up. Moore, how is this possible? Why did your real body explode? Who said that was my real body? No, that's a doppelganger. I remember it very clearly. I remember every move you made in the ring, including how many times you used the doppelganger spell and what kind of moves you made. Sorry, I forgot to tell you. I learned a new spell that allows me to switch between my real body and clone at will. My clone can be my real body, and my real body can be a clone. Colin was depressed. Do you have to be so serious to compete with me? Actually, he knew that he couldn't beat Moore. The difference between them was obvious. Jocelyn, Nash, what are they doing? It's a competition. Can't you tell? Competition? Why? Or is it a regular event for the supernatural organization? Neither. It's for the decennial battle of holy glory. What's this event? It's a gathering of the most outstanding spiritualists in the world in the past 10 years. 10 of them will be given the title of Holy Glory, Jocelyn said. So you can see the most outstanding spiritualists in the world? You want to participate? Go and try. Lynn Beyonce went into the ring excitedly. She had made obvious progress, but the difference in strength was obvious. There were no ups and downs, so Moore didn't waste any time. Kicked her in the butt and sent her rolling down the ring. Lynn Beyonce was depressed, but a loss was a loss. She felt good about it. Returning to Jocelyn, she asked, What's the difference between me and that boy? In terms of magic power, he's about 20 times better than you. In terms of destructive power, he's 100 times better than you. Is there such a big difference between us? The difference in mana can be made up for. However, the difference in destructive power is due to the difference in attributes. At the same level, it's impossible for you to have more destructive power than him. There's also the difference in combat experience. It's difficult to make an accurate conclusion. However, Moore has participated in several battles with Guild Leader. That means I can't get the spot, right? You can't. That's all you're capable of. Fine. Lynn Beyonce had no choice, even though she was a little unwilling. After all, she didn't have the right to ask others to let her through the back door. But when she thought about meeting the top spiritualists in the world, if she wanted this chance, she would have to wait for 10 years. She would be very disappointed. Lynn Beyonce watched the competition in the ring. The last two places were taken by Moore and Giselle. Of course, this didn't mean they were the strongest among the remaining people, but they didn't overdo it. No one really used their trump cards to fight with their lives on the line. After the fight was over, everyone was still talking and laughing. Lynn Beyonce swore to herself that she would catch up to the people before her and Chen Zhao. Jocelyn, wait for me. It was the first time Lynn Beyonce took the initiative to talk to Jocelyn. 9 Heavens Divine King. Chapter 2155. Old Zhang, are there any tickets for the Battle of Holy Glory? No, what do you think it is? Just bring people here, Zhang Tianyi said straightforwardly. How do I contact the organizers when I get to Istanbul? When you get to the airport, you can find a red and blue taxi and say you're going to the Desolate Market. The taxi drivers will take you there. So I don't need anything to prove my identity? Badges, letters, something like that? Just call me when you get there. It's not that troublesome, Zhang Tianyi said nonchalantly. Zhang Tianyi said disapprovingly. After all, you are all recommended by me. No one will not give me face. You're so shameless. Chen Zhao pursed his lips. The fame conference would bring a lot of trouble. But most of the time, fame could make one's face bigger. Are you jealous? If so, tell your people to perform well and try to become famous. Come on, no matter how big your face is, it doesn't work with me. Hearing that, Zhang Tianyi was infuriated. I suddenly remembered that a few days ago, someone stole $100 from a girl on the street. How shameless. How dare he call himself a master? Chen Zhao's face twitched. How did Zhang Tianyi know about this? Old Zhang, your disciple is still in L.A. You better be more polite to me. Zhang Tianyi was furious. Do you believe that I'll tell your people to make spare parts when we get to Istanbul? At most, I won't go. What can you do to me? Fly over and hit me. Every time the two talked, they didn't have a peaceful conversation. Every time, they would threaten each other. In the end, they parted on bad terms. But the next time they talked, it was as if nothing had happened. Istanbul, it also has a more resounding name, Byzantium or Constantinople. It had once been the capital of the Eastern Roman Empire. Back then, Istanbul had been the political and cultural center. Now, it still had a very important position. In the spirit world, Istanbul also had a very special status. This time, Chen Zhao didn't plan on bringing his family to Istanbul. After all, it wasn't far and they weren't going for a vacation. When the Battle of Holy Glory started, Istanbul would definitely be filled with spiritualists. Moreover, most of the spiritualists were top-notch. Although most spiritualists in the spirit world abided by the rule of not attacking and harassing ordinary people, but when the forest was big, there would always be some birds with water in their heads. In terms of danger, it was definitely more dangerous than usual. Chen Zhao hoped that the next time his family traveled, they could take his private plane. Thinking of private jets, Chen Zhao thought of his previous plan to build a private airport. Chen Zhao picked up the phone and called Felwood Cisco. Merry Christmas, Felwood. Mr. Chen, Merry Christmas, Felwood greeted politely. Actually, he had called Chen Zhao on Christmas Day. Felwood, how's Stephen's villa going? We're still building the foundation, but my men will be on vacation around Christmas, so we'll only start work after the new year. Felwood thought that Chen Zhao was here to help Stephen ask about the progress of the project, so he explained honestly. Remember what I told you before about my plan to build a private airport? Do you have enough manpower now? Yes, Mr. Chen. Felwood's heart skipped a beat. Chen Zhao had given him the best Christmas present. Our company just hired 100 more employees, so we have plenty of manpower. Even if a few projects start at the same time, it won't affect the progress. That's for the best. Send a designer over to check out the location with me, and then do some measurements. Also, I'll have my lawyer take over with you. Got it. My men are on standby. What do you think it's convenient? I could go anytime too, Chun Zhao said. How about we set it for tomorrow? Do your engineers have time tomorrow? If they're still on vacation, we'll change the date. But I'll be going to Europe in a few days, so I can only have my lawyer talk to you then. We have time. Our company's engineers think the Christmas holiday is too long, Fellwood said immediately. Of course, he definitely didn't mean what he said. Nevertheless, Fellwood felt that he had given his men a huge present. He would be happy to end his vacation. The next day, Fellwood brought 2 engineers to Chun Zhao's manor. The 2 engineers were old acquaintances of Chun Zhao's. After all, they had contributed to Chun Zhao's family living in Mirror Lake Manor. Mr. Chun, are you planning to build a private airport around Mirror Lake? Chun Zhao had this idea, but he also had another plan to build a private airport next to the supernatural organization's headquarters. Chun Zhao was also conflicted about where to build it. Mr. Chun, I think you should consider this carefully, one of the engineers said seriously. It's not a wise choice to build an airport near your house. Why? First, the noise from taking off and landing, the engineer said. The engineers said, secondly, there's the issue of safety. Even if you don't use the airport often, when a medium or large plane lands close to the ground, the noise it brings will have a great impact on the human body, especially if you have children at home. Lastly, there's the expropriation law. When a plane runs into trouble in the air, the government has the right to temporarily expropriate any airport. Los Angeles is a high-use air route area. Every year, there are more or less hundreds of similar incidents. Therefore, it's very likely that airline companies' planes will take off and land at your private airport. The engineer's words completely dispelled Chun Zhao's idea. Okay, then let's build a private airport somewhere else. The headquarters occupied a much larger area than the area around Mirror Lake. Therefore, there was enough space to build a private airport. Mr. Chun, what's your budget? The budget doesn't matter, as long as it meets my requirements, Chun Zhao said. A parking apron, hangar, and 3-lane runway that can park at least 5 mid-sized planes. That's about it. I'll take you there today to measure it. Fellwood, give me a quote. Okay, Mr. Chun. Fellwood wasn't unfamiliar with the supernatural organization's headquarters either. After all, his construction team had built it. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 2156. Chun Zhao brought Fellwood and the 2 engineers to the headquarters of the association. West accompanied Fellwood, Cisco, and the others to inspect the geology of the construction site. My company is here, Chun Zhao said. In order not to affect my employees' work, I hope that the construction team won't come here. If they need to come, they have to call me first. Of course, I understand. This place is about 3 kilometers from your company, so the noise won't affect your company's working hours. Fellwood took the lead and said that he would keep his employees in check. Fellwood couldn't provide the design plan and budget in a short time. However, it was estimated to be at least $400 million. Chun Zhao didn't want to build a normal tarmac. He also needed an airplane warehouse. It wasn't as big as a civil airport, but it was still very large. Among them, the most expensive was the runway. Chun Zhao wanted to buy a large private plane. It wasn't a small plane, so it had high requirements for the runway. In fact, with the condition of the road surface, it was barely enough for large aircraft to take off and land. However, this kind of landing would cause great damage to the aircraft and the runway. So, Chun Zhao felt that since he was going to build it, he had to build the best runway. He didn't lack money anyway. Little Xin's real name was Li Xin. She was just a streamer, but there weren't many streamers who could travel all over the world nowadays. With 1 million fans, she was considered a big streamer in the streamer circle. Her income wasn't much lower than 2nd or 3rd-tier celebrities. Of course, Li Xin's content was new too. She wasn't like most beautiful streamers who sang and danced in the broadcast room. Her livestream content was quite rich. Apart from seeing the world, one could also see the customs of many places. There were the most prosperous cities in the world, as well as the backward tribes in Africa. Friends, today I'll bring you to see one of the best restaurants in LA. As Li Xian walked, she broadcast on her phone. Marina's restaurant. It's here. Some of the viewers in the broadcast room belonged to the greatest king category. They could boast all sorts of things whenever they opened their mouths. As long as someone said it, they would refute it to show how knowledgeable they were. For example, Li Xian said that Marina's restaurant was one of the best restaurants in LA. Immediately, a group of people jumped out to refute. Most of them had never even left their own province before, not to mention going abroad. But the moment he opened his mouth, he talked about international affairs. And the moment he opened his mouth, he talked about things that didn't exist in the sky or on the ground. Of course, as a professional anchor, Li Xian would not argue with this group of trolls. When he entered the restaurant, there was a long queue outside. Li Xian didn't stop the live stream. She was still talking to the live stream, as expected of a famous restaurant in Los Angeles. Just look at the number of people here. You'll know. I heard that many Hollywood stars like to dine here, and this restaurant doesn't accept reservations. All customers who come here to dine can only line up here. At this moment, a waiter in charge of maintaining order at the entrance of the restaurant walked over. "Miss, I'm sorry, you can't take pictures here." Li Xian pursed her lips to express her dissatisfaction. "Why not?" "Because some of the customers here don't want to be on camera." "Do you understand what I mean? Looks like I can only stop the live broadcast for now." Li Xian understood this rule. After all, there were many public figures here. If there were paparazzi coming in and out every day, that would only damage the reputation of the restaurant. After Li Xian explained to the viewers, most of them expressed their understanding. However, a small number of people were still clamoring to unfollow the stream. Li Xian turned a blind eye to the clamor of those people. These people usually had the least presence, so they always wanted to find some presence online. But even on the internet, no one was willing to pay attention to them. Li Xian was about to close the stream and put away her phone. An unexpected voice sounded. "Hey, isn't this the famous anchor?" Chen Zhao teased Li Xian as he walked over. Li Xian took 2 steps back and narrowed her eyes at him. "Why are you here?" "Pfft, you sound like I can't be here. You sound like you can afford to spend here." Last time, Chen Zhao had robbed her of $100, so Li Xian naturally thought that he was the type who didn't have a good life. Although Chen Zhao was dressed like a dog, it was probably just for show. "Hey, are you looking down on me?" "I am," Li Xian said provocatively. "Okay, let's spend here. Let's see who spends more." The loser is a coward. Li Xian wanted to reject subconsciously, but the viewers in the stream started to make a ruckus. "Little Xian, bet with him." "Why are you scared? I'll tip you how much you spend." A few bosses in the stream shouted. Seeing Chen Zhao's arrogant tone, they were all filled with righteous indignation. Moreover, they didn't think that Chen Zhao could spend much here. Li Xian didn't care about the trolls. They wouldn't bring her any benefits. But she couldn't ignore the bosses in the stream. They were Li Xian's bread and butter. "What are we betting on?" "Whoever loses has to pay the other party's spending amount," Chen Zhao said. "What a joke. If you randomly bet, no one can beat you. If you pay with my money, this bet will be meaningless." "Since we're betting on who can spend more, of course we have to pay," Chen Zhao said matter-of-factly. Hearing Chen Zhao's confident tone, Li Xian wanted to back out again. "If you're scared now, then forget it. Remember to take a detour when you see me in the future, as well as those bastards in your live stream." Chen Zhao's expression was as if he was asking for a beating. "Oh, who's not happy? Come to LA and beat me up. Kid, leave your address if you dare. I know a gang in LA. Do you think I won't tell them to kill you?" The viewers in the live stream room were all cursing the heavens and the earth. They were extremely arrogant. Li Xian couldn't back down now. If she backed out at this time, the people in her live streaming room would probably rebel. "Fine," Li Xian said coldly. "If you want to compete, then compete. But you better be willing to lose." "You too." Chen Zhao had a smile on his face. "But you have to get in first. It's my turn." With that, Li Xian left, leaving Chen Zhao with a cool back view. Li Xian entered the restaurant. Just as she was about to turn around and mock Chen Zhao, she realized that Chen Zhao had followed her in. Mobile version of the fastest.d website. Chapter 2157. Li Xin was about to put away her phone and stop the broadcast. But the audience in the room were all clamoring for a live broadcast. You can't broadcast here, Li Xin wanted to explain. But the audience wouldn't listen at all. Just broadcast like this. If someone comes, just stop, Chun Zhao said, pursing his lips. Chun Zhao pursed his lips and said, "These millions of people can be witnesses. I hope that when your pretty streamer loses, you guys can really be generous. Don't just talk big. Shut up, loser. Just wait to lose. The price of one meal for me is more than your annual salary." Chun Zhao sat next to Li Xion's table and snapped his fingers. "Sir, what can I do for you? Give me the 10 most expensive dishes on the menu." With that, Chun Zhao looked at Li Xian provocatively. "Oh, don't waste food in front of a million people." Li Xian took a deep breath and sneered. "You don't know, right? Before I traveled around the world, I was a big eater." With that, Li Xian called the waiter over. When the waiter came over, he first glanced at the phone on the table and then at Chun Zhao. But he didn't say anything. "Miss, what can I do for you? Give me all the dishes on the menu." "What? Miss, you're alone?" "Of course," Li Xian said matter-of-factly. At the same time, she placed a Citibank Platinum card on the plate. "Don't worry, I don't have money to pay." "As you wish. Please wait a moment." The waiter left after Li Xian ordered. "Ha! That guy is dumbfounded. He definitely doesn't know Xin's appetite, let alone him. Even if there were 10 more people, they still wouldn't be little Xin's match. She's the #1 glutton in China. I hope he has money to pay for dinner." Chun Zhao's dishes were served first. He glanced at Li Xian. "I'll start eating first." Chun Zhao had to consider his image when eating in his own restaurant. Therefore, he couldn't do anything that was too inappropriate. For example, he definitely couldn't grab food with his hands. But the way he ate was definitely not elegant. Soon, Chun Zhao finished the plate of squid and sauce. Then he turned his attention to the second plate of goose and sauce. When Chun Zhao finished the goose, Li Xian finally served the first dish. Li Xian's actions were not ladylike at all. It was also at this time that she showed her true colors as a foodie. Soon, Chun Zhao finished all 10 dishes. Li Xian's movements were also very fast. She followed closely behind and finished the 10th dish. Then, Li Xian turned to Chun Zhao. "Can you still eat?" Chun Zhao snapped his fingers again and called the waiter over. "Give me another serving of the same dish." "Yes, sir." There were all sorts of comments from the audience in the live streaming room. "I didn't expect this guy to be so good at eating, but I think he's at his limit. After all, the 10 servings he ordered are not small. Even 3 normal people might not be able to finish them. They're competing to see who consumes more, not who eats more. So what? In any case, I'm going to support our little Xin today. Little Xin has the support of 1 million people. Don't tell me she can't defeat this guy." The food in this restaurant was very good, but it was also very expensive. Little Xin wondered if she could recoup her losses from tonight's live streaming. She looked up at Chun Zhao. His appetite really wasn't small. However, little Xin believed that she wouldn't lose to Chun Zhao in terms of both appetite and wallet. Chun Zhao finished the second serving of 10 dishes. Not to be outdone, little Xin said, "Don't force yourself. You might get sick." "I'll say the same thing back to you," Chun Zhao said. "As a doctor, I advise you to go to the hospital for corrective surgery for your deformed stomach. Of course, after this meal." Little Xin sneered and replied, "Aren't you a magician? Since when did you become a doctor?" "Being a doctor is my main profession. Magic is my hobby. If you need me to recommend a hospital, I'll be happy to help." The two were at each other's throats. They didn't give in on each other from the dining table to their tongues. However, Chun Zhao had to admit that Li Xian was the woman with the biggest appetite Chun Zhao had ever seen. Or rather, the human with the biggest appetite. Of course, Chun Zhao had seen a glutton before. He also knew what a glutton was, but Li Xian really could eat. Her way of eating was actually very taxing on her body. However, Chun Zhao wouldn't pity her. After all, this was how she made a living. Chun Zhao had already finished the 40 dishes. Little Xin followed closely behind. "Waiter, give me a bottle of nameless wine." Li Xian looked up at Chun Zhao. "What, you can't eat anymore?" Chen Zhao chuckled. Did you forget that our bet isn't about who can eat more, but who can spend more? So what? Do you think a bottle of wine can win the bet? You better look at the menu first. Li Xian picked up the menu and looked at the price of the wine. Soon, she saw the price of the nameless wine. $345,000. Li Xian's expression changed. The price of this bottle of wine was almost 2 million renminbi. It wasn't that she couldn't afford it, but it was beyond her imagination. Most importantly, she couldn't back down now. If she admitted defeat now, she would have to bear the high cost. But if she didn't, she would have to order at least one bottle. Waiter, give me a bottle of nameless wine too. Yes, Mississippi, the live stream exploded. A large number of viewers swarmed into it. Li Xian's live stream had more than 5 million viewers, although it was a breakthrough for Li Xian. However, Li Xian still felt heartache over the expensive wine. It was too expensive, really too expensive. The viewers in the live stream were also discussing the expensive wine like crazy. Waiter, come here. Li Xian saw Chen Zhao order 10 more dishes after the wine was served. Could he still eat? You better be careful, Li Xian said deliberately. His dishes and wine are worth at least 500,000. The waiter looked back at Li Xian and then left in silence. Li Xian was also shocked. Weren't the waiters afraid of death? If Chen Zhao couldn't pay, the waiters would be affected too, right? Li Xian could only force herself to order more dishes. At this moment, her heart was bleeding. 3 million yuan for one meal. Who would she ask for justice? She could get the money back from Chen Zhao if she won. What, is this guy really rich? Li Xian was still doubtful. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor. Chapter 2158. After eating 50 dishes, even Li Xian couldn't take it anymore. Towards the end, Li Xian was already stuffing food into her mouth. However, Chen Zhao still maintained a highly efficient eating method. Chen Zhao grinned and looked at Li Xian's ugly expression. You look like you can't eat anymore. Let's see how you're going to pay later. Li Xian couldn't eat anymore and didn't plan on ordering anymore. After all, wasting food in front of 1 million people would probably get her stream banned. Moreover, she didn't think that even if she won, she could get the wager. In the end, the winner would still be decided by the bill. If the man before her couldn't even pay, she would naturally win. Waiter, bill please. When Li Xian received the bill, her heart couldn't help but twitch. Just then, Chen Zhao also waved his hand. Bring my bill. After receiving the bill, Chen Zhao stood up and walked to Li Xian. $585,000. Looks like you lost. Li Xian sneered at Chen Zhao. You haven't paid yet. Paid? This is my own store. Why should I pay? Chen Zhao's smile was still so annoying. Li Xian's eyes widened. At the same time, the 1 million people in the stream were also shocked. You mean this store is yours? Didn't I tell you? Oh, maybe I forgot, but I still have to thank you for spending $459,000 in my store. You lied to me? When did I lie to you? Please tell me, when did I lie to you? Li Xian thought about it, but couldn't find a reason to retort. Chen Zhao had never lied to her from start to finish. It was just that Li Xian thought that Chen Zhao was a poor guy who would rob even $100. What she needed to consider now was whether she should go back on her word. From a legal point of view, their bet had no legal effect. However, Li Xian was a public figure. After all, she couldn't go back on her word, and in front of 1 million people at that. It would be a huge blow to her career. I lost. Li Xian finally decided to accept the result. She lost the bet, although she wasn't really willing. But at this time, she was already riding a tiger and unable to back down. At this moment, the big shots in a live stream room all generously donated money. In a short period of time, Li Xian received hundreds of thousands of tips, although it was a drop in the bucket compared to her losses tonight. However, the popularity of her live streaming room had skyrocketed, allowing her to recover and compensate for some of her losses. But Chen Zhao still made a fool of him. Li Xian still left with an unhappy face. At the door, Li Xian was waiting for the car. She watched as Chen Zhao's car slowly drove past her. The car Chen Zhao was driving was the one she had taken a selfie with in Hollywood. Miss, are you alone? Want me to give you a ride? Don't you want it? That's all. Bye. Looking at Chun Zhao's back, Li Xian stomped her feet in anger. To Chun Zhao, winning a few $100,000 was really nothing. Even if he did nothing, his daily income would be more than this. However, this little interlude was interesting to Chun Zhao. Boss, are you sure you don't need me to go with you to Istanbul? Portia looked at him expectantly. Her expression and eyes already told him that she really wanted to go to Istanbul. No need, Chun Zhao said indifferently. This time, Chun Zhao planned to go alone. There were so many kids at home. Dan Feilai probably couldn't take care of them all by herself. So, he let Portia stay and help her. As for Portia's personal thoughts, they weren't important. Boss, you really won't reconsider? Why should I? It's still something that's been decided. But I want to go to Istanbul. Oh, if you want, I can give you a few days off. But aren't you going the day after tomorrow? Yes, but I don't need you to go. No matter what Portia said or hinted, Chun Zhao was unmoved. Feilai came out with 2 drinks. Chun, since Portia wants to go, let her go. There's still a lot of work in L.A. If she's gone, who's going to take care of it for me? Chun Zhao's words sounded righteous, but Portia was depressed. How could Portia not know her boss's personality? Ever since she became Chun Zhao's personal assistant, she had some understanding of her boss's personality. After such a long time, she knew Chun Zhao like the back of her hand. Of course, it could also be said that she deeply hated him. Chun Zhao never considered her feelings when he did anything. Chun Zhao had always been stubborn. He would insist on carrying out his decisions. He didn't care if she was willing or not. Most of the tasks that Chun Zhao gave her were troublesome ones. Although she had to go to Istanbul the day after tomorrow, there were indeed many things to do in the next 2 days. Visiting friends and family was a big deal. She couldn't avoid the ways of the world. Also, Felwood Cisco had given her the design of the first private airport and a preliminary price. The preliminary budget was $350 million. But Chun Zhao didn't like the design. Without another word, Felwood called the designer to redesign it. Felwood Cisco had always held a sincere attitude towards his parents who provided him with food and clothing. In the past 2 years, Chun Zhao had provided him with countless projects. Therefore, to Felwood, Chun Zhao was like his bread and butter. Seagate Yacht Company called again. They wanted to invite Chun Zhao to a banquet at their headquarters. Chun Zhao would be crazy to accept such an invitation. He would spend 20 hours on a plane to attend such a classy banquet. There were also many things to do at the headquarters, because everyone was preparing for the 3rd Scarlet mission. The other 10 people who got the spots were also preparing for the Battle of Holy Glory. But no one knew the specific details of the Battle of Holy Glory. So, they couldn't prepare even if they wanted to. But one thing was for sure. The most important requirement for participating in the Battle of Holy Glory was strength. As long as you were strong enough, you could ignore any rules. Take Chun Zhao, for example. Even if he didn't actively seek a spot for the Battle of Holy Glory, someone would still give it to him. It was the 3rd day of departure. Everyone came to Mirror Lake Manor and set off with Chun Zhao. Portia didn't know if it was to take revenge on Chun Zhao, but she booked a ticket for 8 in the morning. With Portia's understanding of Chun Zhao's schedule, she definitely knew that he wouldn't wake up so early. But she couldn't change the ticket now. On the way to the airport, Chun Zhao was still sleeping in the back seat.